Great Emperor Myriad chapter 3237 to chapter 3277. Kacha. A crack appeared on the golden crystal. Ling Zhao's entire body erupted with blazing primal chaos light. Purple chi rose. He flipped his hand and grabbed Juno God King's arm. Then, he kicked Juno God King's head. There was a sonic boom in the void. If Ling Zhao's kick landed, even an immemorial sacred mountain would explode. Juno God King snorted coldly. Blazing flames rose from his arm, incinerating the divine chains of order. At the same time, the flames spread towards Ling Zhao's arm. His other hand formed an invincible fist imprint and sent it towards Ling Zhao's calf. Boom. Ling Zhao's foot moved to the side and collided with Juno God King's fist imprint. The two separated instantly and flew backwards. Kill. But in an instant, Ling Zhao and Juno God King roared at the same time and charged towards each other again. Rumble. Their attacks were extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the void. Every strike was like a thunderbolt, causing the void to rumble and tremble. Juno God King's physical body was also extremely strong. His entire body was one with the elements, emitting a dark golden light. A sharp aura burst out, as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, they had exchanged over 1,000 blows. It was purely a clash of physical bodies. Every punch landed on the flesh. It was the most intense and dangerous battle. But in the end, Ling Zhao seemed to be at a disadvantage. Gradually, he could only defend himself and no longer retaliate. Rumble. A terrifying aura gushed forth from Jiwu God King, as though he wanted to devour the primordial chaos and destroy the void. His heaven-devouring good fortune Jiwu God punches rained down on Ling Zhao unceasingly. Every single punch was like a gigantic hammer, slamming into Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's arms, legs, and body had all suffered from a storm of attacks, causing his aura to become somewhat weak. Is Ling Zhao going to lose? As expected, no one can withstand Juno God King's heaven-devouring divine fists. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Everyone could see that Ling Zhao could only use his arms to protect his head, passively receiving Jiu Wu's terrifying attack. The tyrannical fist intent seemed to be able to annihilate everything. It contained the most terrifying killing intent. Even an ancient giant beast would have exploded after receiving so many punches. However, Ling Zhao seemed to be incomparably tenacious. Even though he was unable to counterattack, he was still able to protect his vitals, blocking the thousands and thousands of fists of Jiu Wu. No. My heaven-devouring creation absolute void divine fist can suppress the heavens, it's ferocious and domineering to the extreme. He definitely won't be able to block the power of so many punches. However, although his aura is weak, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. There can only be one reason, he's using me to temper his body. God King Juno's eyes flashed with a cold light as he guessed everything. Ling Zhao, you're courting death. Killing intent surged in Juno Divine King's eyes. This was the fury and killing intent of being used and ignored. He unleashed a devastating punch that slammed into Ling Zhao's chest. Boom, Ling Zhao's chest caved in instantly, but strangely, no blood flowed out. He was sent flying like a cannonball. You finally reacted. Ling Zhao smiled faintly, his eyes bright and resplendent. Where was the slightest bit of dejection, rumble, purple chi rose around him, flowing through his entire body. Chaotic light spewed out, causing his blood to surge violently. His entire being exuded an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Something incomparably mysterious seemed to be condensing behind him. Ling Zhao was indeed using Juno Divine King's fist intent to temper his body. Godly monarch Jiu Wu's body was even stronger than that of a primordial beast. Ling Zhao had refined the 100 origin Dao fruits and assimilated the origin power into his body. He needed to borrow external forces to refine his primordial immortal body to the next level. And this God King Jiu Wu in front of him was naturally the best choice. After tens of thousands of punches, the origin energy within Ling Zhao's body had been completely tempered. His physical body had also improved significantly, and his aura had become even more unfathomable. Juno Divine King, to thank you for helping me temper my body, why don't you take a punch from me? Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Boom, without waiting for Juno Divine King's reply, he threw a punch at Juno Divine King. The punch seemed light and gave off an otherworldly aura. Like flowing water, it was incomparably soft as it blasted towards Juno Divine King's head. However, in Juno Divine King's eyes, the punch was like a vast chaotic world. It made him feel like an ordinary ant, filled with a sense of powerlessness. He could only watch as the punch came crashing down on him. What? A punch that can disturb the primordial spirit and soul? Juno Divine King's expression turned incomparably solemn. Terrifying origin energy surged around him, and at the same time, his indestructible primordial spirit shone with resplendent light. Boundless Xianxia emanated from him, finally gathering on his fist as he met Ling Zhao's punch. He could see very clearly that Ling Zhao's punch was purely physical strength. However, his physical strength was so strong that it could cause illusions to appear in his primordial spirit and soul. Even the origin Dao fruit within him resonated with it. This punch was terrifying to the extreme. Could it be that he's already touched upon that step? Juno Divine King's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Boom, the two fists collided, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, Juno Divine King's arm trembled violently, and Xianhuang blood light suddenly emanated from it. Ling Zhao's punch had broken through Juno Divine King's Xianhuang fist, and then landed heavily on Juno Divine King's chest. Xianxia. It was as if several layers of incomparably mysterious energy had surged into Juno Divine King's body, causing him to tremble violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest caved in. His entire body was sent flying out. Huff. My physical body is about to reach perfection. Ling Xiao exhaled deeply. He didn't look at Juno Divine King, but a faint trace of joy appeared on his face. Juno Divine King lost? Everyone's hearts trembled. They had personally witnessed Ling Xiao send Juno Divine King flying with a single punch. Juno Divine King's entire body trembled, and his chest caved in. He had suffered heavy injuries. Juno Divine King spat out blood. Even though the battle wasn't over yet, the scales in everyone's hearts were already tipping. Physical Dao spirit? No, you haven't reached that step yet. What a terrifying fist technique. Ling Xiao, it seems I've underestimated you. Juno Divine King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at Ling Xiao, and an incomparably terrifying aura emanated from him. The Dao spirit realm can only be encountered by chance. However, I can feel the aura of a Dao spirit from your body. I believe you must have condensed a Dao spirit, right? I wonder if it's the primordial spirit Dao spirit, the origin Dao spirit, or the heart Dao spirit. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he stared at Juno Divine King with interest. A Ninth Heaven Imperial Emperor was also known as a Peerless Imperial Emperor. Although a Peerless Imperial Emperor had the chance to undergo the Emperor Tribulation and break through to the unparalleled Emperor realm, the chances were extremely slim. Perhaps out of tens of thousands of Peerless Imperial Emperors, there might not even be one who could prove their Dao as a great emperor. However, at the Ninth Heaven Imperial Emperor realm, one could continue to improve, accumulate foundation, and refine the physical body, primordial spirit, origin, and spirit. If these four were perfected, one would be able to condense four great Dao spirits. Experts who condensed Dao spirits would have a much higher chance of proving their Dao as a great emperor. According to legends, those who condensed four great Dao spirits would definitely be able to prove their Dao as a great emperor. There were even some ancient skyprides who could go against the flow and fight against great emperors because of their powerful Dao spirits. However, condensing a Dao spirit was too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was not much harder than proving one's Dao as a great emperor. Since ancient times, those who could condense a Dao spirit at the Ninth Heaven Imperial Emperor realm were all peerless imperial geniuses. They were extremely rare. For example, the Great Void Imperial Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor were naturally such figures. Juno Divine King in front of Ling Xiao had a perfect aura. He must have condensed a Dao spirit. Otherwise, without a Dao spirit, he would at most have the combat strength of someone like the Saber Demon. There was not much difference. If that's the case, I'm afraid most of the top 10 skyprides on the Dao affirmation list should have condensed a Dao spirit. Ling Xiao thought to himself. You actually know about Dao spirits? As for whether I have condensed a Tao spirit, it depends on whether you have the ability to discover it. Killing intent flashed in Juno Divine King's eyes. Terrifying blood chi rose from his body as he charged towards Ling Xiao. He was extremely wary of Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao had not condensed a Tao spirit, he was probably not far away. Such a threat had to be eliminated. He had already decided to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. Rumble, mysterious yellow chi surged around Juno Divine King's body. It was as vast as the sea. With a single thought from Juno Divine King, it instantly pressed down on Ling Xiao. He slashed down with his palm. His saber intent was unparalleled. In an instant, it turned into a peerless saber aura that slashed down on Ling Xiao. Juno Divine King's physical body, indestructible primordial spirit, and origin energy erupted at the same time. His entire being became completely berserk. So what if you've condensed a Tao spirit? Since you won't tell me, I'll kill you until you do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were like steel as he leaped towards Juno Divine King. He punched out in the air. The chaotic light was unparalleled as it collided with the saber aura. An even more intense battle broke out. This time, both Juno Divine King and Ling Xiao attacked with all their might. They did not hold back at all. They exploded with their strongest combat strength as they fought each other, aiming for each other's vital points. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's Heavenly Emperor fist smashed the heart of a Sur God. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor sword exploded with boundless sword chi, turning the Sur God into dust. Darkness Ling Xiao also used the chaotic demon flame to burn a Sur God into ashes. Two peerless imperial emperors died in the hands of Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Kuan Peng and Yi Liangchen also gained the upper hand in the battle against the hundreds of high-level imperial emperors. Especially with Kuan Peng's extreme speed and Yi Liangchen's Zhou Tian star formation, they separated the high-level imperial emperors from the battle formation and continuously reaped their lives. Watching the great battle between Ling Xiao and Zhu Wu, they were all pumped up as well. Their morale skyrocketed as they unleashed a heaven-defying battle strength. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Juno Divine King clashed more than 100 times in the blink of an eye. Both of them were truly enraged. Every strike was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was as if chaos was being split apart. Chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao's body. At the same time, the power of time and space intertwined, enveloping Juno Divine King. Then, he pointed a finger at Juno Divine King's mind. Freeze! The moment the words were spoken, it was as if the vast might of heaven and earth was about to descend. Juno Divine King seemed to be frozen in place. At the same time, Ling Xiao's finger landed on Juno Divine King's forehead. Boom! Juno Divine King's forehead spewed out a blazing light. The vast power of heaven and earth around him surged like an ocean, enveloping Ling Xiao within it. At the same time, streams of power of heaven and earth intertwined with divine chains of order, wrapping around Ling Xiao's body. Didn't you want to know what kind of Tao spirit I condensed? As you wish. Juno Divine King stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Behind him, a mysterious figure appeared. It looked extremely similar to Juno Divine King, but it exuded a vast amount of origin energy. Vaguely, it seemed as if there were thousands of stars twinkling, dazzling to the extreme. Those divine chains of order seemed to have materialized, wrapping around Ling Xiao's body, making it impossible for him to break free. Origin Tao Spirit? You are, a Tao robber? Ling Xiao's body trembled, his eyes shining with a cold light like a blade. The Tao spirits behind Juno Divine King were clearly formed from origin energy. Juno Divine King's Tao origin had already reached the Great Perfection realm. However, Ling Xiao could see that there were thousands of origin energy intertwined on those Tao spirits. Those were thousands of origin Tao fruits. If Juno Divine King could condense so many origin Tao fruits, then his identity was obvious. A Tao robber, Juno Divine King was actually a Tao robber. Correct. But you still have to die. Juno Divine King laughed coldly, and then punched at Ling Xiao's head. Gotcha! At the same time, in the surging chi of heaven and earth, a black saber radiance slashed down from the sky. It was majestic and mysterious, containing a dark and ancient power, as if it came from hell, hiding between illusion and reality. It slashed down towards Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Forbidden Blade. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know that Blade Demon had appeared. Blade Demon had been hiding in the dark, waiting with Juno Divine King to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. But this was not the end. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt a third wave of killing intent. It was a black axe light that seemed to be able to split open the chaos, rising from the Xianhuang Qi, exuding a torrential killing intent as it charged at Ling Xiao. The three ultimate killing intents locked onto Ling Xiao and were about to deal a fatal blow. Ling Xiao was facing the greatest danger he had ever faced since he entered Eternal Emperor Road. Jiwu God King had formed his Origin Dao Spirit. Taking Ling Xiao by surprise, he unleashed his Origin Dao Spirit's divine aura to imprison him. As for Blade Demon, who was hiding in the dark, he took out his Avicii Hell's God-burying saber. The God-slaying saber slashed across the sky, as though it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It wanted to slice Ling Zhao's primordial spirit in half. More importantly, Ling Xiao did not expect there to be a third killing move. That black axe radiance seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Surrounded by chaotic light, its power was incomparably terrifying. Its owner's aura was not much weaker than Jiwu God King. The three utmost powerful beings had been waiting for this very moment to kill Ling Xiao completely. Die. Jiwu God King's face was incomparably malevolent. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to avoid this killing move. Thousands of divine chains of order formed by the Origin Dao Spirit enveloped Ling Xiao completely, while Jiwu's unparalleled fist landed on Ling Zhao's head with a loud bang. Boom, the void trembled. Jiwu God King's fist was ferocious and domineering. It blasted Ling Zhao's head apart, causing streaks of blood light to spread out. Immediately after, Blade Demon's forbidden saber landed on Ling Zhao's forehead. The blazing saber radiance tore through his consciousness and slashed towards his indestructible primordial spirit. In the end, the black light from the axe descended, and a peerlessly violent aura tore through everything. It directly struck Ling Zhao's head and slashed him into two. Boom, in the void, a rain of blood filled the air. Ling Zhao's entire body exploded into pieces. Is he dead? Blade Demon revealed his true form and muttered to himself as he stared at the rain of blood. Beside him was the heroic divine King Jiwu, as well as a burly bald man dressed in beast skin. He was also the owner of the black axe. Three incomparably terrifying auras spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Ling Xiao is really dead? Everyone was stunned. None of them had expected that the battle between Juno God King and Ling Xiao would have so many twists and turns. Yet another two utmost powerful beings had appeared and were trying to kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Those two, they seemed to be Blade Demon and Battle Axe, the City Lord of Celestial War City? Someone recognized the identity of the Blade Demon and the bald man and was extremely shocked. That should be it. Who would have thought that this divine King Jiwu would be so despicable? I thought that he would have a fair fight with Ling Xiao, but I didn't think that he would set up a trap. He had already brought Blade Demon and Battle Axe to hide at the side, waiting for this chance to kill. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. He was hit by the Forbidden Blade and had his body destroyed by Jiwu Shenhuang and the Battle Axe. There's no way he can survive. Everyone sighed softly. Their eyes were filled with pity. You really don't know what death is. Dark Ling Xiao turned around and sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. Although Zhao Ritian was also extremely worried, he was trapped by the Tensor gods and couldn't break free. However, Darkness Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao wasn't dead. He wasn't even seriously injured. As Ling Zhao's darkness doppelganger, he could clearly feel Ling Zhao's exuberant vitality. It was like a raging fire that could burn everything. No, he's not dead yet. Juno God's body suddenly shook and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Rumble, the blood mist in front of the three of them rose and boundless vitality essence exploded. All the flesh and blood gathered together and vaguely, it seemed to be condensing into a human figure. Kill. I'd like to see how many times he can withstand being destroyed. Battle Axe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Instantly, he held the black giant axe in his hand and slashed down at Ling Xiao. The giant axe radiance was brutal and overbearing. It was extremely sharp and it slashed down mightily as though it was going to split the heavens and earth into two. That's right. He's already at the end of his rope. Kill him. Blade Demon gritted his teeth and the demonic aura around him filled the sky. The ancient saber in his hand exuded a strong emperor's aura and he slashed at Ling Xiao again. Jiwu God King didn't hesitate at all as he unleashed his heaven-devouring good fortune Jiwu God Fist. The unparalleled fist imprint was like an immemorial godly mountain, as though it could crush everything as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. Boom, as expected, Ling Xiao's body, which hadn't fully condensed, exploded into a blood mist again. The forbidden saber slashed down and it was as though it had destroyed the primordial spirit power that was contained within. Primordial spirit was destroyed and the body was destroyed. If one could still survive after that, it would be too terrifying. After all, even if an Emperor Realm expert could be reborn from a single drop of blood, there was a limit to it. If the indestructible primordial spirit and life origin were destroyed, even an Emperor Realm expert would die without a doubt. Rumble, in the void, blood rained down as though there wasn't any life left. However, what made Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's expressions change drastically was that the blood rain seemed to have a mind of its own. It slowly gathered together again, trying to condense into a human figure. What? This time, Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's expressions all changed. The strangeness in front of them had exceeded their imagination. Ling Xiao was obviously imprisoned by Juno God King before his body was destroyed. Even his indestructible primordial spirit was destroyed by the forbidden saber. Ling Xiao's entire body exploded into a blood rain. If it was any other Emperor Realm expert, they would have died long ago. However, after Ling Xiao's body exploded, his flesh and blood gathered again and again. Moreover, his life origin was as boundless as the sea, as though it wasn't affected at all. Kill. Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The terrifying aura around them seemed to be able to destroy everything. They used their strongest killing techniques and attacked Ling Xiao continuously. They even took out their natal true flames in an attempt to burn Ling Xiao's flesh and blood into nothingness. However, the strange thing was that Ling Xiao's flesh and blood were destroyed time and time again, but they gathered again and again. Moreover, the speed at which they gathered was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's flesh and blood were destroyed 9 times. However, the boundless life origin was still growing. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme. Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe felt an extremely strong sense of danger in their hearts. The surrounding people were also shocked by the scene before them. Ling Xiao seemed to have an immortal body. He was destroyed time and time again, but he gathered his body again and again. This change was beyond their imagination. How could this be? Isn't Ling Xiao too awesome? Kuan Ping and Yi Liangchen also widened their eyes in disbelief. Immortal body. This is simply an immortal body. I must get High Heaven Sect to teach me how to condense an immortal body. Kuan Ping shouted excitedly. His eyes were filled with excitement and envy. He was cursing Ling Xiao in his heart. That bastard Ling Xiao actually knew this move, but he did not teach him. If he, Kuan Ping, also knew about the immortal body, he would not be in such a miserable state in the chaotic wilderness. Immortal body? Not good. Stop. He wants to borrow our strength to gather a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood. Juno God King's body shook. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He could not help but shudder and quickly shouted. Tao spirit of his flesh and blood? Blade Demon and Battle Axe could not help but be shocked. They quickly stopped attacking Ling Xiao and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Gathering a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood meant that his flesh and blood had been cultivated to the extreme. It had reached the complete realm. Under certain circumstances, it would possess an immortal power that was comparable to the body of a great emperor. However, gathering a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood was easier said than done. Among the 4 Taos of flesh, primordial spirit, origin, and spirit, the Tao spirit of his flesh and blood was the most difficult to gather. It was even more difficult than the Tao spirit of his heart. Ling Xiao was only a mere 8th heaven imperial lord. He was not even a peerless imperial lord. How could he gather a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood? Blade Demon and Battle Axe were ancient skyprides. Their hearts were filled with shock and jealousy. Rumble, suddenly, a void flame burned fiercely in front of him. The bloody mist that filled the sky was enveloped by the flames of nothingness. At the same time, an incomparably majestic aura of life erupted. The void shook and chaos rose. Within the void flame, flesh and blood gathered. The life origin surged endlessly like an ocean. Moreover, divine chains of order intertwined. Thousands of Tao sounds rose and a mysterious phenomenon appeared. It seemed like a jade plate was floating in the chaos, swallowing and spitting out 3,000 Tao origins. Ling Xiao's flesh and blood body slowly condensed from the void flame. Behind Ling Xiao, an incomparably illusory figure appeared. It looked very similar to Ling Xiao, but its entire body was filled with blood light. It contained a vast power of extreme yang. Ling Xiao was reborn from the void flame. He opened his eyes. In an instant, two blazing beams of light pierced through the void and shot towards Blade Demon. Blade Demon's expression changed. He raised his saber to block. The saber buzzed as if it had been hit by an unparalleled divine force, sending him flying. Ling Xiao bathed in the void flame. Chaotic qi surged around his body. 3,000 Tao laws lingered around him. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was sharp and deep. His entire body emitted an indescribably mysterious and powerful aura. It was as if a great emperor had awakened from a deep slumber. The vast aura rose, and an incomparably terrifying emperor's aura spread. It caused the entire great emperor's battlefield to tremble violently. Then, it resonated as if it was welcoming the arrival of a great emperor. "Thank you for helping me condense a Tao spirit of my flesh and blood body," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was incomparably calm. However, when his voice reached Juno Divine King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's ears, it exploded like thunder. The three of them could not help but change their expressions. Their gazes instantly became extremely gloomy. Looking at the Tao spirits behind Ling Xiao, they understood that Ling Xiao had really condensed a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood body. A Tao spirit of the flesh and blood body, forming a world of its own. It can control the might of heaven and earth. To a certain extent, it's not inferior to a great emperor's flesh and blood body. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There was a faint hint of joy in his eyes. His risk was worth it. Ling Xiao had long known that Juno Divine King would not fight him fairly. He must have been hiding something. Especially when he sensed that Juno Divine King had condensed an origin Tao spirit, Ling Xiao decided to beat him at his own game. His physical body was just a step away from the great perfection realm. However, with the strength of his physical body, it was almost impossible for him to shatter it and reconstruct it. Although Juno Divine King's physical body was strong, he could not shatter Ling Xiao's physical body and reconstruct it. All he could do was refine Ling Xiao's physical body slightly. However, the appearance of Blade Demon and Battle Axe made Ling Xiao decide in an instant. He would use the power of the three supreme experts to create a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood body. This process was obviously extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, Ling Xiao would probably die in the hands of the three supreme experts. However, after going through 9 shatters and 9 reconstructions, his physical body was finally flawless. He had condensed a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood body. My focus on my physical body was not in vain. Now that my physical body has finally broken through to the extreme, it has evolved to the extreme. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He felt that his entire body was filled with boundless energy. It was as if his entire body had become one with the chaotic void. However, he also existed independently of the chaos. Every breath he took seemed to be able to swallow the chaotic energy and turn it into the energy of his physical body. Now that he had condensed a perfect leakless true body, his physical body had developed spirituality. It was like the revolution of the heavenly way, growing and multiplying endlessly. It would only grow stronger and stronger. Damn it! Juno Divine King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's faces were extremely ugly. Their eyes were filled with anger and jealousy. Although they were angry that they were used by Ling Xiao, they were even more jealous of Ling Xiao's creation. After all, even Blade Demon and Battle Axe had yet to condense a Tao spirit. Especially Battle Axe, who cultivated the great Tao of the physical body. His physical body was extremely strong and was not weaker than Juno Divine King. Back in Emperor's Road of Eternity, he could use the strength of his physical body to tear an ancient beast apart. However, he was also stuck at the bottleneck of his physical body and could not condense a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood body. Ling Xiao, don't be arrogant. So what if you have condensed a Tao spirit of your flesh and blood body? Today, in the battlefield of the great emperors, you will still die. Juno Divine King's eyes were filled with killing intent. His fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Ling Xiao must die, otherwise, if Ling Xiao continued to grow, they would all become his stepping stones. For example, Juno Divine King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe, which one of them was not a peerless sky pride of an era? They all had their own pride and were unwilling to fall behind others. In the face of such a powerful threat, they must kill all of them. Juno Divine King believed that with the three of their powerful combat strength, even if Ling Xiao had condensed a Tao spirit of his flesh and blood body, they would still be able to put up a fight. It seems like you know nothing about the strength of a Tao spirit of your flesh and blood body. In that case, as repayment, I will let you die under the crushing power of a Tao spirit of my flesh and blood body. Ling Xiao sighed softly. As soon as his voice fell, his figure flashed and a fist came crashing down on Juno Divine King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe. Peak rumble. The moment Ling Xiao struck out, a chaotic light shone around him. An ancient and desolate energy burst forth, as though a chaos god was about to descend. That tyrannical and terrifying aura caused the surrounding void to distort violently. Shockwaves blasted outwards. Ling Xiao's physical body seemed to have broken through the boundaries of time and space. His speed was extremely fast as he traversed through time and space. In an instant, he appeared before Jiwu God King, Blade Demon, and War Axe. He punched out, and that punch was surrounded by 3,000 worlds. It seemed to have surpassed the speed of light. All sorts of mysterious illusions appeared in the surroundings, and the void began to collapse as it pressed down on Jiwu God King. Not good. Jiwu God King's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could feel a fatal threat from Ling Xiao's punch. Heaven-devouring fortune absolute God fist. Jiwu God King roared. His blood and chi surged around him, and the power of heaven and earth surged like an ocean. It turned into an earth-shattering heaven and earth fist imprint and went up against Ling Xiao. Boom, crack, the void trembled, and an incomparably crisp sound rang out. Jiwu God King felt an intense pain assaulting him. His arm was destroyed as though it was rotten wood. His flesh and his incomparably tough bones all exploded at the same time. Ling Xiao's punch did not slow down, and it landed heavily on Jiwu God King's chest. Bang, Jiwu Divine King felt as if his internal organs had turned into dust. His entire body trembled violently. His chest had been pierced through by Ling Xiao, and a huge bloody hole appeared. Yellow blood spurted out from it. His body trembled violently, and he was sent flying. What? Blade Demon and War Axe's faces changed drastically, and their hearts pounded violently. Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. It had exceeded their imaginations. The aftershock of the punch made their bodies tense up, as though they had been sliced by a blade. That fatal threat enveloped their entire bodies, causing them to frantically retreat, wanting to distance themselves from Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were like steel. He didn't even look at Jiwu. He broke through the void like a chaotic demon god. His body was enveloped by a terrifying aura. He punched out with both fists towards Blade Demon and Giant Axe at the same time. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. After condensing his physical body, his body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Not only was his strength peerless, but his speed was also extremely fast. He could directly traverse the void. Even time lost its meaning before his extreme speed. Blade Demon and Battle Axe were unable to shake off Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao appeared in front of them in an instant. Avicii Hell's God-burying saber. Chaos Heaven cleaving axe. Both Blade Demon and Tomahawk gritted their teeth as a crazed look appeared on their faces. They let out a wild roar as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only fight with all his might. Demonic aura surged around Blade Demon as an ancient and mysterious hell appeared in the chaos. A sharp and terrifying blade radiance shot out from it. It was extremely bright as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's forehead. The god-slaying blade had also surpassed the limits of the Emperor realm. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It could slay the indestructible primordial spirit. The giant axe in Battle Axe's hand expanded in the void, becoming 10,000 feet long. It spewed out a vast emperor's aura as though it could split the heavens and earth. It was surrounded by boundless killing intent as it slashed towards Ling Zhao's head. The two of them were forced by Ling Zhao's terrifying physical body. They began to fight with all their might, displaying their strongest killing techniques. Boom! Boom! Ling Zhao's fists were like two violent divine dragons. They slammed onto the forbidden blade and giant axe at the same time, causing an earth-shattering explosion. This time, although the Avicii Hell's God-burying blade was hidden between reality and illusion, it couldn't slash at Ling Zhao's indestructible primordial spirit. Instead, it was blocked by Ling Zhao's fist. Gotcha! There was a crisp sound as the blade radiance shattered. The Warblade in Sword Demon's hand trembled violently and sent Sword Demon flying. Sword Demon spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His forbidden blade, which had always been successful, had lost its effect on Ling Zhao. Boom! The gigantic axe light collided with Ling Zhao's fist imprint. There was also a violent tremor. Ling Zhao's fist imprint destroyed the axe light. Then, the axe light continued to move forward and collided with the extreme Dao Monarch weapon. The gigantic black battle axe emitted boundless light. Then, it slammed into the battle axe's chest. Puff! Blood spurted out and battle axe's chest caved in. Many of his ribs were broken. Similarly, giant axe was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Jiwu Supreme Being, Sword Demon and Giant Axe were all severely injured by Ling Zhao's invincible fist. Ling Zhao stood in the middle of the Great Emperor's battlefield. His aura surged and his black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were blazing like lightning and his breathing was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. His aura was extremely powerful. An invincible aura spread out as if a great emperor had awakened. That powerful emperor aura showed signs of breaking through the extreme realm. Hiss! Is this Ling Zhao's true combat strength? How terrifying! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Sword Demon, 18th on the Dao Affirmation list. Battle Axe, 12th on the Dao Affirmation list. Lord of Celestial City. Jiwu Supreme Being, 8th on the Dao Affirmation list. Lord of Yinyang Emperor City. If these three peerless Skyprides joined forces, they might even be able to put up a fight against the top 3 monstrous geniuses on the Dao Affirmation list. However, in the hands of Ling Zhao, they were easily crushed and suppressed by Ling Zhao. His fist shocked the Skyprides. Everyone looked at Ling Zhao with eyes full of reverence. After today's battle, Ling Zhao's name will shake the 12 great emperor cities. Zhao Ritian said slowly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Then, a surge of battle intent surged out from him. Ling Zhao could defeat the ancient Skyprides and condense a physical body. Zhao Ritian could do the same. Shake the 12 great emperor cities? Chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation. These are the lords of the 4 great emperor cities. They are also the top 4 fellows on the Dao Affirmation list. They are the strongest existences. Only by defeating these 4 will you have the qualifications to ascend to the peak and strive for supremacy. Dark Ling Zhao said faintly. His eyes were also shining brightly. Oh my god, Ling Zhao is going to ascend to the heavens. He defeated the experts on the Dao Affirmation list as soon as he appeared. Now, even the 3 Skyprides can't suppress him. Is this what it means to be invincible? Yi Liangchen was also secretly shocked. He looked at Ling Zhao in the distance and his heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. Hee, this is my big brother, the future great emperor Ling Zhao. In this eternal emperor road, not only will the opportunity to become an emperor fall into my big brother's hands, only my big brother is qualified to obtain the legendary secret of transcendence. Kuan-Pung said with a smile. His eyes were filled with pride. He seemed to have completely forgotten about his previous thoughts of escaping from Ling Zhao. At this moment, he was incomparably glad that Ling Zhao was indeed the chosen one. Boom! An unparalleled fist came crashing down and sent Jiwu Supreme God flying again. Jiwu Supreme God's body shook violently as he coughed out blood. Ling Zhao, don't go too far. Jiwu Supreme God said angrily. His eyes were filled with fear. Go too far? Jiwu Supreme God, as an ancient skypride and the legendary Three Uniques King, you don't even have the determination to fight a fair battle with me. How disappointing. Ling Xiao shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The legendary Three Uniques King was only SOSO. Even though Jiwu Supreme God had reached the peak of the Emperor Road 3 times and was a peerless skypride who had dominated 3 eras, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was just a coward who had lost his courage. The road to becoming an emperor was filled with difficulties and dangers. If one did not have a fearless heart to overcome all obstacles, how could one attain the great Tao? The ancients might not necessarily be stronger than the people of today. Even the ancient skyprides might not be able to dominate the current era. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Jiwu Supreme God had lost his courage. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat today. I'll give you the position of the Lord of the Yinyang Emperor City. How about we call it a day? Jiwu Supreme God's eyes were filled with anger. However, in the end, he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said calmly. Admit defeat? Sure. Kill yourself and I'll let your true spirit enter the cycle of reincarnation. I'll leave you a complete corpse. How about that? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao, do you really think you've got me? If the 3 of us fight to the death, who knows who will emerge victorious today? Jiwu Supreme God said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not expect Ling Xiao to not let him go even after he had expressed his intention of admitting defeat. Blade Demon and Battle Axe's expressions were ugly. They stood beside Jiwu Supreme God with a trace of hesitation in their eyes. Jiwu Supreme God, you're right. I'm going to have you today. Since you're not willing to surrender, I'll send you on your way. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were dazzling, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. He had a reason to kill Jiwu Supreme God. Not to mention the thousands of origin Dao fruits on Jiwu Supreme God, Ling Xiao would not let him go just because he was a robber. Rumble, Ling Xiao attacked as soon as he finished speaking. His feet trembled as if there was an explosion. Chaotic light spewed out and a blazing light bloomed in his palm. It contained an ancient and mysterious aura. Behind Ling Xiao, there seemed to be an ancient hell rising, suppressing countless ancient gods and demons. A terrifying saber will suddenly erupted. A dazzling saber light soared into the sky and chopped down on Jiwu Supreme God, coupled with Ling Xiao's extreme physical speed, it arrived in front of Jiwu Supreme God in an instant. Not good. Is that the heaven-burying saber of Avicii Hell? Jiwu Supreme God, guard your Dao heart. Blade Demon's body shook violently as he cried out in alarm. As soon as his voice fell, the saber slashed down. Jiwu Supreme God felt a chill run down his spine. Although the saber looked distorted and illusory, as if it did not have any physical form, it made him feel extremely threatened. Heaven-burying saber of Avicii Hell, saber of heart, there was no need for Blade Demon to say anything. Divine light surged around Jiwu Supreme God as his origin energy rose and intertwined like divine chains of order. Jiwu Supreme God's origin Dao spirit appeared instantly. Thousands of strands of origin energy gathered to form a huge barrier, supporting the origin Dao spirit and blocking the saber. Rumble, as the saber light slashed down, the origin energy trembled violently before shattering inch by inch. Thousands of strands of origin energy were destroyed by Ling Xiao's saber, and the saber light sank into Jiwu Supreme God's body. Crack, a crisp sound rang out from within Jiwu Supreme God's body as if something had cracked. His heart was filled with a deep fear of Ling Xiao, causing the battle intent around him to dissipate by quite a bit. Not good. My Dao heart has been broken. Jiwu Supreme God's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Facing the hell of Avicii saber, even though he had unleashed the origin Dao spirit, there was already a flaw in his spirit. Previously, he had already developed fear of Ling Xiao and was no longer indestructible. Thus, Ling Xiao's saber took advantage of the situation and broke his Dao heart. The saber of the heart was unfathomable. If Ling Xiao had used the taboo saber right from the start, Jiwu God King would have had absolute confidence in winning. His Dao heart was strong and flawless, without any flaws. The taboo saber would not have been able to injure Jiwu God King's Dao heart. But now, Jiwu Supreme God's heart was filled with fear. Even though he used his origin Dao spirit to resist, his Dao heart was still broken by Ling Xiao's saber. Seeing the cold killing intent in Ling Zhao's eyes, Jiwu Supreme God's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, he shifted towards Blade Demon and Battle Axe. His Dao heart was broken. If he fought alone, he would probably die at Ling Zhao's hands soon. He had to rely on Blade Demon and Battle Axe. The three of them had to work together to stand a chance against Ling Xiao. What did I just see? Thousands of strands of origin energy actually erupted from Jiwu Supreme God's body? Someone in the Yin-Yang Imperial City exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Zhao's dazzling saber had broken Jiwu Supreme God's Dao heart. Although it was shocking, everyone's attention was drawn to the origin energy that had erupted from Jiwu Supreme God's body. Thousands of strands of origin energy. This means that he has thousands of origin Dao fruits in his body. How is this possible? Could he be? Everyone's faces were filled with shock as the same thought surfaced in their minds. A Dao robber. Only a Dao robber could form so many origin Dao fruits without restraint. They had never imagined that Jiwu Supreme God, the Lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City, would be a Dao robber. Jiwu Supreme God is a Dao robber? Damn it. He's the Lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City? If this continues, won't we all die at his hands? Everyone's faces were extremely ugly as they looked at Jiwu Supreme God with shock and anger. Lord Ling Xiao, please kill Jiwu Supreme God and the Dao robber. Someone shouted loudly. Instantly, many cultivators in Yin-Yang Emperor City began to shout in unison. The crowd's shouts were like thunder, whistling through the air and reaching the great Emperor battlefield. Jiwu Supreme God, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe's faces changed drastically. Blade Demon and Battle Axe, in particular, instinctively pulled away from Jiwu Supreme God. Rumble. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. He took advantage of this opportunity to break through the air and appear before Jiwu Supreme God in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at Jiwu Supreme God's head. Peak Ling Zhao's physical body had already broken through the extreme realm and reached the extreme realm. He had condensed his physical body's Dao spirit and reached the great perfection realm. When he attacked, it was as if he could ignore time and space, containing a great destructive power. The punch was already in front of Juno Divine King and landed on his head with unstoppable force. Gotcha! Juno Divine King's head seemed to have been struck by lightning. A crisp sound rang out and his head caved in. His skull shattered and yellow blood spurted out. However, what shocked Ling Xiao the most was that Jiwu Divine King's head was so tough that it wasn't any weaker than an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. His fist didn't manage to kill Jiwu Divine King. Boom! Ling Zhao's punch was extremely fast. His entire body was wrapped in a vast force of heaven and earth. He broke through the void and followed closely behind Juno Divine King with another punch. Get lost! Juno Divine King roared. His voice was filled with anger and fear. His body emitted a yellow light that was thick and mysterious, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, he used all his strength to erupt with all his cultivation. He pushed his arms out to block Ling Zhao's attack. That yellow light seemed to contain the origin of the earth and contained an extremely strong defensive force. When it collided with Ling Zhao's fist, a series of muffled sounds rang out. In the end, Ling Zhao's punch pierced through it. Gotcha! Juno Divine King's arms were blown apart by Ling Zhao's punch. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, Ling Zhao's punch landed on Juno Divine King's head again. Bang! Like a watermelon exploding, Juno Divine King's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A yellow light flashed and instantly entered Juno Divine King's body. It's a yellow chi? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Juno Divine King's indestructible primordial spirit was actually not in human form. It was a yellow chi that looked mysterious and unfathomable. It seemed to contain the aura of the great Dao. This also meant that Juno Divine King's original body was definitely not a human. It was some kind of strange object that had attained Dao. Rumble! Divine King Juno Void's body shone with a yellow light as his life force erupted. He reformed his body and looked at Ling Xiao with shock and fury. His head had been blown up by Ling Zhao's punch. Although he seemed to be unscathed, he was heavily injured. Cracks had appeared on his indestructible soul. At the same time, he felt some regret in his heart. The great sovereign's battlefield was extremely strange. One could enter but not leave. Unless he and Ling Xiao fought to the death, there was no way they could leave the battlefield. However, when he saw Ling Xiao condense a physical body and Dao spirit with his own eyes and display such heaven-defying battle prowess, even his Dao heart had been shattered, a sense of fear finally appeared in his heart. Ling Xiao, what do you want? Don't force me. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Juno God King roared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. At the same time, he looked at Blade Demon and Tomahawk and shouted, "Are you two really going to stand by and watch? If I die in Ling Xiao's hands, he won't let the two of you off." Blade Demon and Tomahawk shuddered as they understood that Juno God King was speaking the truth. Immediately, they flew across the sky and faced Ling Xiao together with Juno God King. Perish together? You'll have to have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and bright as he said indifferently. Rumble, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. It was vast and mighty, as if an extreme emperor's aura had awakened. It pressed down on Juno God King and the other two. Don't hold back. Unleash all your trump cards and kill him. Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Tomahawk looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Rumble, terrifying blood chi rose around the three of them, and a vast aura burst forth. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. The three utmost powerful beings pounced towards Ling Xiao like ferocious beasts from the ancient times. You're courting death. Since that's the case, the three of you can go to hell together. Ling Xiao said coldly. Rumble, a vast and unparalleled sword essence rose around him, and his aura instantly became extremely sharp. Blazing sword light exploded, making him look like a peerless divine sword that had been unsheathed. Sword, come! Ling Xiao shouted. Suddenly, a chilling light bloomed in the void. An ancient sword appeared in Ling Xiao's palm, giving off millions of dazzling lights. Sky-swallowing sword, the four celestial slaying swords merged together to form a peerless divine sword. Although it wasn't an extreme emperor weapon, it was stronger than an extreme emperor weapon. The moment the sky-swallowing sword appeared, everyone in the surroundings felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being enveloped by endless sword chi. Rumble, as Ling Xiao's sword slashed down from the sky-devouring sword soared into the sky and split into four peerless sword lights in the void. They were like heavenly pillars that hung in the chaos, as though they were going to tear the entire world apart. An incomparably terrifying sword formation instantly condensed. Juno God King, Blade Demon, and Tomahawk were all enveloped by the sword formation. Not good. It's a sword formation? Break the formation quickly. Blade Demon's expression changed as he roared. Clang, the ancient saber in his hand suddenly gave off a ferocious light as it slashed down from the sky. It collided with the sword chi in the sky and instantly created a tsunami of air waves. Being enveloped by the sword formation, the vague coordination between the three of them was instantly severed. These were the celestial slaying swords created by the heaven-reaching great emperor of the immortal world. They were known as the celestial slaying swords and could kill great emperors when used. Although the celestial slaying swords were no longer around and had been completely merged with the sky-swallowing sword, the sky-swallowing sword could still display the celestial slaying sword formation and release a power that was even more terrifying than the celestial slaying swords. Juno God King and Tomahawk's hearts pounded as they unleashed their powerful cultivation. They continuously attacked the sword formation in an attempt to break out of it. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he soared through the sky and punched towards Juno God King. Using the sky-swallowing sword and the celestial slaying sword formation to display the might of the sword formation was not only to trap the three supreme experts and prevent them from escaping, but also to make it easier for Ling Xiao to take them down one by one. The three of them were extremely strong. If any of them managed to escape, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, Ling Xiao had long harbored the intention of keeping all of them here. Seeing Ling Xiao's sudden appearance, Juno God King's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated and wanted to charge into the surging sword chi to meet up with Blade Demon and Tomahawk. Gotcha! Ling Xiao unleashed his strongest physical body strength. His fist imprints were like an immemorial divine mountain, enveloping God King Ju Wushuang within. Juno God King had nowhere to run and could only take Ling Xiao's punch head-on. Boom, Juno God King's body shook violently as blood spurted out from his mouth. Cracks appeared on his body as though he would shatter at any moment. Ling Xiao, don't you go too far. Juno God King roared. Ling Xiao did not reply to him. The killing intent in his eyes was as strong as steel. Boundless source energy surged around him as he punched out once more. Boom, the Xianhuang Qi around Juno God King surged out as an immortal and mysterious fluctuation spread out. Even though he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch, he still managed to block Ling Xiao's punch in the end. Kill! Ling Xiao roared out. His voice contained a boundless heavenly might as it surged towards Juno God King. Juno God King's Tao heart had already been broken. Now that he was intimidated by Ling Xiao's might, his heart could not help but tremble. But at this moment, Ling Xiao's invincible punch had already broken through the Xianhuang Qi barrier around him and landed on his chest. Kacha, on Juno God King's body, dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Blazing black and yellow qi spewed out from them. Even though his physical body was extremely strong, he was still unable to withstand Ling Xiao's ferocious and domineering fist. His body exploded with a loud bang. Freeze! Ling Xiao bellowed. The strand of Xianhuang Qi that wanted to escape from Juno Divine King's body shuddered and stopped in the void. Ling Xiao pointed out with a finger. His finger radiance contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything as it landed on the Xianhuang Qi. Boom, the Xianhuang Qi trembled violently as runes broke apart one after another. Vaguely, an incomparably hideous face appeared. At the same time, there was a trace of unconcealable fear. It was Juno God King. Ling Xiao, spare me. Juno God King's indestructible primordial spirit became extremely dim. He even felt the threat of death as he begged for mercy. He was a 3 ultimate king and had reached the peak 3 times. There was a very high chance that he could attain Tao and become an emperor. Naturally, he was not willing to die here. He even thought that if Ling Xiao spared his life, it would not be impossible for him to join Ling Xiao and become his follower. It's too late. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Within his sharp finger radiance, the power of time and space intertwined. A vast force descended and instantly destroyed Juno God King's primordial spirit. The origin Tao fruits within the indestructible primordial spirit were forcefully extracted by Ling Xiao and suppressed within his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Boom, Juno God King's indestructible primordial spirit exploded, turning into streams of pure Xianhuang Qi that dissipated into the surroundings and merged back into Juno God King's body. Juno God King's corpse had turned into a huge Xianhuang rock that flowed with a mysterious light. There were a total of 9 orifices on it and it breathed in chaotic qi. It looked extremely mysterious. The original body is the 9 orifices Xianhuang rock? No wonder. Even though his primordial spirit has been wiped away by me, the 9 orifices Xianhuang rock is indestructible. It's a supreme treasure that can be used to forge extreme Tao Emperor weapons. In the future, it might even be able to gain sentience. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. He waved his sleeves and kept the 9 orifices Xianhuang rock. As for the treasures on Juno God King's body, he would take his time to investigate them. At this point, Juno God King had fallen. Rumble, the great emperor's battlefield above Yinyang Imperial City instantly shattered and everyone appeared above Yinyang Imperial City. The great emperor's battlefield has been broken. Who died? Everyone's body trembled as they asked curiously. Could Juno God King have fallen? Someone guessed. They looked up and saw 4 dazzling sword lights hanging high in the void. Within the powerful sword formation, sword qi surged violently as it trembled violently. The fact that the sword formation had not been broken meant that Ling Xiao was still alive. Then, it was obvious who had died. Rumble. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying power erupted with a loud bang. It contained the power of great destruction. It was as if a supreme emperor had awakened. It directly broke a hole in the sword formation, and then 2 figures frantically fled from it. They were the Blade Demon and War Axe. Juno God King is dead? Ling Xiao's strength is too terrifying. Run! The Blade Demon and War Axe's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, the 2 of them looked extremely miserable, as if their vitality had been greatly damaged. In order to break out of the sword formation, not only did they use a forbidden move, but they had also exhausted their powerful foundation. Only then could they erupt with power close to that of a great emperor and escape from the sword formation. Ling Xiao was still in an intense battle with Juno God King and had no time to control the sword formation. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for them to escape. However, the Blade Demon and War Axe's fighting spirit had disappeared. After seeing the great emperor's battlefield broken, they only wanted to escape. Ling Xiao was too terrifying, rumble. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light that seemed to have split the heavens and the earth came crashing down on the battle axe. At the same time, the wind and clouds and the void surged as killing intent surged. A domineering blade light that seemed to have come from hell slashed towards the blade demon. Trying to escape? Have you asked for our permission? Today, not only will Yinyang Imperial City have a new master, but so will Celestial Battling Imperial City. Two overbearing and arrogant voices reverberated in the sky above the Yinyang Imperial City. They were filled with insufferably arrogance. A few figures appeared in the void. Their auras were powerful and unfathomable. The ones who had spoken were Old Goat and Daoist Wuliang. On the other hand, Dugu Chobai and Domineering Blade unleashed their most powerful sword intent and saber light to block Tomahawk and Saber Demon. Get lost. War Axe and Blade Demon were shocked and furious. They roared and charged towards Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao in an attempt to break out of the encirclement and escape. Ling Xiao, who was behind them, was a fatal threat. They did not want to stay here for a second longer. Old Goat? Daoist Wuliang? Senior Dugu? Ba Dao? Ling Xiao stepped out of the sword formation. When he saw Old Goat and the others, he could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy. After hundreds of years of ups and downs and killings on the Eternal Emperor's road, old friends had their own destinies. Finally, they were reunited in the 12 imperial cities. Today, the sword had slain a supreme god. Old friends were reunited and it was time to celebrate with the blood of the enemy. Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao's cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, peerless imperial emperors. Facing Tomahawk and Blade Demon, both of their eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Dugu Chobai's sword intent merged into one as though he had merged with the heavens and earth. His sword intent was boundless and seemed to be everywhere. However, it sent chills down everyone's spine. It was a mysterious and powerful origin aura that could only be emitted when one had cultivated the sword principle to the highest level. As for Ba Dao, he looked at Blade Demon as though he had seen his nemesis. Terrifying sword intent rose around him as he faced Blade Demon head-on. The two supreme experts of the sword principle were both successors of the Forbidden Sword. They looked at each other and saw each other as their greatest enemy. War Axe and Blade Demon's faces were extremely ugly. They could feel that Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao were extremely powerful. However, they had lost their courage because of Ling Xiao. It wasn't the best time to fight. However, Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao didn't give them a chance to hesitate. They attacked immediately. Rumble, the sword chi was unparalleled and extremely dazzling. The sword light that filled the sky surged like stars and enveloped the battle axe. The sword light was like a heavenly river as it swept across the sky. The vast and terrifying sword intent contained pure killing intent as it slashed towards Blade Demon. The battle between the four supreme experts instantly broke out. Kill. Today, we will kill all of them. Leave no one alive. How dare you touch my brother? Are you tired of living? The white dragon horse and the old goat laughed proudly. Instantly, they charged forward like a black whirlwind. Their huge hooves were like mountains as they pressed down on a Sir God. Daoist Wuliang looked indifferent as a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. Instantly, 3,000 rays of light bloomed like a vast river towards Ju Wu Supreme Being's subordinates. Ha ha ha. That's right. Ju Wu Supreme Being is dead. It's time for us to clean up the mess. Zhao Ritian laughed arrogantly. After killing two Sir Gods, he was surrounded by a murderous aura. Bathed in blood, his aura became even more terrifying. Dark Ling Xiao was also surrounded by surging demonic qi. The chaotic demonic flame burned the void as unparalleled fist imprints continued to fall. The Divine King has already died in Ling Xiao's hands. Run. We can't continue fighting. Hurry up and escape from Yinyang Emperor City. Ling Xiao is too terrifying. No one is his match at all. The death of Ju Wu Divine King had made everyone tremble with fear, especially the 10 Sir Gods and many high-level emperors. Originally, they had suffered heavy casualties in the hands of Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. At that moment, their fighting spirit had completely vanished. Their faces were filled with terror as they frantically fled out of the Yinyang Imperial City. However, with the addition of the Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, White Dragon Horse, Dark Soaring Clouds, Zhao Ritian, Kuanping, and Yi Liangchen, the few of them were like an army of thousands of men and horses. They kept chasing after the followers of Juno God King. In the sky above Yinyang Emperor City, there was a bloodbath. Although the cultivators in Yinyang Emperor City were excited that Ling Xiao had killed Juno God King as he had eliminated a robber like Juno God King, they were also in awe of Ling Xiao's strength. Among the 10 Sir Gods, 4 or 5 of them had already been killed by Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. With the addition of the Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, and White Dragon Horse, the remaining Sir Gods were frightened and their fighting power was greatly reduced. They didn't hold on for long and died one after another. Needless to say, the high-level emperors were all covered in blood and died. The entire Yinyang Emperor City was shrouded in a thick smell of blood and ferocious aura. The cultivators in Yinyang Emperor City were all terrified. The same thought appeared in their minds. Yinyang Emperor City had changed hands. Ling Xiao didn't take any action. He only took out the sky-swallowing sword. The sword chi swept across 30,000 miles and hung high above Yinyang Emperor City. It locked onto War Axe and Blade Demon to prevent them from escaping. War Axe and Blade Demon were naturally left to Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao. Naturally, these two battles were extremely intense. Especially War Axe and Blade Demon. When they realized that they had no chance of escaping, they went completely crazy. They attacked Dugu Chobai and Ba Dao with all their might, bursting with an extremely strong desire to live. Ling Xiao didn't take part in the battle. Instead, he was searching for the treasures on Ju Wu Supreme Being's body. The one that caught his attention the most was naturally the 1,000 origin Dao fruits in Ju Wu Supreme Being's body. 1,000 origin Dao fruits, this God King Ju Wu should be considered a supreme expert even among Dao robbers, right? However, he shouldn't be the so-called robber lord. I just don't know the true identity of a robber lord. Could he be one of the top few on the Dao affirmation list? Ling Xiao thought to himself. 1,000 origin Dao fruits, all of them perfect quality. However, Ling Xiao also found 50 white jade treasure boxes on Ju Wu Supreme Being's body. There were still 500 origin Dao fruits that hadn't been refined. In total, there were a shocking 1,500 origin Dao fruits. Moreover, all of them were perfect quality. I'm afraid Ju Wu Supreme Being hasn't had time to refine these 500 origin Dao fruits. If he has 1,500 origin Dao fruits, it won't be so easy for me to kill him. Ling Xiao guessed. He carefully sifted through them. Among the 1,500 origin Dao fruits, there were many duplicate origin Dao fruits. There were less than 800 that he could use. To be exact, there were 780. If I refine all 780 origin Dao fruits, I'll have 1,600 origin Dao fruits in my body. Perhaps 1,600 origin Dao fruits will be enough to push my cultivation straight to the 9th level of the Imperial Lord realm? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with anticipation. He was extremely satisfied with his gains from this battle. Although the battle with Ju Wu Supreme Being had been difficult, his gains had been immense. As expected, killing robbers was the fastest way to obtain origin Dao fruits. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Ju Wu Supreme Being was simply a child of wealth. He was almost on par with Zhao Ritian. Not only had he contributed so many origin Dao fruits, but he had also contributed the 9 orifice black yellow rock and the position of Lord of Yinyang Emperor City. After killing Ju Wu Supreme Being, Ling Xiao discovered a golden seal in his indestructible primordial spirit. It contained vast heavenly energy. It was the authority of the Lord of Yinyang Emperor City. As long as he refined that golden seal, he would become the new Lord of Yinyang Emperor City. Rumble, the 2 battles above Yinyang Emperor City ended quickly. Although Battle Axe was strong, he had already been injured by Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had encountered Dugu Chobai, who was even stronger. It didn't take long for him to let out an unwilling and despairing roar before dying at Duguchobai's hands. The seal of Celestial Battling City had fallen into Duguchobai's hands. As long as Duguchobai refined it, he would become the Lord of Celestial Battling City. Blade Demon and Domineering Blade were both successors of the Forbidden Blade. Both of them were extremely strong. In the end, Domineering Blade was injured and had to pay a heavy price to kill Blade Demon. Blade Demon, a genius of the demon race who had once competed with Buishu and Wushuang, had died in Domineering Blade's hands. After Blade Demon's death, the Avicii Hell God Burying Blade seemed to have a mind of its own. It turned into a mysterious and dazzling blade radiance and entered Ling Xiao's body. This was because Ling Xiao had destroyed Blade Demon's Dao heart during his battle with Blade Demon. He had also intercepted part of the Avicii Hell God Burying Blade's blade intent. That was why the Avicii Hell God Burying Blade had been attracted to him. Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade had not expected such a change. Big brother, the Avicii Hell God Burying Blade is fated to be with you. It should be in your hands. My blade intent has improved greatly. Quality is more important than quantity, so you don't have to mind it. Domineering Blade looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. All right. We're brothers. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 100 years. I'm afraid even I am no match for you now. Duguchobai also walked over and smiled at Ling Xiao. Senior Dugu, you flatter me. In terms of cultivation, Duguchobai is one step ahead of others. It seems like Senior Dugu's great Dao is within reach after the Void Realm. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Great Dao is within reach? The only Emperor's Dao is not that easy to achieve. Not to mention, I'm afraid the legendary secret of transcendence will appear this time. Duguchobai said with a sigh. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Hee, since we've reunited, we should have a good chat. This place is not suitable. Let's go to the governor's mansion. Now that Ling Xiao is the governor of Yinyang Imperial City, it's a good opportunity for us to see the mysteries of Yinyang Imperial City. The old goat said with a smile. He did not treat himself as an outsider and led everyone to the governor's mansion, which was previously the Divine King's mansion. That's right. Let's go to the governor's mansion first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He suppressed his excitement and led the group to the city lord's mansion. The battle had come to an end. Juwu Divine King, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe, the three supreme skyprides on the Dao validation list, had fallen. None of them had escaped. The news of this battle seemed to have grown legs and flew towards the 12 imperial cities. It would not be long before this battle would shock the 12 imperial cities. Ling Xiao would also become one of the most dazzling figures in the 12 imperial cities. Ling Xiao is too heaven-defying. 3 geniuses of the ancient era had been killed, including Zhu Wushan Wang, the 3 ultimates king. Looks like it's already full of suspense as to who will be able to reach the peak of the realm of nothingness. That's right. After this battle, I'm sure Ling Xiao's name on the Dao validation list will change. I wonder where he will be ranked. He should be in the top 6, right? It's also possible for him to be in the top 4. After all, he suppressed 3 supreme skyprides on his own. It's not likely for him to be in the top 4. Of the top 4 existences, which one of them wasn't a heaven-defying figure to the extreme? Although there are 12 imperial cities, the chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation cities are different from the other imperial cities. No matter what, Ling Xiao already has the qualifications to compete with those heaven-defying figures. The final Void Realm, the battle at the pinnacle, I'm really looking forward to it. In the Yinyang Imperial City, the cultivators seemed to have yet to recover from the battle as they watched Ling Xiao and the others leave. Their eyes were filled with reverence. The center of the 12 imperial cities was known as the Void Realm. The Void Realm was the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. There were no living creatures, no world, and not even the heavenly Dao. There was only nothingness. However, everything could be found in the Void Realm. The Void Realm was also known as the Infinity. The Infinity gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji gave birth to all things. If the Void Realm was the Infinity, and the Chaos Realm was Taiji, then the Chaos Realm was born from the Void Realm. Naturally, all things in the world originated from the void realm. The realm of nothingness was incomparably mysterious. No one knew what was inside, but everyone knew that Tao-confirming opportunities came from the realm of nothingness. The creation of transcendence also came from the realm of nothingness. In the 12 imperial cities, everyone was waiting for the void realm to open. However, at that moment, there were several powerful divine consciousnesses intertwining in the void realm. Juwu is dead. Juwu is one of the 4 generals under the Tribulation Master. His strength is not much weaker than ours. Who killed him? It's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Was he the so-called Heaven's Chosen One? He was actually able to kill Juwu. We must avenge Juwu. This is news from the Tribulation Master. We can't do anything for now. We have to wait for the void realm to fully open. Then, we can help the Tribulation Master achieve great things. It seems like we can only let Ling Xiao live for a while longer. Don't worry. He's no match for the Tribulation Master. Once the void realm opens, he'll definitely die. Those powerful divine consciousnesses conversed with each other. In the end, they returned to the figures with powerful auras. Then, they were shrouded by the void realm and disappeared without a trace. Chaos Imperial City. Interesting. He used Ju Wu, Blade Demon, and Battle Axe to form a physical body and Tao spirit? Ling Xiao did not disappoint me. The 9th prince, who was shrouded in resplendent immortal light, said indifferently. His eyes shone with a strange light. 9th prince, he's now the lord of Yinyang Imperial City. When the void realm opens, he'll become one of your greatest enemies. One of the elite followers with a powerful aura said respectfully to the 9th prince. It's true that he's my opponent, but he can't be considered an enemy. The Eternal Emperor Road isn't as simple as it seems. When the void realm opens, blood is destined to flow like rivers. The 9th prince said indifferently. His eyes were deep, as if they could see through the chaos and into the depths of the void realm. Then how should we deal with Ling Xiao? Although the follower didn't understand, he still asked. Just treat him normally. We have our own matters to attend to. I have a feeling that the void realm will open soon. This is a battle for supremacy, a battle for transcendence. Our goal is not to reach the supremacy, but the secret of transcendence. Do you understand? The 9th prince said indifferently. Yes. The group of followers with powerful auras trembled, then bowed to the 9th prince in unison. For others, it might be difficult to prove one's Tao and become an emperor. However, for the 9th prince, proving one's Tao wasn't that difficult. In fact, it was very simple. The secret of transcendence was the 9th prince's true goal in coming to the Eternal Emperor Road. The Supreme Being Mansion had been changed to the Governor's Mansion. Aside from those who had died in the battle, the rest of the followers of Supreme Being Ju Wu had escaped. The entire Governor's Mansion was empty. When Ling Xiao and the rest entered the Governor's Mansion, they felt that it was cold and empty. However, that did not affect their excitement. When old friends met, they had endless things to talk about. They took out all kinds of rare fruits, delicacies, and precious nectar in the spacious square of the Governor's Mansion. They were prepared to drink until they were drunk. Ling Xiao and Kuan-Ping had been wandering in the chaotic wilderness for hundreds of years. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships and countless life and death situations, they had obtained a lot of treasures in the chaotic wilderness. Now, they were all placed on a huge stone table. The treasures shone brightly and the fragrance filled their nostrils. It was very appetizing. After going through a life and death battle, in addition to the joy of reuniting with old friends, they were completely relaxed. Crystal cups were clinked and everyone was drinking to their heart's content. Their faces were filled with smiles. Even Darkness Ling Xiao, who had always been cold and indifferent, had a much gentler look on his face. He kept drinking with the old goat and Taoist Wu Liang. They had their arms around each other's shoulders and looked very intimate. Zhao Ritian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew better than anyone how arrogant and cold Darkness Ling Xiao was. He did not even take him, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, seriously. Now, he was treating old goat and Taoist Wu Liang differently. However, he did not know that among everyone, only old goat and Taoist Wu Liang knew the real identity of Darkness Ling Xiao. They knew that darkness Ling Xiao was Ling Zhao's darkness doppelganger. At this moment, the old goat and Taoist Wuliang had an extremely strange feeling as they drank with Ling Zhao's clone with their arms around his shoulders. The Kuanping and the white dragon horse both had the talent of space. At this moment, they also looked at each other. They raised their crystal cups and drank continuously. Soon, they began to become familiar with each other as if they regretted not having met earlier. If they weren't in Yin Emperor City, the two of them would have rushed into the chaotic space to compare their spatial speed. Yi Liangzhen pulled Ba Dao and each of them held a huge demonic beast's leg in their hands. The leg was roasted until it was golden. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They were eating the meat while drinking wine. Du Guchobai sat there, sipping the wine in his cup. His expression was calm, and the sharp sword intent around him was withdrawn. He looked like an elegant young man with a unique demeanor. At this moment, Zhao Ritian walked up to Ling Xiao with a cup of wine in his hand. His eyes were filled with emotion. Ling Xiao, I did not expect you to have even condensed a physical body and Dao spirit. After the end of the Eternal Emperor Road, you will probably become an emperor, right? Zhao Ritian had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. Ever since the War God world, he had always treated Ling Xiao as his strongest opponent. Although he was the son of the Celestial Emperor and had many fortuitous encounters, allowing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds every time, Ling Xiao did not disappoint him. Ling Xiao was stronger every time. Just like now, both he and Ling Xiao were at the 8th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, Ling Xiao had killed Divine King Ju Wu, who was ranked 8th on the Dao confirmation list. His strength was unfathomable. Although Zhao Ritian did not want to admit it, he had no choice but to believe that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Although he had the inheritance of the 9 emperors of the human race and the Celestial Emperor's foundation, Ling Xiao's strength did not disappoint him. He was indeed Zhao Ritian's lifelong enemy. Dao confirmation and Emperor realm? Brother Ritian, aren't you the same? I feel that among everyone here, the one who has the highest chance of becoming an Emperor realm is you. When you break through to the unparalleled Imperial Emperor realm, I might not be able to defeat you. Ling Xiao naturally understood Zhao Ritian's thoughts and said with a smile. His words were not entirely to comfort Zhao Ritian. He could feel a mysterious and ancient power in Zhao Ritian's body that made his heart palpitate. Zhao Ritian was only at the 8th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. When he broke through to the 9th heaven, Zhou Tian's physical body would be complete, and he might be able to unleash his full strength. Eh? Ling Xiao has good taste. He's right. Ritian, when you break through to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm and completely integrate the foundation of the 9 emperors of the human race, you will be the strongest you. Second uncle's slightly surprised voice rang in Zhao Ritian's heart. Second uncle, you're awake? Zhao Ritian asked in surprise. After entering Eternal Emperor Road, second uncle's deep sleep had become more frequent. I'm fine. The realm of nothingness should be opening soon, right? I have to step into the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm as soon as possible and integrate the foundation of the 9 emperors of the human race. Then, I will fight for the secret of transcendence. Second uncle said solemnly. The secret of transcendence? It's not that easy. Moreover, until now, I don't even know what the secret of transcendence is. Zhao Ritian said with a bitter smile. When you enter the realm of nothingness, you might know. The battles in the realm of nothingness will be extremely intense. Your current strength is not enough. Second uncle said. I understand. I will do my best. Zhao Ritian nodded and said. Ling Xiao, when we enter the realm of nothingness, I want to have a fair fight with you. Zhao Ritian was silent for a moment before he raised his head to look at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with an extremely strong battle intent. You want to fight with me? Of course. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He understood Zhao Ritian's thoughts. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. If this son of the Celestial Emperor were to break through to the 9th level of the Imperial Monarch realm and completely fuse with the reserves left behind by the Celestial Emperor, then exactly how formidable would he be? However, Ling Xiao was also preparing to go into seclusion. He had obtained so many origin Dao fruits from Ju Wu Supreme Being. With the help of the master of Yin Emperor City, He might be able to break through to the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. The current 12 imperial cities looked very peaceful. The Skyprides on the Tao validation list rarely fought each other because they were all waiting for the opening of the realm of nothingness. One could imagine that there would be an extremely intense battle in the realm of nothingness, for the opportunity to become an imperial emperor, for the secret of transcendence. No one would let go of this opportunity. Ling Xiao, after today's battle, the Tao confirmation rankings will probably be updated very soon. You'll definitely be able to step foot into the top 10 of the Tao confirmation rankings. However, the 4 fellows at the top of the rankings will be formidable enemies for you in the future. You must be careful. The old goat walked over and said with a solemn expression. Who are the top 4 on the Tao validation list? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Although he was ranked 36th on the Tao validation list, Ling Xiao hadn't seen the complete list yet. At the mention of the top 4 on the Tao validation list, everyone put down their wine glasses and looked a little serious. The 4th on the Tao validation list is the master of reincarnation Imperial City, Yu Ming. Legend has it that he's an expert from the ancient era and a son of a great emperor. He has stepped onto the peak of the Eternal Emperor Road 6 times and is a 6th ultimate king. Even a 9th heaven Imperial Emperor realm ancient beast couldn't last a single move against him. The old goat said slowly. The 3rd on the Tao validation list is the master of Karma Imperial City, Tathagata. He's also an extremely powerful ancient prodigy born in the Buddha era and has stepped onto the peak of the Eternal Emperor Road 7 times. He's a 7 ultimate king. The 2nd on the Tao validation list is the master of Chaos Imperial City, Hong Tian. However, he's not an ancient prodigy, but the 9th son of the immortal world's immortal emperor. He's also known as the 9th prince. The reason he's ranked 2nd is because he killed Wu Xingtian, an 8 ultimate king, and replaced him. That's why he's ranked 2nd on the Tao validation list. When the old goat mentioned the 9th prince of the immortal race, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was a dazzling peerless prodigy who was known as the number 1 prodigy of the immortal race. His strength was unfathomable, and even Ling Xiao seemed to pale in comparison to the 9th prince. This Hong Tian's strength is unfathomable. Although he's ranked 2nd on the Tao validation list, many people think he might have the strength of the 1st on the Tao validation list. However, he hasn't fought the person who's ranked 1st. Taoist Wuliang chimed in with a solemn look in his eyes. The 9th prince of the immortal race, Hong Tian? A trace of surprise appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. He hadn't expected to hear about the 9th prince here. He was naturally no stranger to the 9th prince. When he'd infiltrated the immortal world, he'd sensed the 9th prince's strength. That unfathomable aura, which was as deep as the sea, had left a deep impression on him. He hadn't expected the 9th prince Hong Tian to be ranked 2nd on the Tao validation list. Ling Xiao was the son of God. With the enmity between the God race and the immortal race, perhaps the two of them would fight in the realm of nothingness. However, Ling Xiao recalled the 9th prince's attitude towards him. There didn't seem to be much hatred, which was very strange. Then who's ranked 1st on the Tao validation list? Kuanping asked curiously. If the 6 ultimate kings and 7 ultimate kings were only ranked 3rd and 4th, then could the 9 ultimate king be ranked 1st? The 1st on the Tao validation list is called Sakura. He's the master of Fortune Imperial City, but no one knows his origins. Some say he's a 10 ultimate king, while others say he's a contemporary prodigy. There's very little information about him. As for why he's ranked 1st on the Tao validation list, it's because he can fight a great emperor without losing. At the mention of the Tao validation list's 1st place, even the old goat's eyes flashed with a trace of dread. His voice was full of emotion. What? He fought a great emperor without losing? How could there be a great emperor in the Eternal Emperor Road? Kuanping was shocked, and his eyes were full of surprise. Even Ling Zhao's eyes shone with a brilliant light. If Sakura really did have the battle prowess of a great emperor, then wouldn't that mean he was on the same level as the great Void Emperor? He hadn't become a great emperor, but he could slay one. Such a peerless character would be hard to come by in countless epics, right? There are no living great emperors on the Eternal Emperor Road, but there are dead great emperors. This Sakura once forced his way into a great emperor's place of Tao conversion and fought a battle spirit with the battle prowess of a great emperor without losing. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle spirit could only unleash 3 full power attacks from a great emperor, many people would think that Sakura had the power to slay an emperor. Everyone saw this with their own eyes several years ago, so he is fully deserving of being ranked first. Duguchobai stood up and slowly spoke with a powerful battle intent in his eyes. Slaying an emperor, these 2 words caused everyone to fall silent. In everyone's mind, a great emperor represented invincibility, an existence capable of suppressing the heavens and ruling over the eons. They were the strongest in an epic, so who could kill such a character? Since the start of time, there were only a handful of people capable of slaying emperors before reaching the Tao. One could even count them on one's hand. If such a great genius didn't die, he would definitely become a great emperor. Of course, the human epic was glorious and resplendent. 2 peerless characters had appeared, the Heaven Emperor and the Great Void Emperor. Both of them accomplished the feat of slaying emperors at the Imperial Lord realm. However, such characters only existed in the legends. Slaying an emperor, huh? Ling Zhao's heart also felt a little heavy, and the sharpness in his eyes was unparalleled. The current Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Perhaps when Ling Xiao broke through to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Lord realm and merged with the origin Tao fruit, he would be able to fight against a great emperor with his physical body, Tao spirit, and many other trump cards. However, it would still be extremely difficult to slay an emperor. Perhaps after I condense the 4 Tao spirits, I can slay an emperor? This Sakura is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Zhao Ritian, you're the son of the Heaven Emperor. Isn't your surname Di? Could it be that this Sakura has something to do with you? Yi Liangchen looked at Zhao Ritian curiously and asked. I'm not sure either. Perhaps when I see this Sakura, I can ask him. Zhao Ritian smiled slightly, but there was a trace of arrogance in his eyes. He was very unconvinced. If Sakura could slay an emperor, so could he. Although it's extremely difficult to slay an emperor, it's not impossible. Just like the 9th prince of the immortal tribe, he might have the strength to slay an emperor. Among us, Ling Xiao, Senior Dugu, and Zhao Ritian also have hope. Daoist Wuliang said slowly. Slay an emperor? Darkness Ling Xiao, who was at the side, did not say anything, but there was an extremely strong battle intent in his eyes. The 2 words seemed to have some kind of magic, causing everyone to be immersed in it and their hearts to tremble. However, it's a little strange that this Sakura's strength is unfathomable. He should be occupying the Chaos Emperor City, the leader of the 12 Emperor Cities. However, he chose Destiny Emperor City. Could it be that he's really not as good as the 9th prince? The White Dragon Horse also interjected and asked in confusion. This question stunned everyone. After thinking carefully for a while, they still couldn't find the answer. Ling Xiao remained silent for a while and said slowly, the word destiny is extremely special. Although there are 3,000 great Daos, chaos is the first and destiny is the second. However, chaos encompasses all 3,000 great Daos. It can be said that chaos exists in all 3,000 great Daos origins. If we were to really talk about it, destiny is the real origin. After all, even the great emperors can't be said to be truly immortal and immortal. They still haven't jumped out of the river of destiny and control their own destiny. Perhaps only those who have transcended can be truly immortal. As for transcending, perhaps it's just like what I've guessed, transcending destiny, transcending one's own destiny, transcending the destiny of all living beings, and transcending the destiny of the heavenly Tao. Ling Zhao's voice was as loud as a bell. Although it was just a guess, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiao went into seclusion. The 4 great sky prides on the Tao affirmation list gave everyone a lot of pressure. To be exact, it was Sakura and the 9th prince. These 2 peerless figures had the strength to slay emperors. Their strength was unfathomable. Once the realm of nothingness opened, it would be extremely stressful to face them. Duguchobai returned to Celestial Battle City. He had severed his battle axe and obtained the seal to become the city lord. He was also prepared to use the benefits of comprehending the heavenly Tao's origin to improve his strength. Zhao Ritian left the 12 emperor cities. According to him, his opportunity was not in the 12 emperor cities but in the primal chaos wilderness. He was prepared to cultivate in seclusion in the primal chaos wilderness and break through to the 9th heaven of the imperial emperor realm. Dark Ling Xiao also left Yinyang Emperor City. He was prepared to fight with the ancient skyprides. His cultivation would only improve faster in battles. As for the old goat, Daoist Wuliang, the white dragon horse, the Kuan Peng, and Yi Liangchen, they remained in Yinyang Emperor City. On one hand, they were protecting Ling Xiao. On the other hand, they were preparing to cultivate in seclusion. When the time came, they would enter the Void Realm with Ling Xiao. Ji Feishuan defeated the City Lord of Life and Death Emperor City and became the new City Lord. She also went into seclusion after sending a fairy from the Feather Race to deliver a message. Although the 12 Emperor cities were in an uproar for a short while because of the battle between Ling Xiao and Jiwu Divine King, it soon returned to normal. Many skyprides and monstrous geniuses were waiting for the realm of nothingness to open. They were all in seclusion to improve their strength as much as possible. At the top of the heaven-reaching tower, in the chaos void, Ling Xiao refined the golden seal and arrived at the top of the heaven-reaching tower. He instantly felt the vast origin of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao's aura was incomparably powerful. All kinds of profundities appeared in his heart, increasing his speed of comprehending the heavenly Tao's origin by 1,000 times. This was the benefit of being the city lord of Yinyang Emperor City. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the chaos void with his eyes closed. His body was shrouded in chaos mist and dazzling rays of light. He looked mysterious and unfathomable. 1,600 origin Tao fruits floated in a sea of consciousness like dazzling stars, emitting vast and mysterious light. Boundless origin energy surged out of the origin Tao fruit and poured into Ling Xiao's body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Originally, he had 820 essence Tao fruits in his body. God King Juno Void had given him 780 perfect essence Tao fruits. As he refined them, his aura became increasingly unfathomable. Behind Ling Xiao, qi and blood surged, and a bright light shone. A blood-red figure appeared, looking agile and mysterious, very similar to Ling Xiao. It was the Tao spirit of his physical body. After condensing his physical body, Ling Xiao felt as if his physical body had become one with the chaos around him. There was a world in his body that could evolve all kinds of mysteries. His physical body was completely complete and filled with a kind of immortal fluctuation. Currently, it would not be difficult for Ling Xiao to take on an extreme Tao Emperor weapon with his physical body. At this moment, as Ling Xiao refined the origin Tao fruit, an extremely mysterious phenomenon appeared in the chaotic void before him. A vast starry sky appeared, shining with dazzling stars. Blazing light poured down and merged into Ling Xiao's body. Heavenly Tao origin surged endlessly like divine chains of order, interweaving around Ling Xiao, helping him refine the origin Tao fruit. The fortune jade disc that had already fused with Ling Xiao's body buzzed and trembled. 3,000 resplendent beams of light rose up, forming a mysterious connection with the origin of the heavenly ways. They constantly captured the origin energy and fused it into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao refined the origin Tao fruit extremely quickly. Before long, the 1,600 origin Tao fruits had completely become a part of Ling Xiao. The boundless origin energy intertwined and surged into Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit, causing his indestructible primordial spirit to skyrocket. Going from 8th Heaven's Imperial Emperor to 9th Heaven's Imperial Emperor was actually a process of quantitative change that led to qualitative change. One had to cultivate their physical body, origin energy, primordial spirit, and spirit to perfection before they could combine the 4 Taos and step into the peerless Imperial Emperor realm. Of course, everyone's talent and potential were different. Naturally, their combat strength would be different after breaking through to the peerless Imperial Emperor realm. To Ling Xiao, his accumulation was too deep. Originally, it would not be so easy to break through from 8th Heaven's Imperial Emperor realm to 9th Heaven's Imperial Emperor realm. However, with these 780 origin Tao fruits and the vast heavenly Tao origin here, it could quickly nourish Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit and spirit power. Rumble, a vast and terrifying pressure erupted from Ling Xiao's body. His entire body bloomed with resplendent light. His qi and blood soared, incomparably sharp. It was as if a wisp of qi and blood power could kill a peerless expert. With a thought, he could shake the heavens. His body was filled with endless mighty power, especially the 1,600 origin Tao fruits in his primordial spirit sea. At the same time, they released a vast great Tao origin. It was terrifying to the extreme. As the 1,600 origin Tao fruits released a vast amount of origin energy at the same time, it surged into Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's body was crystal clear and flawless as glass. His primordial spirit was also incomparably powerful. Sitting cross-legged in the endless void, it was as if he could open up an endless world with a thought. Ling Zhao's cultivation began to skyrocket. From 8th Heaven's Imperial Emperor realm, it rapidly rose to 9th Heaven's Imperial Emperor realm. Above the heaven-reaching tower, the endless chaotic mist gushed into Ling Zhao's body. Vast and majestic energy poured into his body. Ling Zhao's cultivation had naturally broken through to the 9th level of the Imperial Monarch realm. Rumble. There seemed to be muffled thunder in Ling Zhao's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Divine chains of order intertwined. His body seemed to have formed a crystalline divine kingdom. Every particle began to emit chaotic light. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, forming small worlds. The Tao spirit of the physical body behind Ling Zhao also became more corporeal. Blood-red light surged and blood rose. The Tao spirit of the physical body was ancient and mysterious. It exuded a monstrous energy fluctuation. It was like a fiend god that walked out of the chaos. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This was the Tao spirit of the physical body. It could merge with Ling Zhao as one. It could also fight independently like an avatar. It represented an invincible physical body that could crush everything. After obtaining the Tao spirit of the physical body, Ling Zhao's combat strength could be said to have skyrocketed. I didn't expect that after my cultivation broke through to 9th Heaven's Imperial Emperor realm, I would be able to increase the power of the Tao spirit of the physical body. However, since I entered Eternal Emperor Road, I have been tempering my physical body and strengthening it. In addition, my physical body has merged with the primordial purple vapor and 2 chaos treasures. That's why I can easily condense the Tao spirit of the physical body. However, if I want to condense the origin Tao spirit, primordial spirit, and heart Tao spirit, it will be very difficult. Especially the origin Tao spirit. Perhaps there will only be hope when I gather 3,000 origin Tao fruits. As for the primordial spirit and heart Tao spirit, it will be easier. When my indestructible primordial spirit is nourished and strengthened for a period of time, I might be able to make a breakthrough. My Great Void Heart Charm scripture has also been cultivated to the 8th level. My heart realm can already interfere with the real world. When I cultivate to the 9th level, it will be time to condense the heart Tao spirit. Back then, the Great Void Emperor relied on the power of the heart Tao spirit and the creation jade disc, a chaos treasure, to achieve the magnificent feat of killing an emperor. Ling Zhao thought to himself. His path ahead was already very clear. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Imperial Lord realm, the most important thing to do next was to affirm his Tao and become an emperor. However, it was extremely difficult to affirm his Tao and become an emperor. Only by finding a way to condense the 4 great Tao spirits could he increase his chances of becoming an emperor. With my current battle strength, even if I face Xu Ming, Tathagata, the 9th Prince, and Sakura, I still have the strength to fight them. I might even win. Ling Zhao thought to himself as a peerless sharpness radiated from his body. In the realm of nothingness, Ling Zhao already considered the 4 of them as his strongest opponents. However, when Ling Zhao carefully looked through the Tao affirmation list, he discovered that there were many familiar faces on the list. For example, Gu Tong Tian. Sect Master Tong Tian of the God Clan was extremely powerful and unfathomable. He was actually ranked 7th on the Tao affirmation list. The 5th person on the Tao affirmation list, second only to the 4 great prodigies, was actually the Azure Emperor. I wonder if this Azure Emperor is the same Azure Emperor I met in the War God realm. Ling Zhao thought to himself. The Azure Emperor Ling Zhao had met in the War God realm was a peerless prodigy who was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Ling Zhao felt that the Azure Emperor ranked 7th on the Tao affirmation list was very likely the same one from the War God realm. However, he didn't know where this Azure Emperor came from. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with curiosity. Perhaps he could explore the realm of nothingness. The path I want to walk is the path of 10,000 Taos as one. It's the path of condensing 3,000 Tao essences. This path is fraught with difficulties and dangers, but it also has infinite possibilities. On the eternal emperor path, I must forge an invincible belief in myself to be able to touch the highest realm. Ling Zhao's body exuded an invincible and mysterious aura, making him appear ancient and mysterious. His vast emperor aura radiated outwards, vaguely showing signs of breaking through the limits and ascending to a higher realm. However, it's too difficult to gather 3,000 Dao fruits of origin and condense 3,000 Dao essences. Up until now, I've only gathered 1,600 Dao fruits of origin. Perhaps, the legendary Tribulation Lord can provide me with even more Dao fruits of origin? Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the Tribulation Lord that the robbers would mention after their deaths. The Tribulation Lord was incomparably mysterious. From the sound of it, he seemed to be the master of all the robbers. However, Ling Xiao still had no clue who the Tribulation Lord was. Could the Tribulation Lord be one of the 4 great prodigies of Sakra, the Ninth Prince, Tathagata, and Netherworld? I'll have to properly meet them in the realm of nothingness. Ling Xiao guessed. After killing Divine King Ju Wu, Ling Xiao had obtained many Dao fruits of origin from him. It had also allowed his cultivation to break through to the Ninth Firmament Imperial Lord realm. After breaking through to the Ninth Firmament Imperial Lord realm, Ling Xiao finally understood why Ninth Firmament Imperial Lords were called Peerless Imperial Lords. Peerless Imperial Lords were the best in the world. Although they weren't invincible in the world, Peerless Imperial Lords had already reached the pinnacle of their great Dao. Moreover, their physical body, primordial spirit, origin source, and spirit were also close to perfection. Their strength had also increased tremendously. Although the 8th Firmament Imperial Lord realm and the 9th Firmament Imperial Lord realm were only a small realm, there was a huge difference. While the 8th Firmament Imperial Lord realm might have some flaws, the 9th Firmament Imperial Lord realm had the leakless true body. Their strength was unfathomable. Although peerless prodigies like Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could challenge those of a higher realm and even kill peerless Imperial Lords, this didn't mean that peerless Imperial Lords weren't strong. Especially those prodigies on the Dao affirmation roll. Almost all of them had the cultivation of a peerless Imperial Lord. Their strength was heaven-defying to the extreme. The difference between a peerless Imperial Lord and a true Emperor was still like heaven and earth. Even though there were extremely monstrous geniuses who could slay emperors, it was extremely difficult and they had to pay a huge price. Just like Emperor Taishu, even though he could slay emperors, he still ended up dead in the end. Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the 9th Firmament Imperial Lord realm. Similarly, he felt that he was still very far from the Emperor realm. It was like another starting point that needed to be constantly climbed. Therefore, even if they were both 9th Firmament Imperial Lords, the difference in strength could be huge. In terms of cultivation alone, if there's a small step between the 9th Firmament Imperial Lord realm and the Emperor realm, I'm at most standing on the first step, right? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. His cultivation had just broken through. After all, he didn't have enough accumulation. Although he could kill Ju Wu Shenwang, it didn't mean that his accumulation was deeper than Ju Wu Shenwang's. It was even very likely that Ju Wu Shenwang had already stepped onto the 4th or 5th step. Condensing a Dao spirit was just a powerful method and realm. It had nothing to do with cultivation. I still need to work harder. After all, there's still a gap between me and those ancient prodigies. Ling Xiao wasn't excited because of the rise in his cultivation. Instead, he faced his own shortcomings and recognized his true strength. The most precious thing for a person was to recognize themselves. Only by recognizing themselves could one walk on the right path and find the right direction. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that his state of mind seemed to have been sublimated. His entire aura became more ethereal. In the end, it was all withdrawn into his body. He sat cross-legged on the heaven-reaching tower, surrounded by chaotic mist. He was like a mortal without any cultivation. His face was calm and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. However, in the chaos, there were divine chains of order that interweaved and surged into his body. They contained vast heavenly Dao origin and the truth of the great Dao. Like a great bell, they rang in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao also entered the Dao comprehending state. His entire body was hidden in the chaos and completely disappeared. The center of the 12 emperor cities was a void. It was as if the primal chaos space had completely returned to the void. Everything had completely disappeared. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast expanse of nothingness. There was nothing left. Clang, however, on this day, a strange and mysterious sound wave rang out from the void. It spread out in all directions and enveloped the 12 imperial cities within it. A resplendent door of light seemed to appear in the void. It vaguely seemed to lead to an unknown world. That sound wave was clear and melodious. It contained an ancient charm. Everyone in the 12 emperor cities, whether they were cultivating in seclusion or chatting, whether they were cultivators or aboriginals, could not help but raise their heads and look at the void in the distance. The realm of nothingness has opened. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Whoosh! 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 After a short period of silence, the 12 emperor cities were instantly in an uproar. Many trial takers with powerful auras rushed out of the 12 imperial cities and headed for the realm of nothingness. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. They all rushed to be the first, as if they were afraid that they would miss out on some opportunity if they were late. Everyone knew that the realm of nothingness was at the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. The realm of nothingness was also known as the end of the world, the forgotten world. The opportunity to become an emperor was hidden in the realm of nothingness. In every era of the Eternal Emperor Road trial, all the cultivators would eventually enter the realm of nothingness to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor. But this time, the Eternal Emperor Road trial was different. This era was also known as the Immeasurable Calamity. Legend had it that there was not only the opportunity to become an emperor, but also the secret of transcendence. Therefore, countless ancient sky prides had awakened in this era. Besides the opportunity to become an emperor, the most important thing was the secret of transcendence. The opening of the realm of nothingness meant that the opportunity to become an emperor and the secret of transcendence had appeared. Rumble. In the sky above the 12 imperial cities, many powerful figures were moving towards the realm of nothingness. Among them, there were a few extremely terrifying auras. They were like scorching suns in the sky, exuding an invincible aura. Many challengers couldn't help but be unable to avoid them. He's ranked 19th on the Tao confirmation list, Mo Kuan. Rumor has it that he's a genius of the devil race from several epochs ago. He once reached the peak. There's also Xianxia, who's ranked 12th on the Tao verification list. He's a genius of the immortal tribe from the primordial era, and he's a triple ultimate king who's reached the peak 3 times. He's known as the young immortal king. Little immortal king? Why is there a little in it? That's because the 9th prince of the immortal clan, who ranks 2nd on the Tao confirmation list, is the true immortal king. And Xianxia is the 9th prince's follower. What? A peerless genius on the Tao confirmation roll was actually willing to become a follower of a junior? How terrifying. Many of the trial challengers looked at the 2 most powerful figures and involuntarily made way for them. Their eyes were filled with deep reverence. More and more challengers were heading towards the realm of nothingness. The peerless geniuses of the 12 imperial cities had all revealed their true appearances, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. In addition to the challengers, there were also some powerful geniuses among the indigenous creatures who would also enter the realm of nothingness. Their goal was the same, the opportunity to become an emperor. Legend had it that if these indigenous creatures could obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, they would be able to break the curse of the heavenly Tao on their eternal emperor road and return to the myriad worlds. Although no one among the indigenous creatures had been able to break the curse for countless epochs, it was undeniable that there were some supreme experts among the indigenous creatures whose strength couldn't be underestimated. At the top of the sky-reaching tower, Ling Xiao also heard the ancient and melodious voice. That voice was very mysterious. It was like the sound of the great Tao. It contained a supreme power that could split the heavens and earth. It could resonate with all living creatures. Has the realm of nothingness opened? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be 4 lights flickering in his eyes. It was mysterious and unpredictable. That was the eye of the ruler. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, the eye of the ruler that was formed by the 4 origin forces of chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation seemed to have merged with his eyes. It made it easier for him to use the eye of the ruler. With the eye of the ruler, Ling Xiao could vaguely see the center of the 12 imperial cities. In the endless void, there was a bright light that looked like a bright sun. There were clouds and mist surging in it. The scenery changed and led to an unknown space. Is this the place of the final battle? Ling Xiao murmured to himself. He slowly stood up and exuded an otherworldly aura. There didn't seem to be any fluctuation of cultivation on his body. He was just like an ordinary person. He was handsome and elegant, and his eyes were deep. However, as Ling Xiao took a step forward, he suddenly disappeared from the top of the sky-reaching tower and appeared outside the sky-reaching tower. The old goat and the others were all waiting outside the sky-reaching tower. Ling Xiao, the phenomena in the 12 imperial cities are all supported by the heavenly Tao. You've also received the support of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Once you enter the realm of nothingness, we won't have to worry about getting lost. We'll definitely find the opportunity to become an imperial emperor. The old goat said to Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, the clouds and mist above the Yin-Yang imperial city were changing. There were actually two mysterious rays of light, one yin and one yang, intertwining together. It vaguely looked like a Taiji diagram. The yin-yang Dao fruit in Ling Xiao's body formed a mysterious resonance with the Taiji diagram in the sky. It allowed Ling Xiao to borrow the power of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Other than the Yin-Yang imperial city, the other 11 imperial cities also had mysterious phenomena above them. Above the Chaos imperial city, there was a vast expanse of chaos. Above the Destiny imperial city, there was a twisting river. Above the Karma imperial city, there were karma lines. Above the Reincarnation imperial city, there was a rotating light. The phenomena above the 4 imperial cities were the most powerful. At the same time, the auras of 4 living beings were connected to those phenomena. They majestically soared into the sky, exuding terrifying auras. Needless to say, everyone knew that the owners of those 4 auras were the 4 peerless geniuses on the Tao affirmation list. To a certain extent, this is Tao integration. You've merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth to control the power of the heavenly Tao. This is the legendary Imperial Emperor realm. However, this is only an illusion. Apart from being able to make sounds in the realm of nothingness, you can't use the power of the heavenly Tao. Taoist Wuliang nodded, then shook his head. The Imperial Emperor realm was also known as the Tao integration realm. Tao integration meant merging with the heavenly Tao and completely controlling a great Tao. They could unleash the power of the heavenly Tao, which was why they were invincible and able to crush everything. To a certain extent, the 9th celestial layer Imperial Emperor realm was just condensing the origin seed and borrowing a trace of the great Tao's origin power. They naturally couldn't be compared to the Imperial Emperor realm. Now, Ling Xiao could feel that the Tai Chi diagram above Yin-Yang Emperor City contained a vast amount of Yin-Yang Great Tao's power. That power felt like it could crush him to dust in an instant. However, Ling Xiao couldn't use the power of the Yin-Yang Great Tao at this moment. He could only resonate with it. Let's go. Enter the realm of nothingness. First, we'll find the opportunity to become an imperial emperor. Then, we'll look for the secret to transcendence. Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone nodded. This was the strategy they had discussed before. The opportunity to become an imperial emperor was definitely in the realm of nothingness, but the secret to transcendence was hard to say. In fact, the secret to transcendence was only a legend. It was also a legend that the secret to transcendence would appear in the Eternal Emperor Road this time. As for where the secret to transcendence was, no one knew. However, the opportunity to become an imperial emperor did indeed exist. Whoosh! 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 Ling Xiao, the old goat, and the others leaped up and flew towards the realm of nothingness. Is that the Lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City, Ling Xiao? He's out of seclusion. Someone in Yin-Yang Emperor City exclaimed. His voice was filled with awe. After all, although Ling Xiao looked like an ordinary person and had concealed his aura, he was still in harmony with the Yin-Yang Great Tao in the void. The vast heavenly Tao's power was like the sun in the sky. Everyone could feel it clearly. Instantly, many of the trial challengers opened up a path for Ling Xiao and the others to enter the realm of nothingness. Originally, there was no path in the void. However, when the dazzling door of light appeared in the void, it resonated with the 12 emperor cities and automatically extended into 12 passageways. Many trial challengers stepped onto the 12 passageways and headed towards the dazzling door of light. Rumble, the dazzling door of light looked extremely huge, like a bright sun. It was vast and majestic, and there seemed to be a whirlpool passageway in it. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Compared to the door of light, the trial challengers were as small as ants. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the door of light, many people saw the yin-yang qi floating above his head. Their bodies trembled and their eyes revealed a trace of shock. "He's Ling Xiao, the one who killed Jiwu Divine King?" someone said softly. "That's right. He's the new lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City. Legend has it that he's extremely powerful. I'm afraid he's not much weaker than the 5th or 6th place on the Dao affirmation list." Everyone unconsciously opened up a space for Ling Xiao and their faces were filled with awe. "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to come out of the chaotic wilderness. This is unbelievable." A faint and ethereal voice sounded with a hint of surprise. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman in a snow-white robe. She was tall and slender, with jade-like skin and an extremely beautiful face. Her body was shrouded in dazzling light that contained a majestic aura of life. Above her head, the two lights of life and death intertwined, containing the mysterious power of the Tao of life and death. The surrounding people could not help but retreat. "It's the Lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City, Ji Feishuan," someone said. Not long ago, Ji Feishuan defeated Ku Rong, the Lord of Yin-Yang Emperor City. However, Ku Rong escaped in the end and did not die in Ji Feishuan's hands. Ku Rong is a 3-realm king who is not inferior to Jiwu Divine King. I didn't expect Ji Feishuan to be so powerful. It seems like she knows Ling Xiao? The crowd discussed curiously. While they were talking, Ji Feishuan had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Behind her were a few feathered tribe women. They were all beautiful fairies with an otherworldly aura, attracting everyone's attention. The chaotic wilderness is indeed very dangerous. I was just lucky, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The Ji Feishuan in front of him looked even more unfathomable. Initially, Ji Feishuan was like a goddess of life. Her entire body was emitting a peaceful aura of life. However, the current Ji Feishuan was surrounded by the life and death energy. It was round and vast, adding a hint of mystery to her. "I won't let you have the opportunity to become an emperor in the realm of nothingness. We might even have to fight," Ji Feishuan said with a smile. She blinked her eyes at Ling Xiao, looking very cute. "That would be for the best. I would like to see how powerful the Empress is," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Feishuan, I advise you to stay away from this brat. You're my woman. He doesn't even deserve to talk to you." At this moment, a cold and cruel voice sounded. It contained an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The person had not arrived, but the voice had. "It's you Ming?" someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. A vast reincarnation light was intertwined in the distance. It was dazzling and mysterious. It was vast and majestic. It seemed to cover the sky and the earth, enveloping everyone. Under the light of reincarnation, there was a young man in a black robe. He was tall and handsome, with long purple hair. His face was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were filled with aggression. At this moment, he was looking at Ling Xiao with undisguised killing intent. His aura was extremely powerful. It swept across the sky majestically. It seemed like there was a world of reincarnation behind him that wanted to bury everyone. He was the master of reincarnation Imperial City, Yu Ming. "Yu Ming, you've gone too far. I have nothing to do with you. Don't you dare spout nonsense here." Ji Feishuan's eyes were cold as she stared at Yu Ming. "Yu Ming?" Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. At the same time, he was speechless. He did not expect Yu Ming to reveal undisguised killing intent when he saw him because of Ji Feishuan. Yu Ming was a 6th ultimate king, a peerless genius of the ancient era. How could he be jealous because of Ji Feishuan? Ling Xiao had to admit that Ji Feishuan was a peerless beauty. Her temperament was majestic and it was easy for people to fall in love with her. However, Yu Ming looked extremely domineering. There was no love in his eyes when he looked at Ji Feishuan. Instead, it was a kind of possessiveness. It felt like he was looking at a peerless treasure. Yu Ming ignored Ji Feishuan. Instead, he looked down at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Juwu Supreme God. Stay away from Ji Feishuan. She's my woman. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you before I enter the realm of nothingness. Yu Ming's voice was domineering and cold, causing the surrounding people's expressions to change. Yu Ming was extremely overbearing and arrogant. His words were filled with strong possessiveness as if Ji Feishuan was his personal item. He did not even put Ling Xiao in his eyes. The feathered tribe ladies behind Ji Feishuan, as well as the old goat and Kuan Peng, were all enraged. Ling Xiao's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Kill me? Just you? Ling Xiao said indifferently as he slowly raised his head to stare at Yu Ming. There was a sharp light in his eyes as his body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Yu Ming, aren't you afraid of being abandoned by the heavenly axiom and losing the right to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor? Ji Feishuan stared at Yu Ming and said coldly. Her face was filled with anger. Ever since Yu Ming saw her, he was like a dogskin plaster. His words were as if he had already treated Ji Feishuan as his woman. Although Ji Feishuan was furious, she knew how powerful Yu Ming was. Now that the realm of nothingness was about to open, she did not want to have a conflict with Yu Ming here. Everyone's expression was also incomparably strange, and they even felt that it was somewhat inexplicable. They did not expect Yu Ming and Ling Xiao to be at loggerheads because of Ji Feishuan. Were these peerless sky prides not determined and indomitable? Were they not willing to give up everything in order to become an emperor? Now, they were like commoners who started to fight for a woman's affection. Even though Ji Feishuan was extremely beautiful and peerless in her generation, it was still incomparable to the opportunity to become an emperor, right? Moreover, Ji Feishuan did not seem to have any feelings for Yu Ming. Abandoned by the heavenly axiom? Ha ha ha. What a joke. I, Yu Ming, am destined to control the heavenly axiom in the future and become an invincible emperor. How dare the heavenly axiom abandon me? You're my woman. If I say so, then so be it. No one can change that. Since you want to protect this brat, then I'll kill him. Yu Ming laughed out loud. However, his laughter was filled with a cold aura as his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Rumble, boundless reincarnation light bloomed around Yu Ming as he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The fierce and overbearing punch set off a monstrous gale accompanied by blazing lightning. It was as if it wanted to crush everything into dust. What? He actually dared to attack? Everyone was stunned. Even Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan did not expect Yu Ming to be so arrogant and overbearing. He dared to attack before entering the realm of nothingness. One had to know that the realm of nothingness was, in a sense, condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. The opportunity to become an emperor was also related to the heavenly Tao. Making a move here would easily cause the heavenly Tao to counterattack. He might even be abandoned by the heavenly Tao and have no chance of becoming an emperor. It was impossible for Netherworld to not know all of this, but he still made a move. Rumble, Ling Zhao's gaze instantly became extremely sharp. His blood and qi rose around him, and a vast and majestic physical strength erupted. He was like a prehistoric giant beast, and similarly, he threw a punch at Yu Ming from the air. Two unparalleled fist imprints instantly collided in the void. Endless source energy intertwined. The storm shook violently and was quickly annihilated. However, at the same time, it spread out in all directions. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. With a muffled sound, Ling Xiao and Yu Ming's bodies shook. Ling Xiao's figure did not change, but Yu Ming retreated a few steps. You really condensed a physical body and a Tao spirit. Yu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of surprise when he saw the blood-red figure flash behind Ling Xiao. Yu Ming, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish right now. Ji Feishuan's eyes revealed a cold murderous intent as she stared at Yu Ming. Terrifying life and death energy spread out from her body. She stood side by side with Ling Xiao, and her aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if she was going to launch a shocking attack at Yu Ming with Ling Xiao at any time. The three peerless sky prides on the Tao validation list are going to fight here? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with nervousness. They were afraid that if Ling Xiao and the other two were to fight here, the heavenly Tao's counterattack would affect them. If it caused them to be abandoned by the heavenly Tao and unable to enter the realm of nothingness to compete for the opportunity to become an emperor, it would be terrible. My three friends, this is not the place for a battle. Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting for the time being? At this moment, an indifferent and faintly discernible voice sounded. In the distance, celestial light was dazzling. A piece of primal chaos rose up and enveloped a heroic young man. He walked through the air as if he was the pride of the heavens. In an instant, he stole everyone's attention and became the focus of heaven and earth. He looked perfect and flawless. His entire body was shrouded in chaotic immortal light, and his eyes were bright and dazzling. He exuded a divine aura. Although he didn't release his cultivation, there was an invincible aura that permeated the air. It made people feel as if an immortal emperor was out on a patrol, suppressing the heavens. The ninth prince? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. He immediately recognized the young man's identity. He was the ninth prince of the immortal world, the #1 skypride of the immortal world. Ba. I'm afraid the three of you are going against the harmony of the heavens by acting rashly here. Why don't the three of you enter the realm of nothingness before settling this grudge? Those who effect the opening of the realm of nothingness will all die. As soon as the ninth prince finished speaking, two more voices sounded. One was gentle and calm, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Dazzling Buddhist light shrouded the area, emitting an eternal glow. A handsome monk in a white monk's robe and holding a bamboo cane walked over. He was barefoot, and every step he took created lotuses. It was as if the murderous aura between the heavens and the earth had dissipated. The other voice was domineering and sharp, like the voice of a heavenly emperor. His words caused the void to tremble violently. The origin of the great Tao was surging violently. In the vast and mysterious river of destiny, a middle-aged man with a dignified face walked over. His aura was illusory, and chaotic immortal light rose. It was as if he could push the sun, the moon, and the stars in his path. He had an unstoppable aura that could suppress all eternity. His body emitted a majestic emperor's aura that suppressed the Wuji realm, causing everyone to tremble violently. They could vaguely see a supreme emperor walking toward them, and they could not help but kneel down to worship him. It's the Lord of Karma Emperor City, Tathagata, and the Lord of Destiny Emperor City, Sakra. Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. The peerless geniuses of the four great imperial cities had all arrived. The Lord of Karma Emperor City, Tathagata, was born in the ancient Buddha era. He had reached the peak of the Eternal Emperor Road 7 times. His strength was unfathomable. The Lord of Destiny Emperor City, Sakra, was the #1 peerless genius on the Tao affirmation list. He was a 10 Ultimates king, and was known as a supreme figure who could kill emperors. The four peerless geniuses were usually elusive. They had been cultivating in seclusion in the imperial city. Now, they had finally gathered. The surrounding trial takers were all excited and emotional. Their eyes were filled with awe. Since the three of you have spoken, I will spare this kid's life for now. Yuming glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and sneered. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Yuming. His eyes were incomparably calm, and he did not say anything. He even stopped the old goat and the others. Being ranked 4th on the Tao affirmation list, the Lord of Reincarnation Imperial City, and a 6 Ultimates king, Yuming was definitely not an impulsive fool. However, Yuming had put on an arrogant look and even thought that Ji Feishuan was his. He had even brazenly attacked Ling Xiao. This was not normal in itself. Therefore, Ling Xiao had reason to suspect that Yuming was faking it. What's his purpose? Is he testing my strength? Or does he have ulterior motives towards Ji Feishuan? Or perhaps, both? Ling Xiao thought to himself as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He was not angered by Yuming. He had remained clear-headed and calm. When he exchanged blows with Yuming, Yuming was testing his cultivation. Wasn't he testing Yuming as well? The ninth prince, Tathagata, and Sakra did not say anything when they saw that Yuming had stopped attacking. They all looked at Ling Xiao. The only difference was that the ninth prince looked at Ling Xiao with a calm gaze and nodded slightly. Tathagata looked at Ling Xiao with a smile, while Sakra looked at him with a calm gaze. It was as if he was looking at a weak ant. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. Ling Xiao, Yuming, and Sakra are not good people. After entering the realm of nothingness, be careful of those two bastards. The old goat transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded faintly and said. Not to mention Yuming and Sakura, even the ninth prince and Tathagata might look calm on the surface. However, once they entered the realm of nothingness and faced the Emperor's opportunity, they would instantly become great enemies. The surrounding trial challengers had different expressions. There were many who were trying to fish in troubled waters, but there were also many trial challengers who concealed their auras and were powerful. Ling Xiao did not believe that the people on the path confirmation list included all the geniuses and monstrous geniuses. There were probably many geniuses who kept a low profile but were incomparably powerful. Not to mention, there were also the aboriginals. Although they did not reveal their strength, once they encountered the Emperor's opportunity, they would be even more ferocious than the trial challengers. Rumble, the huge and dazzling light gate was intertwined with vast origin energy and filled with powerful spatial fluctuations. This light gate was also known as the Gate of Nothingness. Everyone was waiting for the Gate of Nothingness to stabilize completely. Buzz, not long after, a clear buzzing sound was heard. A mysterious fluctuation spread out in all directions and the Gate of Nothingness stabilized completely. The realm of nothingness has opened. Let's go. Yuming glanced at Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan indifferently. Then, he led his followers and instantly turned into a stream of light and swept into the light gate. The ninth prince, Tathagata, Sakura, and many other geniuses entered the Gate of Nothingness one after another. The realm of nothingness is mysterious and unpredictable. There are many dangers. Everyone, follow me closely. Be careful not to be teleported to other places by the heavenly energy. Ling Xiao said slowly. Then, the Yin-Yang Great Tao origin surged and instantly enveloped everyone. Then, they all flew into the Gate of Nothingness. Only the Imperial City Master could use the Great Tao origin energy to protect some of the people entering the Gate of Nothingness. As for the other trial challengers, they would probably be teleported randomly. No one knew where they would appear. Boom, after entering the Gate of Nothingness, Ling Xiao felt his entire body tremble. Even his indestructible primordial spirit was trembling slightly. Ripples appeared around him like water waves, and the light was extremely bright. That feeling was like a fish in the sea that had left the sea for the first time. It was like jumping into the vast sky and arriving at a new world. However, before Ling Xiao could carefully experience it, the light in front of him was dazzling. The scene changed, and he instantly appeared in an unfamiliar and ancient space. Chaotic mist lingered around him. It was a chaotic space. Vaguely, there were mountains, rivers, plants, and spirits in the distance. It was like a real world. However, Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that those scenes were all formed from chaos and contained the mysterious chaotic energy. Above his head was a piece of nothingness. Time and space seemed to have completely solidified here. Is this the end of the Eternal Emperor Road? The old goat's body trembled. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. If this is the end of the Eternal Emperor Road, I'm afraid it's also the end of the Myriad worlds. This is a chaotic space. Everywhere is nothingness. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. His eyes were also filled with curiosity. This was the realm of nothingness. Standing in the realm of nothingness, everyone felt extremely strange. If it weren't for the fact that they could still sense the power of the way of the heavens and the surging chaos around them, they would have almost involuntarily wanted to fly up into the sky and merge with the nothingness. However, the nothingness above their heads clearly posed a fatal threat to them. Get lost. I found this chaos fruit first. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Kill. Snatch the chaos fruit for me. Not far away, an intense battle broke out. It was the trial taker who had entered the realm of nothingness first. He found a chaos fruit and it immediately aroused the greed of the surrounding trial takers. Then, an intense battle broke out. After all, some of the treasures in the realm of nothingness were extremely precious. It was impossible to find them in the myriad worlds. It could be a fruit that could increase one's cultivation by swallowing it. It could be a supreme metal that could be used to forge an ultimate emperor weapon. It could also be a chaotic item that could increase one's primordial spirit and origin. In any case, as long as it could be found in the realm of nothingness, it would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, the most precious thing in the realm of nothingness was the opportunity to become an emperor. Everyone, follow me. Don't pay too much attention to ordinary treasures. If there are era stones, we can collect some. However, the most important thing is the opportunity to become an emperor. If we find the opportunity to become an emperor, we naturally won't be short of era stones. Ling Xiao said calmly. Era stones, as the name suggested, were treasures that were nurtured over a long period of time. They were extremely precious. Although there were era stones in the myriad worlds, they were extremely rare. They were usually born during the great calamity of an era. The place where era stones were produced was the realm of nothingness. Although era stones were precious, they only had one use, which was to allow living beings to seal themselves. However, it was only effective for living beings below the great emperor realm. Those ancient skyprides had used era stones to seal themselves so that they could survive the great calamity of an era and live until today. The realm of nothingness. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined above Ling Zhao's head, containing a vast amount of great Tao energy. Tao rhymes filled the air, making him look mysterious. This was the power of the Yin and Yang Great Tao. It allowed Ling Xiao to sense the existence of the opportunity to become an emperor. However, Ling Xiao did not sense anything in the realm of nothingness. The opportunity to become an emperor had not appeared yet. However, the realm of nothingness was an extremely strange space. It was the intersection and end point of the heavenly way. It was also the boundary of the heavenly way's power. Other than the opportunity to become an emperor, there were various treasures and even powerful Tao inheritances. In the Eternal Emperor's Road, most of the peerless skyprides who had reached the peak and obtained the opportunity to become an emperor. However, others relied on various opportunities to break through their realms and become unparalleled emperors. What a strange space. The old goat said curiously. Above his head was the realm of nothingness, surrounded by endless chaos. However, in the chaos, there were various strange and unpredictable scenes. The old goat saw mountains rising in the distance. However, in an instant, they turned into a vast ocean. Further away, in the chaos, there seemed to be small worlds that were formed. They intertwined with each other like floating bubbles. They looked crystal clear and very strange. Here, without the suppression of the heavenly way's power, the rules and order have become chaotic. Anything can happen here. Taoist Wu Liang said slowly. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and said. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Yin and Yang Qi intertwined above his head, containing a vast amount of Yin and Yang Great Tao energy. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force in the distance that resonated and shook him. There must be treasures with Yin and Yang attributes there. Swoosh! 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 Ling Xiao rode on the white dragon horse with Kuanping, the old goat, Taoist Wu Liang, and Yi Liangchen behind him. Zhao Ritian, Ling Xiao, and Du Guqiubai had their own paths to walk. They did not follow Ling Xiao into the realm of nothingness. Ling Xiao was not worried about anything. When the opportunity to become an emperor appeared, they would naturally meet. Now, it wasn't just Ling Xiao. The lords of the 12 imperial cities were also searching for all sorts of treasures in the realm of nothingness. After all, after an era, the realm of nothingness could be said to be filled with treasures of heaven and earth. The white dragon horse had extreme speed and could move the heavens. It was not inferior to the Kuanping. They did not take long before they stopped in front of a huge mountain. The mountain in front of him seemed to be billions of feet tall. It was sent into the endless void, surrounded by majestic primal chaos Qi. It was very mysterious. However, this mountain seemed to have gained sentience as it trembled violently. In an instant, it turned into a small mound hundreds of feet tall in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The mysterious water vapor spread out, and the small mound quickly turned into a vast ocean. Here, the 5 elements changed freely, and all kinds of substances changed with each other, making people click their tongues in wonder. In the beginning, the old goat and the others were very curious, but as they walked along, they were already used to it. Their eyes were attracted by an ancient tree in front of them. It was an ancient tree that was 70 to 80 feet tall. Its branches and leaves were lush, and it emitted a strong vitality. However, there were dozens of fruits on it, all of which were emitting mysterious yin-yang divine light. They were black and white, and there was a Taiji diagram vaguely appearing. It was very strange. The yin-yang creation fruit can adjust yin and yang, purify the origin, and perfect the physical body. If it is combined with other origin source sacred herbs, it can be refined into the yin-yang creation pill. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up slightly as he said with a smile. The yin-yang creation fruit was an origin source sacred herb, and it was extremely precious. It had long been extinct in the universe. It was very beneficial for Imperial Emperor experts to improve their cultivation. Other than Ling Xiao, who had broken through to the 9th heaven of Imperial Emperor realm, the few of them were still at the 7th or 8th heaven of Imperial Emperor realm. The yin-yang creation fruit was just right for them. It's not easy to refine the yin-yang creation pill. We still need the god burial flower and the immortal emperor grass. If we can refine the yin-yang creation pill, it will be very easy for our cultivation to break through to the 9th heaven of Imperial Emperor realm. Daoist Wuliang nodded with a smile as he said. He was a Pildao Grandmaster, and it was not an exaggeration to call him a Pildao Emperor. Refining the yin-yang creation pill was not difficult for him. In the past, he just lacked the materials. The god burial flower and the immortal emperor grass? These two origin source sacred herbs aren't that easy to obtain. The god burial flower grows in a land of evil, and the immortal emperor grass must absorb a large amount of immortal material. It's probably very difficult to gather them in the realm of nothingness. Why don't you just consume them directly? Although the effect is a little weaker, it can still improve your cultivation. Ling Xiao said slowly. That's the only way. A trace of pity appeared in the old goat's eyes. Who's there? Get out here. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed sharply as he stared at the chaotic void behind the ancient tree, and then he punched out. Crack, his fist intent was unparalleled. The fierce and domineering punch broke through the layers of chaos as if it had set off a strong wind. Immediately, an old figure appeared. The old figure's expression changed as he took Ling Zhao's punch head-on. His body trembled violently as he was sent flying. Young Master Ling Xiao, please wait. I'm Zhou Yuan, and I've met you in the Heaven Dao Pavilion before. The old figure said hurriedly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yuan? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He immediately recognized that the white-haired old man was Zhou Yuan. However, origin energy surged around Zhou Yuan as he protected a beautiful woman in a violet dress. The woman was pale white as well, and her gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with fear. That's me. Young Master Ling Xiao, we've just arrived. We only hid behind the yin-yang creation fruit because we sensed a strong aura approaching. We don't have any ill intentions, please forgive us. Zhou Yuan cupped his fists at Ling Xiao and said with a bitter smile. He was also secretly shocked in his heart. Ling Zhao's casual punch just now actually caused him to be unable to block it and be injured by the fist intent. Ling Xiao was indeed a peerless genius who could kill divine King Ju Wu. After witnessing Ling Zhao's true strength, Zhou Yuan's heart also became more fervent. So it's Pavilion Master Zhou. I thought you were some rascal. Please forgive me. Pavilion Master Zhou, are you here for the yin-yang creation fruit as well? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Zhou Yuan, the leader of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, had given Ling Xiao 100 origin source Dao fruits in order to avenge him by killing divine King Ju Wu. It was considered a favor to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had fulfilled his promise with Zhou Yuan by killing divine King Ju Wu. Furthermore, Ling Xiao realized that Zhou Yuan's injuries had healed completely. His cultivation had returned to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor state. Zhou Yuan's foundation was impressive to be able to heal such a Dao injury. Although these natives were cursed by the Heaven Dao and would never be able to break through to the Great Emperor state, they had been in the Eternal Emperor's road for so many years. Their foundation was far beyond the cultivators. Ling Xiao had never underestimated these natives. It's all right. The yin-yang creation fruit is useless to us. Please do as you wish, young Master Ling Xiao. Furthermore, this is my granddaughter, Zhou Zisu. If young Master Ling Xiao needs the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass to refine the yin-yang creation pill, we know where to find them. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Greetings, young Master Ling Xiao. Zhou Zisu glanced at Ling Xiao and bowed respectfully. Pavilion Master Zhou, do you know where to find the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass? What a coincidence. However, there's no free lunch in this world. What do you want from me? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He did not pretend to be polite and said it directly. Although the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass were expensive, Ling Xiao was more concerned about Zhou Yuan's motive. Furthermore, Zhou Zixu, Zhou Yuan's granddaughter, had reached the 8th heaven of the imperial emperor state. Ling Xiao did not believe that Zhou Yuan was not interested in the yin-yang creation fruit. Young Master Ling Xiao, you're wise. I do have something that I need your help with. Zhou Yuan said with a smile. He did not try to hide anything. What is it? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Young Master Ling Xiao, my Zhou clan has been one of the 12 ancient clans ever since we moved into Eternal Emperor Road during the Ancient Age. We have always been in charge of Yin-Yang Imperial City. However, in the past few eras, my Zhou clan has been on the decline. The entire Yin-Yang Imperial City has fallen into a state of chaos because my Zhou clan's supreme treasure, the Yin-Yang Pearl, was lost in the realm of nothingness. I would like to ask young Master Ling Xiao to help me find the Yin-Yang Pearl. I will tell young Master Ling Xiao the whereabouts of the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass. I will also give young Master Ling Xiao a great opportunity that will allow you to obtain thousands of origin Dao fruits. Zhou Yuan said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yin-Yang Pearl? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked deeply at Zhou Yuan and asked, if even Pavilion Master Zhou does not know where the Yin-Yang Pearl is, how can I find it? Young Master Ling Xiao, don't worry. I already know the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang Pearl. However, the location of the Yin-Yang Pearl is sealed by the heavenly energy and is suppressed by the Supreme Emperor Ray. It is also guarded by a powerful ancient beast. I cannot retrieve the Yin-Yang Pearl at all, so I can only ask young Master Ling Xiao for help. I believe that with young Master Ling Xiao's incredible combat strength, retrieving the Yin-Yang Pearl will be a piece of cake. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. All right. I agree. Where are the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass? And the great opportunity that will allow me to obtain thousands of origin Dao fruits? Ling Xiao stared at Zhou Yuan and asked. Zhou Yuan seemed to understand Ling Xiao's current needs very well. The god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor grass were the origin source sacred herbs used to refine the yin-yang creation pill. They were not of much help to Ling Xiao, but the thousands of origin Dao fruits were tempting. Young Master Ling Xiao, the Yin-Yang Pearl's location is where the Yin-Yang Great Dao origin is gathered. Not only is there an extreme Yin divine aura, but there is also an extreme Yang divine aura. The extreme Yin divine aura breeds the god-bearing flower, while the extreme Yang divine aura breeds the immortal emperor grass. The thousands of origin Dao fruits that I mentioned are also there. Zhou Yuan said seriously. So you want to gain something without risking anything? The white dragon horse glanced at Zhou Yuan and asked. Hee, isn't that so? The treasures that I promised cannot be fulfilled. In other words, if we can't find the Yin-Yang Pearl, we will have made a wasted trip. Kuan Peng snickered. Zhou Yuan, can't you give us some practical benefits? My brother, Ling Xiao, is not someone that anyone can invite. Even the geniuses from the 4 imperial cities might not be a match for him. Yi Liangchen said with a proud smile. They could see that Zhou Yuan had nothing in his hands. He was just making empty promises to get Ling Xiao to retrieve the Yin-Yang Pearl for him. An awkward expression appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. Zhou Zixu was also a little silent and did not argue with him. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and looked at Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu. All right. Since Pavilion Master Zhou gave me the origin Dao fruit, I will believe you this time. Pavilion Master Zhou, please lead the way. Let's go find the Yin-Yang Pearl. Really? Zhou Yuan almost thought that Ling Xiao would reject him. He was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, young Master Ling Xiao. Our Zhou clan will never forget young Master Ling Xiao's kindness. Young Master, please follow me. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu looked at each other and their eyes were filled with excitement. The two of them immediately stood up and led the way. Ling Xiao asked the old goat to pluck the yin-yang creation fruits. He then followed behind Zhou Yuan and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao, be careful. The old goat sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Don't worry. They shouldn't be hostile. If we can really find the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor herb, and then obtain enough origin Dao fruits, our cultivation will skyrocket. When the time comes to compete for the opportunity to become a monarch, we will have a better chance. Ling Xiao said with a voice transmission. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Now that he had gathered all the origin Dao fruits, he walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one. His cultivation of the heart Dao was almost complete. In addition to the power of the destiny Dao, he could vaguely see the good and evil intentions of others. He could predict the impending danger. Ling Xiao did not sense any evil intentions from Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu, so he decided to take a look. After all, it was extremely rare for Ling Xiao to obtain thousands of origin Dao fruits. Buzz, there was an ancient yin-yang taiji diagram in Zhou Yuan's palm. The yin and yang qi flowed on it. There was a groove in the middle that vaguely looked like a pearl. The yin and yang qi flowed on the taiji diagram. It flickered with a flickering light and vaguely pointed to a direction in front. This is the taiji diagram where the yin-yang pearl is placed. It can sense the position of the yin-yang pearl. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sense the position of the yin-yang pearl in the realm of nothingness. Zhou Yuan explained to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. He didn't say anything, but he could sense that the chaotic mist before him was filled with a mysterious aura of yin and yang. It grew thicker and thicker, and it even resonated with the great way of yin and yang above his head. Ling Xiao has entered the realm of nothingness. Should we make a move? The Tribulation Master has said to keep an eye on him. Find an opportunity to kill him in one blow, but the three of us may not be able to kill him. The Tribulation Master will make a move at the crucial moment. Then when should we make a move? Now is not a good time. That Yu Ming has a deep enmity towards Ling Xiao. Perhaps we can use Yu Ming to attack Ling Xiao and reap the benefits. Agreed. In the endless void, there were three divine consciousnesses that exuded an ethereal aura, as if they were one with the void and were not affected by it at all. The three divine consciousnesses were extremely powerful. As they conversed with each other, they could clearly see the movements of Ling Xiao and the others below. There was a glimmer of light in Ling Xiao's eyes. He vaguely felt some hostility and killing intent, as well as a feeling of being spied on. Although it was very faint, he knew that it was not an illusion. If it's not Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu, then who is it? Could it be Yu Ming? Ling Xiao thought to himself. The hostility was very far away from him. If it were other emperors, they would not be able to sense it at all. However, Ling Xiao felt it very clearly and was extremely alert. The lords of the 12 imperial cities were protected by 12 great Dao origins. Even if they entered the realm of nothingness, they would be separated into different regions. Could it be that Yu Ming had already found him so quickly? Ling Xiao thought to himself, but he did not show it on his face. He only raised his guard and continued to follow Zhou Yuan forward. Buzz, the taiji diagram in Zhou Yuan's hand suddenly emitted a bright light. Two strings of yin and yang qi intertwined, vibrating violently and buzzing. The clouds in front of them were ethereal and illusory, and they swiftly parted to the sides. Similarly, two strings of yin and yang qi intertwined together and shot into the sky like smoke signals. They towered into the void, emitting an incomparably vast and majestic aura. Found it. It's over there. Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. He pointed at the two yin and yang light pillars in front of him and quickly rushed forward. Ling Xiao and the rest naturally followed after him. Rumble, after passing through the cloud-shrouded area, his eyes suddenly opened up. A vast wasteland appeared. There were two huge abyssal caverns on the ground, and the two yin and yang beams of light were gushing out from the abyssal caverns. The two abyssal caves were very mysterious. One of them was shrouded in black baleful yin qi, and there was a chilly wind whistling. That kind of baleful yin qi was strange and mysterious, as if it could freeze everything. The other one emitted a blazing light, as hot as the sun. The area covered by the Supreme Yang Godly Gang turned into some kind of transparent crystal, flowing with mysterious flames. Even the void was slightly distorted. It is indeed the Supreme Yin Divine Wind and Supreme Yang Divine Wind. There must be God-bearing flower and immortal emperor grass there. Old man, you didn't lie to us. Kuan Peng and the white dragon horse looked at each other and said excitedly. Places where the extreme yin divine aura and extreme yang divine aura appeared were yin yang treasured lands, containing the source of the great Tao of yin and yang. There would definitely be god-bearing flowers and immortal emperor grass. Seeing that Kuan Peng and the white dragon horse were eager to try, Zhou Yuan quickly stopped them. The two of you, please wait. The Supreme Yin Divine Aura and Supreme Yang Divine Wind have formed a Supreme Emperor Array, and it is a flawless Emperor Array. Even a great emperor could be trapped in it, and an imperial emperor would definitely die if he enters it. Pavilion Master Zhou, who set up this Emperor Array? Ling Xiao looked at Zhou Yuan indifferently and asked calmly. Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately laughed bitterly. Indeed, I can't hide anything from young Master Ling Xiao. A few eras ago, the peerless genius of our Zhou clan, Zhou Rulong, entered the Void Realm to find an opportunity to become an emperor. In the end, he offended a demonic genius, and was trapped in the Supreme Emperor Array. He was trapped here and the Yin-Yang Pearl was also lost in it. An imperial emperor who could set up a flawless Emperor Array? I'm afraid it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a formation emperor, right? The old goat sighed softly, and there was a trace of yearning in his eyes. He also had the Supreme Array Dao talent, but he was still unable to set up a flawless Emperor Array. He could only set up a few flawed Emperor Arrays. The old goat knew better than anyone how terrifying a person who could set up a flawless Emperor Array was. Such a person, even if he had not become an emperor, was comparable to a supreme emperor. Old goat, can you break the array? Ling Xiao looked at the old goat and asked. Among the group, the old goat was the one with the highest attainment in Array Dao. Let me try first. I'm not confident. The old goat shook his head. Facing the flawless Emperor Array, the old goat's face turned solemn as if he was facing a great enemy. I'll protect you. The rest of you wait outside, don't come in. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and then gave Daoist Wuliang a look. Daoist Wuliang nodded his head. He understood Ling Xiao's meaning. Ling Xiao and the old goat entered the array while they stayed outside. The most important thing was to watch Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu to prevent any accidents from happening. I'll have to trouble young Master Ling Xiao for everything. Zhou Yuan cupped his fists at Ling Xiao. Pavilion Master Zhou, you don't have to be so courteous. We're just taking what we need. Ling Xiao nodded his head indifferently. Buzz, the old goat's body shone brightly, and an ancient array disk shot up into the sky, exuding a vast aura that could devour the heavens and earth. It spun, and dazzling rays of light shrouded him and Ling Xiao. The devouring array disk was said to be the supreme Dao Emperor weapon passed down by the Taotai ancestor. It was the old goat's natal treasure. It was because of the devouring array disk that the old goat had the confidence to break into the flawless Emperor Array. With Ling Xiao protecting him, he did not have to worry about the consequences. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the old goat stepped into the array. Instantly, the calm wilderness erupted like a volcano, and dazzling rays of light bloomed. The yin-yang divine light intertwined, and the supreme yang and supreme yin auras flowed. In an instant, the entire area was shrouded, and an ancient and terrifying murderous intent locked onto Ling Xiao and the old goat. In an instant, only Ling Xiao and the old goat were left in the wilderness, and the others had all disappeared. Rumble, in front of them, two vast yin-yang light pillars intertwined, and an extremely terrifying black ocean rose. It contained an aura that could destroy everything, and it surged towards Ling Xiao and the old goat. Blood chi shot up into the sky, and a murderous aura rose. At the same time, it was accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. It was like the netherworld, and it exuded a deep and despairing aura. Oh no! This is the yin-yang purgatory array. It uses the yin-yang chi to form a netherworld purgatory, and it buries all life. It is the purest killing array, and it can form an immortal hell beast according to the cultivation of the person who enters the array. The old goat's face changed, and he seemed to have thought of something, and he became extremely anxious. Hell beast? Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. Almost as soon as the old goat finished speaking, there was a loud roar in the surroundings, and a huge black beast that was enveloped in the flames of hell appeared. Its body was covered with sharp bone spikes, and the ghost fire in its eyes was crazy and cruel, as if it could tear everything apart. Its aura had reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Most importantly, as the Netherworld Sea surged over, more and more hell beasts appeared in the Netherworld Sea. They were so densely packed that there were at least a few hundred of them. It was a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Hundreds of hell beasts were equivalent to hundreds of ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm experts. Most importantly, in the Yin-Yang Purgatory array, the hell beasts were immortal, and they were so powerful that it made one feel despair. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. I will kill these hell beasts, and you will look for an opportunity to break the array. Ling Zhao's eyes surged with a monstrous battle intent, and the light around him was dazzling. In an instant, the chaotic light surged out, and his body exuded an invincible aura. Behind Ling Zhao, his blood-red physical body and doctrine spirit appeared, and it made Ling Zhao's aura as strong as the sun. Facing hundreds of hell beasts, Ling Zhao also felt great pressure, but he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he exploded with a shocking battle intent. Great! Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Purgatory array condenses the hell beasts according to the cultivation of the person who enters the array. It has not fully awakened yet. Otherwise, if hundreds of great Emperor-level hell beasts appear, we will all die here. You will block the hell beasts, and my devouring array disc can block the destructive light around us. Today, we will fight this Yin-Yang Purgatory array. The old goat's eyes also revealed a trace of madness as he roared. Kill! Ling Zhao roared and took the lead to charge out. He punched across the void, and the chaotic chi surged out, turning into an unparalleled chaotic fist print, and blasted it towards a hell beast. At this moment, Ling Zhao's blood was surging, and his body was like a furnace, releasing endless vitality. Immediately, the hell beasts pounced on Ling Zhao as though they had seen the most delicious food. Ling Zhao could clearly feel that the hell beasts were covered in hell fire, and their auras were powerful and terrifying. Although they were condensed by the array, they did not seem like illusory living beings, and they were extremely real. Gotcha! After Ling Zhao condensed his mortal body and battle spirit, his mortal body had broken through the limits of its limits. Now, he possessed extreme speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, his fist smashed into a hell beast, causing it to fiercely tremble. The sharp bone spikes on its body instantly burst apart. Unparalleled divine power burst out, and the hell beast was directly blown apart by Ling Zhao's punch. A hell beast that was comparable to a ninth heaven imperial emperor was killed by Ling Zhao just like that. Rumble! Ling Zhao's face was extremely cold, and he was like a primitive giant beast, charging forward with monstrous momentum, and instantly rushed into the group of hell beasts. The unparalleled chaotic fist print was huge, and it contained a domineering power. Every punch was able to take the life of a hell beast. Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through to the ninth heaven imperial emperor realm, and his body had merged with 1,600 origin Dao fruits. His physical body had been refined to the extreme, and he had condensed the physical body Dao spirit. Even Ling Zhao himself did not know how powerful he was now. Although these hell beasts in front of him had the combat strength of a ninth heaven imperial emperor realm expert, none of them were a match for Ling Zhao, and they were all blown apart by him. However, in the Yin-Yang Purgatory formation, the hell beasts had an undying body. Even if they were blown apart by Ling Zhao, they quickly condensed their bodies and then pounced on Ling Zhao without fear of death. In addition to the hell beasts, the surrounding vast Yin-Yang divine light formed the netherworld destructive power that swept out like an ocean, covering everything and constantly attacking Ling Zhao's vital points. That storm of attacks wasn't something that an ordinary imperial monarch could resist at all. If it was a ninth-level imperial monarch like Zhou Yuan, then that imperial monarch would have probably died a long time ago. The Yin-Yang Purgatory could not only refine the body, soul, and origin, but also the heart. The destructive power was everywhere, and it was impossible to resist. Rumble! However, Ling Zhao's body emitted chaotic light, and purple chi rose up, vast and mighty. His body was dazzling, and filled with immortal light. When he collided with the Yin-Yang destructive power, there was a sound of metal clashing. Ling Zhao's current physical body was extremely strong, and it was normal for him to take on an extreme Dao Emperor weapon that had not fully recovered, let alone the Yin-Yang Purgatory formation that had not fully activated. Ling Zhao did not seem to have diverted much energy to resist the attack of the destructive power around him. Instead, he kept colliding with the hell beasts, and every punch could kill a hell beast. Clang! Sword chi rose up, and the sky-devouring sword appeared in Ling Zhao's hand, releasing a vast and dazzling light. The sword swept across 1,000,000 miles, and the sword chi chilled 3,000 miles. The sky-devouring sword was a supreme sword embryo that had merged with the 4 immortal slaying swords. It was incomparably sharp and could kill everything. When the hell beasts were slashed by the sky-devouring sword, their incomparably tough bodies were cut into 2 like tofu, and then turned into yin-yang qi. Swoosh! 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 The sky-devouring sword shone brightly, and a terrifying power exploded in Ling Zhao's hand. He charged into the group of hell beasts, and with his extreme physical body and speed, he kept killing the hell beasts. It seems like I can't use an extreme Tao Emperor weapon in the yin-yang purgatory formation. Otherwise, the yin-yang purgatory formation would be fully recovered. Ling Zhao's heart suddenly palpitated as an incomparable sense of danger surged in his heart. He immediately thought to himself. The source was the sky-devouring sword in his hand. The power of the sky-devouring sword seemed to have caused the yin-yang purgatory formation to react. Ling Zhao immediately kept the sky-devouring sword, and then he fought the hell beasts alone with his bare hands. Although Ling Zhao's strength was extremely heaven-defying, he was still injured when he was surrounded by hundreds of hell beasts. Wounds appeared on his body, and the destructive power of the netherworld invaded his body. His entire body was shrouded in a monstrous baleful aura. However, Ling Zhao did not even frown. He continued to use the supreme chaotic fist print, and he fought while bathed in blood, and continued to kill the hell beasts. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of hell beasts were killed by Ling Zhao. Although the hell beasts were immortal, they still needed a certain amount of time to reform their bodies. Ling Zhao killed a large number of hell beasts, attracting their hatred, and at the same time, creating an opportunity for the old goat. Ling Zhao, persevere. I will definitely be able to break this yin-yang purgatory formation. The old goat roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Although he was protected by the devouring formation disc, the destructive beams of light slammed into the yin-yang formation disc. It was on the verge of shattering at any moment. The old goat quickly formed seals with his hands, and runes rose into the air and flew into various parts of the formation, helping the old goat to check the situation of the formation. The yin-yang purgatory formation was a pure killing emperor formation. It could use the yin-yang great Tao origin to trigger the power of hell and refine all living things. It was extremely powerful. However, the yin-yang purgatory formation's foundation was still the power of the yin-yang great Tao origin. Ling Zhao was now the lord of yin-yang imperial city. With the support of the yin-yang great Tao origin, he could vaguely sense the location of the formation core. He fought with the hell beasts as he moved towards the formation core. The old goat used the devouring formation disc to investigate the yin-yang purgatory formation. He wanted to find the flaw of this emperor formation. Even if it was a flawless emperor formation, it had been through so many eras. Under the baptism of time, there must be a flaw. The formation core and flaw were the key to breaking the formation. Rumble, the devouring formation disc released a dazzling light. A water-like barrier enveloped the old goat. As the old goat formed a seal with his hands, runes flew into the distance. In the old goat's eyes, the turbulent purgatory before him seemed to have turned into another scene. The yin-yang qi intertwined and operated according to some rules, forming a huge spatial purgatory. It gave rise to various powerful killing techniques. Moreover, the old goat also discovered that the origin energy of the yin-yang purgatory formation seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. It had not completely awakened. If the origin energy was completely awakened, the yin-yang purgatory formation would be 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than it was now. Ling Zhao and the old goat would not be able to withstand it with their cultivation. The flaw of the yin-yang purgatory formation is traced back to the yin-yang great Tao origin. After a few eras, this place has been replenished by the yin-yang great Tao origin. Although it is endlessly growing, it is difficult to continue. If I can use the yin-yang great Tao origin to break the formation core, it will cause a chain reaction and completely shatter it. The old goat's eyes revealed a trace of understanding as he thought to himself. He had found the flaw of the yin-yang purgatory formation. Looking at Ling Zhao, who was fighting a bloody battle in the distance, the old goat instantly leaped up and chased after him. Old goat, I have sensed the location of the formation core. But we must kill all these hell beasts. The moment we kill them is the best time for us to break the formation. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the old goat. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I understand. When we reach the position of the array core, unleash your yin-yang great path origin and attack together with my sky-devouring disc array. We will definitely be able to break the array core and destroy this flawless emperor array completely. The old goat said slowly. His eyes were filled with incomparable craziness and excitement. To be able to break open a flawless emperor array was a supreme honor for any array master. Needless to say, after breaking the yin-yang purgatory formation, they would be able to obtain many benefits and opportunities. Kill. The murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes was as strong as steel. The blood and qi in his body rose like a dazzling sun, attracting all the hell beasts in the surroundings to charge at him. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out, and an unparalleled chaos fist imprint soared into the sky like a mountain. It pressed down majestically, and the few hell beasts were directly turned into dust. At the same time, he channeled his devouring great path origin. The vast sky-devouring domain appeared around him. It cooperated with the yin-yang great path origin above his head to constantly plunder and devour the surrounding yin-yang qi. Ling Xiao had already discovered that although the hell beasts were formed from the emperor array's power and had an undying body, they were still yin-yang qi in essence. Although Ling Xiao could not completely destroy the hell beasts by devouring the yin-yang qi, he could weaken the hell beasts' power and slow down the time it took for the yin-yang qi to condense the hell beasts. At the same time, the yin-yang qi could also nourish Ling Xiao's yin-yang Dao fruit, making his yin-yang Dao fruit stronger and nurturing more origin energy. A perfect origin Dao fruit was like a seed. It could resonate with the origin of the great Dao of heaven and earth and borrow the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. However, the power of the origin Dao fruit seemed endless. It could contain a vast amount of origin energy. Although devouring the yin-yang qi could not increase Ling Xiao's cultivation, it could strengthen his foundation. After all, once one's cultivation attained the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm, one was only a step away from becoming a supreme emperor. However, this step was like a natural chasm, and one had to accumulate sufficient resources and reserves in order to be able to complete the ultimate advancement. Otherwise, why would those ancient prodigies seal themselves from generation to generation, apart from some of them wanting to fight for the secret of transcendence in this generation? The more important reason was that they did not have enough foundation to prove their Dao and become a supreme emperor. Rumble, although the hell beasts were strong, who could be Ling Xiao's match in the same realm? Under Ling Xiao's blood-soaked slaughter and devouring, the number of hell beasts grew smaller and smaller. In the end, Ling Xiao's entire body was bathed in blood. 2 powerful punches landed on the last 2 hell beasts, instantly killing them. Ling Xiao's face was a little pale, and there were many wounds on his body. However, his eyes were extremely bright, and he exuded an invincible aura. Hundreds of hell beasts died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Although the yin-yang qi in the surroundings could condense new hell beasts at any time, it gave Ling Xiao and the old goat the best opportunity. Boom, Ling Xiao activated the yin-yang Dao fruit and instantly mobilized the yin-yang Dao origin energy above his head and blasted it forward. The void trembled, and a loud explosion resounded. It was as if the world had been pierced through, and all the yin-yang qi instantly turned into nothingness. The void in front of Ling Xiao and the old goat trembled slightly, and a pair of eyes appeared. One was black and one was white, and the yin-yang Dao origin energy intertwined. It was the formation eye of the Great Formation. Break the formation now. The old goat and Ling Xiao looked at each other and shouted. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest power. Boom, the devouring array disc released a dazzling light, and runes rose. Divine chains of order intertwined like the sun and blasted toward the formation eye. Chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao, and the yin-yang Dao origin energy condensed into the shadow of a Taiji diagram. It also pressed down mightily. Behind Ling Xiao, an incomparably terrifying power rose up as if it had sensed some kind of danger. All the yin and yang qi instantly transformed into a hell beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall, exuding a mighty emperor's aura. Then, it charged towards Ling Xiao. A great emperor-level hell beast? Ling Xiao's body shook, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. He couldn't dodge. This was his only chance to break the formation. Boom boom boom, Ling Xiao instantly took out the wordless heavenly book to protect his indestructible primordial spirit. The creation jade disc was like a mysterious chaotic lotus that wrapped around him. It emitted 3,000 mysterious lotus flowers that were dazzling and brilliant. Xiao didn't dodge. He planned to take the hell beast's attack head-on. Crack, Xiao and the old goat slammed into the formation eye at the same time. The formation eye trembled violently, and cracks appeared as if it would shatter at any time. The hell beast behind him also slammed its claws on Xiao's body. In an instant, Xiao felt as if he had been hit by an immemorial divine mountain. His internal organs were trembling violently. Moreover, the terrifying extreme power surged into his body, trying to destroy his physical body, primordial spirit, and origin. Even his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The 3,000 lotuses formed by the jade disc of good fortune shattered like mirrors. Xiao's physical body trembled violently like a spiderweb. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and it looked as if it would shatter at any time. Roar! The hell beast behind him let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. It condensed an extremely terrifying Extreme Emperor's aura, and it looked as if it was about to launch a fatal attack on Xiao. However, at this moment, a destructive aura spread out in all directions. The yin-yang purgatory formation was broken, the hell beast let out an unwilling roar and exploded in an instant. It turned into 2 streams of yin-yang qi and dissipated between the heavens and earth. Xiao, are you alright? The old goat hurriedly rushed over and held Xiao. His eyes were filled with worry and concern. Xiao's current state looked extremely miserable. Dense cracks appeared on his physical body. Although the majestic life origin in Xiao's body surged to repair his broken body, the destructive aura of the extreme power in the cracks worsened Xiao's injuries. Xiao's entire aura seemed to have become much weaker. I'm fine. Xiao smiled weakly, but he still sat down on the ground. The vitality around him surged, enveloping him like clouds and mist. At the same time, the source of the great Tao of Yin and Yang continuously entered Xiao's body, helping him to devour the power of the extreme Tao, repair his physical body, and heal his injuries rapidly. The old goat and Xiao had already appeared below the 2 yin-yang light pillars. They were surrounded by the extreme Yin divine aura and extreme Yang divine wind. They were at the intersection. So many god-burying flowers? There's even the immortal emperor grass. Ha ha ha. Looks like this trip was worth it. The old goat saw that Xiao's aura had stabilized and gradually relaxed. When he looked around, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. The area covered by the extreme Yin divine aura was shrouded in black fog with a dozen black flowers growing. The petals of the black flowers were as thin as cicadas' wings. They swayed gently like black butterflies. At the same time, they exuded a chilling aura. The fog was dense, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood vaguely appeared. It was extremely eerie. They were the god-burying flowers. In the area covered by the extreme Yang divine wind, there were 7 or 8 golden blades of grass. The leaves were crystal clear as if they were carved out of divine gold. They were extremely exquisite and bathed in a resplendent glow. They exuded an immortal aura. The golden blades of grass were ancient and mysterious. They exuded the aura of an emperor. Anyone who saw them could not help but feel a sense of reverence. The golden blades of grass were naturally the immortal emperor grass. These 2 origin source sacred herbs grew in the extreme Yin divine aura and extreme Yang divine wind. The old goat naturally rushed forward and plucked them all. In the huge abyss in front of him, extreme Yang divine light and extreme Yin divine light shot out. It was vast and dazzling. It was extremely terrifying. The ancestor of the Zhou clan should be in these 2 abyss, right? The Yin-Yang pearl should be in there too. I just don't know if it's in the extreme Yin abyss or the extreme Yang abyss. The old goat thought to himself. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he stood guard at the side and waited for Xiao to finish healing before entering the abyss to explore. Although the yin-yang purgatory formation was broken, the area was still shrouded in yin and yang qi. Those outside did not know what was happening inside. The old goat did not intend to inform Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu. The 2 brothers had finally broken the yin-yang purgatory formation and naturally wanted to explore it first. At this time, there was no need for Zhou Yuan to take a share of the loot. Just as Ling Xiao was recuperating, in the endless void, 3 figures were hidden in the resplendent light, watching Ling Xiao below. Should we take action now? Let's wait a little longer. Ling Xiao didn't expect to be able to break this emperor formation. Although he has suffered some injuries, no one knows his actual condition. That's right. This is the mission given by the Tribulation Master. We must be careful. After all, even Divine King Jiwu died in his hands. In that case, let's wait and see. You mean should be here soon, right? Should be soon. I've already revealed Ling Zhao's aura and location to him. I believe he won't let go of this opportunity. The 3 figures' divine consciousnesses intertwined. After a short discussion, they once again hid in the void. Billions of miles away from Ling Xiao, there was a majestic mountain. Chaos rose, and the atmosphere was extraordinary. Yuming stood at the peak of the mountain. His aura was unfathomable. His eyes seemed to contain the mysterious scene of the endless hell. Interesting. You want to borrow my hand to kill Ling Xiao? You want to be the fisherman? Let's see if you have the ability. Yuming's lips curled into a cruel smile. To be able to break the yin-yang purgatory formation, you have some ability. However, the Hongmeng pearl has already fallen into my hands. A purple bead appeared in Yuming's palm. It was sparkling and mysterious, as if there was a vast world flashing within it. That yin-yang pearl should have matured by now, right? As long as I merge the yin-yang pearl into my Hongmeng pearl, my opportunity to become an emperor will arrive. Yuming's eyes revealed a trace of blazing light as he muttered to himself. You're going to die anyway. Since your location has been exposed, don't blame me. Ling Xiao, wait for me to kill you and take back the yin-yang pearl. Yuming put away the pearl in his palm and looked in Ling Xiao's direction. There was a trace of icy killing intent rising in his eyes. Boom, he stepped into the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Like a black thunderbolt, he swept across the sky in Ling Xiao's direction. He didn't take the bait? He's still cautious. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There was a trace of resplendent light in his eyes. Although his body was covered in dense cracks and looked extremely terrifying, his injuries were not serious. Those were just flaws that he had purposely revealed. After all, the Hell Beast's hasty attack had not completely broken through the wordless Heavenly Book and Creation Jade Disc's defense. Although Ling Xiao's body was shaken, his injuries were not serious. Ling Xiao had sensed that someone was spying on him and revealed hostility and killing intent. This time, he purposely revealed his weakness to lure the person in the dark. However, the person in the dark was extremely cautious. Ling Xiao waited for so long, but he did not appear. Ling Xiao, are you all right? The old goat saw that Ling Xiao had woken up. The cracks on his body had mostly disappeared. Although he still looked weak, he was much better than before. I'm fine. I found the god-bearing flower and the immortal emperor herb. All that's left is the yin-yang pearl. Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, these 2 abyss don't look simple. I just don't know which abyss the yin-yang pearl is in. It's a pity that Zhou Yuan doesn't know either. The old goat looked at the 2 huge abyss in front of him. It's fine. There are only 2 abyss. We'll explore them one by one. If it's really as Zhou Yuan said, and the Zhou family's ancestor was trapped in this yin-yang purgatory formation, then the yin-yang pearl should be in there. However, I'm more curious about where the thousands of origin Dao fruits that Zhou Yuan mentioned are. There was a trace of curiosity in Ling Zhao's eyes. Although he did not sense any hostility from Zhou Yuan, he instinctively felt that Zhou Yuan seemed to be hiding something from him. Apex Zhou Yuan didn't say much before. I'm afraid he's hiding something from us. But now, there's no need to ask him. We'll find out by ourselves. The old goat sneered. Although he had found the god-bearing flower and immortal emperor grass, he was still unhappy with Zhou Yuan's secretiveness. Alright. Let's go to the ultimate yin abyss first. Maybe the ultimate yin abyss and ultimate yang abyss are connected. Ling Zhao's eyes glinted as he spoke. Extreme yin gave birth to yang and extreme yang gave birth to yin. This was the place where yin and yang converged. Although there were 2 abyss, the yin and yang energy were connected. They were both part of the great Tao of yin and yang. Alright. The old goat nodded and headed towards the ultimate Yin abyss with Ling Xiao. Rumble, the ultimate Yin divine aura surged around them. It contained an aura that could freeze everything. It was a power that could freeze one's primordial spirit. At the same time, the ultimate Yin divine aura was as sharp as a blade. It was as if it could cut a person into pieces. Chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao, emitting an immortal and mysterious light. He didn't have any protection against the ultimate Yin divine aura. He used his physical body to take it head-on. The ultimate Yin divine aura couldn't do any harm to him. The old goat's physical body was naturally not strong enough to withstand the Yin spirit aura head-on. He activated the devouring sky array disc and used the extreme power to protect himself. They were as fast as lightning as they headed towards the ultimate Yin abyss. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the ultimate Yin divine aura became. In the end, it was like a cloud that blocked their senses. Moreover, the pressure in the abyss was terrifying. It was as if there were billions of mountains pressing down on them from all directions. Although the old goat had the devouring array disc's defense, his face was still pale and his eyes were filled with seriousness. However, this level of pressure was nothing to Ling Xiao. His immortal body was dazzling, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. An extremely powerful divine aura spread out, causing the powerful pressure in the surroundings to dissipate into nothingness. Rumble, after flying for an unknown period of time, a black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. It contained an extremely terrifying destructive power and struck Ling Xiao and the old goat. It was like a black python, emitting a tyrannical aura. Ling Xiao's eyes were sharp as he unleashed a supreme fist print. The fist radiance was unparalleled as it continuously shattered the surrounding lightning. On the other hand, the old goat activated the devouring formation disc. It was like a world of devouring. It exuded a majestic devouring force and destroyed all the incoming lightning bolts. This is the aura of the netherworld? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a look of incomparable shock appeared in his eyes. Although it was weak, he could still sense that the aura of the black lightning around him was almost identical to that of the netherworld. The yin-yang purgatory formation and the aura of the netherworld. Could this place have something to do with the netherworld? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had only exchanged one blow with Yuming before, he was extremely familiar with Yuming's aura. Yuming's aura actually appeared in this abyss of ultimate Yin. Yuming was a 6 ultimate king, someone who had reached the peak for 6 epochs. Perhaps he had come here before. Ling Xiao felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. If this place had something to do with the netherworld would definitely have sensed it when he and the old goat broke the yin-yang purgatory formation. Crack, blazing lightning bolts rose in front of them. It was as vast as rain, as if the Milky Way was flowing backwards. The extremely terrifying destructive force seemed to be able to destroy all life. However, Ling Xiao could sense a trace of yang coming from the extreme Yin destructive aura. We should be reaching the bottom soon. Ling Xiao said slowly. Are we finally reaching? The old goat couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Xiao's words. The abyss of ultimate Yin was too oppressive. If it was an ordinary 9th heaven imperial emperor, it would be difficult for him to make it here. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Ling Xiao and the old goat passed through the destructive lightning bolts, the scene before them suddenly became clear. They appeared in an incomparably huge underground space. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined in front of them. It looked extremely mysterious, but it gushed out through the 2 huge holes above them, turning into 2 light pillars that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The abyss of ultimate Yin and the abyss of ultimate Yang are indeed connected. The old goat exclaimed excitedly. If I'm not wrong, that should be the yin-yang pearl, right? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as his gaze landed on a pearl in the distance. In the middle of the huge underground space, there was a chaos stone that was as tall as a person. It was enveloped in a mysterious chaos qi. A black and white pearl floated above it, flowing with yin and yang qi. It contained a majestic yin-yang great Tao origin. It resonated with the yin-yang great Tao above Ling Xiao's head. That pearl was the source of the yin-yang light pillar. The vast and majestic yin and yang force formed the ultimate yin divine aura and ultimate yang divine wind. It was the power of that pearl. It should be the yin-yang pearl. It must be a unique treasure to be able to emit such majestic yin-yang great Tao origin. However, look at that stone. Doesn't it look like the legendary Era Stone? The old goat nodded. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the Chaos Stone, and he immediately became overjoyed. The Era Stone? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. That Chaos Stone was as tall as a person. It looked very strange as it was surrounded by Chaos Qi. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be free from time and was not tainted by the aura of time. The Era Stone, Ling Xiao was almost certain that this Chaos Stone was the Era Stone. Legend had it that it could withstand the invasion of the power of time and allow those geniuses to seal themselves within the Era Stone. This is really strange. Other than the Era Stone and the Yin Yang Pearl, there is nothing else here. Where are the ancestors of the Zhou clan? Could it be that he sealed himself in this epic stone? The old goat's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. The old goat's words made Ling Zhao's heart tremble. It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Perhaps you're right. The ancestor of the Zhou clan is in the Era Stone. However, what I'm curious about is that even though he was trapped here by the Yin-Yang Purgatory formation, he still chose to seal himself and didn't die in the formation. Could it be that the master of the formation didn't want to kill him? Ling Xiao said slowly as he walked towards the Yin-Yang Pearl. Ling Xiao, be careful. The old goat could not help but be shocked as he hurriedly reminded Ling Xiao. I know. Ling Xiao nodded faintly and then reached out to grab the Yin-Yang Pearl. Boom, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded. Suddenly, the Yin-Yang Pearl shone with an extremely dazzling light. The vast power of Yin and Yang rose up like two dragons intertwining together, exuding a vast and ancient aura. The Yin-Yang Pearl shook violently and so did the Era Stone. It was as though it had sensed something. Boom, Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The origin of the great way of Yin and Yang above his head rose. His entire body exuded a powerful pressure. Instantly, he grabbed the Yin-Yang Pearl in his palm. Streams of Yin and Yang energy intertwined like blades, trying to break Ling Zhao's palm. The Yin-Yang Pearl shook violently as though it was about to fly from Ling Zhao's hand to the Era Stone. Cracks instantly appeared on the huge Era Stone, and an ancient and powerful aura gushed out from it. Ling Xiao grabbed the Yin-Yang Pearl and immediately retreated. Boom, the Era Stone suddenly exploded as vast Yin and Yang divine light surged out. A figure within. Unfathomable aura appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the old goat. The old goat immediately took out the devouring array disc to protect him and Ling Xiao. However, when they saw the figure clearly, they were all extremely shocked. A lady in a purple dress floated in the Yin and Yang divine light. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a graceful and noble aura. The lady's eyes were tightly shut as the aura of death surrounded her. She looked like she was dead, but there was still a trace of vitality in her body. It was very strange. The lady exuded a vast Yin and Yang Great Tao origin which formed a mysterious resonance with the Yin-Yang Pearl in Ling Zhao's hand. Most importantly, Ling Xiao and the old goat realized that the lady in purple looked exactly like Zhou Yuan's granddaughter, Zhou Zixu. Is this the ancestor of the Zhou clan? Why does she look so similar to Zhou Zixu? Moreover, she seems to be dead. How was she sealed in this epic stone? The old goat was filled with doubts. He originally thought that there was a self-proclaimed peerless genius in the Era Stone. He did not know if the person was a friend or foe, so he immediately took out the devouring array disc. However, he did not expect that there was only a corpse in the Era Stone. She's dead. That strand of life force was only injected into her body by someone in order to seal her in the Era Stone. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a strange look in his eyes. Buzz, he let go of the Yin-Yang Pearl in his hand. The Yin-Yang Pearl buzzed and instantly soared into the air and floated above the lady in purple. The vast and majestic Yin and Yang energy intertwined and formed a resonance with the Yin and Yang Great Tao in the lady in purple. Rumble, the vast Yin and Yang divine light from the lady in purple's body surged into the Yin-Yang Pearl, causing it to become brighter and brighter. It was as dazzling as the sun. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock. He could vaguely see the changes in Yin and Yang within the Yin-Yang Pearl as though an ancient world had appeared. The majestic aura within the Yin-Yang Pearl made Ling Zhao's heart palpitate. There's such a vast amount of Yin and Yang energy accumulated in the Yin-Yang Pearl? Could it be that the yin-yang pearl has been borrowing the lady's power to devour the yin and yang origins in the universe for the past few eras? Ling Zhao's heart trembled as a look of incomparable astonishment appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, the lady in purple was like a medium between the yin-yang pearl and the yin and yang great Tao origin. She could continuously extract the yin and yang great Tao origin and pour it into the yin-yang pearl. Therefore, the yin-yang pearl and the lady in purple seemed to be one, and the two of them had a mysterious resonance. Rumble, as the yin-yang pearl devoured, the lady in purple's corpse trembled violently. In the end, it directly collapsed, turning into pure yin and yang divine light that was absorbed into the yin-yang pearl. Meanwhile, over 1,000 stars bloomed within the lady in purple's body. They intertwined with each other like divine chains of order, giving off a mysterious aura. Origin Tao fruit? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that the 1,000 stars were actually over 1,000 origin Tao fruits. Moreover, they were all perfect origin Tao fruits. Seeing that the thousands of origin Tao fruits were about to be completely devoured by the yin-yang pearl, Ling Zhao immediately reached out and grabbed the thousands of origin Tao fruits. His powerful cultivation base erupted and he grabbed all of them. The yin-yang pearl buzzed continuously as if it was extremely displeased with Ling Zhao's actions. However, there was nothing it could do in the end. Ling Zhao put the 1,000 origin Tao fruits away, and the yin-yang pearl gradually dimmed. It turned into a black and white pearl and flew back into Ling Zhao's palm. As for the lady in purple, it was as if she had never appeared. Zhou Yuan didn't lie to me after all. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Brilliant light bloomed from between his brows like a whirlpool, instantly sucking the 1,000 origin Tao fruits into his consciousness. The indestructible soul shone with resplendent light. It enveloped the 1,000 origin Tao fruits and began to refine them slowly. Although a large portion of the 1,000 origin Tao fruits overlapped with Ling Zhao's own origin Tao fruits, it was still enough to provide him with a few hundred perfect origin Tao fruits. Ling Zhao roughly estimated that after he completely refined it, the number of origin Tao fruits in his primordial spirit sea would probably exceed 2,000. What's going on? The old goat looked at the yin-yang pearl in Ling Zhao's hand and asked in confusion. If I'm not wrong, this should have something to do with Nether Ming. Ling Zhao said faintly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Nether Ming? The master of reincarnation Imperial City, Nether Ming? That's right. The lady in purple should be the ancestor of the Zhou clan. However, she died at Nether Ming's hands a few epochs ago. Before she died, Nether Ming established the yin-yang purgatory formation and sealed it in the epic stone. He used it to communicate with the power of the origin of yin and yang to nurture the yin-yang pearl. Therefore, you should have realized that even though the yin-yang purgatory formation is a perfect monarch formation, its power isn't strong enough. Its main purpose is to nurture the yin-yang pearl. Ling Zhao said slowly, looking at the yin-yang pearl in his hand. What? It's not enough to kill the ancestor of the Zhou clan? He's using her corpse to nurture the yin-yang pearl? Even though the yin-yang pearl is a rare artifact, it's not an extreme monarch weapon. Why is Nether Ming nurturing the yin-yang pearl? The old goat said in disbelief. You'll have to ask Nether Ming. He shouldn't be far from here. I think we should go out and welcome him. Ling Zhao said calmly. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the rift and into the endless void. Is Nether Ming coming to retrieve the yin-yang pearl? If he dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. The old goat said with murderous intent. His eyes were filled with eagerness. From various clues, it could be seen that Zhu Ming was not only extremely powerful, but he was also a powerful array master. The old goat was filled with anticipation to be able to exchange blows with such a array master. Let's leave this place first. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Then, he leaped up and turned into a dazzling streamer, flying out of the extreme yin abyss. Without the yin-yang pearl, the extreme yin abyss and the extreme yang abyss no longer shot out yin-yang light pillars. They became two ordinary abyss and could no longer affect Ling Zhao and the old goat. The yin-yang light pillar has disappeared. It seems like young master Ling Zhao has broken through the array and entered the abyss. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. He can even break through a flawless emperor array? The strength of this Ling Zhao's strength has probably exceeded our imagination. However, will he really return the yin-yang pearl to us? Zhou Zisu's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes were filled with shock as she asked Zhou Yuan worriedly. I think so. We can only take a gamble now. Zhou Yuan was also unsure as he smiled bitterly. Yap Liangchen, the white dragon horse, Kuan Peng, and Taoist Wuliang's eyes lit up. They were completely relieved. They were not concerned about whether Ling Xiao and the old goat could obtain the Yin Yang pearl. They were only worried about their safety. Now, it seemed like Ling Xiao and the old goat were safe. When they stepped into the wasteland in front of them, they were not attacked by the array formation. Only then did they confirm that the flawless array formation had indeed been broken. We will wait for them at the entrance of the abyss, Taoist Wuliang said. The group arrived at the extreme Yin abyss and the extreme Yang abyss without any obstacles. They did not encounter any danger. Although the extreme Yin abyss and the extreme Yang abyss were no longer emitting Yin-Yang divine light, they were still emitting cold and hot auras. They did not have to wait for long before they saw Ling Xiao and the old goat flying out of the abyss. Young Master Ling Xiao, have you found the Yin-Yang pearl? Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He bowed deeply to Ling Xiao and took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you for your generosity." Ling Xiao nodded. His palm shone brightly as the black and white Yin-Yang pearl appeared. It is indeed the Yin-Yang pearl. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zisu shuddered, their faces filled with excitement. Zhou Yuan even reached out his hand to grab the Yin-Yang pearl. However, Ling Xiao's palm shone brightly as he kept the Yin-Yang pearl back. Young Master Ling Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Yuan's face instantly turned ugly. Zhou Zisu was also furious. Could it be that Ling Xiao was after the Yin-Yang pearl and wanted to go back on his words? Before I pass the Yin-Yang pearl to you, Pavilion Master Zhou needs to answer a few questions. Ling Xiao said flatly. What questions? Zhou Yuan forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. May I ask, Pavilion Master Zhou, what exactly is this Yin-Yang pearl? Why does your Zhou clan's ancestor look exactly like your granddaughter, Zhou Zisu? Also, who exactly is your Zhou clan's ancestor? Ling Xiao stared at Zhou Yuan and said indifferently. Although his voice was extremely calm, there was a vast and majestic aura around him that pressed towards Zhou Yuan. You saw my Zhou clan's ancestor? Zhou Yuan's body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Several epochs had already passed, and the Zhou clan's ancestor had long fallen. Right now, his corpse was probably nowhere to be found, reduced to ashes. How could Ling Xiao possibly meet the Zhou clan's ancestor? Answer my question. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to get the Yin-Yang pearl, you might not even be able to leave this place safely. Ling Xiao said calmly. Boom, the old goat sneered and instantly took out the devouring array disc. It swallowed and spat out a powerful light, locking Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zisu in place. Although Taoist Wuliang, the white dragon horse, and the others did not know what was going on, they also vaguely surrounded Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zisu with hostility. Since Ling Xiao said so, there must be a problem. Perhaps Zhou Yuan was hiding some important information. The atmosphere instantly became tense. I can't hide anything from you, young Master Ling Xiao. Zhou Yuan laughed bitterly, looking as if he had aged a lot in an instant. He sighed and began to answer Ling Xiao's question. Young Master Ling Xiao, I'm sure you've already obtained the 1,000 origin Dao fruits. You should have a certain guess about my Zhou clan's ancestor's identity. That's right. She was a robber, but it was not what she wanted. She was chosen by the heavenly Dao and became a robber. A robber? I see. Ling Xiao nodded faintly. It was indeed as he had guessed. A few eras ago, she entered the realm of nothingness to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor, but she failed in the end. My Zhou clan only received a message from her before she died, telling us where she died and asking us to retrieve the Yin-Yang pearl. However, she did not tell us who our enemy was. A trace of helplessness appeared in Zhou Yuan's eyes. He said, as for why my granddaughter resembles ancestor Zhou Rulong of my Zhou clan, it's because my granddaughter has obtained a portion of ancestor Rulong's inheritance and merged with her soul fragment. So in a sense, my granddaughter and ancestor Rulong are one and the same. I see. Then please tell me, what is this Yin-Yang pearl? Ling Xiao said faintly. This was the most important question. Ling Xiao could vaguely feel that this yin-yang pearl was extraordinary and contained a terrifying amount of power. However, he could not find out the details of the yin-yang pearl. It was as if something was missing. The yin-yang pearl is an inheritance treasure of my Zhou clan, and it contains the quintessence energy of the grand Tao of yin and yang. Once one obtains the yin-yang pearl, one's cultivation will instantly improve to the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm. Moreover, one will possess extremely formidable combat strength, Zhou Yuan said slowly. You're not telling the truth. Ling Xiao said faintly. Old man, I've long found you an eyesore. How dare you hide it from us now? When Yu Ming arrives, not only will you not be able to obtain the yin-yang pearl, but you'll also die without a burial place. The old goat said angrily. You Ming? Zhou Yuan's body shook. Instantly, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. You're saying that the enemy who killed my Zhou clan's ancestor is Yu Ming? Yu Ming. These two words made Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zisu's faces turn pale instantly. Others only knew that Yu Ming was the 6th ultimate overlord and a supreme genius of the ancient era. However, they knew very little about Yu Ming's strength. However, as a native of Eternal Emperor Road, Zhou Yuan knew better than anyone how powerful and terrifying Yu Ming was. The two words represented death, slaughter, and cruelty. You're right. That trash Zhou Rulong did die in my hands. How dare an androgynous thing like you try to compete with me for the Hongmeng bead? You really don't know what's good for you. A cold and cruel voice suddenly rang out in the void. Rumble, a dark and terrifying aura swept out like a vast ocean, shrouding the heavens and the earth. In the endless void, a figure stepped out. His eyes were cruel and cold. His body exuded a deathly and oppressive aura as if hell had descended. Everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. You Ming? Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zisu's bodies shook violently. Their faces turned even paler and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect Zhou clan's ancestor, Zhou Rulong, to die in Yu Ming's hands. They also did not expect Yu Ming to arrive so quickly. Yu Ming stood in the void like an ancient demon god walking in hell. His body exuded a vast and terrifying aura as if hell had enveloped them. It was extremely terrifying. Behind Yu Ming, there were more than 10 figures in black armor. Only pairs of blood-red eyes could be seen. Their auras were unfathomable. Their cultivation had all reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Those were Yu Ming's followers. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed it, so he was not surprised by Yu Ming's arrival. Ling Xiao, the yin-yang bead is in your hands, right? Hand it over and I'll give you a quick death. How about it? Yu Ming's cruel gaze fell on Ling Xiao as he spoke mockingly. The yin-yang bead is indeed with me. However, I'm very curious. What exactly is the yin-yang bead? The Hongmeng bead. Could it be the Hongmeng bead, one of the 10 legendary chaos treasures? Is the yin-yang bead related to the Hongmeng bead? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Yu Ming calmly. The old goat, Taoist Wu Liang, and the others stared at Yu Ming and his followers as if they were facing a great enemy. They all understood that this battle was unavoidable. Yu Ming was ranked 4th on the Tao confirmation list. He was a 6th ultimate king and the lord of reincarnation Imperial City. No one would deny his strength. Especially after breaking the yin-yang purgatory formation and confirming that Yu Ming was a powerful array master, the old goat was even more fearful of Yu Ming. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you're about to die, but you still have so many questions? Since you're so curious, I'll satisfy your curiosity. That's right, the yin-yang bead in your hands can produce a certain change in the Hongmeng bead. It's enough to allow someone to prove their Tao and become an emperor. It can be said that the yin-yang bead and the Hongmeng bead are the opportunity to become an emperor. Don't you think it's precious? Yu Ming laughed loudly. His eyes were full of mockery as he stared at Ling Xiao crazily. He spoke of the yin-yang bead's function without any scruples as if he had no intention of hiding it. The opportunity to become an emperor? These 4 words caused everyone's body to involuntarily tremble, and even their breathing became hurried. Although Yu Ming did not speak in detail, it still caused everyone to involuntarily tremble. Their eyes revealed an incomparably blazing expression. The opportunity to become an emperor? These 4 words also caused the breathing of the 3 figures in the endless nothingness to quicken. The Hongmeng bead is one of the 10 great chaos treasures. I didn't expect it to fall into Yu Ming's hands. If the combination of the Yin Yang bead and the Hongmeng bead can really allow one to become an emperor, then we can't let it go. That's right. When Yu Ming and Ling Xiao are both injured, we'll immediately attack, kill them, and snatch the Hongmeng bead and the Yin Yang bead. This is probably the opportunity to become an emperor from a few eras ago. I don't know why Yu Ming did not choose to prove his Tao. If that's the case, then he can die. Don't be careless. Yu Ming and Ling Xiao are not ordinary people. We must make sure to kill them in one strike. The 3 figures' divine thoughts intertwined, exuding an incomparable wave of greed and passion. As robbers, they could not remain calm in the face of the opportunity to become an emperor. Since you've told me, do you think I'll still give you the Yin Yang bead? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but he still looked at Yu Ming calmly. He'd long since confirmed that even though Yu Ming seemed arrogant and conceited, he was actually a scheming person. Ling Xiao only believed half of what he said. This was a battle of words, but it was also a battle of auras. Ling Xiao and Yu Ming were both accumulating their strength. Both of them knew that there would be a battle today, so they were adjusting their auras, ready to fight at any time. You won't hand it over? It's simple. If I kill you, the Yin Yang bead will naturally be mine. Yu Ming smiled. His smile was cruel and bloodthirsty, and a crazy murderous intent surged around him. Rumble. The dark and oppressive aura around him seemed to be able to bury everything. It pressed down on Ling Xiao mightily like hell, filled with despair and oppression. That kind of aura already contained a trace of extreme sublimation power. It was probably not much worse than the legendary Supreme Emperor. Or I kill you, and the Hongmeng bead will be mine. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chaotic light also rose around him, and a vast and majestic aura suppressed everything. He was like an invincible primordial ancestor god, exuding a dignified and mysterious aura. He and Yu Ming did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. As for Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu, they had already been forgotten. Their eyes were filled with panic, and their faces were extremely pale. They all felt the threat of death. If Ling Xiao and Yu Ming were to fight, the 2 of them would not be able to avoid being implicated. If I had known that the enemy who killed our ancestor was Yu Ming, I would not have come to look for the Yin Yang bead now. Zhou Yuan's heart was filled with bitterness and regret. He originally wanted to let Zhou Zixu merge with the power of the Yin Yang bead after obtaining it, and her cultivation would skyrocket. At that time, with the help of the Yin Yang bead, she might have the strength to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor. However, he did not expect that the enemy who killed the Zhou family ancestor was Yu Ming, and that he had lived until this era. All of his plans had been for naught. Grandfather, if Ling Xiao can kill Yu Ming, he might return the Yin Yang bead to us. We still have a chance. Zhou Zixu bit her lip and said slowly. Ling Xiao killed Yu Ming? Zixu, you don't know how terrifying Yu Ming is. Ling Xiao's chances of defeating Yu Ming are extremely slim. Moreover, even if he can kill Yu Ming, who would reject the opportunity to become an emperor? Why would he return the Yin Yang bead to us? Zhou Yuan laughed bitterly, and his face became even older. Grandfather, I believe in him. Zhou Zixu said stubbornly. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, her eyes were filled with determination. Zixu, if Ling Xiao really fights with Yu Ming later, I will think of a way to stop them. You must leave the realm of nothingness. You are the hope of our Zhou family. You must not die here. Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at Zhou Zixu and said seriously. Grandfather, Zhou Zixu's body trembled, and her eyes immediately turned red. Rumble, at that moment, the battle between Ling Xiao and Yu Ming's aura reached its peak. Let's fight. Ling Xiao shouted. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his body was emitting a monstrous aura. For an expert at Yu Ming's level, words were useless. Such an expert had experienced 6 eras and walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had already condensed an invincible aura, and his mind was incomparably strong. Perhaps his path of heart had already been cultivated to the great perfection realm. In the face of such an expert, the only way was to defeat him fair and square. Ling Xiao was not careless at all. He condensed a physical body and a terrifying aura rose around him. It was as if the power of a chaotic divine demon had been added to his body, allowing him to casually throw a punch with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Good timing. Yu Ming's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. The cold arrogance and bloodthirstiness on his face instantly disappeared, leaving only indifference. Boom, he threw out a palm, and the netherworld divine light around him surged as if a sea of blood was rising. At the same time, it transformed into various terrifying visions of the netherworld. It was breathtaking as it pressed down on Ling Xiao. Behind Yu Ming, a pitch-black Tao spirit also appeared. It was like a demon god from hell, and its aura was monstrous. He had also condensed a physical body and a Tao spirit. Crack, the fist and palm collided, causing the void to shake violently. The chaotic light swept through everything and destroyed all the netherworld energy in the sky. Ling Xiao's body swayed in the void, and Yu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying. They had both condensed a physical body and a Tao spirit, but Ling Xiao's physical body was stronger than Yu Ming's. However, Yu Ming did not suffer any injuries, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Very good. Your physical body is indeed strong. After I kill you and condense the netherworld divine corpse, it will definitely become my corpse king. Yu Ming sneered and pounced towards Ling Xiao again. That palm seemed to be just a test. The fire of the underworld rose around him in an instant, capable of burning everything. In the fire of the underworld that filled the sky, in an instant, there were palm prints that covered the sky and earth, sweeping towards Ling Xiao. Kill! The cold roar caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. Yu Ming's aura seemed to have increased several times in an instant. Rumble! Ling Xiao's body was filled with boundless energy. It was as if an entire world had been bestowed upon him, allowing him to shake the heavens and earth and destroy the chaos with a single move. Ling Xiao was fearless as he stepped into the area enveloped by the flames of the netherworld and engaged in close combat with the netherworld. Rumble, both of them possessed extreme speed. It was as if they had broken through the limits of time and space. Every strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble and the void to shatter. Endless chaotic mist surged around them like a storm, cutting through everything. However, it was unable to cause any harm to them. Ling Xiao and Yu Ming seemed to have turned into two resplendent suns as they collided with each other. Every strike sent out a shockwave that could destroy the heavens and earth. Their intense battle caused everyone's expression to turn grave. Their eyes were filled with shock. This netherworld fruit is truly unfathomable. Although that absolute godly king is known as the Three Absolutes King, I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few moves against netherworld. Daoist Wuliang said slowly. There seemed to be a yin-yang tai chi diagram in his eyes that could see through everything. Although the battle between Ling Xiao and Yu Ming was extremely fast, Wuliang could clearly see all the trajectories of their attacks. Six Absolutes King is extraordinary. This netherworld has already condensed a physical body and a Tao spirit. I'm afraid he has more than one Tao spirit. Yi Liangchen also sighed softly. The most terrifying thing is that this netherworld is very likely to be a formation emperor. He's an existence that can set up a supreme formation. If he's really given the time to set up a flawless emperor formation, I'm afraid we'll all be trapped in it. Therefore, we have to be careful at all times. We can't give him any chance to set up a formation. The old goat said slowly. The devouring formation disk floated above his head, sprinkling down a dazzling radiance. It was checking if there were any traces of formation runes in the surroundings to prevent Yu Ming from setting up a formation and killing them all in one fell swoop. However, what surprised the old goat and the others was that the dozen or so followers behind Yu Ming were extremely powerful. They did not attack the old goat and the others immediately. Instead, they waited there. They locked onto the old goat and the others, vaguely monitoring them. However, they did not attack as if they were waiting for the result of this battle with Yu Ming. Zhou Yuan, who was incomparably nervous, calmed down a little. However, the determination in his eyes grew stronger. It was as if he was ready to risk his life at any moment to send Zhou Zixu away. Zhou Zixu stared at Yu Ming in the void. There seemed to be a strange radiance flickering in his indestructible primordial spirit. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes as he looked at Yu Ming. Boom, the aura around Ling Xiao rose, filled with an invincible aura. He threw out a punch as if the power of heaven and earth was about to descend. It completely locked onto Yu Ming, giving him no chance to dodge. This was the invincible fist intent that Ling Xiao had cultivated after condensing his physical body and Tao spirit. It merged all skills and nourished hundreds of scriptures. His fist intent had already reached a godly level. When he threw out a punch, it swept across the void. However, it gave people the feeling that his fist intent was everywhere. The fist print covered the sky and every punch contained an unparalleled killing intent that dominated the universe. Of course, Yu Ming naturally would not dodge. His netherworld divine palm contained vast netherworld origin. When his palm landed, it was as if the world was turned upside down. It was as if he wanted to pull all life into the cycle of reincarnation and be completely buried in the netherworld hell. He and Ling Xiao violently clashed and fought in the chaos. Every blow was as if the world was being split apart, erupting with all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable visions. However, in terms of physical strength, although Yu Ming had also condensed his physical body and Tao spirit, he was still weaker than Ling Xiao. He was already at a disadvantage. This discovery made the old goat and Taoist Wu Liang extremely excited. On the other hand, Yu Ming's followers looked indifferent. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship as they looked at Yu Ming. It was as if they were not worried that Yu Ming would be defeated by Ling Xiao. Gotcha, there was another terrifying collision. Endless chaos exploded and swept away all the netherworld divine light. Ling Xiao was bathed in the netherworld fire. His physical body exuded an immortal light. He was like a supreme great emperor, suppressing the heavens. His aura was extremely terrifying. Boom, Ling Xiao's fist pressed down. After colliding with Yu Ming's extreme speed, he suddenly locked Yu Ming's arm. Then, he kicked out in the air and aimed at Yu Ming's head. Yu Ming's face was cold. His finger was like a sword. The black sword chi seemed to be able to pierce the sky. In an instant, it touched the sole of Ling Xiao's foot and blocked Ling Xiao's kick. At the same time, his tongue released a thunderous sound. A vast and terrifying sound wave enveloped Ling Xiao. Jia. The word Jia was like a supreme Tao sound that could split the heavens and earth. It was invisible and intangible. It actually broke through Ling Xiao's physical defense and swept directly toward Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. At the same time, Yu Ming's eyes were extremely cruel. His palm was filled with netherworld fire. In an instant, it turned into an incomparably sharp blade light. The blade was unparalleled as it slashed toward Ling Xiao's neck. This blade seemed to have split the heavens and earth and destroyed the chaos. It contained the supreme imperial might. Netherworld Fire Divine Blade. After the dazzling blade light, a mysterious figure vaguely appeared. It was ancient, mysterious, vast and majestic. It was like the Lord of the Netherworld who had buried the heavens. It brought with it an endless aura of death and destruction. Boom, Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit bloomed with dazzling light in an instant. Like a devouring vortex, it appeared and swallowed the divine sound. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly became as sharp as a sword. Then, he threw out a punch. Chaotic light rose above the fist light. It was as if a vast river of time had appeared and covered the heavens. Ling Xiao controlled the great Tao of chaos and the great Tao of time at the same time. It was as if the origin of the two great Taos had completely merged into one in his punch. Then, it collided with the netherworld fire divine blade. Crack, the unparalleled fist print destroyed everything. The netherworld fire divine blade suddenly exploded. The blade light that filled the sky instantly turned into nothingness. The punch landed on Yu Ming's chest and made a muffled sound. It directly sent Yu Ming flying. Yu Ming's figure drifted back. The destructive power of the unparalleled fist print was quickly dissolved by him. However, a supreme origin energy still poured into his body, causing his body to tremble. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Your body has the aura of several great Tao origins. Now, you even have the chaos origin and the time origin. Are you a robber? No, you don't have the aura of a robber. Which path have you taken? Ha ha ha. I really don't know if I should admire your courage or laugh at your ignorance. Yu Ming laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with indifference. There was a faint mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had seen the biggest joke in the world. Which path? What do you know? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. His eyes were incomparably calm. The path of 10,000 Daos is one. Yu Ming said indifferently. The mocking look in his eyes became even more intense. It seems that you are really ignorant. The ignorant are fearless. The path of 10,000 Daos as one is indeed extremely powerful. It can even be said to be unprecedented. However, for countless eras, the blood of countless geniuses has been shed. Even the fall of great emperors has proven that this is a dead end. Even if you are a robber who has merged with countless great Tao origins, you will only be making a wedding dress for others. Moreover, the so-called robber master will most likely fail in the end. I didn't expect that you would also take this path. It seems that I have overestimated you. Yu Ming sneered. It was as if he was deliberately explaining for Ling Xiao. He actually stopped attacking for a moment. You also know about the path of 10,000 Daos as one? However, how do you know whether it is a dead end or not? If you haven't set foot on the peak, you can only say that you are not strong enough. There are thousands of great Daos. Who can say that one's Dao is definitely right? Ling Xiao said indifferently as if he was not moved at all. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. Why do you think so many great emperors with 3,000 great Daos can only integrate with one Dao? Because those who tried to integrate with the second Dao are already dead, not to mention integrating with 10,000 Daos as one. Since ancient times, no one has been able to do it. Whether it is a dead end or not, you will know when you continue on. To think that I overestimated you. It seems that you are just an ignorant fool. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Hand over the yin yang pearl and let me refine you into the netherworld sacred corpse. Then, you will suffer less. Otherwise, you will never know how terrifying my means are. Yu Ming sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His previous attack was just to test Ling Xiao. Now that he saw that Ling Xiao was just an idiot who had embarked on the path of 10,000 Daos as one, he naturally couldn't be bothered to test him anymore. If he chose to integrate with 10,000 Daos, he would not even be able to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, let alone reach the end. He would be abandoned by heaven and earth. Such a person was destined to have no future. It seems that I have overestimated this kid. My opponents are only Sakura, Hong Tian, and Rolai. Yu Ming thought in his heart. Yu Ming's words made the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Yi Liangchen, and the others' faces change. 10,000 Daos as one? Ling Xiao is actually on the path of 10,000 Daos as one? No wonder he needs so many origin Dao fruits. I thought he was comprehending the origin Dao fruits to condense his own origin. How can he walk on such a path? Taoist Wuliang had been calm and collected. However, after hearing the conversation between Yu Ming and Ling Xiao, his face instantly became extremely anxious. 10,000 Daos as one? This is indeed a dead end. For 108 eras, countless geniuses and even peerless great emperors have failed. There are no exceptions. Yi Liangchen said with a bitter smile. Choosing the path of 10,000 Daos as one means that you have chosen to reject the heavenly Dao and walk on the path of using yourself as the foundation. From then on, you will be abandoned by the heavenly Dao. The further you go, the greater the rejection from the heavenly Dao. Taoist Wuliang said with a bitter smile. Now, it was too late to persuade Ling Xiao. His Dao was set. Unless he destroyed his own Dao foundation and started from scratch, it was almost impossible. After hearing Taoist Wuliang and Yi Liangchen's explanation, the old goat was extremely anxious. The white dragon horse and Kuan Peng looked at each other. They must have never heard of something as secretive as 10,000 Daos as one. Only those powerful inheritances had records of 10,000 Daos as one. What are you afraid of? Even if everyone else fails, maybe Ling Xiao will succeed? The old goat suppressed the worry in his heart and said with a lack of confidence. That's right. I also think that this guy can't be judged by common sense. Kuan Peng and the white dragon horse nodded in agreement. You mean? Whether or not my Dao is a dead end, why should I care about others' opinions? You have cultivated to this level, but you still don't understand this principle. Just based on what you've said, it's enough to make me look down on you. If you want the yin yang pearl, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he walked towards Yu Ming. His heart was as firm as steel. Since he had chosen his path, he would only care about moving forward and never retreat. So what if it's a dead end? If it's a dead end, then I'll cut through all obstacles and create a path that belongs to me. Ling Xiao, rumble. Third sect leader Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as his qi and blood soared. The chaotic light behind him opened up 3,000 worlds, pushing the sun, moon, and stars as he moved. His invincible aura made everyone dazed as if they saw a supreme great emperor walking out from the chaos. His essence, qi, and spirit rose to the extreme. His steps were firm as they shook the void. It was like the might of thunder that swept out in all directions. Ling Xiao wasn't affected by Yu Ming's words at all. Instead, Yu Ming's words made him feel extremely proud. Yu Ming, take my epic fist. Ling Xiao's voice shook the primal chaos, accompanied by an extremely dazzling fist print that came crashing down on the underworld. The epic fist was a supreme fist technique created by Ling Xiao. It nurtured hundreds of scriptures and merged thousands of techniques. It was a peerless killing fist that could pierce through the chaos and destroy the epic. As Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, he began to comprehend thousands of great Dao origins. This allowed the epic fist, which was originally a little rough, to display its supreme power. The epic fist pressed down as if 3,000 great Daos had gathered at the same time. Thousands of worlds were destroyed at the same time. This fist passed through the river of time of 108 epics. It contained an extremely terrifying foundation as it fell down majestically. Kill. Yu Ming's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as if he had no intention of testing Ling Xiao's strength. The terrifying aura around him increased exponentially. Endless netherworld divine light swept across the heavens and earth, turning into a terrifying figure that pierced through the heavens and earth. It faced Ling Xiao's fist. Yu Ming world-suppressing fist. It was also a supreme fist technique created by Yu Ming. Together with his physical body and Dao spirit, this pure killing fist technique exploded with earth-shattering power. Rumble, Yu Ming soared through the sky as he charged towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, he blasted out over 10,000 punches. Every single punch contained the strength to kill a 9th-level imperial monarch. They blotted out the sky as they descended. They were like a group of demons dancing about, and they intended to annihilate all living beings. The two supreme fist marks collided in the void, Xianxia. In the chaos, an extremely bright light exploded. It was as if the heavens and earth were destroyed. The sun and moon rose, accompanied by the terrifying sound of thunder. The chaotic light and killing intent that filled the sky merged together and rose to the extreme in an instant. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao and Yu Ming actually chose to take each other's punches head-on. Then, their unparalleled fists smashed into each other's chests. Die! Yu Ming's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. His face was extremely ferocious. The netherworld world-suppressing killing fist contained a great amount of divine power. It was an ultimate killing fist. When it hit Ling Xiao's chest, it broke through Ling Xiao's physical defense and blasted towards his heart. That was where the source of life was located. This punch was going to destroy all of Ling Xiao's life force. Ling Xiao's epical fist landed on Yu Ming's chest. It was filled with an ethereal aura as it silently penetrated Yu Ming's chest. Netherworld's unparalleled physical body was actually like paper under this punch, and an enormous bloody hole appeared. Rumble, a terrifying and blazing light burst forth, instantly enveloping Ling Xiao and Yu Ming. Ling Xiao and Yu Ming groaned at the same time as blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. However, the difference was that Ling Xiao's physical body was as tough as diamond and indestructible. Yu Ming's punch only broke his skin and flesh. The killing intent surged and shook Ling Xiao's internal organs. However, it did not break Ling Xiao's bones. After that, it was blasted away by a powerful force. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had penetrated Yu Ming's chest. Moreover, an extremely terrifying epical force raged and raged, constantly destroying Yu Ming's life force. Dense cracks appeared all over Yu Ming's body. Netherworld heaven-devouring cauldron, refine. Yu Ming's face was extremely ferocious. Terrifying killing intent rose around him as he suddenly shouted. Rumble, terrifying flames of the underworld surged around him and instantly turned into a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. It was ancient and majestic, and it enveloped Ling Xiao. Endless flames of the underworld enveloped Ling Xiao and began to refine him. Ling Xiao, I said that you must die today. No one can save you. Yu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Rumble, two extremely terrifying auras rose from Yu Ming's body. In an instant, two figures that pierced through the heavens and earth appeared behind him. One emitted powerful primordial spirit light and was mysterious. The other emitted endless netherworld origin as if it was the embodiment of the heavenly way. What? Yu Ming has condensed three great principal spirits? Taoist Wuliang's body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The two figures were the primordial spirit Dao spirit and the origin Dao spirit. In addition to the physical body Dao spirit, Yu Ming had already condensed three great principal spirits. Such aptitude and talent could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. The three great principal spirits sat cross-legged in the void. At the same time, a dazzling light gushed out from them and supported the netherworld heaven-devouring cauldron. They activated the netherworld flames and began to refine Ling Xiao. Although Yu Ming's body was penetrated by Ling Xiao's arm, divine order chains extended from his body and shackled Ling Xiao's arm and body, making it impossible for him to escape. The terrifying aura that erupted from the three great principal spirits made everyone's heart palpitate. Their faces were extremely pale as if they were facing a supreme emperor. The netherworld flames became incomparably illusory. It could even refine the chaotic qi directly. Ling Xiao, who was trapped in it, seemed to be burned by the black flames. Damn it! Quickly save Ling Xiao. Yu Ming is too strong. The old goat's eyes were filled with anxiety. The heaven-devouring array disk bloomed with dazzling light. In an instant, it came across the sky and wanted to suppress Yu Ming. How dare you! A violent roar rang out. The eyes of the dozen followers of Yu Ming flashed with killing intent as they unleashed powerful attacks. Rumble, the blazing torrent came across the sky. The attacks of the dozen peerless emperors directly blasted the heaven-devouring array disk back. All of you better behave yourselves. When Lord Yu Ming kills Ling Xiao, he will naturally take care of all of you. If you don't know what's good for you, you will die without a burial place now. A powerful follower said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. They did not receive Yu Ming's order, so they did not attack the old goat and the others. However, it did not mean that they would not attack. Once the old goat and the others made any strange moves, they would not hesitate to suppress them. Just with the likes of you? The old goat sneered. His eyes were extremely cold. The devouring sky array disk trembled slightly in the void. Runes fell down one after another, as if it was setting up a formation, enveloping the entire primal chaos void. Ignorant fool. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. The eyes of the dozen powerful followers turned cold. The terrifying aura around them boiled like a volcano as if they were going to attack at any time. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Rumble, in the void, the netherworld heaven-devouring cauldron was sucking Ling Xiao into it. The netherworld flame was spreading, wanting to refine Ling Xiao. However, an incomparably vast and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The vast and boundless devouring sacred domain emerged from the chaos. Yu Ming and the three Dao spirits were all enveloped by the heaven-devouring sacred domain. Since you know that I am walking the path of 10,000 Dao as one, you still want to refine me? Idiot! Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rang in the void. Rumble, stars seemed to light up around Ling Xiao. Vast origin energy rose like divine chains of order, locking Yu Ming and the three Dao spirits in it. A vast and majestic devouring power erupted, and a chaotic flame rose, wanting to burn underworld and the three great path spirits into ashes. In Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, 2,000 origin Dao fruits bloomed with dazzling light. They were as bright and eternal as stars. That's right, after refining the 1,000 origin Dao fruits he'd obtained from Zhou Rulong, the number of origin Dao fruits in Ling Xiao's body had reached a shocking 2,000. 2,000 origin Dao fruits gathered, causing Ling Xiao's body to shine brilliantly. It was as if he was a Dao body condensed from origin energy, containing boundless and terrifying power. Yu Ming had been testing him earlier. Wasn't Ling Xiao stalling for time? Now that he'd completely refined the origin Dao fruits, he could finally unleash all of his power to suppress Yu Ming. 2,000 origin Tao fruits? How is that possible? How can your body contain so many origin Tao fruits and not explode? I know. You also have the support of a chaos treasure. Yu Ming's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he exclaimed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes instantly became blazing hot. Chaos treasure. After obtaining the primordial bead, Yu Ming knew how terrifying and powerful chaos treasures were. They were born at the beginning of the chaos and were beyond the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were terrifying treasures that could even kill great emperors. The 10 chaos treasures of heaven and earth were all extremely heaven-defying treasures. If he hadn't obtained the primordial bead, he wouldn't have been able to become a 6th ultimate king. However, the primordial bead seemed to have been severely damaged. Even now, it hadn't been completely restored. He'd gone to great lengths to nurture the yin-yang bead in order to repair the primordial bead. Kill. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. He had no intention of responding to Yu Ming. As he used the devouring sacred domain to suppress and refine Yu Ming, he threw a punch at Yu Ming. The unparalleled fist mark was like a vast starry sky. It contained the mysterious power of 2,000 origin Tao fruits. This was the fist of creation. It contained the supreme power to split heaven and earth. It contained the mysteries of life. It was nurtured by the great Tao origin. 3,000 great Taos combined into one. It was the most powerful fist technique that could erupt, the power of 2,000 origin Tao fruits gathered on this punch. The terrifying power that erupted from it made Yu Ming's heart palpitate. Primordial bead, break. Yu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Even though he believed that Ling Zhao's path of unification was a dead end, he couldn't deny Ling Zhao's current strength. A purple bead flew out from Yu Ming's palm. It was like a purple sun. In an instant, it bloomed with incomparably dazzling brilliance. The chaos treasure, the primordial bead, the powerful devouring heaven sacred domain shattered like a mirror. As the primordial bead vibrated, it seemed like an endless world was opening up. It was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, it suppressed Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. As soon as the primordial bead appeared, it was as if the chaos began to boil violently. Even the endless void was trembling. A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The wordless heavenly book shot out from between his brows and collided with the primordial bead. Rumble, the 2 chaos treasures crushed everything in their path, causing the chaos in all directions to break apart and fly toward the endless void. The wordless heavenly book, the chaos treasure? You really have a great fortune. Yu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold sneer. You too. Ling Xiao responded nonchalantly. At this moment, the 3 figures who were watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Nether above the boundless void were also shocked. The chaos treasures, the wordless heavenly book and the primordial bead? No wonder Ling Xiao and Yu Ming are so powerful. With these 2 chaos treasures protecting them, it'll be difficult for the 3 of us to do anything to them. Fortunately, we were cautious and didn't make a move. What do we do now? Once they're both injured and someone else obtains the 2 chaos treasures, we'll still be no match for them. That Ling Xiao walks the path of 10,000 Tao as one? 2,000 origin Tao fruits, TSK. Only the Tribulation Lord can match that, right? Thoughts intertwined in the 3 figures' minds, their eyes shining with incomparable greed and fervor. Whether it was the 2 chaos treasures or Ling Zhao's 2,000 origin Tao fruits, they were all very tempting. Oh no! We've been discovered. One of the figures suddenly cried out in alarm. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book and the primordial bead seemed to possess the supreme power to suppress the chaos and destroy the void. After colliding, they flew toward the chaos simultaneously. Their targets were the 3 of them. They'd been discovered. Damn it! Let's get out of here. Shock and anger flashed across their faces, and they wanted to quickly teleport away. But it was too late. Locked on by the 2 chaos treasures, they had no chance of escaping. All they could do was take the attacks head-on. Rumble, their faces twisted with madness and ferocity. Terrifying auras rose around them, causing the void around them to tremble violently. Origin Tao fruits spread out and formed powerful barriers in front of the 2 chaos treasures. Crack, the wordless heavenly book and the primordial bead came crashing down, shattering the barriers like they were made of paper. The two chaos treasures slammed into the three of them, causing them to cry out in pain. Then, they fell from the void. Robbers? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he sensed the auras of the three of them. They were all robbers. Trash. Ants, how dare you try to be a fisherman? If you want to use me, you'll have to be prepared to die. Yu Ming sneered. The primordial bead was like a purple immortal realm that came crashing down on the three figures. Rumble, the three robbers trembled violently as blood spurted out from their mouths. Although they tried their best to resist, they were still sent flying by the Hongmeng bead. Ling Xiao and Yu Ming had discovered these three robbers long ago. This time, they attacked them at the same time, intending to kill these three robbers once and for all. After all, Ling Xiao and Yu Ming could not tolerate the fact that there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Sun, Huang Qi, Zhao Kun. Why are you guys here? Zhou Yuan suddenly exclaimed as his eyes were filled with disbelief. The three figures fell in front of everyone. They were middle-aged men in black robes. Their auras were powerful and unfathomable. All of them were at the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Young Master Ling Xiao, the three of them are the clan leaders of the three major clans. I didn't expect them to be robbers. Zhou Yuan explained the identities of the three men to Ling Xiao. There were 12 ancient clans in the 12 imperial cities. The three men were the clan leaders of the three ancient clans. They were quite familiar with Zhou Yuan. Rumble, Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as killing intent filled the air around him. He locked onto the three robbers. The Hongmeng bead in Yu Ming's hand shone brightly as killing intent rose. He was ready to attack at any time. Being targeted by Ling Xiao and Netherworld at the same time, the faces of the three robbers instantly turned ghastly pale. They had screwed up, the same thought appeared in their minds. They had planned to let Ling Xiao and Yu Ming suffer so that they could take advantage of the situation. However, they had not expected to be discovered. Ling Xiao and Yu Ming's strength was extremely terrifying. Although the three robbers were also very strong, they were naturally no match for Ling Xiao and Yu Ming. Stop. How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid that the Tribulation Lord will come and kill all of you? Zhang San roared in a threatening manner while cowardly at heart. Tribulation Lord? I'm really curious. Who is the Tribulation Lord that you're talking about? However, if he doesn't come out, the three of you will really die. Ling Xiao said faintly. His eyes shone with a bright light. He was determined to get his hands on these three robbers. The robber hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. How could he not want to kill the robber? After all, in Ling Zhao's opinion, these robbers were just perfect origin source Dao fruits. If he could kill these three robbers and even the legendary Tribulation Lord, perhaps Ling Xiao would really be able to gather all 3,000 Dao origins. At that time, with 3,000 great Dao origins in his body, Ling Xiao might have a chance to touch the ultimate realm. Tribulation Master? I'm afraid he won't be able to save your lives in time. How dare you make use of me? Go to hell. Yao Ming's eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Netherworld flames rose around him as he slammed his palm down on the three robbers. Rumble, but right at this moment, a dazzling and resplendent ray of light soared through the sky like a fierce sword, and it instantly collided with Yu Ming's palm. The void trembled as the blazing light was quickly annihilated. The destructive power contained in Yu Ming's palm was instantly neutralized by the sword light. Yu Ming, why don't we work together for once? An indifferent and ethereal voice rang out. Resplendent light seemed to sprinkle down from the void as a figure shrouded in a white robe appeared in the void. Clouds and mist swirled around him, and the light was dazzling. His face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were brighter than the stars. His voice was clear, ethereal, and otherworldly. It was like the sound of Tao, making it difficult to distinguish whether he was a man or a woman. But Ling Xiao and Yu Ming could not help but be shocked as the identity of the newcomer emerged. Tribulation Master, the master of all the robbers, the most mysterious person on the Eternal Emperor Road. As soon as the Tribulation Master appeared, Ling Xiao and Yu Ming felt a strong sense of threat in their hearts. This Tribulation Master's strength was extremely strong. How do we work together? Yu Ming stared at the Tribulation Master and said coldly. You and I both want Ling Xiao's life, but we want different things. Why don't we work together and kill Ling Xiao? The textless heavenly book and Yin Yang Pearl will belong to you, and the rest will belong to me. What do you think? The Tribulation Master said indifferently. What do you think? After hearing the Tribulation Master's words, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others immediately looked extremely vigilant and worried. Yu Ming's strength was incomparably terrifying, and with the help of an unfathomable Tribulation Master, would Ling Xiao be a match for them? The Great Tribulation Master is actually afraid of Ling Xiao? Yu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. If this Tribulation Master had absolute confidence that he could kill Ling Xiao, why would he work with him? He would have attacked long ago, right? It's not fear, it's to ensure that we can kill him. You should already have a deep understanding of his strength. You won't be able to kill him with just your strength alone. The Tribulation Master said calmly. I say, the two of you are talking about killing me together in front of me. Aren't you looking down on me? Ling Xiao looked at the Tribulation Master and Yu Ming in front of him and smiled indifferently. Yu Ming ignored Ling Xiao and pondered for a moment before saying, all right. As you said, after killing Ling Xiao, the wordless heavenly book and the Yin Yang Pearl will belong to me. The rest will belong to you. To Yu Ming, the Yin Yang Pearl was naturally the most important. The wordless heavenly book was secondary. Moreover, he did realize that with his strength, he was not confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. Smart. The Tribulation Master smiled indifferently. He then turned his head and his gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, although your combat strength is very strong, you should know that you can't deal with both of us at the same time. You'll definitely lose. If you surrender now, you might be able to keep your life. What do you think? The Tribulation Master said indifferently. With just the two of you? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. An unparalleled sharpness instantly appeared in his eyes, and a monstrous aura rose. Sneaky scoundrels, if you want to take my life, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Come at me together, I, Ling Xiao, have nothing to fear. Rumble, his voice was like thunder, exploding in the void. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a dazzling light rose from his body. Then, he threw a punch at the Tribulation Master. The epic fist pierced through the heavens, containing the vast power of an epic. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. With an unparalleled force, it suppressed the Tribulation Master. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. The Tribulation Master said indifferently. He took a step forward, and his aura instantly disappeared into the void. He had actually disappeared just like that when Ling Xiao's epic fist locked onto him. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao felt a fatal danger coming from behind him. A dazzling sword light silently broke through the void and headed for his neck. The white divine rainbow's light was extremely condensed. The murderous intent was also extremely condensed. It wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's head with one strike. The Tribulation Master's figure silently appeared behind Ling Xiao. Rumble, at the same time, the murderous intent in Yu Ming's eyes surged. In an instant, he flew across the sky and threw out a punch. Endless netherworld divine light suppressed Ling Xiao like hell. The two supreme experts attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. It was an instant killing move. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. His body swayed slightly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. He also disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the epic fist changed direction. With an invincible force, it collided with Yu Ming and sent him flying. At the same time, Ling Xiao pointed his finger like a sword. A dazzling epic river swept across the sky. The dazzling finger light contained the power of an epic. It pointed at the Tribulation Master's glabella as if it did not care about the Tribulation Master's sword light at all. It was a battle of life and death. Moreover, it happened in an instant and was extremely tragic. Ling Xiao controlled the power of time and space. Even though the Tribulation Master's cultivation was extraordinary, he was still affected. Ling Xiao's finger instantly hit the Tribulation Master's glabella. Buzz, ripples appeared in the void. The Tribulation Master's glabella shone with a dazzling light. A powerful origin energy gushed out. It contained a terrifying rebounding force and blocked Ling Xiao's finger attack. The Tribulation Master's sword light also landed on Ling Xiao's neck. Clang, sparks flew in all directions. Dragon scales appeared on Ling Zhao's neck. They emitted an immortal light and blocked the sword light. At the same time, Ling Xiao rose into the sky like a spinning top and kicked the Tribulation Master's chest. Rumble, the Tribulation Master and Yu Ming immediately chased after him. The three of them collided like a torrent and exploded with dazzling light. While Ling Xiao, the Tribulation Master, and Yu Ming were fighting, Yu Ming's followers, Xianxia, and the other Tribulation Masters looked at each other. Cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. Kill! They roared at the same time. Then, they charged toward the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. They wanted to kill them all. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Zixu, in particular, were besieged by Zhang Sun and the other Tribulation Masters. Get close to me. Don't fight. The old goat roared. The devouring array disc spun and floated in the air. Dazzling runes sprinkled down and enveloped everyone. The runes intertwined with each other and a vast and ancient aura exploded. A devouring array disc instantly appeared around everyone. Kill! Taoist Wuliang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The horsetail whisk in his hand soared into the air. 3,000 threads intertwined and wrapped around one of Yu Ming's followers in an instant. Yi Liangchen, Kuan Peng, and the white dragon horse instantly unleashed their extreme speed. Dazzling lights fell from the sky. Their attacks were violent and explosive. Before the follower could even react, he died under the torrential attacks of the three of them. Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with madness and despair. He shielded Zhou Zixu behind him. A terrifying aura rose around him. His life force origin began to burn as he charged toward Zhang Sun and the other two Tribulation Masters. Zhou Yuan, you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Sun and the other two Tribulation Masters' eyes were cold. Their killing intent surged as rays of sharp light shrouded Zhou Yuan. Soon, Zhou Yuan was injured. His body was covered with wounds. He seemed to have gone mad as he roared furiously. However, it was difficult for him to survive alone. Grandfather! Zhou Zixu's eyes were filled with grief. Her eyes were red. She tried her best to attack, but she was no match for the three Tribulation Masters. Although the old goat had set up the array with the devouring array disc, they were still at a disadvantage in the battle. Swoosh, suddenly, a dazzling sword light swept across the sky. In an instant, it pierced through hundreds of millions of miles of the void. It was extremely sharp and dazzling. A ninth heaven Imperial Emperor expert was unable to resist at all. The sword light pierced through his forehead. His indestructible primordial spirit was instantly shattered and he died. A figure in a black robe stepped forward. His body was exuding sword intent that shot up to the sky. It's Dugu Chobai? The old goat's body trembled. Immediately, his eyes were filled with joy. Trying to bully us with numbers? A bunch of shameless dogs. Command. Take my sword. Accompanied by a cold and arrogant voice, another vast sword light descended. It was as unfathomable as the might of the heavens. Zhao Ritian, who was riding on the three-legged golden crow, was dressed in golden armor. He held the heavenly Dao Emperor sword in his hand. His aura was vast and unparalleled. Similarly, he killed a ninth heaven Imperial Emperor expert with a swing of his sword. Kill! The third roar was heard. Accompanied by demonic light that filled the sky, an unparalleled fist print descended. It contained blazing chaotic divine light. It directly pierced through the chest of a genius trial taker and blasted him into a bloody mist. Bathed in the bloody light, darkness Ling Zhao's eyes were cold. He stepped through the void like a peerless demon. His aura was extremely terrifying. Dugu Chobai, Zhao Ritian, and Darkness Ling Xiao had arrived together. Seeing the three of them, the old goat and the others were extremely excited and agitated. They immediately calmed down. Quickly go and help Ling Xiao. He's being attacked by the shameless Tribulation Masters and Yu Ming. The old goat said anxiously. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Zhao Ritian. Today, I, Zhao Ritian, will go on a killing spree. Zhao Ritian laughed arrogantly. He turned around and slashed at Yu Ming with his sword. His aura was extremely terrifying. His cultivation had already reached the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Compared to the eighth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, it was as if he had been reborn. There was a terrifying emperor's aura around him. He was extremely powerful, like a great emperor. "Senior Dugu, I'll leave it to you," Darkness Xianxia said. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Chaotic demonic chi gathered on his arm. He then punched at the Tribulation Masters. Seeing Zhao Ritian and Darkness Xianxia running away and leaving the bunch of trash to him, Dugu Chobai shook his head and smiled faintly. He was not bothered. He held his sword and charged at the followers of Yu Ming and the three robbers. With Dugu Chobai joining the battle, the situation was instantly reversed. Wherever the sword chi went, it was as if chaos had been destroyed and an era had been reborn. Life and destruction coexisted. Powerful challengers were constantly falling at the hands of Dugu Chobai. Dugu Chobai's aura was so strong that it made the followers of Nether and the three robbers put on a serious look. "Let's attack together and kill him first." All of them sensed a great threat and roared at the same time. Then, they surrounded Dugu Chobai and charged at him. The peak rumble, Zhao Ritian's heavenly Dao Emperor sword emitted a dazzling radiance. Sword chi swept across 1,000,000 miles and slashed the nether flame into nothingness. Zhao Ritian and Yu Ming clashed head-on. The sword chi and fist radiance exploded, and both of them were sent flying. Nether Xianxia's fist imprint was unparalleled. It contained chaotic demonic light and emitted an immortal luster. Like a prison, it enveloped the Tribulation Lord. A cold light flashed in the Tribulation Lord's eyes. He struck out with his palm and an explosion sounded in the void. The demonic light that filled the sky was destroyed at the same time. Nether Xianxia was sent flying by his palm and he was completely exposed to Nether Xianxia's epic fist, Kacha. The epic fist pierced through space and landed on the Tribulation Lord's chest. The Tribulation Lord's body shone with a dazzling radiance. His white robe trembled slightly, and in an instant, he dispersed the force of the punch. Then, he drifted backwards. Nether Xianxia and the Tribulation Lord's eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhao Ritian and Nether Xianxia looked like they were only at the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, their strength was extremely powerful. They were not at a disadvantage when compared to the two of them. Especially Zhao Ritian, there was an extremely vast and majestic emperor's aura that surged violently. Both Nether Xianxia and the Tribulation Lord could not help but be shocked. "Who are you people?" Nether Xianxia asked coldly. He was very familiar with the geniuses on the Dao affirmation list. However, he had never seen Zhao Ritian and Nether Xianxia before him. "I am the son of the Heavenly Emperor, Zhao Ritian. Nether Xianxia and that sneaky scoundrel. How dare you hurt my brother? Do you want to die?" Zhao Ritian laughed arrogantly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He held the Heavenly Dao Emperor sword in his hand. His entire body seemed to have merged with the Heavenly Dao. Vast and mighty origin energy erupted. His aura was extremely terrifying. "I am the Demon Master. Aren't the two of you a little too shameless? You are the Tribulation Lord. Your aura is very familiar. We should have met before, right?" Nether Xianxia sneered. His gaze was extremely deep as he stared at the Tribulation Lord. "Demon Master? How arrogant." The Tribulation Master said indifferently. "Devil Master, Brother Ritian, I'm sure both of you are curious about the true identity of this Tribulation Lord, right? He's a prodigy on the Dao confirmation list. You should all know that." Xianxia suddenly smiled. His eyes were filled with a strange light. There seemed to be 4 mysterious rays of light intertwining in his eyes, converging into a mysterious beam of light that seemed to be able to see through everything. Even if the Tribulation Lord in front of him had disguised himself to a certain extent, there was still no way for him to hide from Xiao's eye of domination. Xiao already knew the true identity of this Tribulation Master. "Who is it?" Zhao Ritian asked curiously. "The peerless genius of the Devil Realm, ranked 10th on the Dao validation list, Buishuan Wushuang." Xiao said indifferently, revealing the Demon Lord's identity with a single sentence. "Buishuan Wushuang?" His dark and piercing eyes instantly became incomparably cold, revealing a trace of ice-cold killing intent. This Buishuan Wushuang had previously sent people to subdue him, wanting him to become his follower. With Dark Ling Xiao's vengeful nature, he had long wanted to find Buishu and Wushuang for revenge. He hadn't expected Buishu and Wushuang to be the legendary Tribulation Lord. Buishu and Wushuang? The one who lost to my father back then? He doesn't look like much. No wonder he's willing to be the Heavenly Dao's lackey and become a robber. Trash. Zhao Ritian sneered as well. All of you deserve to die. Killing intent flashed in the Tribulation Lord's eyes. Rumble, blazing light flickered around him, and his white robes instantly disappeared. Demonic chi filled the air as he transformed into a young man in black armor. His eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. It was the Devil Realm's prodigy, Buishu and Wushuang. After Ling Xiao exposed his true identity, he decided not to disguise himself and revealed his true form. Rumble, blazing light rose around the Tribulation Lord as if stars had gathered in his body, causing him to exude an incomparably terrifying aura of origin. Ling Xiao instantly sensed that this Tribulation Lord most likely had more than 2,000 origin Dao fruits. Ling Xiao, do you really think you'll win with their help? Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Yu Ming's eyes also revealed a monstrous killing intent. Netherworld divine corpses, come out. Rumble. Blazing lightning flashed as the void trembled, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. As Yu Ming waved his sleeve, 36 figures with terrifying auras appeared around Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Dark Ling Xiao, shrouding all of them. They were 36 black netherworld divine corpses. Each of them was 6 feet tall and had a pair of wings on their backs. They had green faces and fangs, and their bodies looked as if they were cast in bronze. They exuded an immortal luster, and a deathly aura filled the air as if it could devour all life. As soon as the 36 netherworld divine corpses appeared, the netherworld yellow spring surged, and a terrifying emperor's aura filled the air. A peerlessly powerful supreme emperor formation was instantly formed. Have a taste of my netherworld divine corpse formation. This was originally prepared for Sakura, Hong Tian, and Rolai. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can all die. Yu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Rumble, as soon as he waved his hand, the surrounding chaos surged, and the netherworld yellow springs gushed out. The 36 netherworld divine corpses were hidden in the chaos, and they locked onto Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Dark Ling Xiao at the same time. Their auras skyrocketed. The netherworld divine corpses that were originally at the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm gradually possessed a trace of Emperor's aura, and it was extremely terrifying. These 36 netherworld divine corpses were all refined from the bodies of the peerless skyprides that Yu Ming had killed. The netherworld divine corpse formation formed between them was a flawless emperor formation. Yu Ming was confident that with the netherworld godly corpse grand formation, he would be able to fight even a supreme emperor. Kill. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Dark Ling Xiao looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They shouted at the same time, and charged towards the Tribulation Lord and Yu Ming. Ling Xiao already knew that Yu Ming was most likely an array emperor, so he was not surprised that he could set up the netherworld divine corpse formation. The netherworld divine corpse formation was Yu Ming's most powerful trump card. After all, Yu Ming claimed that the netherworld divine corpse formation could suppress Sakura, Hong Tian, and Tathagata. This showed how powerful the formation was. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Dark Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. As if they had discussed it beforehand, Zhao Ritian and Dark Ling Xiao charged towards the Tribulation Lord, leaving Yu Ming to Ling Xiao. Rumble, the aura around Ling Xiao rose, and an unparalleled aura burst out. The ultimate strength of his physical body was activated. He threw out a punch, and a netherworld divine corpse that rushed out from the chaos was sent flying by his punch. However, it was as if it had hit a metal wall, and a dull thud could be heard. The netherworld god's corpse roared angrily as if nothing had happened and charged toward Ling Xiao again. Once the netherworld divine corpse formation was formed, the netherworld divine fire burned the heavens and earth, and the yellow springs destroyed all life. The netherworld divine corpse could borrow the power of the netherworld, and its strength grew stronger as it charged towards Ling Xiao and the others. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, Ling Xiao threw out hundreds and thousands of punches in an instant. Each of his punches was powerful and contained the power of an epic. They collided with the netherworld divine corpse and sent them flying. At the same time, Ling Zhao's eyes shone with a strange light. It was majestic and mysterious. The eye of the ruler could see through everything. Although the netherworld divine corpse formation was powerful, it could not hide from Ling Zhao's eye of the ruler. Ling Zhao seemed to have seen through Yu Ming's true location, and he threw a punch at Yu Ming. What? Yu Ming, who was controlling the netherworld divine corpse grand formation, couldn't help but change his expression. This was a flawless emperor formation with unparalleled power. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Ling Xiao to find his position, but Ling Xiao seemed to have seen through the netherworld divine corpse grand formation. Could it be that he is also a powerful array emperor? Yu Ming's heart was filled with doubts, and he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Crack, the two fists collided, and the void trembled. Yu Ming suddenly retreated a few steps, but Ling Xiao did not retreat at all. Instead, he continued to press forward as if he was glued to Yu Ming. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a dazzling blade light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Oh no, it's the forbidden saber. Yu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ling Xiao was guarding against him, but he was also guarding against Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's Avicii infernal saber was a saber that could cut through the heart. It was extremely powerful, and Juwu Divine King and Saber Demon had died under it. It was known as the Saber of Transcendence, and its power was unpredictable. Even Yu Ming was wary of it. In an instant, his blood and qi rose, and his origin surged. His indestructible primordial spirit shone brightly, and his mind was clear and perfect. He faced the incoming saber as if he was facing a great enemy. After all, although Yu Ming had condensed the Tao spirit of his physical body, origin, and primordial spirit, he had not condensed the Tao spirit of his heart. His mind was his greatest weakness. The primordial pearl also shone with purple light, protecting his Tao heart. The black saber radiance was unpredictable, as if it had come from the underworld. It pierced through layers of the void and looked very illusory, but it instantly cut into Yu Ming's body. Yu Ming's indestructible primordial spirit sensed an intense danger, and it began to tremble violently. Even the primordial spirit behind Yu Ming seemed to have been cut by the saber radiance. Oh no! This is not the saber of heart, but the saber of God. Damn it, how can he comprehend two forbidden sabers at the same time? Disbelief filled Yu Ming's face. Although there were 4 forbidden sabers, no one had ever been able to comprehend 2 forbidden sabers at the same time. How did Ling Xiao do it? He did not have time to think. His indestructible primordial spirit and primordial spirit were hit by the saber of God, and they became extremely weak in an instant. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. Powerful and terrifying sound waves instantly invaded Yu Ming's primordial spirit and spiritual sea, causing his weakened indestructible primordial spirit to tremble slightly. Ling Xiao threw out a punch, and an unparalleled fist print slammed into Yu Ming's chest. In an instant, the origin energy gathered by 2,000 origin Tao fruits erupted at the same time, causing Ling Zhao's punch to become several times stronger, even though Yu Ming's physical body was extremely strong, and he had already condensed a physical Tao spirit, he still could not withstand this punch. In an instant, blood filled the air as Ling Zhao's punch penetrated his body. Ling Xiao, get out of my way! Yu Ming roared. Killing intent boiled in his eyes, and 3 Tao spirits appeared behind him. At the same time, they burst out with a blazing light and charged toward Ling Xiao. The 36 netherworld god corpses also burst out with the strongest emperor's aura, and they pressed down on Ling Xiao. Rumble, the Hong Meng bead also burst out with dazzling rays of light as it slammed down on Ling Xiao. Yu Ming felt the threat of death, so he did not hesitate to unleash his strongest killing move in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Sword, come! Ling Xiao roared and clenched his fist in the air. Suddenly, a blazing light rose, and a dazzling sword light pierced the clouds in all directions. The sky-devouring sword hummed like a heavenly pillar. In an instant, it fell from the sky and split into 4, forming a huge sword formation. The sky-reaching sword formation, the supreme killing sword formation left by the sky-reaching Great Emperor, was also a flawless Emperor formation. In addition to the sky-devouring sword, a supreme sword weapon, it erupted in an instant. Endless sword chi rose and enveloped the 36 netherworld god corpses. The wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc rose at the same time, blooming with a vast and dazzling light in the void. Divine chains of order wrapped around the Hongmeng bead, trapping it in the middle. The three chaos treasures erupted with the strongest divine aura in the void. Yu Ming, you can die now. Killing intent rose in Ling Zhao's eyes. His voice was like thunder, surging into Yu Ming's primordial spirit sea of consciousness. At the same time, Ling Xiao formed an invincible fist print with one hand. Chaotic light rose, and mysterious scenes of epics and creation and destruction appeared, blasting toward Yu Ming's head. Ling Zhao's other hand turned pitch black, and a blazing saber radiance appeared. A vast netherworld hell suppressed the world. The ancient and terrifying saber radiance pierced through time and space, breaking through reality and illusion, and became extremely dazzling in an instant. Rumble, heaven-burying saber of Avicii hell, the saber of heart, the saber radiance slashed Yu Ming's body in an instant, merging into his body and going straight for his Dao heart. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this moment. Without the protection of the Netherworld God Corpse formation and the Hongmeng bead, Yu Ming's soul had not condensed a Dao spirit. Instead, it became his biggest weakness. In addition, he was frightened by Ling Zhao's hell-burying saber of Avicii hell. He could not dodge this attack at all. Crack, an incomparably crisp sound came from Yu Ming's body. Yu Ming felt that cracks had appeared in his Dao heart. Then, an infinite fear of Ling Xiao emerged from the depths of his heart. Boom! Ling Zhao's fierce and domineering punch, which contained infinite killing intent, blasted directly on Yu Ming's head. Blood filled the air, and Yu Ming's head instantly exploded, the apex what? Everyone could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Yu Ming's followers. They had never thought that the powerful Yu Ming would have his head smashed by Ling Zhao's fist. Yu Ming was defeated, and he was defeated so badly. 6 ultimate kings, Yu Ming, who possessed the Netherworld Corpse formation, was extremely powerful. He could even compete with Sakura, Hong Tian, and Rolai. However, he was defeated by Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is actually so strong? Buishu and Wushuang, who was being attacked by Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao, could not help but narrow his eyes and reveal a tinge of fear. Ling Xiao stood in the air with chaotic light rising around him. His eyes were sharp and he exuded a vast and invincible aura. Buishu and Wushuang vaguely felt like he was looking at that person from an epoch ago. Sky Emperor, the current Ling Xiao was too similar to the Sky Emperor of the past. They were both invincible, suppressing everything, creating various miracles, breaking through the extreme state and becoming an emperor. They were also named Tian. Sky Emperor, the Emperor of Heavenly Sovereigns. Could Ling Xiao reach that level as well? Ha ha ha. Buishu and Wushuang, how dare you be distracted while fighting with us? Take my sword. Zhao Ritian laughed heartily as he felt extremely carefree. The Heavenly Dao Emperor sword in his hand shone with unparalleled sharpness as it pierced through the void. Rumble, radiance fell from the sky as the void distorted. The powerful sword intent locked onto Buishu and Wushuang and broke through his layers of defense before clashing with Buishu and Wushuang's palm. Puff, blood radiance filled the air as a huge bloody wound appeared on Buishu and Wushuang's arm. He was almost cut off by the Heavenly Dao Emperor sword. Killing intent rose in Darkness Ling Zhao's eyes as he also came across the void. The unparalleled chaotic fist print landed on Buishu and Wushuang's back and penetrated his body. Buishu and Wushuang's body shook violently as he was sent flying. Due to the moment of distraction, Buishu and Wushuang was instantly injured under the joint attack of Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao. Kill. Zhao Ritian and Dark Ling Xiao exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent as they charged towards Buishu and Wushuang. Ling Xiao had already heavily injured Netherworld. The two of them naturally wanted to slay Buishu and Wushuang to establish their might. This was especially so for Zhao Ritian, who was already dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. Now that he had met the Sky Sovereign's enemy from the previous era, he was naturally excited. He wanted to kill Buishu and Wushuang and prove his strength. Rumble, Netherworld Flame instantly rose around Netherworld Flame after his head was smashed by Ling Xiao. Vast and majestic life essence surged and quickly condensed into a new physical body. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Yu Ming's eyes were filled with shock and anger, as well as deep fear. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have 2 primal chaos treasures. Both the wordless heavenly book and the jade plate of good fortune were legendary treasures. With these two primal chaos treasures, the Hongmeng bead seemed to be imprisoned in the void, unable to move. As for the heavenly sword formation formed by Ling Zhao's sky-devouring sword, its sword aura spanned hundreds of millions of miles, its sharpness lasting for eternity. This made Yu Ming tremble with fear. This was definitely a sword formation created by a supreme great emperor. It was so fierce and terrifying that it actually trapped his 36 netherworld god corpses. The indestructible netherworld god corpses were damaged by the sky-devouring sword. At this rate, his netherworld god corpse formation would be completely destroyed when the sky-devouring sword killed all 36 netherworld god corpses. The current netherworld could be said to be caught in a dilemma. Ling Zhao's strength made him fearful. However, the Hongmeng bead and the netherworld god corpse formation's current state made it difficult for him to abandon them and leave. Both the Hongmeng bead and the netherworld god corpses were his life's work. They were treasures that he had accumulated over several eras. If he lost the Hongmeng bead and the netherworld god corpses, how could he compete with Sakura and the others? This was his opportunity to become an emperor. Once it was severed, there would be no hope for him to prove his Tao and become an emperor, let alone the secret of transcendence. Yu Ming, you talk too much. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were incomparably sharp as a vast aura spread out from his body. Then, he threw a punch at Yu Ming. The situation before them was deliberately created by Ling Xiao. After forcing Yu Ming to use all his trump cards, he suppressed the Hongmeng bead and the netherworld god corpses with a thunderous force, making Yu Ming unable to advance or retreat. Only then did Ling Xiao attack and kill Yu Ming. Not to mention that Yu Ming was now severely injured and his Tao heart had been shattered by Ling Xiao. Rumble, blazing light rose from the unparalleled fist mark, containing the power of an era's end as it pressed down on Yu Ming. The fist of the era shone brightly in Ling Zhao's hand, displaying an unparalleled power. Yu Ming was shocked and could not control his fear. Although he roared and used his netherworld origin power to resist, he was still sent flying by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Netherworld Corpse Emperor, kill him for me. Yu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable madness. Rumble, a huge ancient bronze coffin flew out from his sleeve, exuding a monstrous evil aura. The coffin lid opened and a towering figure flew out. A mighty emperor aura swept out as if it could suppress the heavens and sweep away all enemies. It was as if an ancient emperor had descended into the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? This is the aura of a great emperor? Old Goat's body trembled and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Everyone's gazes were all attracted by that figure. A pitch-black corpse flew out from the ancient bronze coffin. However, only the upper body was visible. It looked like a black-robed young man, but the lower body was cut in half. Half of the corpse. However, it was this half of the corpse that exuded a terrifying emperor aura that made everyone's heart tremble. They felt fear in the depths of their souls. That kind of feeling was like an ant looking up at a divine dragon. This is a great emperor's corpse? Daoist Wu Liang also exclaimed, his voice trembling. That half of the corpse was an emperor's corpse. The invincible emperor aura did not seem fake at all. It meant that this was the innate power of this corpse. Even if it was dead, it was still extremely terrifying. Half of the emperor's corpse was refined into the netherworld corpse emperor by Yu Ming. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Its pair of emotionless eyes stared at Ling Xiao, causing Ling Zhao's heart to palpitate. Rumble, the netherworld corpse emperor threw a punch at Ling Xiao. It was a simple punch, as if it was a basic fist technique. There were no tricks, but it contained a vast emperor aura that swept across the sky. However, it was this extremely simple punch that gave Ling Xiao the feeling that he was unable to dodge or defend against it. Netherworld Corpse Emperor? It's just a corpse. Even if it's a living great emperor, what can it do? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of arrogance as he roared. His whole body bloomed with unparalleled sharpness. He had an invincible heart. Even the Netherworld Corpse Emperor could not make him feel any fear. Facing the Netherworld Corpse Emperor's punch, Ling Xiao also threw out a punch, brazenly meeting it. Rumble, the two fists collided in the void, causing the void to shake violently. An invisible wave spread out, and the chaotic mist disappeared. The unparalleled Emperor aura, accompanied by the power of the Netherworld Emperor fire, instantly invaded Ling Zhao's body. The flesh on Ling Xiao's fist instantly dissipated, leaving behind only the purple gold fist bone. However, neither Ling Xiao nor the Netherworld Corpse Emperor took a step back. It was a punch that was evenly matched. However, Ling Xiao knew that although his physical body was powerful, it was still inferior to the Netherworld Corpse Emperor, who had been tempered by Yu Ming. His flesh was eroded by the Emperor aura and dissipated instantly. Netherworld Corpse Emperor? You're just SOSO. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his expression unchanged. The chaotic light in his body gushed out, and the unparalleled fist intent burst out again, blasting the Netherworld Corpse Emperor back. Ling Xiao's body was invaded by the Emperor aura and the Netherworld Emperor fire, and he suffered serious injuries. However, his aura rose to the extreme. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ling Xiao withstanding the Nether Corpse Emperor's attack. After the Netherworld Corpse Emperor was repelled by Ling Xiao, he did not continue to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the 36 Netherworld corpses. At the same time, the Netherworld Corpse Emperor let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! The 36 Netherworld corpses shook at the same time, and a terrifying aura burst out from their bodies in an instant, converging with the Netherworld Corpse Emperor's power. Rumble! Sword chi annihilated one after another. The Netherworld Corpse's grand array seemed to have been strengthened by 100 times in an instant, exuding a terrifying aura. Roar! 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 The Netherworld Corpses roared at the same time. In an instant, they broke free from the shackles of the sword chi, and then pounced towards Ling Xiao. The Netherworld Corpse Emperor, in particular, was extremely ferocious. The Emperor aura and the Netherworld Emperor fire could cause serious injuries to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, the Netherworld Corpse Emperor looked crazy as he pounced towards the Hongmeng bead. The Hongmeng bead was his foundation, and he must not lose it here. Rumble! Under the Netherworld Corpse Emperor's control, the Hongmeng bead bloomed with dazzling light, as if it wanted to break free from the imprisonment of the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc and fly back to the Netherworld Corpse Emperor's hand. The 36 Netherworld corpses, under the leadership of the Netherworld Corpse Emperor, also caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. They were not afraid of death, especially the Netherworld Corpse Emperor. Wrapped in a vast Emperor aura, he kept attacking Ling Xiao's body, trying to destroy his vitality. Although my body is strong, it's still lacking compared to the Supreme Emperor. Especially the Emperor's aura, which is the embodiment of the Great Tao. It can cause great harm to me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Boom! His fists were like dragons, constantly blasting the Netherworld corpses away. Unparalleled fist intent swept out in all directions, like a river of stars, mighty and unparalleled. Roar! The Netherworld Corpse Emperor suddenly roared. After taking dozens of punches from Ling Xiao, he directly opened his arms and hugged Ling Xiao. Rumble! The Netherworld corpses seemed to have received some kind of order. Their eyes flashed with crazy killing intent, and they all pounced on Ling Xiao. Their aura instantly soared by dozens of times, and a tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly burst out. Boom! One of the Netherworld corpses chose to self-destruct, then the second Netherworld corpses, the third, the fourth. Ling Xiao, who was imprisoned by the Netherworld Corpse Emperor, did not have time to break free and was drowned by the terrifying self-destruction. Rumble! How terrifying was the self-destruction of 36 Netherworld corpses, that was 36 peerless monarchs. When they attacked at the same time, their power was shocking. Even a Supreme Emperor would be severely injured. Oh no! Everyone's face changed drastically. Dark Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian immediately wanted to give up on Buishu and Wushuang, and charged towards Netherworld to save Ling Xiao. We haven't settled our score yet. Buishu and Wushuang sneered. Blazing light burst out from his body, turning into divine order chains, and shrouding Dark Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Demon descends all heaven's forbidden art. Buishu and Wushuang performed a supreme forbidden art, and an unparalleled power burst out, trapping Dark Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. There was no chance for them to save Ling Xiao. On the other side, the three robbers and many of Netherworld's followers were almost wiped out by Dugu Chobai, the old goat, and the others. They did not expect this to happen, and were simply too far away to help. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, let's see if you can survive this time. Netherworld roared crazily, and then suddenly grabbed at the Hongmeng bead. His heart was filled with anger and pain. The 36 netherworld corpses were extremely powerful, and they were supreme treasures that he had spent countless eras to collect. As for the netherworld corpse emperor, he had refined it for countless years, and now he had to give it all up in order to kill Ling Xiao. As long as I have the yin yang bead and these 2 chaos treasures, so what if all the netherworld corpses are destroyed? Netherworld's eyes were filled with greed, and his hand instantly grabbed the Hongmeng bead. Rumble. Both he and the Hongmeng bead released a dazzling light at the same time, and an unparalleled purple aura rose, causing the wordless heavenly book and fortune jade disc to tremble violently. Netherworld grabbed the Hongmeng bead, and wanted to leave immediately. However, at that moment, the aura of the wordless heavenly book suddenly increased by 10 times, 100 times, and an ancient, boundless, mysterious, and majestic aura burst out. That aura could destroy heaven and earth, and it was as if it could even suppress a great emperor. It filled the chaotic void, and it was extremely terrifying. The wordless heavenly book slowly opened, and golden runes shot out. In an instant, they gathered around Netherworld, like a prison of heaven and earth, and trapped him within. This is the aura of an artifact spirit? How is this possible? The artifact spirits of the 10 chaos treasures have long dissipated. How can the wordless heavenly book still have an artifact spirit? Yu Ming roared angrily, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 10 chaos treasures had lost their weapon spirits due to some special reason in the ancient times. When the legendary 10 chaos treasures had a weapon spirit, they could unleash supreme power that could destroy the heavens and earth. They could even kill a supreme emperor. However, after losing their weapon spirits, although the chaos treasures were still incomparably powerful, they were only slightly stronger than an apex emperor weapon. They had lost the power to destroy everything. Now, Netherworld actually felt the aura of a weapon spirit from the wordless heavenly book. Under the control of the weapon spirit, the wordless heavenly book's aura skyrocketed countless times. It became ancient, mysterious, and majestic. The terrifying fluctuations made Netherworld tremble and palpitate. The wordless heavenly book scattered golden runes and ancient characters. They were all formed by supreme secret techniques. They formed a huge prison of heaven and earth, trapping Netherworld inside. Rumble. Netherworld's eyes were filled with incomparable madness and ferocity. He activated the primordial pearl. In an instant, purple gas rose around his body. He wanted to break out of the wordless heavenly book's imprisonment. At this moment, the fortune jade disc also erupted with unparalleled light. It turned into a mysterious lotus and floated above Netherworld's head. 3,000 divine chains of order sprinkled down. Hee, boy, you better obediently give the primordial pearl to my master. Otherwise, no one can save you. A sinister voice came from the wordless heavenly book, making Netherworld's body tremble. It was the voice of the evil spirit. Ever since the evil spirit became the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book, it gradually refined the wordless heavenly book and could unleash more than half of its power. The reason why it had been enduring before was because of Ling Xiao's order. Now, it finally took advantage of the opportunity when Netherworld was fighting against the 2 chaos treasures alone to suppress Netherworld. Rumble. In the distance, the fluctuations from the explosion of the 36 Netherworld corpses gradually dispersed, revealing the scene inside. The Netherworld corpse emperor looked tattered. There were many wounds on his body, and his aura had become somewhat weak. The flesh and blood of Ling Xiao, who had been imprisoned by him, had completely disappeared. All that was left was a purple-gold skeleton that emitted an immortal glow, mysterious and unfathomable. The purple-gold skeleton was surrounded by mysterious stars. The aura of Tao rose, and it seemed to have fallen into an extremely strange state. Not only did its life essence not weaken at all, it seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Boom, an unparalleled fist imprint erupted. The purple-gold fist imprinted on the Nether Corpse Emperor's chest and directly penetrated it. Slash! Ling Xiao bellowed coldly. In an instant, endless sword chi rose from the heaven-devouring sword in the distance and gathered on the heaven-devouring sword at the same time, turning into a supreme sword aura that reached the heavens and the earth, slashing down at the Nether Corpse Emperor. Boom! The Nether Corpse Emperor's body shook violently. Originally, he was already severely injured. At this moment, he was unable to resist the sharpness of the heaven-devouring sword. Black light bloomed, and the Netherworld Corpse Emperor was directly cut in half by the devouring heaven sword. Ah! Puff! How is this possible? Trapped by the wordless heavenly book, Nether trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. The Nether Corpse Emperor was a corpse king that he had refined with his natal primordial spirit. Its strength was terrifying and monstrous. As the corpse of a great emperor, it was indestructible. He had never expected Ling Zhao's heaven-devouring sword to be so powerful that even the Nether Corpse Emperor could not block it. Rumble, Ling Zhao held the heaven-devouring sword in his hand. He did not even look at the Nether Corpse Emperor. His body was burning with raging flames, and a vast and majestic aura of life was surging. Bathed in flames, his eyes were indifferent and bright. It was as if he had stepped on the node of heaven and earth. A vast momentum swept across the sky. The flesh and blood on Ling Zhao's body instantly recovered to its original state. The heaven-devouring sword bloomed with unparalleled sharpness and locked onto Nether. Ling Xiao, you're so cunning. Nether stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. His eyes were full of rising anger. Only now did he finally realize Ling Zhao's strength. Ling Xiao did not use his full strength at the beginning. He had hidden his trump cards and forced Nether into a trap step by step. The final thunderous blow destroyed all of Nether's trump cards. By the time Netherworld realized what was going on, he already had nowhere to run. Nether was a little frightened. This was the first time in several eras that he had been forced to such a state. His heart was full of unwillingness. Could it be that he was going to die here today? Nether, you can go to hell now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The heaven-devouring sword swept across the sky like a long rainbow. Its speed was extremely fast, and it went straight for Nether's forehead. The vast momentum suppressed Nether. The two chaos treasures bloomed with dazzling light at the same time, causing Nether's body to shake violently. It was as if his origin energy had been stripped away. Facing this sword that was like the might of heaven, he actually felt that he was no match for it. Wuxu and Wushuang, save me. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Nether roared. Nether flames rose around him. His violent cultivation was injected into the Hongmeng Pearl. Then, his entire body was swept up, and he instantly shot into the sky. His heart was filled with fear. His Dao heart was shattered, and his body was severely injured. He was no match for Ling Xiao at all. Not to mention, the Nether God Corpse formation that he was so proud of had been completely destroyed. Rumble, Sword Chi rose and instantly collided with the Hongmeng Pearl. There was an earth-shattering boom. Ling Xiao punched out and directly hit Nether's chest. Bloody light spread and directly penetrated Nether's body. Nether let out a miserable cry. He frantically activated the Hongmeng Pearl, wanting to push Ling Xiao back. Purple chi rose around Ling Xiao, emitting a mysterious and immortal power. It covered the Hongmeng Pearl in the sky. The Hongmeng Pearl trembled slightly, emitting a flickering light. It actually froze in the void in an instant. This is Hongmeng Purple Chi. How is this possible? Nether's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief as he roared. Without the protection of the Hongmeng Pearl, Nether could no longer resist Ling Zhao's terrifying attack. The sky-devouring sword came across the sky and directly pierced Nether's forehead. His words came to an abrupt end, and his indestructible primordial spirit was instantly shattered. Rumble, behind Nether, an incomparably violent aura erupted. The three Dao spirits appeared at the same time, wanting to repair Nether's physical body and suppress Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Zhao's eyes were sharp, and his voice was like thunder. He struck down with his palm, and the thunderous strike directly blasted Nether's physical body into a bloody mist. Rumble, Ling Zhao's body emitted a vast and majestic devouring fluctuation. The devouring sacred domain appeared and directly sucked Nether and the three Dao spirits into it. Hee, master, I'll help you refine him. Within the wordless heavenly book, the evil spirit chuckled and instantly came across the sky, supporting the devouring sacred domain. The creation jade disc also flew across the sky, and the two chaos treasures suppressed Nether's body at the same time. Vast and majestic devouring power erupted, and began to madly absorb the power of Nether's three Dao spirits. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, and the Hongmeng Pearl floated in front of him, trembling slightly as if it was attracted by the Hongmeng Purple Chi on Ling Zhao's body. Nether was completely suppressed by the devouring sacred domain. The aura around Ling Xiao became more and more terrifying, as if all of Nether's life origin had been integrated into his body. Swoosh! At the sight of this, Guishu and Wushuang's pupils constricted. He decisively took on Dark Cloud Soaring Cloud and Zhao Ritian's attack head-on. Then, he shifted the void and headed towards the endless void. Guishu and Wushuang, the dignified Tribulation Lord, had actually chosen to escape. Where do you think you're going? Guishu and Wushuang, die. Zhao Ritian and Darkness Lingxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light as they shouted and chased after Guishu and Wushuang. Protect Lingxiao. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. They quickly flew over and protected Lingxiao. They had never thought that Nether would be suppressed by Lingxiao just like that. As Lingxiao's aura grew stronger, they knew that Nether was most likely doomed. It would not be long before he was completely wiped out. What? The remaining followers of the Netherworld were all frightened out of their wits when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Lord Nether did not even have the chance to escape, and was directly suppressed by Lingxiao. They no longer had any fighting spirit in their hearts, and they immediately teleported into the distance. Swoosh! A blazing sword light, as if breaking through the chaos, turned into eternity in an instant, and enveloped the followers. A few screams were heard, and they instantly exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Even their indestructible primordial spirits were completely reduced to nothingness. Dugu Chobai descended from the sky, and the vast and terrifying sword essence slowly retracted. His face was calm and indifferent. The 3 robbers and more than a dozen followers of Netherworld had all died in his hands. Senior Dugu is getting stronger. The white dragon horse praised. The strongest is still my brother, Lingxiao. Even Nether had died in his hands. Sakura, Hong Tian, and Tathagata are definitely not Lingxiao's match. Kuanping's eyes were filled with excitement. We have found the yin-yang creation fruit, god-bearing flower, and immortal emperor grass. I will now refine the yin-yang creation pill. Once our cultivation has broken through to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, we will meet the 3 supreme talents and fight for the opportunity to become emperors. Taoist Wuliang smiled faintly, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. They were all supreme talents, and they had a strong foundation. Once they broke through to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, they would become peerless Imperial Emperors. Their strength would increase tremendously, and they would be Lingxiao's greatest help. These are the indestructible primordial spirits of the 3 Tribulation Lords. Their true spirits have been wiped away, and they contain the origin Dao fruits that they had refined. They can be used to increase Lingxiao's cultivation. Yi Liangchen said excitedly, and he sent the 3 balls of light into Lingxiao's body. The devouring sacred boundary around Lingxiao rose, and it contained the supreme power to devour the heavens and the earth. The 3 balls of light were easily swallowed into Lingxiao's body. I hope Zhao Ritian and the Demon Lord can kill Guishu and Wushuang. He is a Tribulation Lord, and he must have many origin Dao fruits in his body. They are very important to Lingxiao. The old mountain goat's eyes were filled with anticipation. Taoist Wuliang started to refine the yin-yang creation pill, while the old mountain goat and the others stood guard for Lingxiao, waiting for him to refine Nether completely. Darkness Lingxiao and Zhao Ritian chased after Guishu and Wushuang, and they charged into the depths of the realm of nothingness. Guishu and Wushuang's speed was extremely fast, as if he could become one with the void. Darkness Lingxiao and Zhao Ritian could not catch up with him. Moreover, the distance between them was increasing. Damn it, are we going to let him escape just like that? Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Even if he escapes now, he will definitely appear when the opportunity to become an emperor appears. We will kill him then. Darkness Lingxiao's eyes revealed a trace of darkness as he spoke. The 2 of them were ready to give up. Guishu and Wushuang was not only powerful, but he was also extremely fast. It was as if he could mobilize the power of the void, and they could not catch up with him. If they continued to chase him, they would not be able to kill him. Lingxiao? Just you wait. I believe Sakura, Hong Tian, and Rolai will be interested in the wordless heavenly book, Fortune Jade Disc, and Hongming Pearl. Guishu and Wushuang's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. Lingxiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Even Yu Ming had been defeated by him, and there was no chance for him to escape. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. He was already prepared to contact Sakura, Hong Tian, and Rolai to kill Ling Xiao, Rumble. However, at this moment, a green lotus appeared in the boundless void. The green lotus was surrounded by endless chaotic light, and it looked ancient and mysterious. 36 petals bloomed, and there were thousands of auspicious lights. It was as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. On the green lotus, a young figure was sitting with his legs crossed. He looked divine and extraordinary. As he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if there was a mysterious scene of stars and chaos. The chaotic green lotus pressed down on Buishu and Wushuang mightily. Streaks of auspicious qi fell like divine chains, piercing through the heavens and earth and forming a huge prison, trapping Buishu and Wushuang in the middle. "Who are you?" Buishu and Wushuang roared, and his eyes were filled with shock. The aura of the figure was so strong that it was beyond his imagination. Especially the chaotic green lotus, it gave him a feeling that he could not go against it. "It's Emperor Qing?" Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian trembled, and a name appeared in their minds at the same time. It was the mysterious genius Emperor Qing that they had met in the War God Plain. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here and become so powerful? Emperor Qing did not say a word, and directly attacked Buishu and Wushuang. "Good chance. Kill him." Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In an instant, they executed powerful attacks and charged towards Buishu and Wushuang. Under the suppression of the chaotic green lotus, Buishu and Wushuang was trapped in that space, unable to escape. He could only passively defend against Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's attacks. Rumble. 2 blazing rays of light shot out from Emperor Qing's eyes. It was like a vast heavenly river, sweeping across the heavens and earth. In an instant, it enveloped Buishu and Wushuang. Emperor Qing slammed his palm down, and the chaotic green lotus exuded an unparalleled divine aura. It was like an immemorial sacred mountain, and directly suppressed Buishu and Wushuang. Immediately after, Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian arrived, and their unparalleled attacks drowned Buishu and Wushuang. The 3 supreme experts launched a fatal attack on Buishu and Wushuang. Third sect leader The chaotic green lotus was one of the 10 chaos ultimate treasures. With the chaotic green lotus sealing the area, Buishu and Wushuang was trapped within, unable to escape. As for the Lotus Emperor, Zhao Ritian, and Darkness Ling Xiao, they were all extremely powerful. If they were to fight Buishu and Wushuang alone, Buishu and Wushuang might not be afraid. However, when the 3 of them attacked together, even Buishu and Wushuang would not be able to withstand it. "This is the Chaos Ultimate Treasure, the Chaotic Green Lotus? Who are you? You are not qualified to kill me." Buishu and Wushuang roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As a Calamity Lord, he could use the power of the Heavenly Way. With 3,000 great Tao origins in his body, he was extremely powerful. Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not do anything to him previously. However, when the chaotic green lotus appeared, it isolated all the power of the Heavenly Way, causing Buishu and Wushuang to lose more than half of his strength. He was instantly suppressed by the Lotus Emperor, Darkness Ling Xiao, and Zhao Ritian. He tried his best to break out of the seal of the chaotic green lotus, but he realized that the chaotic green lotus in the hands of the Lotus Emperor was releasing an extremely powerful divine aura. Buishu and Wushuang could not escape at all. "I am the Lotus Emperor," the Lotus Emperor said plainly. Bright green lotuses appeared in his palm. They were holy, mysterious, and ethereal. They flew across the sky and enveloped Buishu and Wushuang completely. Dark Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were seething with murderous intent as they launched their powerful attacks at Buishu and Wushuang. In the end, Buishu and Wushuang was dead. He died in an extremely aggrieved, unwilling, angry, and unbelievable manner. He was a Calamity Lord who controlled the life and death of countless calamities. With the support of the Heavenly Way, he was extremely powerful. Yet, he died here. Boom! Buishu and Wushuang's primordial spirit shattered. The origin Tao fruits were mysterious and unfathomable, as if they were about to dissipate along with Buishu and Wushuang's indestructible primordial spirit. However, the Chaos Lotus sprinkled down wisps of azure light, trapping the origin Tao fruit like divine chains of order. Under the suppression of the chaotic green lotus, all the origin Tao fruits quietened down. A total of 3,000 origin Dao fruits. Buishu and Wushuang, he actually gathered 3,000 origin Dao fruits? TSK, if he hadn't become a lackey of the heavenly Dao, I'm afraid he really might have stepped onto the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Zhao Ritian clicked his tongue in admiration. The moment he became a robber, his future was cut off. Even if he has 3,000 great Daos, he can't walk the path of 10,000 great Daos. Even if he doesn't die in our hands, he will die in the hands of the heavenly Dao in the end. Darkness Ling Zhao's eyes were sharp as he said slowly. That's right. The moment they became robbers, they had already lost their sense of self. If they didn't even have a sense of self, how could they attain the Dao? Please give these 3,000 origin Dao fruits to Ling Xiao. I'm looking forward to his success on the path of merging all Dao into one. The Azure Emperor smiled faintly. Then, he waved his sleeve and the 3,000 origin Dao fruits were enveloped by a green lotus. They flew before Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Qing Emperor, who exactly are you? Zhao Ritian looked at the Lotus Emperor with a complicated expression. The Lotus Emperor before him was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had the chaotic absolute treasure, the chaotic green lotus. Zhao Ritian had a feeling that he could not see through him. He did not expect the Lotus Emperor to help Ling Xiao. After all, although they were both from the God of War realm, they did not have much of a relationship. I'm the Lotus Emperor. I'll take my leave now. The Lotus Emperor smiled faintly at Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao. Then, he turned around and left. He was still sitting cross-legged on the chaotic green lotus. The chaotic green lotus pierced through the void and scattered rays of strange light. Then, he disappeared in front of them. The Lotus Emperor came quickly and left quickly. Zhao Ritian felt like he was in a dream. I wonder if the Lotus Emperor is a friend or foe. However, I can vaguely feel that his strength is far greater than mine. Darkness Ling Xiao said slowly. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Far greater than yours? That's impossible. Zhao Ritian found it hard to believe. After all, Darkness Ling Xiao had the bloodline of the chaotic demon tribe. Now, he had even killed the most monstrous skypride of the demon tribe, Buishu and Wushuang. His strength was unfathomable. Even Zhao Ritian did not dare to say that he could defeat him. The Lotus Emperor was indeed unfathomable. However, based on the combat strength that he had displayed earlier, he was only on par with Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao. I have a feeling that we might have to fight him in the end. Darkness Ling Xiao said with a burning gaze. The Lotus Emperor's intention was unfathomable. However, in Darkness Ling Xiao's opinion, it seemed that the Lotus Emperor had helped him because he was not strong enough. He wanted to help Darkness Ling Xiao increase his cultivation level. They returned with the 3,000 origin Dao fruits. With these 3,000 origin Dao fruits, Darkness Ling Xiao's cultivation level might increase to an unimaginable level. Yin Yang Abyss. Darkness had been completely refined by Darkness Ling Xiao. After experiencing a few eras, Netherworld had condensed the Dao spirit of the body, the quintessence Dao spirit, and the nascent soul Dao spirit. His body was flawless and filled with vast quintessence energy, and it was comparable to the best supreme medicinal pills. The three great Dao spirits merged into Darkness Ling Xiao's body and began to nourish his physical body, origin energy, and indestructible primordial spirit. His foundation became stronger and stronger. Especially after Zhao Ritian brought back 3,000 origin Dao fruits. Together with the few hundred origin Dao fruits from the three robbers, this was Darkness Ling Xiao's greatest gain. These 3,000 origin Dao fruits should be bestowed by the Heavenly Way. Although they look flawless, they contain the power of the Heavenly Way. The power of the Heavenly Way is useless to me. The great Dao origin within them is the foundation. Darkness Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was filled with anticipation. Ling Xiao walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Refining the 3,000 origin Dao fruits was only the first step. Next, he needed to comprehend the 3,000 great Dao origins and finally combine them into one to create his own origin Dao. Only then could it be considered the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Since ancient times, there was no lack of people who had refined 3,000 Dao fruits of origin. Although this first step was difficult, it was not impossible. However, if one wanted to comprehend 3,000 Dao fruits of origin at the same time, it was incomparably difficult. Not to mention combining all 3,000 great Tao origins and creating one's own origin Tao. Even the most talented skyprides had failed at this step. Therefore, the path of 10,000 Taos as one was also called a dead end. Moreover, there would be all kinds of unpredictable dangers. The most terrifying thing was that one would be abandoned by the heavenly way. If one was abandoned by the heavenly way, they would no longer be able to borrow the power of the heavenly way. Their hopes of Tao unification would be severed, and they would never be able to prove their Tao and become an emperor. This was unacceptable to anyone. Therefore, since ancient times, very few people would walk the path of 10,000 Taos as one except for those extremely crazy skyprides. The path of 10,000 Taos as one begins. Darkness, Xianxia said calmly. There was a trace of determination and madness in his eyes. Rumble, the 3,000 origin Tao fruits instantly merged into Xianxia's body with the majestic devouring power of the devouring sacred boundary. They were enveloped by the vast and majestic indestructible primordial spirit. Xianxia's indestructible primordial spirit was dazzling with golden light. Blazing light rose, clear and dazzling. It exuded a vast pressure. It looked like a supreme emperor sitting cross-legged in the chaos. Around him, the 3,000 origin Tao fruits rose. They were like dazzling stars, blooming with dazzling light. Xianxia could be said to be very familiar with refining origin Tao fruits. He was extremely fast. The 3,000 origin Tao fruits were all of perfect quality and contained complete great Tao origin power. They were quickly refined by Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia felt as if a vast heavenly might was about to descend. The heavenly way seemed to reject him. The 3,000 great Tao origins intertwined around him like divine chains of order, constantly tempering his physical body. Behind him, a second Tao spirit was about to condense. Origin Tao spirit, Xianxia had merged with the 3,000 origin Tao fruits. The 3,000 great Tao origins in his body were complete and flawless. Condensing in origin Tao spirit was a natural thing. Rumble, the origin Tao spirit behind Xianxia became more and more solid. Chaotic light rose around it. Divine chains of order traversed the void like heavenly pillars. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. Especially the face of the origin Tao spirit. It looked exactly the same as Xianxia, but the origin Tao spirit had 1,000 hands and 1,000 faces. There were lotus flowers floating around it, and the divine sound of the great Tao resounded through the void. It looked extremely dignified and noble. Crack, the moment the origin Tao spirit was completely condensed, thunder seemed to explode in the endless void. Vast heavenly might spread, wrapped in bolts of black lightning. It contained the power to destroy everything and wanted to blast Xianxia to smithereens. That was the apocalyptic divine punishment. The heavenly Tao was completely enraged. However, in this void, even if the apocalyptic divine punishment was about to descend, its power was very limited. More than half of it was obliterated by the void. Before the rest could hit Xianxia's origin Tao spirit, Xianxia let out a long roar and swallowed it all. Apocalyptic divine punishment? Has Xianxia really embarked on the path of 10,000 great Taos as one? Taoist Wu Liang's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable shock and said with some concern. This is really not a good opportunity. Now that he has embarked on the path of 10,000 great Taos as one, the opportunity to become an emperor is about to be born. Xianxia has been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. The old goat also sighed softly. So what if he obtained the opportunity to become an emperor? Since ancient times, countless great emperor experts have relied on their own amazing talent to prove their Tao. After all, those who were bestowed by the heavenly Tao are in the minority. I heard that back then, the Sky Emperor did not rely on the opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao to become an emperor. Instead, he used great wisdom and perseverance to force a breakthrough. I believe that Xianxia can do it too. Although no one has succeeded in the path of 10,000 great Taos as one since ancient times, it doesn't mean that Xianxia can't succeed. Yi Liangchen said with a proud smile. Divine light shone in his eyes and he was full of anticipation. That's right. I also believe that bastard Xianxia will definitely be able to prove his Tao. The white dragon horse spat out a blade of grass in its mouth and was also full of confidence. Rumble, although the vast heavenly might was powerful and made the old goat and the others' hearts palpitate, it slowly dissipated in the end. On the other hand, Lingxiao's body bloomed with a blazing and dazzling light, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. With 3,000 great Tao origins in his body, the pressure on Lingxiao's body was incomparably vast and unfathomable. Vaguely, it made everyone feel as if the heavens were devouring them. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. The current Lingxiao was like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Lingxiao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and bright. His vitality surged and his life force surged. His body exuded an immortal luster. He looked translucent as if he was constantly inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy. If one took a closer look, one would realize that there were mysterious crystal divine kingdoms in Lingxiao's body. The chaotic qi was split open and yin and yang were divided. The life origin poured in as if some strange living being was about to be born. Lingxiao's body seemed to have turned into a great universe. The 3,000 great Tao origins were like the order of the heavenly Tao, maintaining the operation of this great universe. Vaguely, Lingxiao's entire person became ethereal and mysterious, giving people a feeling that he was unfathomable. If I want to kill you Ming now, I only need one punch. Lingxiao thought to himself. The light in his eyes was as bright as a sword and his body was filled with endless power. Although Buishuan Wushuang is a tribulation lord and has gathered 3,000 origin Tao fruits, he is only a puppet of the heavenly Tao. He can't borrow much of the origin's power. Now, these 3,000 origin Tao fruits have become seeds. In time, they will definitely grow into a towering tree, perhaps. I can also become the heavenly Tao? Lingxiao's heart was filled with a faint trace of anticipation. 10,000 Taos as one. Origin Tao, this is my path. Lofty aspirations rose in Lingxiao's heart. Rumble, he slowly stood up. Thunder seemed to explode around him and the world shook. Endless chaotic qi merged into Lingxiao's body like a whale swallowing the sea. Lingxiao stood there. He didn't look very tall, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was like an unreachable ancient divine mountain. He was majestic, mysterious, and extremely powerful. No one knew how strong Lingxiao was now. However, the old goat and Taoist Wuliang both knew that if Lingxiao attacked now, he would probably have the power to destroy the heavens. Lingxiao's current battle strength is probably not weaker than Sakra, the ninth prince of the immortal race, and Tathagata? Taoist Wuliang said with emotion. It's not just not weaker. Lingxiao was able to kill Yuming previously. Now, Lingxiao will have no problem killing Sakra, the ninth prince, and Tathagata. The old goat was full of confidence in Lingxiao. Doesn't that mean Lingxiao already has the battle strength of a supreme emperor? Yap Liangchen, the white dragon horse, and Kuan-Pung looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Sakra was said to have the battle strength of a supreme emperor. If Lingxiao could kill Sakra, Lingxiao would be able to kill an emperor. Lingxiao had not become an emperor, but he could kill an emperor. This was something that only the most talented geniuses in history could do, defying the heavens and slaying an emperor. The old goat and the others were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. To hell with being abandoned by the heavenly Tao. So what if I'm abandoned by the heavenly Tao and can't become an emperor? What can Lingxiao's future be decided by the heavenly Tao? The old goat laughed proudly. His tone became extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care about the heavenly Tao at all. Lingxiao killed Nether Ming? Interesting. An indifferent and ethereal voice resounded. In the realm of nothingness, a mysterious and imposing figure sat high in the endless void on a huge throne, exuding an invincible aura. Over 100 powerful figures knelt before him, their eyes filled with reverence and fanatical worship. Among them, there was no lack of prodigies on the Tao proclamation list. Almost all of them were ninth heaven imperial emperors. However, that imposing figure was like their king, and they were willing to follow him. Sakra, the peerless prodigy who ranked first on the Tao proclamation list, known as the Nine Extinction King, was a supreme figure who had reached the peak of 9 eras. Imperial Lord, Lingxiao's strength is unfathomable. Nether Ming was a powerful array emperor, but he died at Lingxiao's hands. We must be on guard. A prodigy on the Tao proclamation list knelt on one knee and reported. Array emperor? He merely glimpsed a trace of the array's profundity. How can he be considered an array emperor? The 36 nether god corpses he refined were just trash. Sakura said faintly and then stood up from the huge throne. Boom, his entire body was dazzling like a divine golden glass. He was immortal and mysterious, exuding a vast and majestic aura. Ling Zhao's strength is indeed not weak. However, since he has embarked on the path of 10,000 Daos as one, the opportunity to become an emperor no longer has anything to do with him. However, we must be on guard against that bald donkey, Tathagata. Sakura said indifferently. Imperial Lord, Tathagata has reached the end of the realm of nothingness and is waiting for the opportunity to become an emperor. There are no less than 1,000 followers under his command. A follower reported. It's just a set of Buddhist methods to mislead people. Since that's the case, we can set off. I'd like to see what Tathagata is capable of. Sakura said indifferently. Boom, he took a step forward, and the void seemed to shatter instantly. His body seemed to pierce through everything as he traveled hundreds of millions of miles in an instant toward the end of the realm of nothingness. Many followers released powerful auras and leaped forward to follow him. He killed Nether Ming and embarked on the path of 10,000 Daos as one? This Ling Xiao is really special. Hong Tian, the 9th prince of the celestial tribe, sat cross-legged on the celestial emperor chariot. He was surrounded by celestial light and auspicious qi, looking ethereal and mysterious. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he did not doubt Ling Zhao's great potential and combat strength, he did not expect Ling Xiao to walk the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Ever since Ling Xiao walked the Eternal Emperor Road, he's killed quite a few bandits. Even the bandit lord, Wishu and Wushuang, died. Ling Xiao had fused with countless origin Dao fruits. He wanted to imitate his predecessors and merge all Daos into one, however, the opportunity to become a martial monarch was about to arrive. At this moment, Ling Xiao had become the one who had been forsaken by the heavens. Thus, the opportunity to become a martial monarch had nothing to do with him anymore. I really don't know if he's stupid or arrogant. A figure with a powerful aura said slowly. Arrogance or stupidity, it has nothing to do with us. Perhaps Ling Xiao can test the true strength of Sakura and Rolai? A follower said. The opportunity to become an emperor is born at the end of the realm of nothingness. Perhaps the secret to transcending lies there as well. The secret to transcending is what His Highness must obtain. I believe Sakura and Rolai will not miss this opportunity. The secret to transcending? That's just an ancient legend. It's hard to say if transcendence even exists. That's not entirely true. Isn't the forbidden saber a martial technique for transcendence? The 9th prince's expression was calm as he listened to the discussions of his followers. However, there was a strange light in his eyes. Perhaps the secret to transcending is really related to the forbidden saber? The 9th prince murmured to himself in an inaudible voice. Immortal light shone from his palm, and there seemed to be a dazzling saber light flashing through. Forsaken by the heavens? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked into the endless void. He could sense that he had been isolated from the heavenly Dao. He could no longer summon the slightest bit of the heavenly Dao's power. Even the heavenly Dao pearl in his primordial spirit's sea of consciousness had disappeared without a trace. After refining 3,000 origin Dao fruits and embarking on the path of 10,000 Dao as one, Ling Xiao had been completely rejected by the heavenly Dao. He had become a forsaken by the heavens. From then on, Ling Xiao could no longer borrow the slightest bit of the heavenly Dao's power, nor could he receive any protection from the heavenly Dao. He would even be rejected by the heavenly Dao's fortune. He could only rely on his own strength. Ling Xiao could even sense that he would no longer be able to comprehend any origin of the great Dao from the heavenly Dao. Being abandoned by the heavenly Dao would bring about all kinds of calamities. It might not be much in the realm of nothingness, but once he left the realm of nothingness and returned to the various worlds, that was the beginning of the great calamity. The great calamity of an epoch is coming. This is an immeasurable calamity. When the time comes, the heavenly Dao will be unable to protect itself. Why would it abandon me? Besides, is the heavenly Dao still the same as before? Ling Xiao thought to himself. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He wasn't worried at all. Even after becoming a forsaken by the heavens, Ling Xiao was still extremely calm. He could sense that his strength had skyrocketed and was filled with endless power. The 3,000 origin Tao fruits were the seeds of the 3,000 great Taos. They had taken root in Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and were nurtured by his indestructible primordial spirit. They continued to grow stronger, and Ling Xiao gradually comprehended the mysteries of the 3,000 origin of the great Tao. This was the second step. Comprehending the 3,000 origin of the great Tao meant that the 3,000 great Taos would be added to one's body and become one. The third step was to create one's own origin Tao. For others, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend the 3,000 origin of the great Tao after becoming a forsaken by the heavens. They would need great willpower, great wisdom, and endless time before they could succeed. However, Ling Xiao had the creation jade disc. The creation jade disc was connected to the origin of the great Tao and could nurture the 3,000 origin Tao fruits, allowing Ling Xiao to constantly be in a state of enlightenment. Ling Xiao believed that it wouldn't be long before he could complete the second step. Perhaps it would be even faster than the first step. Behind Ling Xiao, the Tao spirit of his physical body and origin Tao spirit were complete. His indestructible primordial spirit and spirit were also clear and flawless. He might not be far from forming a Tao spirit. The Tao spirit of the physical body is the completion of the physical body and the understanding of one's own path. The Tao spirit of the origin Tao is stepping into the unification of 10,000 Taos and forming the 3,000 origin of the great Tao. Only after comprehending the 3,000 origin of the great Tao and merging them into the indestructible primordial spirit can my indestructible primordial spirit evolve into a Tao spirit of the primordial spirit and Tao spirit of the heart. As for walking out of my origin Tao, that might be the moment for me to prove my Tao. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There was a trace of enlightenment in his eyes. The path ahead was set. All he had to do now was cut through all obstacles and press forward. There was a purple pearl floating in Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. It emitted a blurry purple light and looked extremely mysterious. After Yu Ming's death, the primordial pearl, a chaos treasure, naturally fell into Ling Zhao's hands. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't give the primordial pearl to Zhou Yuan. Instead, he let the primordial pearl refine the yin-yang origin in the yin-yang pearl and kept the primordial pearl in his primordial spirit to nurture it. As for the yin-yang pearl, he returned it to Zhou Yuan. Ling Xiao couldn't understand the primordial pearl and it wasn't easy to refine it. The reason why Ling Xiao could keep it in his body was because of the primordial purple vapor in his body. There seemed to be primordial purple vapor in the primordial pearl. Ling Xiao nurtured the primordial pearl as he slowly refined it. The primordial pearl has already devoured the yin-yang origin in the yin-yang pearl and seems to have fallen into a deep slumber. I have a feeling that if the primordial pearl refines all of the yin-yang origin, it might be of great use to me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. No one disturbed Ling Zhao's deep thoughts. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others felt an extremely mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Ling Zhao's body. It caused the surrounding void to vibrate and made their hearts palpitate. It was as if he was facing an unparalleled great emperor. How strong is Ling Xiao now? Taoist Wuliang and the old goat looked at each other, revealing a look of great confusion and shock. Let's go. The opportunity to become an emperor is about to appear at the end of the void realm. Ling Xiao said slowly. His eyes shone with a mysterious light. The eye of domination seemed to be able to see through the void and see the end of the void realm. The opportunity to become an emperor? Let's go. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Yi Liangchen, Kuan Peng, and the white dragon horse were all extremely excited. Kuan Peng, in particular, revealed his true form with a pair of wings on his back. He looked like a cloud in the sky and landed at Ling Zhao's feet with a flattering look on his face. Ling Xiao, I'll be your mount in the future. I'll send you to the end of the void realm. The Kuan Peng was extremely excited. He did not doubt that Ling Xiao would become an emperor. He did not reject Ling Xiao at all. It was a great honor for the Kuan Peng tribe to be able to become an emperor's mount. Bootlicker, you don't have the dignity of a Kuan Peng ancestor. The white dragon horse snorted coldly, but he was envious. Who could be better than the dragon horse tribe in terms of mounts? It was a pity that he could not bring himself to do that. He could only watch as the Kuan Peng ran to Ling Xiao to express his loyalty. Let's go. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The Kuan Peng immediately soared into the sky and his wings parted the chaotic clouds. He was like a bolt of black lightning as he rushed to the end of the void realm. Behind him, the old goat and Taoist Wuliang followed, each of them in high spirits. They had consumed the yin-yang creation elixir and their cultivation had broken through to the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Although they had not condensed their Tao spirits, their strength had increased tremendously. What was the opportunity to become an emperor? Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The Void Realm. Although it was a mysterious space formed by the heavenly energy, there were all kinds of rare treasures. There were even origin source sacred herbs and extreme metals that could only be born in the chaotic space. The trial takers in the 12 emperor cities were all exceptional geniuses. Although many of them had entered the Void Realm for the opportunity to become a monarch, they were all extremely talented. However, only one person could obtain the opportunity to become an emperor in the end. Most of the other trial takers were hoping to obtain some treasures in the realm of nothingness to increase their foundation. After all, those who could become an emperor did not rely on the opportunity to become an emperor. It was just that it was easier to become an emperor after obtaining the opportunity to become an emperor. However, that did not mean that they did not pay attention to the opportunity to become an emperor. Anything could happen in the Void Realm. Perhaps a trial taker would be blessed by the heavenly way and obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. Therefore, when the opportunity to become an emperor appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of countless geniuses. Rumble, in the endless void, blazing lightning flashed. At the same time, auspicious vapors rose and rays of light shone. A huge lotus flower appeared. The lotus flower looked very mysterious. It was intertwined with 3,000 divine chains of order. It was like a staircase to heaven, descending from the void. A vast and majestic aura erupted, causing everyone to tremble and their hearts to palpitate. The opportunity to become an emperor has appeared? Someone said excitedly. Swoosh! 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 Without the slightest hesitation, figures with powerful auras converged from all directions and moved towards the huge lotus flower. The lotus flower was located at the end of the realm of nothingness. Although the realm of nothingness was formed from the energy of the heavenly Tao, it was not endless. The boundary between the energy of the heavenly Tao and the endless nothingness was the end of the realm of nothingness. That place was also known as the ultimate peak. Only by reaching the ultimate peak would one have the chance to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. For countless eras, those who could reach the ultimate peak were all the most monstrous geniuses. Of course, there were also some geniuses who reached the ultimate peak but did not obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. Take Yu Ming for example. Although he was known as the 6 ultimate kings and had reached the ultimate peak 6 times, he did not become an emperor. The biggest reason was that he had given up the opportunity to become an emperor. For a peerless genius like Yu Ming, it was not difficult to attain the Tao and become an emperor. However, they had greater ambitions. The secret of transcendence. For 108 eras, countless peerless geniuses and great emperors had been tirelessly pursuing the secret of transcendence. Since ancient times, legends said that after attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor, one could not transcend. Only after attaining the secret of transcendence before attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor would one have the chance to transcend. Therefore, it was not that ancient geniuses like Sakura, Tathagata, and Yu Ming did not have the chance to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, but they had given it up. They had chosen to seal themselves and awaken in this era for the secret of transcendence. The appearance of the opportunity to become an emperor was not enough to make them excited. However, the opportunity to become an emperor might be related to the secret of transcendence. Especially the great calamity of this era. It was known as the most tragic and powerful boundless calamity in 108 eras. Even Sakura and Tathagata would not be willing to let go of the opportunity to become an emperor that appeared in the boundless calamity. Therefore, the battle for the opportunity to become an emperor would definitely be a fierce battle. Rumble, a huge lotus flower floated in the endless void. Divine chains of order fell from the sky like the Milky Way, mysterious and unfathomable. The lotus flower seemed to be formed by the power of the heavenly way. It bloomed with a myriad of colors and was mysterious and extraordinary. The area seemed to be shrouded by the power of the heavenly way. Auspicious vapors rose and rays of light shone. All the trial challengers felt refreshed and felt like fish in water. Everyone knew that the gigantic lotus flower was the pinnacle. Only by reaching the ultimate peak could one have the opportunity to fight for the opportunity to become an emperor, or even the legendary secret of transcendence. However, the huge lotus flower had yet to bloom. It was not the best opportunity to reach the ultimate peak yet. Boom, under the huge lotus flower, two figures with terrifying auras collided. In an instant, a storm swept out in all directions and destroyed the endless chaotic aura. Among the two figures, one was the majestic and mysterious Indra with a monstrous aura like an emperor. The other was Tathagata in a white monk robe and stood barefoot. Just their auras alone were enough to cover everything, causing the many trial challengers and prodigies to feel their hearts palpitate. Tathagata, it seems that I have underestimated you. Indra took a deep look at Tathagata. His eyes were incomparably cold. Ba. Your Excellency Indra, I am not willing to fight with you. I am only here to find a way to transcend. Tathagata placed one hand in front of his chest and said calmly. He was shrouded in Buddhist light and looked flawless. His entire body exuded an incomparably pure aura. His face was extraordinarily handsome and his skin was like jade. It was admirable. His dharma was profound. There seemed to be countless ancient scriptures around him as if they were describing some kind of mystery of heaven and earth. Find a way to transcend? What a joke. You can't even transcend yourself. How can you talk about transcending? If you want the secret of transcendence, just say it. I hate hypocrites like you the most. Indra sneered. He exuded a vast emperor aura. As he stepped forward, the chaos in all directions shook. It was as if a heavenly emperor was patrolling, exuding an incomparably majestic aura. The vast aura pressed down on Tathagata. The surrounding heavenly way power was added to Indra's body, making him look even more mysterious. Your Excellency Indra, I am not looking for transcendence. I am looking for a way to transcend. Our paths are different, so naturally, there will be disputes. I can understand that. But now that you are about to reach the ultimate peak, do you really want to fight with me here? Tathagata looked at Indra with clear eyes. Tathagata, your way of transcendence is Antawai. Way. Sakra seemed to be ready to attack Tathagata at any time. Your Excellency Indra, if you really want to fight, I will accompany you. Tathagata put his palms together, lowered his head, and said calmly. The Buddha light behind him shone, making him look mysterious and immortal, like a supreme golden body. Rumble, the confrontation between the Emperor aura and the Buddha light caused the void to shake violently. Heaven and earth rumbled like a storm, wreaking havoc in all directions. It was just the confrontation between Indra and Tathagata's aura, but it was already unbearable for the surrounding people. Their faces turned pale. The confrontation between peerless geniuses was terrifying. The two of you are about to reach the ultimate peak. The opportunity to become an emperor is about to appear. I'm afraid it's not good for the two of you to fight now, right? A gentle voice resounded in the void. Like the spring wind and rain, it quietly appeared between Sakra and Tathagata, resolving the confrontation of aura between the two of them. It was a void war chariot, emitting a dazzling and eternal immortal light. A jade-like figure sat cross-legged on the chariot, as if an immortal emperor had personally arrived. Tao and truth intertwined around him. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, his bright and resplendent eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It's the 9th Prince of the Immortal Tribe. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The peerless genius who ranked second on the Tao proclamation list, the 9th Prince of the Immortal Tribe, Han Tian, the 9th Prince of the Immortal Tribe, Han Tian, was the most outstanding genius in the Eternal Emperor Road. No one had seen him fight before because those who had seen him fight were all dead. He was a genius of this epoch, but he ranked second on the Tao proclamation list. He was dazzling, and countless people admired him. Many people said that Han Tian's strength was not necessarily weaker than Indra. It was just that they had never fought before. In addition, Indra was a 9 Ultimates king who had reached the ultimate peak in 9 epochs. That was why he was ranked first on the Tao proclamation list. The 9th Prince of the Immortal Tribe sat cross-legged on the Immortal Emperor's war chariot. He was surrounded by resplendent immortal light that shone through the ages. He appeared in the middle of the clash between Indra and Tathagata's auras. Like a spring breeze, he dissolved their auras. The 9th Prince's appearance seemed to instantly become the focus of the world, overshadowing Indra and Tathagata. Your Highness, the ninth prince of the immortal tribe? This poor monk greets you. Tathagata bowed indifferently to the ninth prince of the immortal tribe. His expression was calm and indifferent. His eyes were deep and seemed to be able to reflect the void, revealing an incomparably strange light. Grandmaster Tathagata is too polite. The two of you are about to reach the ultimate peak. If the two of you fight now, it will hurt the harmony. Why don't you stop for now? After the flower of Tao blooms, if the two of you want to continue fighting, I will not stop you. The ninth prince smiled and returned the greeting. Hong Tian, aren't your words a bit too laughable? Reaching the ultimate peak is about being invincible and advancing courageously. What bullshit harmony is needed? Quickly get out of the way, or I will suppress you as well. Indra's gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at the ninth prince of the immortal tribe and said indifferently. His strength was unfathomable, and he had long developed an overbearing and dignified temperament. No one dared to disobey him. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe in front of him made him instinctively feel a little uncomfortable. He felt a kind of aloof indifference and calmness from the ninth prince of the immortal tribe, as well as the indifference of seeing all living beings as ants. This included him. Indra had long known that the ninth prince of the immortal tribe's strength was extraordinary. Now that he was about to reach the ultimate peak, he couldn't help but want to test Hong Tian's true strength. Your Excellency Indra, you have reached the ultimate peak 9 times. You should be familiar with the flower of Tao blooming, right? You should understand what it means to fight at this time. However, if you insist on fighting, I am willing to experience it. His Highness the ninth prince said with a smile. Indra's eyes suddenly constricted, and he took a deep look at the ninth prince. He naturally knew what the flower of Tao blooming meant. However, the ninth prince of the immortal tribe in front of him seemed to know the realm of nothingness and the flower of Tao blooming like the back of his hand. That kind of calm and confidence made Indra a little wary. Could it be that Hong Tian had also reached the ultimate peak? However, he didn't have the aura of an era sealed by the era stone on him. He seemed to be a living being of this era. However, he wasn't willing to show weakness. He stared at the ninth prince and said coldly, in that case, I will fulfill your wish. Boom, Sakra's body was surrounded by boundless emperor's aura. His majestic aura soared up like the birth and death of an epic. 9 dazzling halos appeared behind him, each of which contained the mysterious power of time. The 9 halos set off Indra as if a great emperor had descended to the mortal world. He was so majestic and mysterious that no one dared to look at him directly. He slapped his palm towards the ninth prince of the immortal tribe. Chaotic light gushed out from his palm, accompanied by endless lightning. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth and reopen the chaos. The surrounding crowd could not help but turn pale. It was as if they could feel that this palm was coming towards them. Their minds were violently shaken, and they actually could not summon any thoughts of resisting. Imperial Heaven Palm. An indifferent and majestic voice exploded in the chaos. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, terrifying beyond compare. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe looked indifferent. He still had a faint smile on his face. Immortal light was faintly discernible around him. Auspicious vapors rose, mysterious and otherworldly. In the face of this palm, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. His eyes were still clear and bright. The unparalleled palm print wrapped in the power of heaven and earth and came down mightily. It looked like it was going to smash the ninth prince of the immortal tribe into meat paste. A sharp light flashed in the ninth prince's eyes. Suddenly, his voice sounded like thunder. Break! It was as if there were billions of blazing lights blooming at the same time. Unparalleled divine power gathered in front of the ninth prince. Runes of great Tao rose and divine chains of order intertwined, clashing with the palm print. Boom, the chaos trembled violently. It was as if billions of gods and demons were roaring. The boundless world was destroyed. An indomitable supreme emperor was trapped by layers of chaos and finally shattered. That palm of Sakra's had actually shattered upon hearing the sound. Heavenly Tao incantation? I didn't expect that there would be someone in the immortal tribe who could cultivate this move. You're not bad. The Sakra's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said indifferently. This palm print didn't achieve anything. And it looked like he was at a disadvantage. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe broke his imperial heaven palm with a light shout. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no doubt who was superior. The Sakra's heart was extremely unsettled. The heavenly Tao incantation was said to be a supreme forbidden technique created by the ancestors of the immortal tribe. Only the strongest of the immortal emperor realm could use it. The heavenly Tao incantation was supported by the power of the heavenly Tao. It exploded with unparalleled divine power. The power of the incantation was unparalleled. The Sakra didn't expect the ninth prince of the immortal tribe to be able to use the heavenly Tao incantation. And its power wasn't much weaker than an immortal emperor realm expert. As a genius who had reached the peak 9 times, the Sakra had seen a supreme emperor. They had even exchanged blows. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe in front of him was the strongest he had seen in his life. Your Excellency, the Sakra is overpraising me. I haven't cultivated the heavenly Tao incantation to perfection. Since I took your palm print, why don't you take a punch from me? The ninth prince of the immortal tribe smiled indifferently. Go ahead. The Sakra said indifferently. In that case, Your Excellency, the Sakra, please give me pointers on this supreme true self fist. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe said indifferently. He sat cross-legged on the immortal emperor chariot and punched out lightly. This punch didn't seem to have any power. It was ethereal and looked extremely slow as it moved towards the Sakra. Everyone felt a little baffled. This punch was like a mortal's fist technique. It didn't even have the aura of the great Tao origin. Could such a fist technique deal with the Sakra? However, Sakra instantly acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The terrifying aura around him rose and the sharpness in his eyes was unparalleled. Runes rose and condensed on his fist as he suddenly faced the ninth prince of the immortal race. In the eyes of the Sakra, although the punch didn't have any power, it didn't have any restrictions. The heavenly Tao, origin, time, and space all lost their meaning in front of this punch. This was a mysterious punch, but it made the Sakra feel a great threat. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. In an instant, he unleashed the strongest supreme fist Tao. The mighty emperor's aura erupted and covered the sky. Bang, a muffled sound came from the void. All the chaotic light in the surroundings dissipated instantly. The Sakra's body shook violently. He took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe was still sitting cross-legged on the immortal emperor chariot. He didn't move at all. Supreme True Self Fist? What a great Supreme True Self Fist! Hong Tian, when the great Tao flower blooms, you and I will have a battle at the peak. The Sakra took a deep look at the ninth prince of the immortal tribe. His eyes were incomparably cold. As you wish. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe smiled indifferently. From the beginning to the end, his expression didn't change. It was as if nothing could move him. Ba. His Highness the ninth prince is indeed extraordinary. Tathagata smiled indifferently. His eyes were incomparably deep, but there was a trace of powerful fighting spirit that flashed across. Obviously, the ninth prince of the immortal tribe's strength and unfathomable depth had caused the Buddha era's inheritor to have some thoughts. His Highness the ninth prince of the immortal tribe has the upper hand? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. That light punch had actually forced the Sakra to retreat. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe was becoming more and more unfathomable in their hearts. What the crowd didn't know was that the Sakra's arm was trembling slightly. It had almost turned into mud. He was only able to maintain that arm unscathed by circulating his majestic life force origin to repair it. Otherwise, if his arm was shattered by the ninth prince of the immortal tribe, it would be a great loss of face. Rumble. At this moment, the lotus flower of the great path in the void bloomed with dazzling light. The petals that were originally budding slowly bloomed. The petals unfolded, crystal clear, mysterious and unfathomable. The divine chains of order seemed to be able to penetrate the chaos. They instantly extended to the feet of the trial takers, like heavenly stairs that led to the great Tao lotus. The Sakra, the ninth prince of the immortal tribe, and Tathagata were instantly entangled by 2 divine chains of order. They flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The great Tao flower blooms and the opportunity to become an emperor has appeared. It's time for us to reach the peak. The Sakra, Hong Tian, and Tathagata must know something. Everyone, let's go. We can't let them get the upper hand. Don't block my way. Get out of my way. Kill. The trial takers' eyes instantly turned red. Each of them revealed an incomparably frenzied expression. They stepped onto the heavenly stairs formed by the divine chains of order, rushed into the sky, and swept toward the great Tao Lotus. Sakra and Tathagata are indeed powerful. However, the ninth prince of the celestial tribe is even more unfathomable. Taoist Wuliang stared at the chaotic trial takers in the distance and sighed. That's right. I have a feeling that the ninth prince of the celestial tribe is the strongest. We have to be careful. The old goat said with a solemn expression. They had also arrived, but they did not approach the great path lotus. Instead, they watched from afar. They had seen the fight between Sakra, Tathagata, and the ninth prince of the celestial tribe. The more they watched, the more they felt that the three of them were powerful. As expected of the ancient skyprides. They had a deep foundation and their strength was unfathomable. Ling Zhao's gaze was calm. However, when he looked at the great path lotus in the void, he revealed a strange look. Reaching the peak. This great path lotus should be formed by the heavenly energy. It contains the opportunity to become an emperor. There will be a great battle. Ling Xiao said slowly. That's right. Brother Ling Xiao, when you step onto the great path lotus, we will help you to defeat all the heroes and seize the opportunity to become an emperor. Although the three of them are strong, they are no match for you. Yi Liangchen said with a smile. His eyes were full of arrogance. No. I have a feeling that if I reach the peak, there will be an accident. Don't follow me. I will act alone. Ling Xiao shook his head. Accident? Could it be, because of the Forsaken Ones? The old goat was stunned. Then, his expression turned solemn. I'm afraid so. That lotus of the great path is formed from the energy of the way of the heavens. Ling Xiao has stepped on the path of the unification of thousands of Daos. Once he reaches the peak, he will definitely come into conflict with the energy of the way of the heavens. Taoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Then, you must be careful. The old goat looked at Ling Xiao seriously. Don't worry. You guys be careful. I'm going. Even if I can't obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, I can't let go of the so-called secret of transcendence. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked towards the lotus of the great path. Buzz, Ling Xiao's aura was ethereal, without any ripples of cultivation. He looked just like a mortal. However, as he stepped into the air, lotuses bloomed with each step. There was no aura of smoke or fire. It was as if he was ascending a stairway to heaven. He walked step by step towards the lotus of the great path. The chaos mist was faintly discernible. The lotus of the great path dropped down beams of dazzling light. Soon, Ling Zhao's figure disappeared. Let's go. Above the lotus of the great Tao, dangers are unfathomable. Everyone must be careful. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. Hee, what's there to worry about? As long as we don't meet Sakra, Hong Tian, and Rolai, those three perverts, as long as the rest of those trash dare to provoke us, no matter how many of them come, they will all die. The white dragon horse laughed proudly. That's right. Let's go. I haven't seen the scenery at the top of the mountain. This time, I will show them how powerful I am, ha ha ha. The Kuanping was also eager to have a try. It exchanged a glance with the white dragon horse and instantly transformed into two bolts of lightning, dashing toward the descending divine chains of order. Taoist Wuliang and the old goat also shook their heads and followed closely behind. The lotus of the great path floated in the void. It was dazzling and looked incomparably grand. Many challengers followed the divine chains of order and each of them displayed their extreme speed. The closer they got to the lotus of the great path, the more they could feel the mystery, ancientness, majesty, and vastness of this lotus of the great path. Compared to the lotus of the great path, they were like ants. A sense of insignificance arose in their hearts. At the same time, many challengers who followed the divine chains of order even started a battle. They all understood that the person who stepped onto the lotus of the great path first would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Therefore, each of them fought to be the first, not hesitating to fight and beheading their opponents. Following the divine chains of order, they could quickly reach the lotus of the great path. However, if they left the divine chains of order, they would be suppressed by the heavenly might. However, Xiao did not follow the divine chains of order. Instead, he stepped into the void and walked forward step by step. The strong winds around him whistled and the vast heavenly might descended. However, it seemed to have no effect on him. Get lost. A black-robed challenger went up a divine chains of order. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The battle sword in his hand was extremely sharp as it slashed down at Xiao from the sky. Boom, Xiao's expression was indifferent. His gaze was fixed on the huge lotus of the great path above his head. He did not even look at the challenger. He casually slapped out with his palm as if he was swatting a fly. Boom, the saber light exploded, and the black-robed trial-taker's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This 9th-level Imperial Lord had actually fallen to the ground. He is Xiao? Someone exclaimed as they recognized Xiao's identity. What? That Xiao who killed Divine King Jiwu. Not only did he kill Divine King Jiwu, I heard that even the reincarnation Imperial City Lord, 6th Ultimate King Hades, died in his hands. Hiss. How terrifying. In that case, isn't Xiao a peerless genius on the same level as Sakura, the 9th prince of the immortal tribe, and Tathagata? We can't provoke him. That's right. We can't provoke him. Everyone looked at Xiao with awe and respect in their eyes. No one dared to stop Xiao anymore. They all watched as Xiao stepped on the void and flew towards the lotus of the great path at a speed that was not inferior to theirs. Rumble. The closer Xiao got to the lotus of the great path, the more he felt the vast heavenly might wreaking havoc. Chaotic lightning flashed around him, constantly enveloping his body. That heavenly might seemed to be completely enraged. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds howled. The destructive force enveloped the surroundings, causing all the challengers to feel incomparably fearful. Xiao's blood rose as a vast aura shot up into the sky. It was as if he was incompatible with the surrounding heavenly way energy and was completely rejected by the heavenly way energy. This is the wrath of the heavenly way? How did Xiao provoke the wrath of the heavenly way? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. I heard that Xiao walks the path of 10,000 Daos as one. This has been a forbidden path since ancient times. He would be abandoned by the heavenly way. I'm afraid he's now a forsaken one? Someone guessed. Forsaken by the heavenly way? Hiss. Xiao is so stupid. Then he's finished. He's targeted by the heavenly way energy. Not to mention seizing the opportunity to attain Tao, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to even step into the lotus of the great path. Someone gloated. Everyone's attention was attracted to Xiao. The path of 10,000 Daos is one. Forsaken by the heavenly way. These two aroused great interest in the crowd. Some were even happy to see Xiao being suppressed by the heavenly way. Rumble, chaotic lightning filled the sky like black divine dragons, roaring and wreaking havoc, emitting destructive divine light. They gathered above Xiao's head like a storm, locking Xiao in place. Endless origin energy intertwined with the vast heavenly might. An enormous pressure that could destroy heaven and earth came, wanting to crush Xiao into dust. Xiao raised his head, his gaze calm. The speed at which he soared into the sky increased by a few notches. He faced the lightning that filled the sky and punched out, crack, a purplish gold light bloomed around Xiao. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blazing bolt of lightning. An unparalleled fist print exploded instantly, blasting the lightning that filled the sky apart. Endless origin energy dissipated in all directions like a storm, containing destructive power. It seemed to be brewing an even more terrifying attack. However, Xiao's body emitted a vast devouring power. It was as if an ancient world had spread out, swallowing all the origin energy around him into his body. Swoosh, Xiao instantly broke through the obstruction of the heavenly might and stepped directly onto the lotus of the great path. He actually went up. Many trial challengers were in disbelief. Xiao could be said to be the fourth person besides Sakura, Han Tian, and Tathagata to step onto the lotus of the great path. However, the key point was that Xiao was a forsaken by the heavens, the strength of a forsaken by the heavens was too terrifying. Rumble, Ling Xiao stepped onto the lotus of the great path and felt that the suppression of the heavenly might was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if millions of immemorial divine mountains were pressing down on him. He could not feel any origin energy of the great path. Instead, he felt a deep malice that was targeted and rejected by the heavenly way. Ling Xiao did not care. Although the lotus of the great path was formed by the heavenly way, the heavenly way's power was still much weaker in the realm of nothingness. This little bit of pressure did not affect Ling Xiao much. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the center of the lotus of the great path. That lotus platform was radiant and dazzling. It was like a huge altar, tens of thousands of feet tall, mysterious, and unfathomable. That lotus platform was the ultimate peak. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Only by reaching there would he be qualified to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor, and even take a peek at the legendary secret of transcendence. Swoosh, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and instantly flew into the distance. Clang, however, at that moment, a blazing radiance came from behind him. Sword chi swept across the area and was extremely terrifying. It was heading straight for Ling Xiao's head. That sword was sharp, domineering, and extremely terrifying. It contained the power to pierce through everything, as if no one could block it. It was a trial taker who had just stepped onto the lotus of the great path. After sensing Ling Xiao's aura, he did not hesitate to attack. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He turned around and struck out with his palm. Vast and majestic blood energy erupted like an erupting volcano. The unparalleled palm print collided with the sword radiance. The trial taker behind Ling Xiao snorted coldly. When he saw that Ling Xiao had dared to use his bare hands to block his supreme emperor weapon, the murderous intent in his eyes burned brighter. Buzz, however, who would have thought that the sword radiance would shatter? The ancient sword radiated a dazzling radiance and buzzed. Although it released the Supreme Emperor's aura, it was unable to pierce through Ling Xiao's palm. Instead, it was caught between Ling Xiao's fingers. What? The trial taker's expression changed. When he saw Ling Xiao's face, his heart skipped a beat. Ling Xiao? Hold on. He shouted loudly. His cold eyes revealed a tinge of panic. Boom, however, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao's fist radiance. The unparalleled fist imprint seemed to be able to suppress the primal chaos. It swept out in all directions, containing the power of great destruction. The trial challenger felt as if he was surrounded by fist imprints from all directions. There was no way to dodge at all. Crack, that cultivator instinctively raised his fist to block, but his arm was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. Then, Ling Xiao's fist pierced through his chest. Layers of mighty force surged into his body, causing his body to tremble violently. Then, his entire body exploded. A sky-devouring fire rose and instantly enveloped the blood mist. It began to refine the trial taker's indestructible primordial spirit. Spare me, the trial taker let out a shrill cry. However, it quickly stopped. His flesh and indestructible primordial spirit were completely refined into nothingness by the sky-devouring fire. Then, they turned into a majestic force that surged into Ling Xiao's body. To Ling Xiao, killing a peerless emperor with a single punch was nothing special. He kept the ancient sword that was at the level of an ultimate emperor weapon. Then, he turned around and flew towards the lotus platform. The dazzling lotus platform was intertwined with a vast amount of origin energy. Runes of the Great Tao rose and the divine sound of the Great Tao lingered around it. Ling Xiao flew over at lightning speed. It was as if he had affected the Great Tao energy around the lotus platform. In an instant, the surrounding winds and clouds changed. Chaos surged as if a peerless killing intent was brewing. The person who was being targeted was Ling Xiao. You don't want me to obtain the opportunity to become an emperor? That's not something you can decide. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The sharpness in his eyes was unparalleled. A terrifying aura rose around him as if it could destroy everything. Ba. Your Excellency Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to embark on the path of the unification of all Daos. Perhaps we can work together on this path to the top. A gentle voice was heard. In the distance, the Buddhist light was dazzling. Tathagata was dressed in a white robe. His temperament was otherworldly. He came barefoot and there was a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Ling Xiao. He looked very young and extraordinarily handsome. However, his eyes contained endless vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless years. His body exuded a faint golden light that flowed with an immortal aura. Boundless Buddhist light surged as if it had enveloped the void. Tathagata the Venerable? How do you want to work together? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said calmly. Tathagata the Venerable's strength was extraordinary. Although he had only exchanged one blow with Sakura, Ling Xiao vaguely felt that Tathagata the Venerable seemed to be hiding his strength. The successor of the ancient Buddha era had unfathomable strength. He didn't seem to be much weaker than Sakura. Why would such a person want to work with Ling Xiao? Your Excellency Ling Xiao, Sakura is nothing to worry about. However, the ninth prince of the celestial tribe, Hong Tian, is unfathomable. I think that in the entire Eternal Emperor Road, only Your Excellency Ling Xiao can fight with Hong Tian. Let's work together. I will deal with Sakura and you will deal with Hong Tian. After we reach the top, I will give you the opportunity to become an emperor. I only want to share the secret of transcendence. Tathagata smiled indifferently. His eyes were clear and he was very honest. Share the secret of transcendence? Tathagata the Venerable thinks too highly of me. Are you so sure that I can deal with Hong Tian? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Among the billions of sky prides in the heavens, only Your Excellency can deal with Hong Tian. Because Hong Tian is also on the path of the unification of all Daos. Tathagata said calmly. The unification of all Daos? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but be shocked. Ling Xiao's heart was in turmoil. He never thought that he would hear such a secret from Tathagata. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe, Hong Tian, was also on the path of 10,000 Dao unification? Your Excellency Ling Xiao, although no one has succeeded in the path of 10,000 Daos as one since ancient times, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Many ancient sages have predicted that if they could walk the path of 10,000 Daos as one before they proved their Dao and became an emperor, they might really reach the peak and walk another path. But no matter what, only one person can succeed in the path of 10,000 Dao unification. In a sense, you and Hong Tian are both on the same path and enemies. So, I hope to cooperate with you. Tathagata smiled at Ling Xiao. His eyes were clear and his expression was calm. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and looked at Tathagata. Venerable Tathagata, what if the ultimate secret of transcendence can only be obtained by one person? Naturally, we'll rely on our own methods. But before that, we should first deal with Sakura and Hong Tian, shouldn't we? Tathagata said. All right. In that case, let's cooperate this time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was very curious about Venerable Tathagata. Tathagata seemed to be shrouded in Buddhist light and had a mysterious and unfathomable aura. But when Tathagata mentioned Sakura, there was no fluctuation in his voice. It was as if he could suppress Sakura with a flip of his hand. He was full of confidence. On the other hand, when Tathagata mentioned the ninth prince of the immortal tribe, there was a slight fluctuation in his voice. Ba, I'll take my leave. Tathagata smiled at Ling Xiao, then turned and walked into the distance. Tathagata? Ling Xiao looked at Tathagata's figure in the distance with a strange look in his eyes. Then, he turned and walked in another direction. The huge lotus platform was like a lofty mountain with a majestic aura. The lotus platform emitted a bright light. The origin of the great Tao intertwined in runes rose. The origin of the great Tao here was as vast as the sea, as if it was the place with the densest origin of the great Tao. Ling Xiao came under the lotus platform and immediately felt an incomparably strong repulsive force. The boundless origin energy in the surroundings seemed to be filled with malice towards Ling Xiao. It constantly pressed against Ling Xiao's body as if it wanted to pulverize him. At the same time, strands of origin energy shot into Ling Xiao's body like arrows, targeting his life origin and indestructible primordial spirit. The source of the heavenly Tao did not have any consciousness, but Ling Xiao was now forsaken by the heavens, abandoned by the heavenly Tao and branded with a mark. It was as if he was isolated from the heavenly Tao, so the source of the heavenly Tao naturally viewed him as a great enemy. Boom, Ling Xiao's gaze was indifferent and calm. His vital energy rose up, vast and boundless. Purple gold light illuminated the surroundings, obliterating the origin energy in the surroundings. Ling Xiao took a step into the air and instantly soared into the sky, heading towards the lotus platform. Is that the end of the sky? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He raised his head. The lotus platform was lofty and majestic, but at the peak of the lotus platform, there was a boundless void. The scene was illusory and unpredictable, and various changes were faintly visible. Ling Xiao seemed to have comprehended something. The peak of the lotus platform was the ultimate peak, and also the end of the sky. The peak of the lotus platform was the end of the Eternal Emperor's road. Rumble, as Ling Xiao charged towards the lotus platform, the surrounding origin energy became denser and denser. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure erupted and pressed down on Ling Xiao. If one wanted to step onto the ultimate peak, one had to pass the test of the heavenly Tao. This test was aimed at tempering one's physical body, primordial spirit, origin energy, and spirit in all aspects. However, to Ling Xiao, this test was filled with malice and killing intent. The source of the heavenly Tao surged over as if it wanted to kill him. Open! Ling Xiao's voice was like thunder, and his eyes were dazzling. He threw out a punch, and the fist print was unparalleled. It was as if it was cutting through all obstacles, and it instantly broke the source of the heavenly Tao that covered the sky. The pressure brought about by the source of the heavenly Tao was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary ninth heaven imperial emperor would not be able to withstand it and would be directly suppressed. However, to Ling Xiao, this test only slowed him down by a lot, and it could not cause him any harm. No matter what stood in front of him, he only needed to break it with a punch. Boom. 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 Ling Xiao's vital energy rose, and his body seemed to contain endless power. Every punch that he threw out seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart, and it contained endless mighty power. The source of the heavenly Tao was broken through one after another. He charged into the sky as if he was cutting through all obstacles, and he was about to reach the peak of the lotus platform. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A chaotic light enveloped Ling Xiao, and in an instant, the heavens and the earth changed. 9 extremely terrifying auras locked onto Ling Xiao. Rumble, the 9 figures seemed to have come from the Chaos era, and they exuded endless Emperor's aura. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and there was an invincible aura that could suppress and sweep across the heavens. They stood in front of Ling Xiao, like 9 eternal primordial divine mountains, exerting immense pressure on Ling Xiao. The 9 emperors of the human race? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and there was a trace of bright light in his eyes. Ling Xiao had come from the God of War's world, and he had gone through several tribulations, and he had seen the 9 emperors of the human race. The 9 emperors of the human race were a kind of test for him. As a member of the human race, he had drawn out the mark that the 9 emperors of the human race had left in the heavens and the earth. This in itself was a kind of recognition. Ling Xiao had never thought that he would encounter the 9 emperors of the human race when he was about to reach the peak. The 9 emperors of the human race in front of him all exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and they exuded mighty emperor's aura. Their faces were dignified and ancient, and other than the blurry face of the leader, the other faces were very clear. There were men and women, old and young. Some were elegant, some were indifferent, some were smiling, some were calm, some were dignified, and some were angry. However, there was one thing in common, and in their eyes, there was a compassionate light. At this moment, they probably have the fighting strength of a great emperor? I wonder exactly how much of their strength can be revealed by the brand formed by the heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, but there was an extremely powerful fighting spirit in his eyes. He respected the 9 emperors of the human race. It was the 9 emperors of the human race who had led the human race to overcome all obstacles and created the human race era. They had allowed the human race to rise from being weak to being strong, from being bullied by the other races, to standing at the peak of the other races. Although the human race was in decline now, and there were powerful enemies surrounding them, there were still not many powerful enemies who dared to force their way in. This was the deterrence of the 9 emperors of the human race. However, Ling Xiao also knew that the 9 emperors of the human race in front of him were formed by the heavenly Tao's origin. They wanted to suppress him and completely kill him, the audacious Forsaken One. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally did not hesitate to explode with a powerful fighting spirit. Boom, the blurry face of the leader threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The unparalleled fist print seemed to instantly pierce through the chaos, and it lingered around the 3,000 worlds. It was eternal and immortal, and it contained a supreme power that could destroy everything. The person who was once called the Fist Emperor by Ling Xiao was the most dazzling genius of the human race in the previous era. The Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's fist suppressed the heavens. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate in the slightest. He also threw out a punch. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body contained a supreme power, and chaotic light rose around him. This punch was an ultimate killing blow, and the mysterious scene of the birth and death of an era appeared. It was as if the long river of time had been completely shattered by this punch, losing all meaning. The fist of an era against the Heavenly Emperor's fist. This was a contest between two supreme fists, and also a contest between two philosophies and paths. It was also a contest between the new generation of the human race and the old generation of the human race. The two supreme fist prints collided in the chaos, and it was like two dazzling suns exploding, setting off endless storms and shocking waves. Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Emperor both trembled slightly and retreated at the same time. The Heavenly Emperor's fist is indeed a supreme fist technique that suppressed the heavens. Your Excellency, take my fist of creation. Ling Xiao's eyes surged with a powerful fighting spirit. He was extremely familiar with the Heavenly Emperor's fist. As his cultivation increased, he felt that the Heavenly Emperor's fist was unfathomable. However, the Heavenly Emperor's fist was the Heavenly Emperor's path, and not Ling Xiao's. That was why he cultivated hundreds of scriptures, merged all techniques, and walked his own path. Facing the Heavenly Emperor now, he could still feel the vastness and terror of this punch. It was as if his physical body, primordial spirit, origin, and soul would be shocked by the fist intent of this punch, and would be completely destroyed. Boom! Ling Xiao did not hesitate and took the initiative to attack. The fist of creation exploded. Endless vitality surged like a river of life, causing the void to tremble violently. This punch contained the birth of all life, and the scene of chaos, and enveloped the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor also suppressed with a punch. Rumble. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor, the other 8 great emperors attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The 9 emperors of the human race were the most talented great emperors of the human race. Each one of them could be said to be unparalleled in terms of strength. Ling Xiao was surrounded by the 9 emperors of the human race, and an earth-shattering supreme battle unfolded. Although Ling Xiao knew that the 9 emperors of the human race were formed from the heavenly Tao origin, and perhaps only retained a little of their battle strength, Ling Xiao still felt an incomparably terrifying great emperor's aura. He was bathed in blood, and his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. His will was as firm as iron, and every punch he threw out was like the destruction of chaos. His physical body was strong and immortal, and the physical body Tao spirit and origin Tao spirit appeared behind him, causing Ling Xiao's aura to soar. Around Ling Xiao, the aura of the 9 emperors of the human race was as turbulent as the sea, as if it had merged with the heavenly Tao origin, causing the void to tremble violently. Lightning raged, and chaotic god-fiends appeared. Beams of golden destructive light shot out and enveloped Ling Xiao like an inescapable net. The 9 emperors of the human race's strength was extremely heaven-defying. Although they did not preserve all of their cultivation, the 9 great emperors still caused great damage to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's physical body was immortal, and his primordial immortal body had reached perfection. However, under the siege of the 9 emperors of the human race, his physical body was almost completely shattered. Even his physical body Tao spirit and origin Tao spirit seemed to be annihilated at any time. Ling Xiao was severely injured, and his body was covered in wounds. His aura was extremely weak, but his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was growing stronger and stronger. This battle was incomparably difficult. Since stepping onto the Eternal Emperor Road, Ling Xiao had never experienced such an extremely difficult battle. Although Ling Xiao was severely injured, his indestructible primordial spirit shone brightly, and his entire person seemed to have entered an extremely strange state. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's fist prints were unparalleled, crushing everything. In the end, the 9 emperors of the human race were about to exhaust their strength, and they were annihilated by Ling Xiao's fist radiance. You're not bad. The Sky Emperor, whose face was blurry, revealed a strange light in his eyes. He looked at Ling Xiao in front of him and actually gave up resisting. Bang! He was shattered by Ling Xiao's fist, and turned into a speck of spiritual light that drifted between heaven and earth. What? Ling Xiao's heart trembled slightly. Weren't the 9 emperors of the human race imprints formed by the heavenly Tao origin? They shouldn't have spiritual intelligence, but why did the Sky Emperor say something to him in the end? Ling Xiao clearly sensed that it wasn't an illusion, but the Sky Emperor was really telling him something, as if they were separated by an endless river of time. The 9 emperors of the human race were annihilated by Ling Xiao's fist, and turned into 9 bright rays of spiritual light. At this moment, they circled around Ling Xiao, and then instantly merged into his glabella. Rumble. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, his indestructible primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the void, like a chaotic fiend god, with a mysterious and ancient aura. At this moment, the 9 rays of spiritual light merged into Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit, like 9 bright halos, and added to his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit had already reached the perfect realm, and at this moment, after merging with the 9 rays of spiritual light, it instantly bloomed with a dazzling light, and began to rapidly expand. In an instant, Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit had expanded by tens of thousands of feet. In the vast primordial spirit's sea of consciousness, the indestructible primordial spirit was like a supreme emperor, surrounded by 3,000 origin Tao fruits. Its aura was mysterious and unfathomable. The 3,000 origin Tao fruits also sent strands of Tao rhyme into Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit. Crack! It was as if lightning had split the heavens and earth, and a world had been born from the chaos, giving birth to life. After Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit, a mysterious figure emerged. At first, it was incomparably illusory, but soon became more and more solid. In the end, Ling Xiao felt his indestructible primordial spirit rapidly expand, and his aura became even more mysterious. The figure was the primordial spirit's Tao spirit. Is this a gift from the 9 emperors of the human race? A complicated look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He found it hard to imagine how the 9 emperors of the human race had broken through the shackles of the heavenly Tao origin and left him with 9 rays of origin spiritual light. The 9 rays of origin spiritual light had allowed his indestructible primordial spirit to naturally give birth to a Tao spirit. Rumble. Behind Ling Xiao, 3 figures with incomparably terrifying auras emerged. Like chaos demons, they were ancient, majestic, and intimidating. The physical Tao spirit, the origin Tao spirit, and the primordial spirit Tao spirit combined into one, making Ling Xiao appear even more unfathomable. At the same time, the chaos around Ling Xiao shattered, and his figure appeared at the top of the lotus platform. The scene below the lotus platform was all illusory. In order to ascend to the peak, one had to undergo the test of the heavenly Tao. This test was different for everyone. Some were the obsessions of the heart, some were the chaos of gods and demons, some were the lightning tribulation, and some were the tempering of the origin flame. The battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors of the human clan was the test of the heavenly Tao origin. However, the difference was that Ling Xiao was a robber. Hence, the test of the heavenly Tao origin source had turned into a killing trap for Ling Xiao. The heavenly Tao origin source wanted to exterminate Ling Xiao completely, which was why it had created the 9 emperors of the human race. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die under the siege of the 9 emperors of the human clan. It was simply impossible to resist. However, Ling Xiao persevered and finally destroyed the imprinted bodies of the 9 emperors of the human clan. He also received a gift from the 9 emperors of the human clan. Ling Xiao's figure appeared at the top of the lotus platform. The lotus platform was tens of thousands of feet tall and looked like a cliff. Below it was a dense cloud of chaotic gas, and above it was an endless void. Standing on the lotus platform, Ling Xiao looked at the void above his head. He vaguely saw an extremely mysterious world. He suddenly remembered the evil intention's words. Master, this is the end of the Eternal Emperor Road, also known as the Ultimate Peak. Countless eras ago, the Tai Celestial Emperor and ancestor god Azura were here and saw a world gate in the endless void. The evil intention's voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Is that the world you're talking about? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the mysterious world in the void and said slowly, "Don't worry." World? What world? I don't see it. Perhaps it hasn't appeared yet. However, Master must seize the opportunity. The Tai Celestial Emperor and ancestor god Azura once guessed that even if the secret of transcendence appeared in this era, it's very likely to be in that world. The evil intention said with some doubt. You don't see it? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that he could see the world in the endless void because he had opened the eye of the ruler. The others probably did not see it at this moment. If what the evil spirit said was true, and the secret of transcendence was in that world, Ling Xiao would really have to go in and investigate. There's actually a hidden world at the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. Could it be a world created by the heavenly Tao? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao? Should I call you the son of God or Ling Xiao? I didn't expect that your speed would actually be so fast. A faint voice rang out, interrupting Ling Zhao's train of thought. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Instantly, he saw the fog in the distance dissipating. Resplendent immortal light permeated the air as a mysterious silhouette appeared before him. He was a flawless young man. His appearance was handsome like jade, and his eyes seemed to contain the vast starry sky. He wore a Taoist robe, and his entire body seemed to have fused into one with the chaos and nothingness in the surroundings. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His face was gentle, and his temperament was otherworldly. He walked out of the chaos, and his gaze towards Ling Xiao contained a trace of surprise, a trace of admiration, and a trace of excitement. That's right, excitement. So it's your highness, the ninth prince. I didn't expect your highness to be one step ahead of me and reach the peak. Ling Xiao said calmly. From the first time he'd met the ninth prince of the immortals in the world of immortals, Ling Xiao had known that the ninth prince was extremely powerful and unfathomable. Even though Ling Xiao had met Yu Ming, Lord Tathagata, and even Indra, he felt that they were inferior to the ninth prince of the immortals. Now that he'd met the ninth prince, that feeling had only intensified. I wonder how far he's gone on the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Ling Xiao wondered to himself. Ever since Lord Tathagata had said that the ninth prince of the immortals also walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one, Ling Zhao's heart had been filled with confusion and curiosity. The ninth prince of the immortals was the son of the immortal emperor. He was hailed as the most talented genius of the immortals in this epoch, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to prove his Tao and become an emperor. But why would he walk the path of 10,000 Daos as one? Ling Xiao, what do you think about the opportunity to become an emperor and the secret of transcendence? The ninth prince of the immortals smiled faintly. Your highness, you should know better than me, right? The calamity of this epoch is known as the immeasurable calamity, and it's rumored that the secret of transcendence will appear on the eternal emperor's road. Perhaps only by obtaining the opportunity to become an emperor can one peek at the secret of transcendence. Ling Xiao said faintly. That's not the case. The ninth prince smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, perhaps you don't know that the opportunity to become an emperor this time is just a cover. Even if it's real, it doesn't matter. For you and I, we don't need any opportunity to become an emperor to prove our Tao and become an emperor. However, the secret of transcendence is the supreme creation that countless people have pursued since ancient times. And I happen to know where the secret of transcendence is. Why don't we work together this time? If we obtain the secret of transcendence, we'll study it together. What do you think? The ninth prince's words made Ling Zhao's eyes reveal a strange look. Lord Tathagata had asked him to work together not long ago, and now the ninth prince wanted to work with him as well. What medicine were they selling in their gourds? It's not that we can't work together, but where is the secret of transcendence? Can your highness tell me? Ling Xiao asked without revealing his emotions. It's very simple. The secret of transcendence is in the void. The ninth prince smiled faintly and said as he looked at the endless void. It's in this endless void? But I don't see anything? Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised and asked. It's normal that you can't see anything. In the endless void, there's an ancient world. The secret of transcendence is hidden in that ancient world. However, it's not that easy to enter that world. You and I need to work together to break through the boundary and enter that world. The ninth prince smiled faintly. He knows about that world too? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The immortal race was indeed an ancient race that had existed since the first era. They were even more ancient than the demon race. They really did know a lot of secrets. Among all the trial challengers and prodigies, only Lord Sakura and Lord Tathagata can pose a threat to us. Why don't we deal with them first and then enter that world together to search for the secret of transcendence? What do you think? The ninth prince of the immortal race smiled faintly. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. This was because he was the only one who knew the secret of transcendence among all the trial takers. It was impossible for the others to open that ancient world. All right. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and then said faintly. Very good. Lord Sakura may be first on the Dao proclamation list and the 9 Extinction King, but he's very weak. He's not even a match for Lord Tathagata. I'll leave Lord Sakura to you later and Lord Tathagata to me. Once we've dealt with those two, we'll search for the secret of transcendence. The ninth prince of the immortal race said slowly. All right. However, I'm afraid the other trial challengers and prodigies won't just stand by and watch, right? Ling Xiao asked. It doesn't matter. If they don't know what's good for them, then this will naturally be their burial ground. I believe that with the two of us taking action, the others won't be so blind. The ninth prince of the immortal race smiled faintly. Rumble, as soon as the ninth prince of the immortal race finished speaking, a chaotic light rose in the distance. A figure with a powerful aura shot up from the bottom of the lotus platform, exuding a majestic, ancient, and invincible aura. He appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the ninth prince of the immortal race. It was Lord Sakura. After he reached the peak and saw Ling Xiao and the ninth prince of the immortal race, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. You're Ling Xiao? Lord Sakura stared at Ling Xiao and said indifferently in a condescending manner. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that he was the first to reach the peak, but he didn't expect that the ninth prince and Ling Xiao would be one step ahead of him. That's me. Ling Xiao replied faintly. Come here and follow me. If you make a great contribution, I'll bestow upon you the opportunity to become an emperor. Lord Sakura said indifferently in a commanding tone. You must be joking, right? Let's not talk about whether you can obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. Even if you do, what qualifications do you have to make me follow you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his expression was still very calm. He also didn't expect Lord Sakura to be so domineering, asking him to follow him as soon as he opened his mouth. If it were an ordinary person, they would have attacked him out of anger. However, he didn't believe that Lord Sakura would be so overbearing and superficial. He was afraid that there was a deeper meaning. You don't know what's good for you. Since you're not willing to be my follower, then die. Lord Sakura's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he punched towards Ling Xiao. Lord Sakura actually attacked without saying a word. Rumble, chaotic light rose from Lord Sakura's body. It was as if a chaotic world appeared behind him and pressed down on Ling Xiao mightily. Lord Sakura actually cultivated the chaotic Great Tao, which was known as the number 1 Great Tao in all heavens. Once the chaotic Great Tao appeared, the myriad of worlds bowed down. That peerless sharpness made any Emperor Realm expert's heart palpitate. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he also greeted with a punch. Although legend said that Lord Sakura had the combat strength of a supreme great emperor, Ling Xiao had just destroyed the imprint of the 9 emperors of the human race. Facing Lord Sakura, he wasn't afraid at all. In Ling Xiao's opinion, although Lord Sakura was strong, compared to the 9 emperors of the human race, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Especially the Sky Emperor Fist, which encompassed the chaos, suppressed the 8 barren lands, and was invincible. Rumble, the 2 fists collided, and the chaotic mist suddenly turned into nothingness. With Ling Xiao and Lord Sakura as the center, a storm swept out. Ling Xiao's figure didn't move an inch, but Lord Sakura couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lord Sakura's eyes revealed a trace of shock. The strength of Ling Xiao's fist actually made him feel as if he was facing a supreme great emperor. His original idea was to test Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao's strength wasn't strong enough, he would just kill him with a punch. If his strength wasn't bad, then he would use force to suppress Ling Xiao and become his follower. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao's strength to be so strong. Lord Sakura, take a punch from me too. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the blood around him rose. A purplish golden light bloomed, and then he threw out a punch. The unparalleled fist was like a divine dragon that traversed across the sky, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, and enveloped Lord Sakra. Lord Sakra's body shook violently, and endless chaotic light gushed out from his body, turning into a huge chaotic fist. It was like an immemorial sacred mountain that welcomed the attack. Kacha, the dragon's might was unparalleled. Ling Zhao's punch was like an immemorial ancestral dragon that came back to life, containing the power to destroy everything. In an instant, the fist was destroyed, and then it fiercely imprinted on Lord Sakra's chest. Lord Sakra's body bloomed with dazzling light, and 9 mysterious halos spread out, surrounded by a mysterious aura of the era, constantly resisting the onslaught of the fist. In the end, the 9 halos gradually dimmed, and Lord Sakra was also sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. Disher Tian's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. How is this possible? Lord Sakra's heart was in a state of shock. The strength of the 9th prince of the immortal tribe was already unbelievable to him. After all, the immortal tribe had been passed down since ancient times, and had gone through countless eras. They had a deep foundation, which was something that he could barely accept. However, Ling Xiao was just a nobody, and the human tribe had only become the epic lord in this era. How could Ling Xiao have such terrifying combat strength? 3 great Dao spirits. Lord Sakra could clearly see that Ling Xiao had already condensed 3 great Dao spirits, and they were exactly the same as him. Damn it! Lord Sakra's face turned ashen. He had also condensed 3 great Dao spirits, but to Lord Sakra, it wasn't difficult to condense the 4th Dao spirit. However, after condensing the 4th Dao spirit, there would be an irreversible process, and he would soon become an emperor. In order to seal himself, he had been suppressing himself. It was the same for Reverend Rolai. Ling Xiao had condensed 3 great Dao spirits, which was still beyond his imagination. After all, when Ling Xiao defeated Divine King Ju Wu, it was said that he had only condensed 1 Dao spirit. How long had it been, and he had already gathered 3 great Dao spirits? Lord Sakra found it hard to accept. It took him a few eras to condense 3 great Dao spirits. That's right. Ling Xiao, I'll leave Lord Sakra to you. Leave the rest to me. Quickly get rid of them, and I'll go and seize the opportunity to become an emperor. The 9th prince of the immortal tribe smiled faintly, and then pressed down with his palm. Boom! In the distance, a figure who was about to step onto the top of the lotus platform was instantly sent flying by his palm. The 9th prince of the immortal tribe was surrounded by dazzling immortal light. In an instant, runes rose up like golden lotuses and floated in all directions, sealing the lotus platform. He rose into the air and stood in the void. Rays of dazzling immortal light rose like sword rays, forming an extremely terrifying immortal slaughtering formation. Finally, with a flash of light, the immortal slaughtering formation was completely hidden in the chaos. Waiting for someone to take the bait. The 2 of you are actually working together? Lord Sakra's face changed slightly, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Ling Xiao and the 9th prince of the immortal tribe to work together. A trace of cruel killing intent spread from his face. In an instant, he took a step forward, and the lotus platform trembled violently. Endless power of the great Tao gathered, and a vast heavenly might rose. In the center of the lotus platform, a dazzling lotus seed rose. It looked dazzling and crystal clear, as if it contained endless Tao rhymes. Want the opportunity to become an emperor? What a fool's dream. Lord Sakra sneered. He grabbed the lotus seed in the air, and then instantly leaped up and flew toward the endless void. In Ling Zhao's eyes, the direction Lord Sakra was flying in seemed to be a distorted passage that faintly led to an ancient world. Peak rumble, murderous intent flashed across the 9th prince's eyes as he slammed his palm down on Sakra. The unparalleled palm print covered the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. It contained endless immortal light, and at the same time, 9 colored flames spread out, turning into golden flame lotuses. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire bloomed in the void, enveloping Sakra. Ling Xiao, stop him. The heavenly Tao lotus seed in his hand is the opportunity to become an emperor. The 9th prince's voice was like an explosion of heavenly might. Boom! Sakra and the 9th prince of the celestial race clashed head-on. The chaotic light around him rose as if he had transformed into a supreme celestial demon that could devour heaven and earth, annihilating the 9-colored celestial lotus flames one after another. After hearing the ninth prince's words, a sharp light flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. He instantly soared into the sky and punched down on Sakura. The opportunity to become an emperor. Ling Zhao did not expect that the opportunity to become an emperor would appear so suddenly, and it was discovered by Sakura. How did Sakura know where the opportunity to become an emperor is? A trace of doubt flashed in Ling Zhao's heart, but he didn't slow down at all. His epic fist was like a vast river of stars, sweeping across and enveloping Sakura. Kill. Sakura's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The heavenly Tao lotus seed in his hand bloomed with dazzling light, causing his aura to skyrocket. Under the support of the heavenly Tao lotus seed, Sakura exuded a mighty emperor's aura. It was as if he had merged with the Tao of chaos, and the endless chaos around him could be used by him. His palm suddenly slashed down, and the chaotic blade aura that was tens of thousands of feet long cut through the void, instantly shattering the starry river in the sky, and then collided with Ling Zhao. Boom! In the void, there was a muffled explosion. Endless chaotic light rose, and at the same time, it was annihilated. Ling Zhao felt that the chaos around him was like a sharp blade, wildly surging towards him. There were clanging sounds, and sparks flew in all directions. It was as if he was being sliced into pieces, and it was extremely sharp. Break! Ling Zhao let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Unparalleled sound waves swept out, annihilating the saber light. Ling Zhao went straight up. The three Tao spirits appeared behind him, shining with unparalleled light. At the same time, Ling Zhao's aura began to rise violently. Rumble, he threw over 10,000 punches in an instant. Every punch was ferocious and contained the power of creation and creation. The Fist of Epic and the Fist of Creation had gathered the origin energy of the 3,000 great Taos. Every punch contained a brilliant and unfathomable heavenly might. The path of 10,000 Taos is one? Idiot, you're just courting death. Killing intent flickered in Sakura's eyes. It was as though there was a great Tao of primordial chaos behind him, causing him to appear dignified and mysterious. Each of his attacks was supported by the great Tao of primal chaos. Extreme Tao Emperor's might rose, and the light of primal chaos annihilated everything. It was unstoppable. Ling Zhao and Sakura were like two resplendent balls of light in the void, constantly colliding with each other. The power was heaven-defying to the extreme. Rumble, at this moment, a dazzling Buddhist light suddenly bloomed at the top of the lotus platform. It was vast and boundless. A mysterious figure walked over, emitting a chant that caused people to involuntarily feel reverence in their hearts. Tathagata the Venerable walked barefoot in the void with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. However, before he could reach the top of the lotus platform and get a good look at the scenery, he was surrounded by resplendent immortal light. Streaks of 9-colored immortal lotus flames rose into the air. Unparalleled sword chi weaved together to form a terrifying killing formation that enveloped him. Tathagata the Venerable, you should leave the top of the lotus platform for now. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe said indifferently. Your Highness the ninth prince, you can't stop me. Tathagata the Venerable said calmly. Is that so? You can try. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe said with a faint smile. Boom, he stretched out his hand and clenched it. Suddenly, resplendent immortal light filled the sky and fell into his palm. It turned into a sword chi that pierced through hundreds of millions of miles and slashed down at Tathagata the Venerable. Ba. Tathagata the Venerable lowered his head, put his palms together, and softly chanted the Buddha's name. Behind him, an endless Buddha's light surged. A Buddha that was hundreds of millions of miles tall appeared, sitting cross-legged in the endless void and emitting endless light. The sword chi slashed at the Buddha. Instantly, endless Buddha's light bloomed and annihilated the sword chi. The Buddha struck out with his palm. Like a guest from outer space, his palm pierced through the endless void and pressed down on the ninth prince of the immortal tribe. Destroy! The ninth prince of the immortal tribe shouted. Endless light bloomed from his palm. A sharp beam of immortal Tao shot across the sky and collided with the palm. Then, they were annihilated at the same time. Boom, the ninth prince of the immortal tribe waved his sleeve. Immediately, endless immortal Tao runes rose. Flames gathered and lightning blazed. The immortal Tao killing formation exploded completely, enveloping Tathagata within. Ha ha ha. Hong Tian, you brat, take this. An arrogant and domineering voice exploded in the void, causing heaven and earth to rumble. It was a tall middle-aged man. He held a huge saber in his hand. His face was dignified, and his aura was fierce and violent. He exuded a merciless and endless saber will. He slashed down with his saber. The saber light seemed to split the void in half. It was extremely domineering. Gutong Tian? The ninth prince of the immortal tribe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He revealed a look of incomparable surprise. However, he did not hesitate to attack. Endless immortal light bloomed from his palm. It was as if an ancient world had appeared and enveloped Gutong Tian. He did not expect it to be Gutong Tian of the divine tribe. Gutong Tian was known as the peerless genius of the divine tribe in the immortal world. He was extremely powerful, but the ninth prince of the immortal tribe did not take him seriously. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe did not expect Gutong Tian to have also entered the realm of nothingness and reached the peak. Boom, the blade light was dazzling and was absorbed by the ancient world. However, it was as turbulent as the sea and extremely resplendent. It destroyed the world and instantly headed for the ninth prince of the celestial clan's forehead. Two beams of light shot out from the ninth prince's eyes. They contained the power to destroy everything. They collided with the saber light and were annihilated at the same time. Kill. Those who stand in my way shall die. Two more roars rang out in the void. Their divine might was as vast as the sea and caused the void to rumble. They were two monstrous geniuses on the Tao affirmation list. When they saw the ninth prince of the immortal tribe seal the top of the lotus platform with the immortal Tao killing formation, they attacked him without hesitation. Ascending to the peak, obtaining the opportunity to become a great emperor, and peeking into the secrets of transcendence. This was an irresistible temptation for all trial challengers. For this reason, it wouldn't be a problem for them to face Indra, Hong Tian, and Tathagata. Rumble. As more and more trial challengers ascended to the top of the lotus platform, the chaotic battle grew increasingly intense. Although the ninth prince's immortal Tao killing formation was strong, the other trial challengers and geniuses were also exceedingly strong. With their combined strength and the unfathomable venerable Tathagata, the immortal Tao killing formation was in imminent danger. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Why is Xianxia fighting with Indra? Is that the heavenly Tao lotus seed in Indra's hand? Tathagata was somewhat puzzled, but his eyes lit up when he saw the seed in Indra's hand. The heavenly Tao lotus seed was formed from the energy of the heavenly Tao, and it was a supreme precious treasure that was nurtured from it. Obtaining it could allow an imperial monarch's grand Tao quintessence to swiftly attain perfection and merge with the heavenly Tao, and it would increase their chances of attaining the Tao and becoming an imperial monarch. This was the opportunity to become a great emperor. However, the opportunity to become a great emperor was different every time the path of eternal emperor began. Obtaining the heavenly Tao lotus seed meant that one had taken half a step into the great emperor realm. However, in Tathagata's opinion, the heavenly Tao lotus seed was not only an opportunity to become a great emperor, but also a key. Let's begin the legendary key to the ancient world. Whoever holds the key will have a great chance of obtaining the secret of transcendence. Tathagata's eyes were dazzling, and the aura around him burst out in a mighty manner. Buddhist light surged and surged, terrifying to the extreme. He erupted with supreme power, and the gigantic Buddha behind him seemed to have merged with him, causing his aura to skyrocket and his attacks to become even fiercer. The immortal Tao killing formation was in imminent danger, and in the end, it shattered with a loud bang. Rumble. Tathagata attacked without hesitation, and a palm pressed down on Indra. The unparalleled palm print bloomed with dazzling Buddhist light, as if it could destroy everything. At the same time, it was like a divine kingdom, enveloping Indra. Buddhist kingdom in the palm, this was a secret divine ability of the Buddhist sect. It was so powerful that it could turn the entire world into a palm. Tathagata, you're courting death. Killing intent surged in Indra's eyes, and his anger rose. After he obtained the heavenly Tao lotus seed, he wanted to open the ancient world directly, but he did not expect to be entangled by Xianxia. Xiao's combat strength was so powerful that he could not escape. Moreover, Xiao's supreme fist intent seemed to be able to destroy everything, causing Indra's chi and blood to surge violently. Now, with the addition of Tathagata's venerable, he was in imminent danger. Ling Xiao, leave Indra to me. You go and stop Hong Tian. Later, we'll search for the secret of transcendence together. Tathagata's Venerable transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Tathagata's Venerable, why don't you go and deal with Hong Tian? I must get the opportunity to become a great emperor in Indra's hands. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but his voice was incomparably determined. His attacks were fierce and overbearing, and vast fist prints shrouded the surroundings. The fist of epic and the fist of chaos were supported by the 3,000 great Daos. His entire body seemed to have turned into the heavenly Tao, and his every move contained vast heavenly might. Even if it was Sakra, he was also somewhat unable to bear such a ferocious and vast fist print. Benefactor Ling Xiao, you and I have already discussed this. Why are you going back on your words? Tathagata's Venerable said with a frown. Back on my words? What do you mean by back on my words? The opportunity to become a great emperor belongs to me. After I kill Indra and take the heavenly Tao lotus seed, I will naturally deal with Hong Tian. Before that, I'll have to trouble Venerable to stop Hong Tian. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and transmitted his voice to Tathagata's Venerable. In that case, let's rely on our own skills. Tathagata said indifferently, and his expression became calm. However, his eyes were incomparably deep, and there seemed to be black demonic light rising around him. The Buddha behind him became half black and half white, and the demonic light and Buddha light coexisted, emitting a destructive aura. Rumble, when the Buddha was angry, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. Terrifying and unparalleled attacks continuously suppressed Indra. Indra, hand over the heavenly Tao lotus seed. At this moment, the 9th prince of the immortal clan also charged towards Indra at the same time. The immortal Tao killing array had already been broken, and it was meaningless to continue to stop those trial challengers. The 9th prince of the immortal clan was here to seize the heavenly Tao lotus seed. Dazzling sword light traversed the void and shrouded Indra. Heavenly Tao lotus seed? Just leave it to me. Gu Tongtian said coldly. His blade light was unparalleled, and without any hesitation, he also charged towards Indra. In the blink of an eye, Indra became the target of public criticism. The heavenly Tao lotus seed in his hand attracted everyone's attention. It was not only an opportunity to become a great emperor, but also contained the secret of transcendence. Therefore, many trial challengers charged towards Indra. Boom! Indra was sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch, and then he suffered a palm strike from Tathagata's Venerable. His chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest and back were also left with 2 deep bloodstains, which were left by the 9th prince of the immortal clan, Hong Tian and Gu Tongtian. In the blink of an eye, Indra was in an extremely sorry state. Even though he was powerful and extremely heaven-defying, in the face of so many attacks, he was still powerless, and instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. You want the heavenly Tao lotus seed? I'll give it to you. Indra's heart was extremely sullen, and the killing intent in his eyes was boiling. In an instant, the chaotic light surged, and like a storm, it swept away everyone around him. The heavenly Tao lotus seed in his hand bloomed with boundless light, and he directly threw the heavenly Tao lotus seed into the endless void. Heavenly Tao lotus seed? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, and then they rushed towards the void, wanting to snatch the heavenly Tao lotus seed. Boom! At this moment, a dazzling green light bloomed, and a 36-petaled chaotic green lotus appeared in the void. The light was dazzling, ethereal, and mysterious. A young figure stood on the chaotic green lotus. He reached out and grabbed the heavenly Tao lotus seed in his palm. You're courting death. Leave the heavenly Tao lotus seed behind. Everyone was furious. They didn't expect that the moment Indra surrendered and gave up the heavenly Tao lotus seed, he was intercepted by someone. In an instant, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped that figure. Emperor Qing? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The figure standing on the chaotic green lotus was Emperor Qing. Time's up. Emperor Qing didn't seem to care about the attacks at all, and there was a trace of strange light in his eyes. The heavenly Tao lotus seed in his palm bloomed with a dazzling light, and formed a mysterious resonance with the chaotic green lotus under his feet. Boom! The heavenly Tao lotus seed instantly soared into the sky, like a light pillar that connected heaven and earth, and bloomed in the endless void. It was like a dazzling sun, and it was extremely dazzling. In the endless void, the dazzling sun was quickly annihilated, and it turned into a black dot that contained a majestic devouring power, as if it was swallowing all the light into it. In that black dot, the mysterious space channel slowly opened, a vast and ancient world appeared in front of everyone as if it had appeared out of thin air. Looking at the vast and ancient world above their heads, everyone couldn't help but tremble, and an endless desire arose in their hearts. It was as if there was something in that world that attracted them, and it made their souls tremble. The immeasurable calamity has begun, and reincarnation has arrived. Whether or not you can obtain the secret of transcendence will depend on yourselves. Emperor Qing's gaze swept across everyone, and it paused on Xianxia for a moment, and he said indifferently. Then, the chaotic green lotus under his feet flashed, and in an instant, he entered the ancient world and disappeared completely. The Myriad Worlds. According to legend, the Myriad Worlds used to be a complete eldritch continent in ancient times. It was known as the Eldritch World. However, an earth-shattering battle took place in ancient times, causing the Eldritch continent to shatter and evolve into the Myriad Worlds. There was a world barrier between the various realms. The myriad races lived in the various great realms. They rarely interacted with each other. Only when the great calamity of an epoch arrived and the mysteries of heaven became chaotic and the world barrier weakened would there be a great war between the myriad races. It was now the 108th era, known as the era of the human race. Legend had it that the great tribulation of an era would arrive at the end of this era. It would be the most terrifying great tribulation in the past 108 eras. At that time, all living beings in the myriad worlds would be swept into it. Blood would be shed, the world would shatter, and the heavens and earth would return to chaos. The beginning of the great tribulation of an era was when the myriad worlds would merge and form the Eldritch continent. As the great tribulation of an era approached, the world barrier of the myriad worlds became weaker and weaker, to the point where even immortals could cross over at will. Between the races of the myriad worlds, there would be great wars from time to time. In order to fight for opportunities and creations, to become stronger and to obtain the chance to survive the immeasurable calamity, the creatures of all races fought against each other endlessly. Today was 100 years after the opening of the Eternal Emperor Road. Rumble, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The world barrier, which was already extremely weak, suddenly shattered. What's happening? I seem to sense a destructive aura. What's going on? Quick, send someone to investigate. All the powerful immortals, sages, and emperors in the myriad worlds lifted their heads at the same time and looked into the endless void. Their eyes were filled with fear. Their souls were trembling and their hearts were palpitating. They did not know what was going on. The various holy lands, divine kingdoms, and ancient races sent out powerful beings one after another in all directions to investigate what was going on. Soon, news came. The world barrier disappeared. The immortal world and demon world merged. With the divine space as the boundary, the immortal world and demon world formed an entire continent. How is this possible? The myriad worlds merging in the legends, is it true? In the past, the great calamity of the epoch would only weaken the world barrier, allowing experts to cross over. This time, all the worlds in the heavens have merged together. Is the immeasurable calamity really coming? Not good. Quickly, report. The experts of all the worlds and races in the universe all wore looks of disbelief on their faces. Everyone exploded in anger. To the world to world to world to world was to world to world to. The world worlds had really merged world was world world worlds. The vast world was like a huge jigsaw puzzle, slowly fusing together. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently, the world shook, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the sea surged. It was as if a scene of the end of the world had appeared in front of everyone. The fusion of the myriad worlds caused a huge commotion. It was incomparably sudden, and the fate of the heavens was thrown into chaos. As for those experts who were cultivating in seclusion, they coughed out blood one after another, as though they had suffered a powerful backlash. Each of them revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Unparalleled divine might erupted from the fusion of worlds for the living beings near the edge of the world, annihilating mountains and turning cities into dust. Hundreds of millions of lives were spilled. Even someone as powerful as a saint would find it difficult to escape from such a mighty force of heaven and earth. The fusion of all realms was like a heavenly punishment, resulting in an immeasurable amount of death. Who knew how many living beings lost their lives, but this was only the beginning. At the border between the God realm and the devil realm, figures with terrifying auras soared into the sky from the demon territory. When the two worlds calmed down a little, they couldn't wait to kill their way into the God realm. Haha. Now that the myriad worlds have merged, it's time for us demons to reign supreme. Kill. These lowly humans are all food for my devil race. Kill them all. Kiki. How many years has it been since I tasted the delicious flesh of humans? I've almost forgotten the taste. This time I'm going to eat 10 million humans. Those demon experts' faces were incomparably cold, and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Demonic light filled the sky, and one after another, they killed their way into the human cities of the God realm. Many humans in the human cities had yet to recover from the destruction of the fusion of worlds when they saw the figures of the demons with terrifying auras descending. Oh no! It's the invasion of the demons. Everyone, run! There are so many demon experts. We're no match for them at all. Who's going to save us? Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Screams, cries for mercy, and voices of despair sounded from all over the human cities. This human city with a population of more than 10 million quickly turned into a purgatory on earth, filled with monstrous bloody light. How dare you, demons! Die! A cold voice sounded, and an elder with white hair and beard rose into the sky. His hair and beard were fluttering, and his eyes were filled with anger. The ancient sword in his hand rose into the sky, and sword chi swept across the void. In an instant, dozens of demons were killed by his sword. It was a saint. Kiki. There's a human in the saint realm? Just in time for me to have a good meal. An elder from the demon clan in a black robe was covered in demonic flames, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. He slammed his palm down from the sky. Boom, the sword chi that filled the sky suddenly shattered, and the elder from the human clan spat out blood as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with horror. A saint king from the demon clan? The elder in the black robe was a saint king, which was far more powerful than him. He was instantly filled with despair. Boom, the elder from the demon clan had a mocking look in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the elder from the human clan like an eagle grabbing a chick. He then clenched his fist. A mist of blood exploded. And the elder from the human clan was completely destroyed. The elder from the demon clan took a big gulp and swallowed all the blood and flesh into his stomach. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with evil. It's delicious. Kill all of them. Following the order of the old man from the demon race, numerous demon race experts charged into the human cities and began a bloody massacre. Not long after, the screams gradually dissipated. The tens of millions of humans in the city were slaughtered, and it was completely turned into a dead city. Children, continue to kill with me. The elder from the demon clan waved his hand, and immediately all the experts from the demon clan cheered. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and they quickly flew into the distance. Not only the demon clan, but many powerful clans that bordered the divine realm had invaded the divine realm and began to ruthlessly slaughter the humans, snatch their resources, and occupy large areas. The surrounding areas were filled with smoke, and many places were turned into purgatory. In the divine realm, the human clan had suffered unimaginable losses. Countless humans were killed, and it was extremely tragic. Not only the divine realm, but many worlds in the heavens were invaded, and there were endless wars. Some of the weaker clans were even directly wiped out in this chaos and war. The heavens had just begun to merge, and it became extremely chaotic. The immeasurable cataclysm was about to arrive, and the heavens were in chaos. The originally peaceful heavens instantly turned into a bloody purgatory. The heavenly prison world could now be called the heavenly prison region. The world barrier of the heavenly prison world had also disappeared and began to merge with the surrounding worlds. However, other than the chaos at the beginning, it seemed to be relatively peaceful. Because, under the conquest of Faith Ling Xiao, the surrounding hundreds of worlds had been attacked by Faith Ling Xiao and became the territory of the heavenly court. In the vast and majestic heavenly palace in the heavenly prison region, Faith Lingzhao's body was shining with golden light. He sat cross-legged on a huge dragon throne, surrounded by endless faith power, looking mysterious and majestic. Below him stood a number of powerful figures. They were all experts that Faith Lingzhao had subdued. At this moment, they looked at Faith Lingzhao with fanatical worship and respect. 36 imperial emperors, 5,800 saint kings, million saint legions, this was the most powerful force under Faith Lingzhao's command, assisting him to sweep across the ancient worlds, subduing countless creatures, and becoming Faith Lingzhao's most loyal followers. Has the world barrier completely disappeared? Faith Lingzhao's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said faintly. Reporting to my lord, the world barrier has completely disappeared, and the heavens have begun to merge. The 981 worlds under our control have formed a new continent with the heavenly prison world, and this subordinate found that our territory is bordered by the demon race's territory. Burning Heaven Emperor cupped his hands and bowed to Faith Lingzhao. From the former Burning Heaven Saint King to the current Burning Heaven Emperor, it was all thanks to Faith Lingzhao, so he was full of fanatical worship for Faith Lingzhao. The heavens have merged, and the immeasurable cataclysm has begun. From now on, our territory will no longer be a pure land. Everyone needs to be prepared. Faith Lingzhao said slowly. Don't worry, my lord. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the territory under our control believe in my lord. They are the most loyal followers of my lord. The main thing is that everyone is willing to die for my lord. A beautiful and tall female imperial emperor said respectfully to Faith Lingzhao. Very good. The immeasurable cataclysm is coming, but I have a compassionate heart. I don't want to see hundreds of millions of creatures suffer. Since we are bordered by the demon world, let's go to the demon world and save those demons who are entangled with the sin of murder. Faith Lingzhao stood up from the throne, his voice sounded like thunder, majestic and mysterious, and at the same time full of compassion. May the glory of my lord shine on the heavens. In the huge palace, 36 imperial emperors with unfathomable aura knelt down at the same time, showing a fanatical look of worship. With the order of Faith Lingzhao, all the powerhouses in the heavenly prison world were dispatched. The majestic army marched toward the devil race's territory. Their whole body bloomed with bright light, surrounded by a vast and majestic power of faith. Their aura was incomparably powerful, like a torrent, leaving this peaceful place. Under the leadership of Faith Lingzhao, they began to conquer the myriad worlds again. Faith Lingzhao's whole body was dazzling with golden light, as if cast from divine gold, surrounded by endless faith light, exuding an immortal luster, majestic and mysterious. After seeing him, all the creatures would naturally have a sense of worship and awe. He was like a god, sitting cross-legged in the void, looking at all living beings with a compassionate gaze. No one knew how strong Faith Lingzhao was. But in the eyes of the powerhouses under his command, Faith Lingzhao was an invincible existence, comparable to the legendary Supreme Imperial Emperor. Ever since they started conquering the myriad worlds, not even those powerful emperors were a match for Faith Lingzhao. Over time, Faith Lingzhao had planted the seed of invincibility in their hearts. So even if it was a punitive expedition to the demon world, they didn't have the slightest hesitation. Instead, they were full of anticipation and excitement. The mighty army killed their way into the demon world, making the entire demon world boil. As the former overlord of the myriad worlds, the demon world's strength made all the other races deeply afraid. Except for the immortal race, who had a profound foundation and had been in seclusion for a long time, no other race dared to be enemies with the demon race. After the myriad worlds began to merge, the demon race attacked everywhere, killing countless powerhouses and plundering a lot of resources. This was the first time someone dared to invade the demon world, which caught the demon world a little off guard. Many of the demon race began to suffer heavy casualties. The 10 sects of the demon world and many powerful monarch races of the demon world seemed to be angered by Faith Lingzhao. They began to mobilize their army, preparing to fight Faith Lingzhao. The myriad worlds surged like a storm, becoming incomparably chaotic and turbulent. The immeasurable calamity began, and many hidden powerhouses awakened, causing the war between the myriad races to become more and more tragic. At this moment, the eternal Emperor Road seemed to have been forgotten. In the realm of nothingness, the Azure Emperor used the heavenly Tao Lotus Seed to open the ancient world. No one expected it to have such a great impact on the myriad worlds. All the trial challengers and geniuses showed incomparable excitement as they rushed into the ancient world. The secret of transcendence is finally about to appear. It wasn't just Sakura and Tathagata. The ninth prince of the immortal race, Gutong Tian, and the others' eyes were full of anticipation. They rushed into the void without hesitation. They knew many secrets of the Eternal Emperor Road. Above the void, there was a vague and blurry world that hadn't been opened for 108 eras. At this moment, it opened. Everyone believed that the secret of transcendence lay in this ancient world. Who is the Azure Emperor? Ling Xiao watched as everyone rushed into the world in a frenzy. His eyes were filled with doubt. Third Sect Master Ling Xiao was curious about the Lotus Emperor's identity. The Lotus Emperor had always been mysterious to Ling Xiao ever since the battle in the God's world. They were both friends and foes. Previously, the Lotus Emperor had killed Buishu and Wushuang and given the origin Dao fruit in his body to Ling Xiao. Now, he had taken out the heavenly Dao lotus seed from the great Dao lotus and opened an ancient world. Ling Xiao could not figure out the Lotus Emperor's true intention. Master, quickly enter the Dark Realm. Only by entering the Dark Realm can you obtain the secret of transcendence. I remember now. This is the Dark Realm, a realm that has never been opened in 108 eras. The evil spirit's voice suddenly rang in Ling Xiao's heart, full of excitement. What's the Dark Realm? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Seeing that everyone had entered the mysterious and ancient world, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to enter. Master, the Dark Realm is actually a conjecture made by the Tai Celestial Emperor and ancestor god Azura. They guessed that there was yin and yang in the world, and so did everything else. Naturally, there would be yin and yang in this universe as well. Just like the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, our world also has yin and yang. The yang world and the dark realm are yin. However, since the first era, the yang world and the dark realm have been separated, and no one has ever entered the dark realm. They guessed that the yang world and the dark realm were combined to form a complete great universe. Perhaps there are certain conditions to enter the dark realm. These conditions are the arrival of the immeasurable calamity, the heaven and earth will return to chaos, and the yang world and the dark realm will gradually merge. The secret of transcendence does not exist in the yang world. It must be in the dark realm. The evil spirit hurriedly explained. The world is also divided into yin and yang? If that's the case, isn't the dark realm no weaker than the myriad worlds? Does it have powerful beings? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked by what the evil spirit said. Since the dark realm is a world, it should have powerful beings. However, no one has entered the dark realm since ancient times. Naturally, no one knows what's in the dark realm. The evil spirit said. The Tai Celestial Emperor and ancestor god Azura had speculated based on various clues. They were not very sure. If they wanted to know what was in the dark realm, they had to enter it and explore it. If that's the case, I'd like to see what the dark world is. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After pondering for a moment, he leaped into the air and entered the vast and ancient world. Rumble, in front of Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if a mysterious scene of chaos had appeared. Yin and yang were changing, and turbidity was rising. He seemed to see two ancient continents. This continent was filled with boundless light and the aura of life. This continent was filled with boundless darkness, filled with destruction and death. The two continents intertwined with each other like the two sides of yin and yang. They looked like they were about to merge into one, but also like the two sides of a leaf. It was extremely strange. However, before Ling Xiao could take a closer look, the chaos before his eyes changed. Everything slowly dissipated, and he appeared in the ancient world. The world was dark, emitting a hazy blood-red light. Between heaven and earth, there was a kind of black mist. It looked strange and mysterious, and it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if one's life force would instantly dissipate when they came into contact with the black mist. The land was vast, and there were continuous mountains. It was no different from an ordinary world. However, the deep and strange light in the distance made one feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the heavenly energy seemed to be extremely weak here. Those trial takers who were comprehending the heavenly path origin felt that their strength had been greatly reduced. However, to Ling Xiao, there was no change. He was a forsaken being and was rejected by the heavenly path origin. When he entered the dark world, it was as if he was also rejected by the dark world origin. It made no difference to him. However, the dark world gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if a fish had left the sea, or a bird had left the sky. They had left the environment they were most familiar with, and they felt that danger was everywhere around them. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the sky like a rainbow bridge, extending into the distance. That was the heavenly path origin energy. Only in that light pillar could one receive the protection of the heavenly path origin energy. The bright light pillar seemed to span hundreds of millions of miles of void, extending to the farthest huge mountain. The strange mist. Is the dark world the source of the strangeness? Ling Zhao's body trembled. He suddenly remembered the strange mist he encountered when he broke through. Wasn't it the surging black mist in the distance? The black mist surged and surrounded the light pillar formed by the heavenly path origin energy. It was as if it wanted to enter the light pillar, but it instantly melted like snow upon contact. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious creature in the black mist. It let out a roar that made one's heart tremble, and it emitted a dangerous aura. After an 8th heaven imperial emperor entered the dark world, he curiously reached out to touch the black mist. However, a sharp and cold claw instantly stretched out from the black mist and grabbed his arm, pulling him into the black mist. Help! He let out an incomparably miserable scream, but the scream soon came to an abrupt stop. Crunch! Crunch! There seemed to be chewing sounds coming from the black mist, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. What is this place? Why is it so terrifying? What is the existence in the black mist? Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. However, no one responded to him. All the trial challengers and geniuses had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. Everyone, don't enter the black mist. The creature in the black mist is too terrifying. Everyone, move in the direction of the light pillar. I guess the secret of transcendence is at the end of the light pillar. Someone guessed and reminded everyone. The secret of transcendence? These 4 words caused everyone to tremble involuntarily. Even their breathing became a little hurried. They seemed to have forgotten the danger around them. They instantly leaped up and rushed in the direction of the light pillar. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's speed was extremely fast. The words "the secret of transcendence" were enough to overcome the fear in their hearts. During this process, there were even trial challengers who had ill intentions. They directly launched a sneak attack and blasted the opposing trial challengers out of the light pillar. Then, they were killed by the strange creature in the black mist. Those who were able to enter the dark realm were all 1 in a million geniuses. The battle between them was even more tragic. Although there were powerful geniuses who relied on their heaven-defying strength to repel the strange creature in the mist, there were even more geniuses who would instantly die in the hands of the strange creature as soon as they left the protection of the heavenly path's origin. Ling Xiao, who had entered the dark realm, encountered an extremely great danger. He was a forsaken one and was rejected by the heavenly path's origin. He was unable to step into the light pillar formed by the heavenly path's origin. Therefore, when he entered the dark realm, he instantly appeared in the black mist. Boom! Ling Xiao felt that the black mist around him began to surge violently. It was as if it had encountered a prey and was extremely excited. An extremely cold aura rapidly approached Ling Xiao. Danger was approaching. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly threw out a punch. His incomparably ferocious physical strength erupted, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a primordial giant beast. His unparalleled fist shattered the black mist, revealing the true appearance of the aura. It was a black ferocious beast that looked like a crocodile. Its entire body was covered in black scales. Its aura was cold and incomparably sharp. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel look. Ling Xiao's fist print blasted towards its head. However, it directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao into its stomach. Crack! The hard scales on the crocodile beast's head were shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. The surrounding void vibrated. Its head was also smashed into a pulp by Ling Xiao's punch, turning into a pile of minced meat. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a gush of dark energy that seemed to be trying to invade his body. It was extremely strange. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was perfect and flawless, blocking all the dark energy outside his body, he had a premonition that if the dark energy were to invade his body, it would be extremely troublesome. Rumble, the crocodile beast was killed by Ling Xiao. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The black mist around Ling Xiao surged even more violently. Many figures with strange and terrifying auras shot out from the black fog and headed straight for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could even feel that even further away, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence that was alarmed. It made him feel a great threat. Could it be the great emperor of this world? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he followed the direction of the light pillar and flew towards the distance. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Although he was moving in the black mist and attracted many strange creatures to attack him, there were very few strange creatures that could catch up with him. All the strange creatures that came in front of Ling Xiao were all killed by his supreme divine strength. However, behind Ling Xiao, there was a group of strange creatures that caused the black mist to boil. It was as if a huge wave had been set off as they chased after Ling Xiao crazily. That is Ling Xiao? Someone exclaimed, recognizing Ling Xiao's identity. That's right, it's Ling Xiao. Is he being chased by strange creatures? It seems like he is really a forsaken one. He can't step onto the light pillar and is rejected by the origin of Heaven Way. It seems like he is going to die here. What the hell is this place? Why is it so dangerous? I don't know. Let's go, it's more important to fight for the secret of transcendence. Who cares if he dies? The challengers on the light pillar looked on coldly. Their eyes were filled with indifference. They only glanced at Ling Xiao and continued to rush towards the end of the light pillar. After the dark realm opened, not far away from the light pillar, four mysterious figures appeared. The secret of transcendence has appeared. Our mission is here. A cold voice sounded. It was a young man in a black robe. He looked handsome and demonic. His body emitted a monstrous demonic light. He sat cross-legged on a strange creature that looked like a black dragon. Countless mysterious lines seemed to intertwine in his eyes. If Zhao Ritian was here, he would be shocked to find that this young man in a black robe looked exactly like Buishu and Wushuang. Buishu and Wushuang, your previous incarnation was killed by Zhao Ritian, the Demon Lord, and the Lotus Emperor. Don't you want to take revenge on them personally? A young man shrouded in divine light smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Your Highness, you are really stupid. Did you really think that my incarnation would be killed by them so easily? Buishu and Wushuang smiled faintly. The figure shrouded in divine light was the Celestial Tribe's Highness. No one would have thought that he would be here. If I'm not wrong, your incarnation was killed on purpose, right? Your real target is Ling Xiao, right? A young man shrouded in chaos said with a complicated expression. His aura was vast and mysterious. The Chaos Saint is indeed smart. However, I didn't expect that as a human and the successor of the Chaos Temple, you would be willing to become a Tribulation Master? Buishu and Wushuang glanced at the young man. If I don't become a Tribulation Master, how would I know the greatness of Master? I know that relying on Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the Emperor of Kunlun Mountain won't be able to save the human race. If the human race wants to survive, they will only have a chance if they rely on Master. Therefore, even if I become a Tribulation Master, even if I am doomed eternally, I am willing to help the human race survive. The Chaos Saint said calmly. How noble. Chaos Saint, if you really end up facing Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, can you really do it? If you can't, I can do it for you. His Highness Crowned Sun's eyes were filled with mockery. I can do it too. At least, Ling Xiao is my prey. No one can snatch him from me. Buishu and Wushuang smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with cold and bloodthirsty killing intent. Enough. A cold voice sounded, carrying an inexplicable sense of majesty. Buishu and Wushuang, His Highness Crown Prince, and the Primal Chaos Saint looked at the fourth figure with a hint of fear in their eyes. At the same time, they shut their mouths. The fourth figure was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She sat on a mysterious, ancient, and strange creature. She wore a large black robe. Although she seemed extremely cute, just like a porcelain doll, her eyes seemed to contain an endless hell. A single glance would cause people to sink into them for all eternity. She exuded an incomparably mysterious emperor's aura, making her seem strange and unfathomable. Our goal is the secret of transcendence. I know that all of you have various plans, but before we obtain the secret of transcendence, no one is allowed to ruin it. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The little girl in the black robe said faintly. Yes. Princess Luoluo. Bushu and Wushuang, His Highness Crowned Son, and the Chaos Saint looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they all cupped their fists and bowed. They knew better than anyone else how terrifying Princess Luoluo was and how noble her status was. Among the four of them, Luoluo was the leader. If the three of them were forced to become tribulation masters and were controlled by someone else, then Luoluo was the true tribulation master. She was the real master of all the robbers and the spokesperson of those great beings. The pillar of light formed by the heavenly Tao was like a resplendent rainbow bridge. It traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void and extended into the depths of the dark realm. Many trial takers stepped onto the rainbow bridge and rushed towards the end. During this process, there was no lack of intense battles. All the trial takers who fell off the rainbow bridge and were enveloped by the black fog died at the hands of the strange creatures. The screams and chewing sounds made one's hair stand on end. No one knew how many strange creatures there were in the black fog, and no one knew how powerful they were. However, their desire for the secret of transcendence still defeated the fear in their hearts. Ling Xiao was a forsaken person and was rejected by the heavenly Tao. He was unable to step onto the rainbow bridge, so he could only move forward in the black fog. During this process, he was naturally surrounded and intercepted by those strange creatures. Those strange creatures were extremely powerful, comparable to Imperial Emperor experts. Moreover, that kind of dark power seemed to have a fatal lethality to the creatures of the myriad worlds. Ling Zhao's strength was heaven-defying. He was bathed in blood, but there were still many strange creatures that charged over fearlessly. Sensing the surging black fog behind him, as well as the countless strange creatures within, Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. What exactly is this dark realm? Ling Zhao's heart was filled with doubts. The mountains, earth, rivers, and lakes in the distance were all covered with a layer of gray color. They seemed to be filled with an endless aura of death, but also seemed to be supported by some mysterious law. It looked extremely strange. Although Ling Xiao was unable to step onto the rainbow bridge, he did not dare to go too far. He had a feeling that if he went deep into the dark realm, some unimaginable danger would appear. Fortunately, the end of the rainbow bridge soon appeared. It was an ancient mountain with a majestic aura. Its entire body was enveloped by the light of the heavenly Tao. The golden light was resplendent, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. The black fog in the surroundings surged and swam in the surroundings, but it did not dare to approach the mountain. Ling Xiao could feel that there were many strange creatures in the black fog around the mountain. They let out terrifying roars that made one's scalp go numb. If one fell into the encirclement of those strange creatures, even a peerless immortal emperor would die instantly. Only by entering the mountain could they be considered safe. As Ling Xiao watched the cultivators step onto the light pillars and bridges, safely passing through the black fog and entering the mountains, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He instantly executed a teleportation technique and soared into the sky. Rumble, the powerful aura of life and blood in the sky made the strange creatures in the black mist go berserk in an instant, as if they were fish that had smelled blood. Ling Xiao used the secret teleportation technique. His entire body was like a twisted bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he pierced through the layers of black fog and headed for the top of the mountain. At the same time, the chaotic light around Ling Xiao gushed out. There seemed to be a storm around him that contained an incomparably terrifying explosive power. Those strange creatures that tried to stop him were all swept away by the chaotic storm around him. For a time, Ling Xiao's might was unparalleled, and there was actually no strange creature that stood in his way. Just as Ling Xiao was about to land on the Golden Mountain, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. The Golden Mountain was shrouded and protected by the origin of the Heavenly Way. The black fog and strange creatures couldn't invade it. That was the true safe place. Rumble, but at this moment, an unparalleled fist print came crashing down on Ling Xiao from the sky. Sakra's face was extremely cold. He stood at the edge of the mountain, surrounded by a mysterious scene of chaotic life and death. He attacked Ling Xiao. Sakra? A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He sped up and similarly threw a punch at Sakra. Kacha, the two unparalleled fist prints collided in the void, and patches of strange black fog were annihilated. Sakra's attack contained the supreme Tao of chaos. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even though it didn't injure Ling Xiao, it still forced Ling Xiao to retreat. Rumble, incomparably terrifying strange creatures were all like extinct primordial ferocious beasts. They emitted a ferocious aura and took the opportunity to pounce on Ling Xiao, enveloping him. The chaotic mist in the surroundings gathered once again, drowning everything in its wake. What? Is Ling Xiao going to die just like that? Some of the challengers looked at Sakra with incomparable reverence, revealing a shocked expression. Sakra's purpose was obviously not to kill Ling Xiao, but to prevent Ling Xiao from stepping on the Golden Mountain. His sinister intention was self-evident. As for those strange creatures that surrounded Ling Xiao, although they only caught a glimpse of them, their aura was terrifying and strange. They were extremely powerful, making many challengers feel their scalps tingle. They asked themselves, if they were to be surrounded by those strange creatures, they would probably die without a doubt. Those who are forsaken by the heavens should be killed. Sakra said indifferently. Sakra, you're courting death. At this moment, a loud roar that contained monstrous anger sounded. Accompanied by an unparalleled fist print, it was as if there was chaos opening up. The mysterious scene of 3,000 worlds surrounding it made people's hearts tremble. Zhao Tian was wearing a golden armor. His aura was extremely violent. His eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent as he charged towards Sakra. He had just stepped on the Golden Mountain when he saw Sakra punch Ling Xiao into the black fog. His entire person exploded in an instant. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, whom he regarded as his lifelong enemy. Ling Xiao, whom he regarded as his lifelong confidant. Zhao Tian was clearer than anyone about the horror of the strange creatures. Ling Xiao entering the black fog could be said to be a narrow escape. Sakra's despicable means instantly infuriated him. Get lost. Sakra sneered and slapped Zhao Tian with his palm. Sakra did not know Zhao Tian at all. In his view, except for Tathagata, Hong Tian, and a few others, the others were just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. They were not qualified to enter his eyes at all. Zhao Tian was the same. Even if Zhao Tian was the son of the Sky Emperor was just a junior in Sakra's view. Boom, but his palm print was blasted apart by Zhao Tian's punch. Red gold flames rose around Zhao Tian's body. A 9-colored divine ring appeared behind him, making his aura even more terrifying, mysterious, and unfathomable. The Sky Emperor's fist did not diminish and collided with Sakra. It shook Sakra, and his arm was a little numb. Sakra's eyes revealed a trace of shock. In his view, Zhao Tian was just a 9th Heaven Imperial Emperor. He had not even condensed a Tao spirit. How could he unleash such powerful combat strength? You killed Ling Xiao. I'll make you pay with your life. Zhao Tian's hair stood on end as his blood and chi soared. He roared crazily and pounced towards Sakra. Rumble, the Sky Emperor's fist was unparalleled. Under Zhao Tian's desperate state, the Sky Emperor's fist seemed to erupt with unprecedented power. Every punch was like 3,000 worlds surrounding it. It contained the power of endless worlds. It was fierce, vast, and unstoppable. The collision with the Sky Emperor's fist shocked Sakra. He could not believe how Zhao Tian could unleash such powerful combat strength. Clang, the radiance of the heavenly Tao Emperor sword was resplendent, and the origin of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings seemed to be drawn by the heavenly Tao Emperor sword. Divine chains of order were like the Milky Way, and they contained supreme power as they slashed down towards Sakra. The sword chi was like a dragon, destroying everything. At the same time, the Flame Emperor cauldron soared into the sky like an immemorial sacred mountain. It spewed out endless Flame Emperor's fire, wanting to burn everything. Zhao Tian unleashed his strongest combat strength. He wielded the heavenly Tao Emperor sword and the Flame Emperor cauldron and charged towards Sakra. Mad dog, get out of my way. Sakura was a little angry. He did not expect Zhao Tian to be so difficult to deal with. He did not want to fight with Zhao Tian at this moment. This golden mountain might be the place of transcendence. He still wanted to find the secret of transcendence. He did not have the time to fight with Zhao Tian. However, Zhao Tian seemed to have locked onto him. He would not stop until he killed him. He kept attacking Sakura's vital points. Bah. What a pity. Tathagata, who was far away, looked at the surging strange black fog. Lingxiao did not appear again. He could not help but feel pity. He was prepared to form an alliance with Lingxiao to deal with Hong Tian and Sakura. Now, it seemed like the situation was getting more difficult. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe, Hong Tian, had already reached the Golden Mountain. He was strolling in the air, searching for the secret of the Golden Mountain. He was walking on the void, looking extraordinary. At least before the secret of transcendence appeared, no one dared to provoke him. Soon, Dugu Chobai, Lingxiao Darkness, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang and the others entered the Golden Mountain along the light beam bridge. When they heard that Lingxiao was actually blasted into the black mist by Sakura, they were instantly enraged. Their eyes revealed monstrous killing intent as they madly rushed towards Sakura. Among them, Zhao Tian, Lingxiao Darkness and Dugu Chobai were the greatest threats to Sakura. Zhao Tian was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Lingxiao Darkness was from the Chaos Demon tribe. As for Dugu Chobai, his sword skills had reached the pinnacle. When the three supreme experts unleashed their powerful killing moves, Sakura felt that it was extremely troublesome. Although there were many trial testers watching, no one dared to step forward and interfere in their battle. Old Goat, do you really believe that Lingxiao is dead? Why aren't you sad at all? White Dragon Horse glanced at Old Goat and asked suspiciously. Hee, of course Lingxiao is not dead. So what if it's a strange living being? Sakura will be back to receive Lingxiao's fury. Old Goat chuckled and transmitted his voice. He was not worried about Lingxiao at all. Since you don't think Lingxiao is dead, why are we still dealing with Sakura? Why don't we search for the secret of transcendence? Kuenping's eyes were also rolling around, looking like a thief. Lingxiao may not be dead, but we have to help him vent his anger. If Sakura is not as strong as others and is killed by us, then so be it. If he is strong enough and we can't kill him, then we will leave his worthless life to Lingxiao. Daoist Wuliang sneered and transmitted his voice. After consuming the Yang creation pill, their cultivation had all broken through to the ninth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, and their strength had undergone a qualitative change. Daoist Wuliang was originally from the Dao clan. Although the Dao clan was once the servant of the Immortal clan, many of their Dao techniques were born from immortal techniques and were even more powerful than immortal techniques. Daoist Wuliang's Dao technique was like an inescapable net, enveloping Sakura within it. Old Goat, on the other hand, had evolved a Supreme Emperor Ray. Within the Emperor Ray, the Supreme Emperor aura was awakened, and an unparalleled killing force came down. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. As for White Dragon Horse and Kuenping, they were extremely cunning. They would sneak up on Sakura from time to time, but they were extremely slippery and had extreme speed, making it impossible for others to catch them. This made Sakura frustrated and furious. Under such a siege, Sakura actually fell into a disadvantage. These people are Lingxiao's friends? Lingxiao is a forsaken person, but there are actually so many people willing to avenge him. How enviable. Someone's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Sakura is really in big trouble this time. He has offended so many people. If the secret of transcendence really appears, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to compete with Tathagata and Hong Tian. That might not be the case. Sakura is the Nine Ultimates King, a peerless genius who had reached the peak of 9 eras. No one knows what kind of trump card he has. The secret of transcendence, what exactly is the secret of transcendence? This golden mountain is enveloped by the heavenly Tao's origin. How exactly are we going to find the secret of transcendence? Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but what they valued the most was the secret of transcendence. This was a secret that was enough to make countless geniuses and even great emperors go crazy. Otherwise, why would so many geniuses choose to seal themselves for one lifetime after another, just to awaken in this lifetime and fight for the secret of transcendence? Transcendence was something that even great emperors yearned for. According to legends, it was an undying and indestructible realm that transcended the heavenly Tao and was free and unfettered. However, this golden mountain looked barren. Although it was emitting a dazzling golden light, there was nothing on it. Everyone quickly scanned the area, but they still didn't find anything. Rumble, suddenly, everyone felt that the golden mountain under their feet began to tremble violently, and a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. The golden light broke through the layers of black mist and gathered in the void. Like ancient runes, it twisted and intertwined, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. In the end, two ancient immemorial godly runes appeared in the sky. Transcendence, it was the word transcendence. At the same time, there was a vast and majestic saber intent rising from the word. At the same time, it was accompanied by a peerlessly powerful sword intent, causing everyone to be greatly shaken and feel their hearts palpitate. Is that the secret of transcendence? Everyone was trembling with excitement as they looked at the two ancient primordial divine words in the void. Their eyes were shining with passion. The two ancient words seemed to have been imprinted on a transparent scroll. It twisted slightly in the void and emitted a mysterious light. At the same time, the two words intertwined with terrifying saber and sword will. It contained an aura of destruction that seemed to be able to destroy all life. At this moment, Ba Dao's forehead suddenly shone with a brilliant light. A black saber light soared into the sky and flew towards the two words. It's the forbidden saber? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Ba Dao cultivated the Avicii infernal demon's burial saber. It was a forbidden saber, a legendary saber technique left behind by a transcendent. Its power was unparalleled. No one had expected that the taboo blade would be drawn by the two ancient characters at this moment. Boom, Ba Dao was not the only one. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe also had a dazzling saber light fly out from his forehead. It was surrounded by endless immortal light, looking mysterious and ethereal as it flew into the two words. The fourth form of the forbidden saber, the Avicii infernal demon's burial saber, is in Hong Tian's hands? Someone stared at the ninth prince of the immortal tribe and asked. His eyes were filled with a blazing glow. Of the four forms of the forbidden saber, one was in the hands of Ba Dao, two were in the hands of Ling Xiao, and the fourth was extremely mysterious. It was a saber that severed one's origin. No one expected it to fall into Hong Tian's hands. Rumble, in the distance, Gu Tongtian's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A sword light rose, causing the void to tremble and the clouds to change. At the same time, Tathagata and Dugu Chobai's glabella burst with a powerful sword will. The sword will gushed out in a mighty manner, clashing with the taboo blade. It was not much weaker than the taboo blade. This is the legendary forbidden saber? Everyone was in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock. The forbidden saber was even more mysterious than the forbidden sword. Over the past few eras, every time the Eternal Emperor Road opened, someone would obtain the forbidden saber's legacy. However, the forbidden saber only existed in legends. It was said that only in the ancient era did someone obtain the forbidden saber. As for what the forbidden saber was, no one knew. Sword of heavenly Tao, sword of earth, sword of human Tao. The ninth prince of the immortal tribe, Hong Tian's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Gu Tongtian obtained the sword of the heavenly law. Tathagata obtained the sword of Taoism. Dugu Chobai obtained the human Tao sword. Although the three supreme sword techniques only existed in legends, they were not a secret to the immortals who had gone through 108 eras. Hong Tian also wanted to search for the inheritance of the taboo sword, but he didn't have any clues. The taboo sword was the same as the taboo blade. They were both left behind by a transcendent being, so they were faintly discernible and traceless. There were no clues that could be found, and only those who were fated could obtain them. Could it be that only those who have obtained the taboo blade and taboo sword are qualified to fight for the secret of transcendence? A trial taker asked, his eyes filled with unwillingness. If that was the case, then with so many trial takers here, they would have to return empty-handed. I don't think so. The taboo saber and taboo sword can reveal the secret of transcendence, but as for who can obtain the secret of transcendence, that will depend on our own methods. A powerful trial taker said confidently. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Rumble, 2 taboo blades and 3 taboo swords. 5 dazzling rays of light soared into the sky and fused into the 2 ancient characters of transcendence. The 2 ancient characters shone brightly and trembled slightly. In an instant, they turned into a scroll that traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the void. It looked extremely mysterious. On the scroll, there seemed to be the roars of chaotic fiend gods, the conquering of supreme emperors, the living beings of all worlds, the scene of a chaotic world being created, and the evolution of the Great Tao. The divine sound of the Great Tao spread out from the scroll, and an extremely mysterious aura filled the world. Everyone couldn't help but feel energized. 5 dazzling pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping Ba Dao, Hong Tian, Gu Tong Tian, Du Gu Chobai, and Tathagata. It was as if they were describing some kind of mystery. Oh no! We can't let them monopolize the secret of transcendence. Kill them! A trial taker's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He roared and charged toward Ba Dao and the others. At this moment, all the trial takers and skyprides began to go crazy. The secret of transcendence, the legendary secret of transcendence and immortality, was enough to drive all of them crazy. Naturally, they weren't willing to give up the secret of transcendence just like that. Rumble, powerful attacks rained down like a storm, trying to kill Ba Dao and the others. Even Zhao Ritian, Sakura, and the others stopped their battle and rushed toward the scroll. On this mountain, a chaotic battle instantly broke out. At this moment, in the endless black mist, Ling Xiao was surrounded by creepy living beings with terrifying auras. They were fighting a bloody battle. Those creepy living beings were extremely powerful. Almost all of them who were able to come here and covet the secret of transcendence had a cultivation comparable to the Imperial Emperor realm. They were like primordial beasts that rampaged around, unleashing powerful killing techniques that constantly attacked Ling Xiao's vital points. Ling Xiao, who was originally furious and filled with murderous intent, had completely calmed down. The raging power of qi and blood around him slowly withdrew, and his aura became dark and strange. The wordless heavenly book flew out from between his eyebrows and kept devouring the creepy black mist around him. It turned into a dark energy that enveloped Ling Xiao. The strange creatures that were originally going to fight Ling Xiao to the death all had extremely confused looks in their eyes. It was as if Ling Xiao had become a little different at this moment. It was an aura that was similar to theirs, and they couldn't tell what kind of existence Ling Xiao was. When the dark energy on Ling Xiao's body became denser and denser, as if he had become one with the black mist, the creepy living beings around him stopped their battle at the same time. They glanced at Ling Xiao suspiciously and began to fly away. The wordless heavenly book can indeed devour the dark energy and disguise me as a creepy living being. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. There was a look of understanding in his eyes. The wordless heavenly book was a chaotic treasure. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained it, it had never disappointed him. After receiving the support of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao could use the sky-devouring secret skill to devour everything. The dark energy of the dark world was naturally nothing to him. Ling Xiao was actually able to block Sakura's punch and shift to the top of the Golden Mountain. However, Ling Xiao chose to beat Sakura at his own game. He wanted to see if the person behind the scenes would appear in this battle for the secret of transcendence. That's right, it was the person behind the scenes. Ever since he entered the realm of nothingness and the dark world, Ling Xiao's feeling of being spied on grew stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he thought it was culpa Lord Buishu and Wushuang. However, after Buishu and Wushuang's death, he realized that the feeling of being spied on did not disappear. It was as if there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the scenes, watching everyone's every move. Ling Xiao simply chose to enter the black mist and fight with the creepy living beings. He wanted to avoid being spied on by the person behind the scenes. Moreover, the wordless heavenly book did not disappoint him. Not only could it devour the dark energy, but it could also disguise his aura and make him look exactly the same as those creepy living beings. Those creepy living beings seemed to be lacking in intelligence as they could not tell the difference between Ling Xiao and their own kind. If there is really a person behind the scenes, he must be after the secret of transcendence. Will the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book appear? Ling Xiao thought to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. The weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book had always been the biggest shadow in his heart. However, if the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book was really as evil and powerful as the evil spirit had said, it would definitely appear before Ling Xiao attained Tao and became an emperor. It was also doubtful that the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book would appear to fight for the secret of transcendence. Ling Xiao was extremely cautious. The closer he was to the great emperor realm, the more reverent he felt. The strength of a great emperor was beyond everyone's imagination. On the other hand, the path that Ling Xiao took to unify all Daos into one was filled with difficulties and obstacles. Buzz, a mysterious light bloomed in Ling Xiao's eyes. It looked majestic, mysterious, and ancient, as if it could see through everything. The eye of the ruler was activated by Ling Xiao. Everything on the Golden Mountain fell into Ling Xiao's eyes. The secret of transcendence has appeared? Great! This way, the person behind the scenes can't wait any longer, right? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His expression was extremely calm, as if he was not moved by the appearance of the secret of transcendence. On the Golden Mountain, the battle between the trial challengers was extremely intense. The trial challengers were constantly being killed and their blood splattered across the sky as they died. For the secret of transcendence, everyone had gone completely crazy. The smell of blood that permeated the Golden Mountain caused the surrounding black fog to surge even more violently. Those strange life forms also emitted earth-shaking roars of anger. The black mist seemed like it would explode at any time and completely engulf the Golden Mountain. Rumble, suddenly, 4 incomparably powerful auras appeared silently in the void. They were Princess Luo Luo, His Highness great-grandson, Buishu and Wushuang, and the Chaos Saint. The secret of transcendence has appeared. I'll go and retrieve it. I'll leave them to you, Luo Luo said indifferently. Her gaze landed on the ancient and huge scroll. Her expression was indifferent and deep. She did not even glance at the people below, as if she did not care about them at all. Yes, Princess Luo Luo. His Highness great-grandson, Buishu and Wushuang, and the Chaos Saint all bowed. The appearance of these 4 people immediately caused the expressions of many trial challengers to change. Luo Luo, in particular, stepped into the sky as if there was no one around her. Step by step, she walked toward the Transcendence Scroll. How dare you? Stop them. How dare you try to pick a fight at this time? You're courting death. The trial challengers were furious and attacked one after another. It's you? The 9th Prince of the Immortals' eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he glanced at the Crown Prince. It's me. Long time no see, Royal Uncle. His Highness great-grandson smiled indifferently. However, his smile was very cold and filled with a trace of killing intent. You've become a robber? What a disappointment. 9th Prince Hong Tian said indifferently. Hee, the winner takes all. So what if I'm a robber? You don't know what this place is. Royal Uncle, are you going to leave by yourself, or do you want me to kill you? His Highness great-grandson licked his lips. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Kill me? That's right. You've never dared to say such things to me before. I'm curious where your confidence comes from. 9th Prince Hong Tian said with a smile. Is that so? You'll find out soon enough. His Highness great-grandson's eyes became indifferent again. He exuded a lofty attitude. The secret of transcendence isn't something you can get your hands on. I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave now and you can live. Otherwise, you'll all die. His Highness great-grandson said coldly. Arrogant. You're courting death. Everyone was instantly enraged. Each and every one of them was raring to go, wanting to attack. Buishu and Wushuang and the Primal Chaos Saint stood beside him. The aura of the 3 of them was unfathomable. It was like a huge wall, blocking all the challengers in front of them. Buishu and Wushuang, you're still alive? Zhao Ritian and Darkness Ling Xiao were shocked. They recognized Buishu and Wushuang. And you, Qin Wuji. You've also become a robber? What a disappointment. Zhao Ritian stared at the Primal Chaos Saint and said. His eyes were filled with disappointment. The Primal Chaos Saint could also be called the Limitless Saint. His real name was Qin Wuji, and he was the successor of the Primal Chaos Temple. Zhao Ritian had not expected him to enter the Eternal Emperor's road and become a robber. Brother Ritian, you don't understand. His Highness great-grandson is right. You should leave quickly. You might be able to keep your lives. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you later. The primal chaos saint shook his head. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. How foolish. His Highness great-grandson sneered. He looked at them as if they were ants. Rumble, he waved his sleeves, and suddenly, as if covering the sky and the sun, a vast and mighty force pressed down, shattering the attacks of the many trial challengers. A few of the weaker trial takers actually trembled violently and exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Since you want to die, stay here. His Highness great-grandson said indifferently. His words were like thunder, causing the void to rumble. Rumble, an incomparably mysterious and terrifying aura burst out. It was vast and mighty. In an instant, it covered the heavenly energy above the golden mountain. The surrounding black mist surged like a ferocious tiger out of its cage. Without the restraint of the heavenly energy, it rushed towards the golden mountain in a frenzy. The strange creatures appeared one by one, exuding a terrifying murderous aura as they pounced on the trial takers. What? Not good. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that these four mysterious robbers would be able to destroy the protective barrier formed by the heavenly Tao's origin. That's insane, that's insane. Those strange creatures are extremely powerful. Aren't they afraid of dying here? However, the trial challengers soon realized that the strange creatures were not attacking His Highness great-grandson and the others. Instead, they were charging towards them. A bloody massacre broke out in an instant. Rumble, the black mist surged and covered the golden mountain completely. Without the barrier formed by the heavenly way, the strange creatures were like cats that had seen a fish. They began a bloody pursuit of the trial challengers. The trial challengers who could enter the dark world were all peerless geniuses. Their strength was unfathomable. If they fought alone, they wouldn't necessarily be weaker than the strange creatures. However, the number of strange creatures was too terrifying. Usually, there would be dozens or even hundreds of strange creatures chasing after a trial challenger. Even though the trial challenger's strength was terrifying, they still died in the hands of the strange creatures. Before they died, they let out angry roars of unwillingness and despair. In this chaotic situation, Princess Luo Luo quickly approached the Transcendence Scroll and reached out to grab it. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. That was the secret of transcendence. It contained the greatest secret of transcendence in all the worlds for 108 eras. Was it going to fall into the hands of the robbers? At this moment, even Sakura and Tathagata started to become furious. Rumble, however, just as Princess Luo Luo's hand touched the Transcendence Scroll, it instantly emitted a bright light. Endless light spewed out. It contained a mysterious, ancient, and majestic fluctuation. A strong repulsive force came from the Transcendence Scroll and pushed Princess Luo Luo away. Whoosh, the Transcendence Scroll trembled slightly and released a bright light. It was as if it was going to turn into a stream of light and escape. Want to leave? Stay here. Princess Luo Luo's eyes flashed sharply. In an instant, she slammed her palm down. Rumble, a mysterious light bloomed from her palm. The light of reincarnation spread out like a devouring vortex. It was as if it was going to pull everything into reincarnation. At this moment, the Transcendence Scroll couldn't help but tremble slightly as it struggled to fly toward her. It's Luo Luo? Ling Xiao, who was hidden in the black mist, trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Luo Luo actually appeared here. It's the aura of the robbers. Wushu and Wushuang really didn't die. Those two are the Crown Prince and the Wuji Saint? You didn't expect them to all be robbers? Ling Zhao's eyes burned as he thought to himself. It turned out that the four of them were the ones hiding behind the scenes. However, Ling Xiao faintly felt that something was wrong. The four robbers, Luo Luo, Wushu and Wushuang, His Highness Great Grandson, and the Wuji Saint, chose to fight for the secret of transcendence at this time. It was as if there was an invisible hand behind them that was controlling their every move. The person behind the scenes might be even more terrifying than Ling Xiao had imagined. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to think because Luo Luo was about to grab the Transcendence Scroll. Boom, Ling Zhao's entire being was like a brilliant pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. In an instant, he shot up from the black fog at an extremely fast speed. He soared through the air and grabbed at the Transcendence Scroll. It's Ling Xiao? Zhao Ritian shuddered all of a sudden. His eyes were sharp and his hands were agile. He immediately realized that it was Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with excitement. Sure enough, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This bastard Ling Xiao is indeed not a short-lived person. He made me worry for nothing. Boom, Luo seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao as well. Her eyes were incomparably cold as she threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. Vast and mighty emperor's aura erupted. This palm strike was like a great emperor suppressing the heavens. It contained an unparalleled divine aura. Luo attacked Ling Xiao without hesitation as if she didn't know him at all. Great emperor? No, she only possesses the combat strength of a great emperor to a certain extent. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He also threw a punch at Luo without hesitation. Crack, the unparalleled chaotic fist print was extremely ferocious and domineering. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart. It flew across the air and collided with Luo. The illusory image of the three realms appeared behind Ling Xiao, causing his aura to become extremely terrifying in an instant. Luo's palm strike was shattered by his punch. An extremely powerful force erupted. Ling Xiao had actually forced Luo back with a punch. Buzz, at the same time, the Transcendence Scroll fell into Ling Zhao's palm. The Transcendence Scroll shone brightly. It struggled violently as if it wanted to break free from Ling Zhao's control. However, it was tightly held in Ling Zhao's hand. It couldn't break free at all. Luo, long time no see. Ling Xiao held the Super Scroll and smiled indifferently at Luo. Ling Xiao, hand over the Transcendence Scroll. Luo said indifferently. She looked at Ling Xiao as if she was looking at a stranger. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. It seems like you really don't recognize me. I'm very curious. Where did you come from? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Hand over the Transcendence Scroll or die. Luo said coldly. There was a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. Rumble, at the same time, the ninth Prince Hong Tian, Gu Tong Tian, Tathagata, and Sakura released an incomparably terrifying aura from their bodies. They locked onto Ling Xiao. They had crossed the heavens and killed many strange creatures. Finally, they broke free from the encirclement and wanted to fight for the secret of transcendence. Ling Xiao, how about we join forces and kill these robbers first? You should know that we are the same kind of people. We can comprehend the secret of transcendence together. The ninth Prince Hong Tian smiled indifferently at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, don't listen to him. You and I are both of the God clan. We should join forces and kill all of them. Gu Tong Tian said coldly. The sword aura around him rose as if it could destroy everything. Ling Xiao, hand over the Transcendence Scroll. You're just a forsaken person. You want to comprehend the secret of transcendence? You don't know the meaning of death. Sakura sneered. Tathagata said the name of Buddha softly. Although he didn't say much, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He gave Ling Xiao a meaningful look. Without exception, they all wanted to rope Ling Xiao in and obtain the Transcendence Scroll. Ling Xiao could even feel that the strange creatures around him also wanted the Transcendence Scroll. It was as if the Transcendence Scroll was a fatal temptation to them. Cut the crap. The Transcendence Scroll is in my hands. If you want the Transcendence Scroll, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. In an instant, his eyes revealed a soaring desire to fight. Rumble, chi and blood rose around him. His body was indestructible. He was like an indomitable chaotic divine demon that supported the celestial emperor. Bright stars lit up behind him. His entire body exuded a vast heavenly might that was similar to the heavenly way's origin. His aura soared to the extreme. He released his aura without holding back. The surrounding black mist distorted as if it didn't dare to come close to him. You are indeed the chosen successor of the textless heavenly book. However, if you don't hand over the Transcendence Scroll, even the textless heavenly book can't save you. Luo said indifferently. In an instant, monstrous murderous intent exploded from her eyes. Rumble, it was like an incomparably terrifying sea of blood. It was also like the azure hell that was filled with death and slaughter. An incomparably terrifying spiritual storm rushed toward Ling Xiao. Luolua's petite body contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. She stepped into the void like an emperor descending upon the mortal world. Vast and mighty emperor's aura erupted and suppressed Ling Xiao. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. His eyes were filled with a soaring desire to fight as he charged toward Luoluo. The transcendent scroll in his hand was dazzling. It was mysterious and profound. However, it couldn't be opened. Only by absorbing the blood and life of an ultimate expert could the transcendent scroll be opened. In other words, the secret of transcendence was destined to fall into the hands of the ultimate expert. Therefore, after Luoluo and Ling Xiao touched the transcendent scroll, they immediately understood. Only by devouring the lives of countless trial takers could the secret of transcendence be opened. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Luoluo's fists collided. It was like a hurricane that swept across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. Several strange creatures that wanted to get close to them were destroyed and instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Both of them trembled and retreated at the same time. Ling Xiao, hand over the transcendent scroll. Sakura roared angrily. Murderous intent boiled in his eyes. Chaotic divine light bloomed in his palm and turned into an ancient heavenly halberd that slashed toward Ling Xiao. His body was dazzling. His divine might was unparalleled. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, he looked like a chaotic divine demon that wanted to split the heavens and the earth. His power was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao, if you don't hand over the transcendent scroll, you'll be everyone's enemy. The ninth Prince Hong Tian said indifferently. He also charged toward Ling Xiao. Dazzling immortal light bloomed around him. Beams of light were like the Milky Way that flowed backward, wrapping around Ling Xiao's body. His attack appeared to be rather relaxed, but the frightening killing intent contained within it caused everyone's scalp to turn numb. Tathagata and Gutong Tian both began to charge toward Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao seemed to have become everyone's enemy. When everyone saw the transcendent scroll in his hand, they seemed to have gone completely crazy and charged toward him. In addition to the many trial challengers, Wuxu and Wushuang, His Highness great-grandson, and the chaotic saint also looked indifferent. They gave up on fighting with their opponents and charged toward Ling Xiao. The black mist boiled, and those strange creatures revealed their true forms. They were all strangely shaped primitive ferocious beasts. Each of them had heaven-defying strength. They spat out dark light beams and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao became everyone's target. Wuxu and Wushuang, your opponent is me. Dark Ling Xiao sneered and threw out a punch towards Wuxu and Wushuang. Chaotic demonic light rose around him. The ancient gauntlet on his hand bloomed with peerless murderous intent and locked onto Wuxu and Wushuang. Infinite demonic armor? Hand it over. Wuxu and Wushuang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He also had a gauntlet on his hand, which seemed to be of the same origin as Dark Ling Xiao. He immediately gave up on Ling Xiao and turned to attack Dark Ling Xiao. To him, the infinite demonic armor was more valuable than the transcendent scroll. He seemed to have sensed the same kind of aura from Dark Ling Xiao. This made his murderous intent boil. Ling Xiao, I'm here to help you. Zhao Ritian roared. Golden light blazed around him as the heavenly emperor's fist swept across the surroundings. It was as if he had been reborn. His aura was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, sword chi rose around Dugu Chobai. Rays of sword light broke through the universe and charged toward the many powerful trial challengers. Ji Feishuan, Ba Dao, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, Yap Liangchen, White Dragon Horse, Kuanping, and the others also charged toward Ling Xiao. Although they were not weak, they were still too weak compared to the Sakura, the trial challengers, and the strange creatures. Other than Dark Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, Dugu Chobai, and Ji Feishuan, who were stronger and were able to stop the chaotic saint, His Highness great-grandson, and the others, they were soon drowned by the strange creatures. Ling Xiao was still the enemy of the entire world. Looking around, the figures with terrifying auras were all peerless geniuses. They were all invincible skyprides who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If you want the secret of transcendence, you'll have to exchange it with your life. Ling Xiao roared. His murderous intent boiled around him. His aura was extremely terrifying. His fist was like a dragon. The auras of the epic in creation seemed to have merged together to form an extremely powerful fist print. It pressed down on the Sakura with great force. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura was like an erupting volcano. It skyrocketed countless times in an instant, the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness, the good fortune jade disc in his heart, and even the primordial pearl in his Dantian sea of qi all shone with boundless light at this moment. They were all connected to each other, providing Ling Xiao with limitless energy. Boom, Sakura's primal chaos fist imprint shattered with a loud bang. His entire body shook violently, and his arm completely lost all feeling as Ling Xiao's fist landed on his chest. Puff, Disher Tian suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his entire person flew out. What? How could your strength become so strong? The Sakura's eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. When he fought with Ling Xiao previously, Ling Xiao wasn't so terrifying. Now, he couldn't even take a punch from Ling Xiao, he was extremely shocked. However, he didn't notice that the blood he spat out was silently absorbed by the Transcendence Scroll. Rumble, Ling Xiao's face was majestic. The lightning around him was dazzling. He seemed to be too lazy to answer the Sakura's question. He pulled his palms together and the blazing lightning condensed into a purple sword chi. It swept across hundreds of millions of miles and swept across. A few powerful strange creatures were annihilated by the sword chi and turned into ashes. Swoosh, Ling Xiao stepped on the void. His black hair fluttered in the air. Wrapped in a monstrous momentum, he pointed a finger. The finger light was dazzling as if it was real. In an instant, it collided with Tathagata's huge palm print. The endless Buddha's light was shattered. The immortal Buddha's golden body that enveloped Tathagata was shattered. Tathagata was also shocked. He coughed up blood and retreated. Borrowing the power of a chaotic treasure isn't your own strength. Moreover, the karma is too deep. Be careful that you don't die without a burial place. The ninth Prince Hong Tian's indifferent voice sounded. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He lightly slapped at Ling Xiao with his palm and grabbed the Transcendence Scroll with his other hand. Is that so? You borrowed the power of the Longevity Tower. Is that also your own strength? Hong Tian, since you've embarked on the path of unification, why do you need to use the power of the Longevity Tower to hide your aura? What's the difference between you and a whore who pretends to be a chastity? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and threw a punch at Hong Tian without hesitation. The ninth prince of the immortal clan, Hong Tian, also walked the path of the unification of Daos. The reason why the heavenly Tao did not reject him and why no one could determine his cultivation level was because there was a mysterious power covering his body. The Longevity Tower, unlike the damaged wordless heavenly book, Fortune Jade Disc and Primordial Bead, the Longevity Tower had an artifact spirit. It was undamaged and had protected the immortal clan's fortune for countless epochs. It was not an exaggeration to say that it shared a symbiotic relationship with the immortal clan's fortune. After absorbing the immortal clan's fortune and nurturing it for countless years, no one knew just how terrifying the Longevity Tower was. Take the Longevity Tower for example. It could interfere with the heavenly Tao and conceal Hong Tian's aura of unification of Daos. You actually noticed it? Hong Tian took a deep look at Ling Xiao. His eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. That light palm print of his was like a storm in an instant, as though it contained an endless hell. The power of great destruction erupted, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with a single palm strike. Boom, Ling Xiao did not display any magical abilities. Instead, he simply threw out a punch. Purple divine light rose from his body and an aura of eternity and indestructibility spread out from him. It was an aura of eternity. It was an aura of eternity. It was an aura of eternity. This was the first time Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body had unleashed its true might after reaching the Great Circle. The two paragons of unification of Daos unleashed a world-shaking attack at the same time. In an instant, their attacks collided. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed and a storm surged up. Dazzling immortal light shone from the ninth prince's body and an immortal tower, billions of li in height, appeared behind him. The immortal light flowed around it. Kacha, the space distorted violently, and an earth-shattering boom erupted. Ling Xiao and the ninth prince Hong Tian both shuddered at the same time, and then retreated. Hong Tian's face sank slightly. He could sense that the longevity tower's power had been reduced by more than half. Ling Xiao's strength was simply too terrifying. With the support of 3 primordial immortal treasures and his primordial immortal body reaching the Great Circle, Ling Xiao's strength had undergone a qualitative change. In just a flash, he had reached an unfathomable level. Hong Tian's mood turned somewhat gloomy. The feeling of having everything under his control had disappeared. He must die. I originally thought that he could be the whetstone for my Myriad Dao unification, but now he actually wants to use me as a whetstone? Hong Tian's eyes revealed an incomparably crazy killing intent. The aura around him surged and the immortal light burned like flames. 9 colored immortal lotus flames soared into the sky and intertwined with one another like a sea of fire, shrouding the entire area. Whoosh, at the same time, a dazzling sword light lit up the sky. It contained boundless heavenly might as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's arm that held the Transcendence Scroll. Gu Tongtian's face was cold and his eyes blazed. That huge sword light seemed to be the embodiment of the heavenly path, but it also seemed to have transcended the shackles of the heavenly path. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The taboo sword, the sword of the heavens, he quickly closed in on Ling Xiao, and his aura became extremely terrifying and crazy. There was an indescribable stubbornness in his eyes. I knew there was something wrong with you. Scram. Ling Xiao sneered. The sky-devouring sword in his hand swept across the sky like a divine dragon and fell towards the huge sword light. You want to kill me with the sword that I refined? Sword, come. Gu Tongtian said indifferently. An incomparably terrifying emperor's aura spread out from his body, exuding a domineering and invincible aura that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sky-devouring sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, it broke free from Ling Xiao's control and flew directly towards Gu Tongtian. You finally can't stand it anymore? Should I call you Gu Tongtian or Emperor Tongtian? Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as steel, as if he was not surprised at all. Facing the sword of the heavens, he punched out, crack, 3,000 origin Dao fruits appeared around Ling Xiao like stars. They intertwined with each other and merged into Ling Xiao's fist. It was as if 3,000 worlds had exploded in an instant. It contained an endless amount of power. This was the power of 10,000 Daos in one. Even the forbidden sword lost its luster in front of this punch and was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's punch. Ling Xiao bathed in the light that filled the sky. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning, and his momentum did not diminish. His unparalleled fist blasted towards Gu Tongtian. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword suddenly bloomed with dazzling light just as it was about to fly into Gu Tongtian's hand. It was as if a million-mile-long archaic dragon phantom had emerged from it. Without any hesitation, the sky-devouring sword slashed towards Gu Tongtian. How dare you attack your master? Gu Tongtian's voice was incomparably cold, containing a trace of anger and killing intent. Using his fingers like a sword, the sword of the heavens soared into the sky and collided with the sky-devouring sword. At that moment, Ling Xiao's supreme fist print, which was formed by the unification of all Daos, came crashing down on Gu Tongtian. Gu Tongtian felt as if the heavenly path origin power around him was being stripped away by the punch. His expression changed slightly. He felt that he could not dodge and could only take this blow head-on. Rumble, sword chi rose around Gu Tongtian. In the dazzling light, his entire body seemed to have turned into a mysterious ancient sword, piercing through the heavens and the earth. His aura was extremely terrifying. He took Ling Xiao's punch head-on. Although he managed to withstand the punch, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. When did you discover my true identity? Gu Tongtian stared at Ling Xiao and asked with deep eyes. His heart was filled with doubt and shock. Even the Celestial Emperor could not discover his true identity. How did Ling Xiao know? Naturally, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I've already noticed. You are the great Emperor of Tongtian. In order to survive, you chose to sever one of your blades and seal yourself. Isn't it all for the secret of transcendence? Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes full of disdain. His aura was like a dragon. In the face of so many supreme experts and heaven's prides, he showed no fear. Instead, in this fierce battle, his invincible aura seemed to have devoured everything. It was as if the great emperor had awakened and gradually formed. The great emperor of Tongtian? Hong Tian and his highness great-grandson could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Obviously, they did not expect Gu Tongtian to be the great emperor of Tongtian in the immortal world. It was said that once the immortal slaying sword formation appeared, all great emperors would bow down to it. Kill. Gu Tongtian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no point in talking anymore. He could only fight to the end. At this moment, whoever could fight to the end and sweep away all enemies would be able to obtain the secret of transcendence. Ancient heaven's prides, great emperors who severed their own cultivation, peerless kings. It seems that for the secret of transcendence, you have all gone completely crazy. But the secret of transcendence is not fated with you. Ling Xiao, hand over the transcendence scroll. I don't want to kill you. Luolua's voice was indifferent. Even though she was knocked back by Ling Xiao's punch, her expression did not change. She still looked as if everything was under her control. I don't want to kill you either. But I, Ling Xiao, must have the secret of transcendence. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were sharp and his whole body was exuding a monstrous battle intent. He was surrounded by many supreme experts. Endless murderous intent locked onto him, but he was not afraid. Instead, the aura around him became more and more terrifying. Around Ling Xiao, 3,000 origin Dao fruits were like 3,000 worlds. They were endlessly born and destroyed. Moreover, they were intertwined with each other, showing signs of merging. If that's the case, then she can't blame me. Luolua's expression was indifferent. Her eyes revealed a trace of monstrous murderous intent. Rumble, dazzling light bloomed around her as if the cycle of reincarnation had been opened. Divine rings surged and spread in all directions. Her aura skyrocketed and became even more dangerous. A huge bronze coffin appeared above Luolua's head. It exuded an endless amount of chi of the netherworld as if it contained a part of hell. The aura of the bronze coffin was incomparably terrifying. It had a natural feeling, as if it had existed since the beginning of the chaos. It was ancient and mysterious. An ultimate chaos treasure. This was a flawless ultimate chaos treasure. A bronze coffin? This is the sky-burying coffin? Ling Zhao's entire body shook. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable astonishment. Many of the doubts in his heart were suddenly resolved. The bronze coffin was the one that Ling Xiao had seen in the War God Plain. The Bone Dragon and Bone Phoenix had pulled the coffin. Luoluo had been taken away by the bronze coffin. Ling Xiao hadn't expected it to be a ultimate chaos treasure. What shocked Ling Xiao even more was that he had seen the aura of the bronze coffin in the Chaos Ancient Land before. During the fight for the Chosen One, there was a so-called sky-burying coffin in the Emperor ruins of the Chaos Ancient Land that could be exchanged for treasures. Although its appearance was a little different from the bronze coffin in front of him, its aura was exactly the same. This is the flawless ultimate chaos treasure, the sky-burying coffin. Ling Xiao, if you don't hand over the Transcendence Scroll, I have no choice but to suppress you. Luoluo said indifferently. The sky-burying coffin floated in the void like an immemorial divine mountain. However, the terrifying aura of eternal decay and endless reincarnation sprinkled down and locked down everyone below. The sky-burying coffin? Damn it. She's from the nether plane? Hong Tian's expression instantly turned ugly. He only had the imprint left behind by the longevity tower on him. There was no way he could fight against a flawless ultimate chaos treasure. A flawless ultimate chaos treasure with an artifact spirit was something that could even kill a great lord. It could be said that all the geniuses here combined wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the sky-burying coffin. It turned out that this was where Luolua's confidence came from. The sky-burying coffin? So what if it's the sky-burying coffin? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a blazing sharpness. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in them. Instead, a shocking battle intent erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao, don't think that the 3 incomplete ultimate chaos treasures on you can fight against the sky-burying coffin. You have no idea how strong a flawless ultimate chaos treasure is. Luoluo frowned and slowly said. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. That would displease the one inside him and cause unnecessary damage. Then let's give it a try. A hint of madness appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from his body like a tsunami. In an instant, he soared into the sky and took the initiative to attack the sky-burying coffin. Suppress. A cold glint flashed across Luoluo's eyes. The sky-burying coffin pressed down from the sky. In an instant, it felt as though the world had been turned upside down. An incomparably terrifying pressure erupted. As the name suggested, the sky-burying coffin could even bury the sky. The moment the coffin lid opened, a rain of blood was instantly stirred up. Strange creatures with powerful auras appeared one after another. As for the trial takers, they couldn't resist at all. Their bodies instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Ling Xiao, who was directly below, felt as though he was being suppressed by millions of primordial divine mountains. Moreover, a monstrous murderous aura enveloped him, wanting to completely obliterate his life force. Open! Ling Xiao roared. The terrifying aura around him instantly began to boil and burn. His entire body immediately expanded into a million-mile-tall giant. The wordless heavenly book, the fortune jade disc, and the Hong Meng pearl all flew out of his body at the same time and collided with the sky-burying coffin. Ling Xiao lifted his arms, and an unparalleled palm print blasted onto the sky-burying coffin. He wanted to lift the coffin up. The three chaotic treasures were pushed to the extreme by Ling Xiao. They emitted boundless light and collided with the sky-burying coffin. Rumble, boundless chaotic light exploded as though it was splitting the sky and earth. An extremely powerful force swept out like a storm, sweeping away all the black mist within a million-mile radius. As for the strange creatures hiding in the black mist, they exploded one after another. Ling Xiao's body shook violently. His entire body was suppressed by the sky-burying coffin. In an instant, he returned to his normal size and flew out. Ling Xiao also coughed out a mouthful of purplish-gold blood, which was then absorbed by the Transcendence Scroll. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. In the sky, the wordless heavenly book, the fortune jade disc, and the Hong Meng pearl, although the three chaotic treasures were all damaged, they blocked the sky-burying coffin and prevented it from crushing down. Ling Xiao, without the protection of the chaotic treasures, let's see how arrogant you can be. Go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Sakura's eyes as he pounced on Ling Xiao. Is that so? Sakura, you're really stupid. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. He looked at Sakura as though he was looking at a dead man. Chaotic light rose behind him. The 3,000 origin Dao fruits seemed to have gathered together and turned into a dazzling sun. Ling Xiao's aura instantly skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Crack, he punched out and the void shattered. The unparalleled fist print directly destroyed Sakura's attack, and then slammed into Sakura's chest. All the bones in Sakura's body exploded with a loud bang, and his entire person actually exploded into a bloody mist in the void. What? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror. Who was Sakura, the Nine Extremes King, a peerless genius of the ancient era? No one doubted that he could prove his Tao and become an emperor. However, Sakura had sealed himself in this era for the secret of transcendence. For ancient geniuses like Sakura and Tathagata, proving their Tao and becoming an emperor wasn't a problem. However, their obsession was the secret of transcendence. Hence, after seeing the secret of transcendence, they all went crazy. Even Tathagata had turned into an angry Vajra. However, no one expected Ling Xiao's strength to be so terrifying that he blasted Sakura apart with one punch. Rumble, Disher Tion's blood and chi sword as a majestic life force erupted. The flesh and blood that exploded instantly condensed into a new body. At his current cultivation level, being reborn from a drop of blood was a simple matter. However, his complexion was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. Ling Xiao's tyrannical punch just now actually made Sakura feel a sense of impending death. How many years had it been since he last felt like this? Even in the face of a supreme great emperor, Sakura wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He could even win. Unification of 10,000 Daos. This is the beginning of the fusion of 10,000 Daos origins. Ling Xiao, you've reached this step? Ninth Prince Hong Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief as he let out a roar. No one knew better than him the difficulty of the fusion of 10,000 Daos origins. No one knew better than him how terrifying the fusion of 10,000 Daos origins was. He had been on the path of 10,000 Daos unification for a long time, but he still hadn't found the possibility of the fusion of 10,000 Daos. How long had it been since Ling Xiao stepped on the path of 10,000 Daos unification? Hong Tian's heart was filled with intense jealousy. As for the others, although they didn't know what the fusion of 10,000 Daos meant, they could see how powerful and terrifying Ling Xiao was. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as they roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, numerous peerless geniuses attacked at the same time. Their attacks traversed the 9 heavens and wreaked havoc on the earth. The power was terrifying to the extreme, as if it was going to destroy the world and recreate the chaos. Ling Xiao was almost submerged in an instant. At this moment, whether it was Sakura, Hong Tian, Tathagata, Gu Tong Tian, or the other contestants, they all felt a strong threat from Ling Xiao. Without hesitation, they all unleashed their strongest killing moves. Ling Xiao, do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you've refined my heaven-piercing 4 swords? Heavenly sword formation, rise. Killing intent boiled in Gu Tongtian's eyes. He waved his sleeve and an extremely powerful sword will burst forth. The space around him twisted violently and 4 ancient swords that reached the heavens condensed in an instant. The 4 ancient swords hung high in the sky, surrounding Ling Xiao in 4 different directions. Their divine might was like the sea, and sword chi rose like purgatory, wanting to completely annihilate Ling Xiao. So what if it's the heavenly sword formation? If you were still the Grand Emperor of Heavenspan, maybe I wouldn't be a match for you. But now that you are Gu Tong Tian, what can you do to me? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were blazing with sharpness. Rumble, the purple gold light around him was dazzling. His entire body exuded an immortal and mysterious brilliance. The 3,000 great paths behind him were like a torrent, being destroyed by him and continuously integrated into his body. This was actually not the true integration of 10,000 great paths. Ling Xiao had used the power of the sky-burying coffin to forcibly shatter the source of 10,000 great paths and integrate them into his body. The tyrannical power brought about by this forced integration seemed to be bursting Ling Xiao's entire body. He urgently needed to release and vent. Even in the face of the 4 geniuses, Sakura, Gu Tong Tian, Hong Tian, and Tathagata, his eyes were still full of crazy fighting intent. Boom, he took a step forward and the void around him shook at the same time. The sword chi that swept toward him was destroyed at the same time, unable to hurt him at all. He punched out. It was as if the 3,000 great paths had been integrated into this punch. It was as if the heavenly way had sent down a heavenly punishment that could destroy the world. He directly blasted an ancient sword and instantly appeared in front of Gu Tong Tian. What? Gu Tongtian's expression changed as he retreated. He did not expect that the incomparably powerful heavenly sword formation would be like paper under Ling Xiao's fist light. It was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's punch. He did not dare to take the brunt of it and wanted to dodge for the time being. However, Ling Xiao's ferocious fist print had already suppressed him. Crack, he had no choice but to raise his arms to block. At the same time, endless sword chi shot out from his body towards Ling Xiao's vital points. However, a crisp sound rang out, and his arms instantly exploded into a mist of blood. His entire body was sent flying. The terrifying sword chi, which was enough to kill a peerless imperial emperor, pierced Ling Xiao's body. It was as if gold and iron had collided, emitting bright sparks. Then, it was instantly destroyed. It could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. Ba. Benefactor Ling Xiao, you have become a demon. Tathagata softly chanted the name of Buddha, and the resplendent Buddhist light around him erupted. A gigantic golden body of Buddha that was billions of miles tall appeared behind him. The golden body of Buddha was holy and mysterious. It lowered its head and smiled while pinching a flower. Boundless Buddhist light bloomed around its body as it slapped down towards Ling Xiao. Tathagata divine palm, this palm seemed to contain a vast universe. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. One palm, one universe. This palm enveloped the surrounding heaven and earth as if it wanted to suck Ling Xiao into the vast Buddhist kingdom in the palm and completely destroy him. Whether I, Ling Xiao, am a demon or a Buddha, is not up to you to decide? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his will was as firm as iron. Facing the Tathagata divine palm, he still punched out. The 3,000 worlds shook, and the chaotic light gushed out. This punch seemed to have penetrated the past, present, and future, destroying endless worlds. It collided fiercely with the Tathagata divine palm. Boom, in an instant, the boundless Buddhist light was annihilated. Boundless light of destruction gushed out from the surface of Ling Xiao's fist, which surged forward mightily to envelop the gigantic golden body of Buddha. Gotcha, cracks appeared on the golden body of Buddha. In the end, it was destroyed. Tathagata's face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of golden-colored blood as he staggered backwards. Subdue! At the same time, Hong Tian shouted and a blazing immortal light shone out from his body. Behind him, the imprint of the Longevity Tower appeared. It contained an extremely sublime power and it became like a primordial divine mountain that was billions of li tall. Next, it pressed down on Ling Yun. Hong Tian had gone all out. He did not even hesitate to mobilize all of the power within the Longevity Tower. This was a full-powered attack from a chaos treasure. It was strong enough to kill an emperor, without the protection of the wordless heavenly book, the fortune jade disc and the primordial bead. Hong Tian did not believe that Ling Xiao could withstand the suppression of the Longevity Tower. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body shook violently. He felt as though millions upon millions of mountains were pressing down on him. The endless pressure caused him to feel as though he was imprisoned in place. Ling Xiao abruptly raised his head, his eyes blazing with a dazzling light. He raised both his arms and, like a giant lifting a mountain, he lifted the massive Longevity Tower imprint. The Longevity Tower shone with a dazzling immortal light and a vast amount of immortal luck seemingly gushed out from it. In a flash, it transformed into pillars of light that reached the sky and the earth, trapping Ling Xiao within them. 9 immortals, divine lock, suppress eternity. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. Hong Tian's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. In a flash, he mobilized the supreme magic array within the Longevity Tower to suppress Ling Xiao. Hearing that, Hong Tian, Sakura and Tathagata madly charged towards Ling Xiao. Without any hesitation, the other trial challengers and geniuses all unleashed their strongest attacks. They were all completely terrified. Ling Xiao's strength had far exceeded their imaginations. They even felt that even an unparalleled great emperor might not be as strong as him. Ling Xiao must die. If he did not die, forget about the secret of transcendence, they might all die in his hands today. Rumble, with Hong Tian, Hong Tian, Sakura and Tathagata in the lead. All the trial takers and geniuses unleashed an incomparably terrifying torrent of destruction, which ruthlessly slammed into Ling Xiao's body. It was an extremely terrifying attack. Even the Longevity Tower's imprint instantly dimmed, as though it would shatter at any moment. Ling Xiao had taken on the attack head-on. Hong Tian did not have the time to feel sorry for the Longevity Tower's imprint. His heart was filled with doubts. Is Ling Xiao dead? Facing such a terrifying attack, without the protection of the Longevity Tower's imprint, he would undoubtedly die. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, he should not be able to survive, right? Boom. However, before Hong Tian could check whether Ling Xiao was dead or not, he felt an even more violent and frenzied power surging towards him, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. Break! A furious roar rang out, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Everyone there saw a towering giant standing in the center of the resplendent storm. The giant radiated a purple-gold divine light, which instantly lifted up the Longevity Tower's imprint. Next, both his arms abruptly exerted strength to tear the Longevity Tower's imprint into pieces. Rumble, the Longevity Tower's imprint exploded, transforming into a resplendent rain of light. Ling Xiao's figure walked out from the sky of light. His entire body was stained with blood and some parts of his body revealed white bones. However, the aura radiating from his body grew increasingly strong. It seemed as though he would explode at any moment. You're not dead? Hong Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao threw a punch forward and Hong Tian hastily blocked it. Immortal light converged around him to form a massive immortal Dao fist silhouette, but Ling Xiao's punch blew it up. As though he had been struck by lightning, Hong Tian coughed out blood continuously. Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wishes. Killing intent surged within Ling Xiao's eyes as he slapped down with his palm. The palm silhouette instantly spread out across a radius of 500,000 li. The primal chaos light within the palm silhouette obliterated everything. The many trial takers and Skype rides, as well as the strange creatures, had no room to dodge at all. All of them were blown up by Ling Xiao's palm. The transcendent scroll trembled slightly. Instantly, the flesh, blood, and primordial spirits were sucked into the transcendent scroll like a whale swallowing the ocean. Weng, the transcendent scroll shone with a resplendent light. Auspicious vapors rose from it as it shone with a myriad of multicolored lights. It was as though some sort of sealed truth of the world was about to burst out from the scroll. Ling Xiao, hand over the transcendent scroll. At that moment, Luo, who was controlling the sky-burying coffin to fight against the 3 chaos treasures, seemed to have sensed something. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. The reincarnation divine light bloomed around her. An incomparably mysterious figure vaguely appeared behind her. It was as though someone who had walked out from the beginning of the chaos. Every movement of its body contained unfathomable heavenly might. Luo struck out with her palm. The figure seemed to strike out with his palm as well. Instantly, the area around Ling Xiao was sealed. The origin of Myriad Daos around Ling Xiao surged violently. It transformed into an unparalleled fist silhouette that charged towards Luo. Crack, the world rumbled. This time, Ling Xiao's origin of Myriad Daos seemed to have been smashed into pieces. The fist silhouette shattered with a loud bang. Luo struck Ling Xiao's chest with her palm. Ling Xiao's chest caved in. His incomparably tough bones actually made a crisp sound as they were broken by the palm. If you want the transcendent scroll, you have to kill me first. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a maniacal smile. Without the slightest hesitation, a 4-colored beam of light shot out from the eye of the sovereign. It contained an incomparably terrifying power as it shot directly towards the figure behind Luo. The figure's entire body shook violently. His eyes seemed to be filled with incomparable horror. However, in the next moment, he was shattered with a loud bang. Without the support of the figure, Luo was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Kill. Ling Xiao was like a dragon emerging from the sea. His entire body was wrapped in a monstrous murderous aura. His entire body exuded an invincible aura as he charged towards the crowd of trial challengers. Even Hong Tian, Sakura, Gutong Tian, and Tathagata were unable to withstand a single punch from Ling Xiao. As for the trial challengers and prodigies, they were all blasted to smithereens by Ling Xiao, their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits devoured by the transcendent scroll. Madman, you're really a madman. Gu Tongtian's eyes were filled with intense fear. He coughed up blood repeatedly. In an instant, he decisively gave up on snatching the transcendent scroll and turned to leave. You want to leave? You'd better stay. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. A dazzling light erupted from his body. Divine chains of order shot out and instantly wrapped around Gu Tongtian's entire body. He strode over with boundless heavenly might. He punched out, aiming straight for Gu Tongtian's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Gu Tongtian's body exploded with a loud bang. In his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, an illusory figure appeared. It looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with hatred. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. Just you wait. That illusory figure looked like a primordial spirit. However, it seemed to be somewhat incomplete. It exuded an extremely strange aura. It stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. In an instant, it exploded in front of Ling Xiao and turned into nothingness. Meanwhile, Gu Tongtian's flesh and blood were instantly devoured by the transcendent scroll. Gu Tongtian, dead. Gu Tongtian didn't die? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He thought of that primordial spirit that seemed to be somewhat incomplete. He seemed to have thought of something. After devouring Gu Tongtian's flesh and blood, the transcendent scroll seemed to become even more dazzling and mysterious. It was as if the scene of ascension had appeared. The divine sound of the great path could be heard from within. It seems that Gutong Tian alone isn't enough. Perhaps if I kill the three of you, I'll be able to completely activate the Transcendence Scroll. Ling Xiao looked at Hong Tian, Sakura, and Tathagata. His eyes were filled with monstrous murderous intent. The three of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Rumble, blazing divine light gushed out from Ling Xiao's body as a violent force swept out in all directions. Although his physical body was immortal and his primordial immortal body had reached the great perfection, he still felt like he was about to explode after forcefully using the sky-burying coffin to shatter the origin of all Daos. He had forcefully fused all Daos and obtained a heaven-defying power. However, the backlash that followed would be extremely fierce. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to suppress all his enemies and obtain the secret of transcendence before the backlash arrived. Crack, as soon as his voice fell, he once again charged towards everyone. Especially Sakura, Rulai, and Hong Tian, they were the focus of his attention. Avicii Hell Immortal Slaying Blade. The ninth Prince Hong Tian roared. His eyes were burning with killing intent as he struck out with his palm. A flying immortal blade flew out from his palm. It was dazzling and caused the surrounding void to vibrate violently. It shuttled between reality and illusion as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. This was the fourth move, the Forbidden Blade. It was also the blade that destroyed the origin. The ninth Prince Hong Tian saw that Ling Xiao had forcefully fused all Daos and that there was a huge flaw in the origin of the great Dao in his body. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the Avicii Hell Immortal Slaying Blade. Sword of Dao, kill. Tathagata also roared. The Buddhist light around him surged and a yellow sword chi rose up. It was as if heaven and earth had been overturned as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao flew across the sky as his blood chi rose. Facing the blade and sword in front of him, he did not dodge. Instead, he met them with his fists. Unparalleled fist print swept across the area with an invincible aura. It was like a chaotic divine demon. It passed through the blade light and sword chi and pressed down on Hong Tian and Tathagata. Puff. Puff, the forbidden blade slashed into Ling Xiao's body and instantly turned into an extremely violent force. It raged in Ling Xiao's body and wanted to destroy his origin of the great Dao. As for the sword of Taoism, it was extremely sharp. Even Ling Xiao's tough body was unable to withstand the sword chi, and deep gashes appeared on his body. Ling Xiao was bathed in blood. The unparalleled fist print hit Hong Tian and Tathagata, causing them to tremble and fly out. Ling Xiao, who had merged with 10,000 Daos, was extremely powerful. Even Hong Tian and Tathagata were no match for him. However, the taboo saber and taboo sword were said to be martial arts left behind by a nirvana-level expert. They were extremely powerful, and they also inflicted heavy injuries on Ling Xiao. Take my taboo blade as well. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a blazing blade light condensed in his palm. It was as black as ink, as if an ancient hell had appeared. The black blade light contained a breathtaking power as it slashed down towards Hong Tian, Tathagata, and Sakura Buddha in a mighty manner. Avicii Infernal Heaven-Burying Saber, Heart-Cutting Blade, this slash was just right. Sakura, Rulai, and Hong Tian had already been severely injured by Ling Xiao. They were intimidated by Ling Xiao's invincible aura. When they faced the heavens-burying blade of Avicii, they naturally felt a sense of fear. Crack, an extremely crisp sound rang out. They all felt their Dao hearts tremble, and it was as if something within their bodies had cracked. They could not help but reveal a trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he punched towards Sakura. Sakura roared in anger as he tried to resist. However, his Dao heart was damaged, which caused him to be unable to exert his full strength. He barely resisted, but was still sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Cough cough, Disher Tian coughed out blood again and again as his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He realized that Ling Xiao's punch seemed to contain tens of thousands of origin energy. It rushed into his body, causing his body to shake violently. His body was about to collapse. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out again. Hong Tian and Tathagata also retreated while coughing out blood. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Sakura, Hong Tian, Tathagata, and the others, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius. Now, in Ling Xiao's hands, no one was a match for him. Crack, Ling Xiao heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He turned around without hesitation and punched out. The unparalleled punch seemed to be able to annihilate everything as it collided with Luoluo in an instant. The void shook as the two of them retreated at the same time. Luoluo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That was black blood. The transcendent scroll shone brightly and swallowed that mouthful of blood in an instant. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely sharp. Taking advantage of his retreat, he punched towards Sakura again. Rumble, Ling Zhao's punch was fierce and vast. Sakura couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had punched out thousands of times. Sakura was incomparably aggrieved. He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was focusing on him. Ling Xiao was focusing on Sakura, which greatly reduced the pressure on Hong Tian and Tathagata. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a hint of retreating in their eyes. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. If they continued to stay, perhaps they would really die in Ling Xiao's hands. Boom, after Sakura forcefully endured Ling Xiao's hundreds of fists, his entire body exploded with a loud bang. However, his boundless vitality surged, and he quickly condensed a new body. Ling Xiao, you can't kill me! Sakura roared again and again. His eyes were filled with madness. Is that so? If I want to kill you, even God can't save you. Ling Xiao sneered. The killing intent around him was boiling. The sky-swallowing sword soared into the sky, and the sword chi spread out for hundreds of millions of miles. In an instant, countless sword chi slashed towards Sakura. I'd like to see how many times your life origin can recover. In Ling Zhao's palms, there was a black blade light rising, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Two taboo blades slashed down towards Sakura. At the same time, Ling Xiao activated the violent origin energy around him, turning it into an earth-shattering supreme punch that pressed down on Sakura. What? Sakura's face changed completely. Amidst the storm-like attacks, he felt the threat of death. He wanted to run away. But it was too late, the sky-swallowing sword sealed off the surroundings. The sharp sword chi was constantly aimed at his vital parts. The god-slaying blade and heart-slaying blade pressed down, causing the cracks in his Taoist heart to become bigger and bigger. Even his indestructible primordial spirit was severely injured. In the end, Ling Zhao's domineering punch pressed down and blasted him into powder once again. Disher Tian's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. But this time, before he could recondense a new body, the sword chi and blade light that filled the sky fell and shattered Sakura's life origin in an instant. Swoosh, the transcendent scroll in Ling Zhao's hand was rolled up. It buzzed as if it had sensed a delicacy. In an instant, it spread across the sky and swallowed Sakura's flesh and primordial spirit. No. Sakura finally let out an incomparably desperate, fearful, and unwilling roar. But soon, it stopped abruptly. Sakura had fallen, the 9 Fatalities King, the legendary prodigy of the ancient era, had stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road 9 times in order to obtain the secret of transcendence. Now, Sakura had died at Ling Zhao's hands. Even Hong Tian and Tathagata looked at Ling Xiao with great caution and fear. Ling Zhao's current strength was too terrifying. Hong Tian, Tathagata, it's your turn. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the two of them. Rumble, at that moment, the transcendent scroll seemed to have absorbed enough energy. In an instant, a dazzling light bloomed in the void. The 2 forbidden blades on Ling Zhao's body seemed to have come alive. They turned into 2 black blade lights and flew toward the transcendent scroll. At the same time, the forbidden blades on Ba Dao, Hong Tian, Tathagata, and Dugu Chobai all turned into blade lights and sword chi and were swallowed by the transcendent scroll. The aura of the transcendent scroll became more and more terrifying. Its aura grew stronger and stronger as if it was going to suppress everyone within. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. Just you wait until I've proven my Dao and become an emperor. Then, I'll settle the score with you. Seeing the approaching Ling Xiao, Hong Tian raised his head and looked at the transcendent scroll with great reluctance. After saying those words, he instantly activated the imprint of the longevity tower. Kacha, the silhouette of a mysterious tower appeared in the void and instantly enveloped Hong Tian. Then, Hong Tian transformed into a stream of light and was teleported out of the dark plane. He was truly afraid, even Tathagata felt like retreating. The other trial challengers didn't need to do so either. All of them automatically distanced themselves from Ling Xiao, afraid that they would be targeted by him. Rumble, the transcendent scroll hovering in the void shone brightly. In the end, an incomparably large vortex appeared, seemingly leading to another ancient world. A resplendent pillar of light shot out from the vortex and enveloped Ling Xiao. After sensing the aura within the pillar of light, Ling Xiao's eyes involuntarily revealed a strange look. The secret of transcendence has appeared. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, many of the trial takers wanted to soar into the sky and fly towards the transcendent scroll. Although they were wary of Ling Xiao, their greed won out and they wanted to rush into the transcendent scroll. Even Tathagata and Luo Luo's eyes glinted sharply and they instantly leapt into the air. Rumble, however, in the next moment, a vast and unparalleled pressure descended upon them. Everyone's bodies shuddered as though they had been struck by lightning. A mysterious power suppressed them, preventing them from entering the transcendent scroll. I've said it before. The secret of transcendence belongs to me. You are not qualified. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Instantly, he soared into the sky. This time, the transcendent scroll did not obstruct him in the slightest. It allowed Ling Xiao to enter the transcendent scroll. What? Everyone's eyes revealed looks of unwillingness. They could not understand why Ling Xiao was able to enter the transcendent scroll, but they were all rejected. Without exception, even Zhao Ritian, Du Guchobai, and the others had tried. Ba Jian and Du Guchobai, who possessed the forbidden saber, were no exception. None of them could enter the transcendent scroll. I think I remember now. Ling Xiao is a forsaken person who walks the path of 10,000 Daos as one. Could it be that only a forsaken person can enter the transcendent scroll? Someone exclaimed, guessing a possibility. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Perhaps this was the truth. A strange look appeared in everyone's eyes. If only those who walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one were qualified to enter the transcendent scroll, wouldn't Hong Tian have suffered a great loss? Hong Tian had already escaped before the transcendent scroll was activated. Not necessarily. Hong Tian may be qualified to enter the transcendent scroll, but he's no match for Ling Xiao. Even if he enters, he'll only be beaten to death by Ling Xiao. Someone said. Everyone was incomparably depressed. They realized that in the end, none of them had the qualifications to obtain the secret of transcendence. All of their efforts had gone to Ling Xiao's benefit. The secret of transcendence, or should I say, the path of 10,000 Daos as one? Luo Luo looked at the transcendent scroll in front of her, her eyes shining brightly. It seemed to confirm a certain guess in her heart. She didn't feel depressed because she didn't obtain the transcendent scroll. To her, whether she obtained the secret of transcendence or not didn't matter. Looking at the transcendent scroll in front of her, her guess was confirmed. The secret of transcendence is the path of 10,000 Daos as one? Everyone's body trembled. Luo Luo's words were no different from a sudden clap of thunder in their ears. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Since ancient times, the path of 10,000 Daos as one was publicly acknowledged to be a dead end. It was a path forsaken by the heavens. Anyone who walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one would eventually die without a burial ground. Even the immortal race's ninth prince, Hong Tian, walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one, but he used the Longevity Tower's brand to conceal his aura. He didn't want to be sensed by the heavenly Tao, so he instinctively believed that the path of 10,000 Daos as one was a dead end. However, if the path of 10,000 Daos as one was the true secret of transcendence, then it was terrifying. If that's really the case, then wouldn't we have wasted our time? Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. Guessing the secret of transcendence made them feel even worse and more terrified than not obtaining the secret of transcendence. I'm afraid the path of transcendence is not fated with us. However, we can still affirm our Tao and become great emperors. As long as we become great emperors, we'll be able to take the initiative in the upcoming immeasurable calamity. Although Ling Xiao had entered the transcendent scroll, even if he obtained the secret of transcendence, he might not be able to transcend. Since ancient times, there had been so many people, so many outstanding great emperors, but who could transcend? Moreover, when he returns to the myriad worlds, he will definitely become everyone's greatest enemy. Even the great emperors will want to capture him and find out the secrets of transcendence from him. Ling Zhao's fate will definitely be one of death's door. Tathagata sighed softly and turned to leave. His words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Obtaining the secret of transcendence might not be a good thing. What Ling Xiao would have to face next was a situation where the entire world would be his enemy. Rumble, the transcendent scroll shone with resplendent light. Then, it turned into a streamer of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The heavenly Tao source energy trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all rushed back the way they came. If the heavenly Tao origin energy disappeared completely, they would be trapped in the dark world forever, never to be reincarnated. The strange creatures in the black mist were too powerful and terrifying. If it wasn't for the secret of transcendence, they wouldn't have been willing to come here. Wuxu and Wushuang, do you want to leave? Leave the demonic armor behind. Darkness, Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were blazing with killing intent as he stared at the demonic armor on Wuxu and Wushuang. You want the demonic armor? Let's see if you have the ability. Wuxu and Wushuang sneered. In an instant, he turned into a streamer of light and rushed into the distance. Darkness, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and chased after him. His Highness Great Sun also sneered and leaped into the air. Soon, only Luo Luo was left in the dark world. Luo Luo looked at the burying sky coffin in front of her, as well as the wordless heavenly book, Fortune Jade Disc, and Hong Meng Bead that were fighting against the coffin. As if Ling Xiao had deliberately forgotten, he didn't take back the 3 chaos treasures before entering the Transcendence Scroll. I know what you're planning, but if he really walks the path of transcendence, your souls will be destroyed in the end. Luo Luo looked at the 3 chaos treasures and said indifferently. Whoosh! A light flashed in her palm. The burying sky coffin gave up its fight with the 3 chaos treasures and flew back into her palm. She slowly opened the lid of the burying sky coffin. A little girl in a white dress was lying inside. Her aura was pure. Although her face was extremely pale, she looked exactly like Luo Luo. The other Luo Luo. Do you trust him that much? He's a chess piece that many people have their eyes on. How can it be so easy for him to jump out of the chessboard? Transcendence. Who can truly transcend? Luo Luo sighed softly. Then, she put away the burying sky coffin and turned to leave. Soon, she disappeared into the dark world. The black mist surged, and the strange creatures pounced over. This area quickly regained its peace and tranquility. Where is this? When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he discovered that he had appeared in an extremely strange space. There was an ancient tree in front of him. It looked extremely old and strong, with luxuriant branches and leaves. It was surrounded by chaotic aura. Every leaf was crystal clear and sparkling with light, as if it was branded with the mysterious scenes of the world's birth and death. There was a stone table and 2 stone stools under the ancient tree. There was a chessboard on the stone table. Black and white pieces crisscrossed each other. It looked like they were in a stalemate. Even with Ling Zhao's current knowledge, he couldn't tell at a glance whether the black pieces had the upper hand or the white pieces. There was also a scroll on the stone table. It looked very much like the Transcendence Scroll. Is the scroll recording the secret of transcendence? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He slowly walked to the ancient tree. For some reason, the ancient tree didn't look very tall from afar. However, when Ling Xiao walked closer, he felt that the ancient tree seemed to have grown 1,000,000,000 times in an instant. Standing under the ancient tree, he felt like he was standing in the boundless chaos. At that moment, the ancient tree was indomitable, supporting the chaos and breaking through the void. It made everything meaningful. Every leaf seemed to be a world of its own. What he saw before him was very similar to what was recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. 1 flower, 1 world. 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. The birth and fall of the leaves were like the birth and death of the world. It contained some kind of truth. Could this be the legendary tree of world? Ling Zhao's body trembled. Everything in front of him looked extremely ordinary, but it was also extremely extraordinary. Ling Xiao had a feeling that perhaps everything here was left behind by the person who had transcended. I'd like to see what the secret of transcendence is that has never appeared in the past 108 eras, but countless great emperors are looking forward to it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He grabbed the scroll and slowly unfurled it. The pure white picture scroll looked as boundless as the heavens and earth. 8 ancient words were written on it with a flourish of ink. Unification of all Daos, Emperor Lord Invincible, the 8 words were extremely ordinary, like the calligraphy of a mortal. Although they were intricately drawn and had their own artistic conception, there was no Daoist rhyme or origin attached to them. Is this the secret of transcendence? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. In fact, before Ling Xiao entered the Transcendence Scroll, he had taken a hit from the sky-burying coffin. He had forcefully shattered the 3,000 origin Dao fruits in his body and forcibly merged all Daos to obtain extremely powerful combat strength. At that moment, Ling Xiao wondered if the so-called path of transcendence was the path of unification of all Daos. Now, after seeing the words on the scroll, Ling Xiao had a better understanding of the situation. It seemed like his guess was correct. The secret of transcendence was the unification of all Daos. Are these the words that countless geniuses are fighting for? However, the unification of all Daos has existed since ancient times. Those geniuses and monstrous geniuses must know that the unification of all Daos is the path of transcendence, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was a little puzzled. His gaze landed on the last 4 words. Emperor Lord Invincible. Emperor Lord Invincible? Is the Emperor Lord a certain realm? Or? Ling Xiao suddenly trembled as if he had thought of a certain possibility. Disbelief flashed across his eyes. Emperor Lord Invincible can also be said to be Emperor Lord Invincible. However, Emperor Lord Invincible is the strongest in all the realms. Is there a need to elaborate on this? Unless there's another layer of meaning. Ling Zhao's heart trembled, and his entire body trembled violently. He felt that he had guessed the greatest secret of all time. Emperor Lord Invincible is unique, eternal, and revered throughout the world. In other words, the Emperor Lords in all the realms are not truly invincible. Therefore, they are not true emperors. They can only be called pseudo-emperors, quasi-emperors. Because, they are not true emperors at all. Ling Zhao's entire body trembled as he felt his blood surging through his veins. His blood began to boil. He had always thought that Emperor Lord was the supreme realm. They were invincible and revered throughout the world. They were the strongest realm. However, emperors could also die. Many emperors were killed by other emperors. They could not even live past the great calamity of an era. Those emperors who could live past an era could be counted on one hand. If they were not true emperors, everything would be clear. Only true emperors could be invincible. Or rather, transcendence is not the realm above Emperor Lord. Transcendence is the invincible Emperor Lord Invincible. They are the true emperors who are revered by all living beings and are immortal. Those who transcend are the invincible emperors. Ling Zhao's heart trembled, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Unification of all Daos, Emperor Lord Invincible. These 8 ordinary words had been hidden in the Transcendence Scroll for countless eras. It was very likely that they were left behind by the Transcendence. These 8 words were not simple. Ling Zhao's guess was very close to the truth. If the Transcendents were the great emperors, then everything would make sense. Starting from the 9th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, the path of cultivation seems to be split into 2 paths. The first path is to attain the Tao and become an Imperial Monarch. One is to ascend to the extreme, obtain extreme imperial might, and be revered throughout the world. The other path is even more difficult. It is the unification of all Daos, the path of invincibility. It is also the so-called transcendence, therefore, it is almost impossible to transcend after the Tao affirmation and Emperor Lord Invincible. Because these are 2 paths. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His gaze suddenly fell on the chessboard in front of him. The white and black pieces on the chessboard crisscrossed. In Ling Zhao's eyes, they seemed to have become 2 winding paths. One path was bright and flat. He could see hope at a glance. The other path was dark and there seemed to be only despair ahead. Buzz, Ling Zhao's Eye of God was activated. The four forces of chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation merged together. Ling Xiao saw that the black pieces seemed to have turned into billions of stars. They were stars that did not shine in the dark sky. Those stars intertwined with each other and rotated slowly. They followed an extremely strange trajectory as if they were outlining some kind of supreme cultivation technique. Boom, lightning seemed to explode in Ling Xiao's body. He had forcefully fused 10,000 Daos previously. Although he had released quite a bit of that incomparably tyrannical power, the remaining portion had still destroyed all the meridians in his body, causing his body to be in a mess. If it weren't for the fact that the primordial immortal body was strong enough, his physical body would have been completely destroyed. At this moment, the tyrannical origin source energy in his body followed the same strange trajectory and started to circulate in Ling Xiao's body. A cultivation technique suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Life-reversing technique. This was a cultivation technique that Ling Xiao had obtained in the War God plane. At the cost of burning one's lifespan, one could obtain a powerful offensive technique. However, Ling Xiao now realized that the life-reversing technique was actually incomplete. The trajectory of the stars was constantly perfecting and mending the life-reversing technique. Ling Xiao's body started to circulate the life-reversing technique automatically. His majestic life origin source also started to burn. After being converted by the life-reversing technique, the burning lifespan seemed to have turned into an incomparably mystical power. The tyrannical origin source energy in Ling Xiao's body started to become gentle and gathered together as if to fuse into a new power. This is the true fusion of all Daos. Ling Xiao's heart was extremely shaken. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He finally understood that the mysterious trajectory of the stars that he had seen with the eye of the ruler must have been a supreme cultivation technique left behind by the previous transcending great expert. After being perfected, Ling Xiao called it the life-reversing technique for the time being. The new life-reversing technique allowed Ling Xiao to obtain a power similar to the heavenly Tao by burning one's life origin source. He could control all Daos origin source and gradually merge them. This was the fusion of all Daos, and also the unification of all Daos. Is this fate, or is there someone controlling all of this from behind the scenes? Ling Xiao didn't become extremely excited. His heart was filled with calmness. If he hadn't obtained the wordless heavenly book and comprehended the 12 sky techniques, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the eye of the ruler by chance. If he hadn't obtained the life-reversing technique in the God of War's plane, he wouldn't have been able to completely comprehend the supreme cultivation technique contained in the trajectory of the stars. The eye of the ruler and the life-reversing technique were indispensable. However, these things had appeared on Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that there was someone behind all of this. If there really is a mastermind behind all of this, perhaps it's that transcending great expert? No one else should know what's in the transcending scroll. But what's that transcending great expert's intention? To make me the second transcending great expert? Ling Xiao thought to himself. After obtaining the secret of transcending great expert, he understood a lot. However, he also had many doubts in his heart. These doubts were destined to be unanswered. No matter what the reason is, I can be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of all Daos as one. I want to see what kind of scenery this path of all Daos as one has. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He sat down cross-legged and began to slowly circulate the life-reversing technique. He urged the all Daos origin source in his body to fuse together. There was an uproar in the universe. If one were to look at it from the chaotic void, one would see that the universe had merged into a huge piece of chaos land. It was as though the ancient chaos land had reappeared and the universe had completed its merger. The merger and collision of the worlds naturally caused a large number of lives to suffer. Hundreds of millions of lives were lost and the entire chaos land was covered with a layer of blood-red ominous aura. Of course, this was just the beginning. Originally, there was a world barrier in the universe. Although there were conflicts between the races, they were mainly concentrated in a small area and the casualties were not high. Now that the world barrier had disappeared, there were no more obstacles for the races in the universe to live together on the same continent. Naturally, there would be conflicts and even wars. Especially for the races that had feuds, such as the demon race and the human race, the sorcerer race and the demon race. They all launched bloody wars and countless lives were lost in the wars. It was extremely tragic. Among them, the human race suffered the most. This era was called the human era. The human race became the master of the era and entered the realm of the gods, ruling over the universe. However, when the 9 emperors of the human race led the human race to rise, they fought against the other races and naturally had many enemies. This was especially so for the demon race. The demon race was the master of the previous era. After being defeated by the human race, they suffered heavy losses, especially many of their great emperors. The Sky Emperor was invincible back then and his peerless demeanor was still remembered by people. If the human race still had the 9 emperors of the human race, the other races in the universe would naturally not dare to invade the human race's territory. However, the human race was weak now and the 9 emperors of the human race had either died or disappeared. As a result, there were no great emperors in the human race. After the fusion of the myriad worlds, the God world, once the core of the Your Wilds continent, naturally became a place of beauty and beauty. It had countless famous mountains and great rivers, and its spiritual energy had skyrocketed by countless times. In fact, it had even given birth to countless deathless substances. The merging of the universe had turned the realm of the gods into a blessed land and became the new core of the Chaos Land. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people. In addition to the races that had feuds with the human race, the hidden ancient races also came out and began to invade the human race's territory to seize the blessed land. Among them, the demon race took the lead, wantonly slaughtering their way into the human territory. They fed on humans, causing hundreds of millions of deaths and injuries. The fusion of the multiverse was the beginning of a tragic fate for the human race. Even though the human race had the 12 immortal sacred lands and many hidden monarch clans, the number of humans they could protect was still too small. Most of the humans were suffering all kinds of calamities. Some were devoured by the demon race as food, some were sold as slaves to other races, and some were used as cauldrons or pets for the entertainment of important figures. It was incomparably miserable. The 12 immortal sacred grounds and the hidden monarch clans could barely fend for themselves. Even though they had a deep foundation and many experts, it was still difficult for them to fend off the attacks of the 10,000 races. Soon, more than half of the human territory had fallen. Moreover, there was a lot of news coming from the other major races. It seemed like there were Emperor Realm experts awakening from their slumber. Extreme Emperor aura shrouded the entire area, and their auras were terrifying to the extreme. For the human race, this news was one disaster after another. Heavens! Are our human race going back to the tragic period of the ancient era? Who is going to save our human race? 9 emperors of the human race, please save your people. When will the 10th emperor of the human race appear in our human race? Who will lead us to rise again and expel those hateful invaders? In the human territory, countless people cried and cried out, hoping for a savior to appear and save the entire human race. The human race has always been the food of the 10,000 races. We were lucky to have a heavenly emperor back then. Does he really think he's the lord of the era? That's right. The human race is weak and unworthy to occupy a blessed land like the divine realm. Since ancient times, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Those who are not strong enough can only die. The weak don't deserve to live. The demon race will rule the world in this era and become the master of the entire untainted land. The immeasurable calamity has arrived. The sorcerer race can finally rule the world. The experts of the 10,000 races sneered. They rushed into the human territory without hesitation, slaughtering the humans, seizing the blessed land, and plundering the treasures of heaven and earth. At this moment, a force called the Heavenly Court rose in the human territory. No one knew where the Heavenly Court came from, but most of the experts in the Heavenly Court were from the human race. They worshipped the Emperor of the Faith. 36 emperors, more than 5,000 saint kings, and an army of 1,000,000 saints under their command marched into the human territory. As soon as the Heavenly Court appeared, they directly uprooted the 12 ancient cities of the demon race, killed 12 emperors of the demon race, and countless saints of the demon race. They entered the human territory with an incomparably powerful status and instantly shocked the 10,000 races in the heavens. It was said that there was a peerless demon lord among the demon race. His strength was unfathomable. He had once slaughtered several emperors of the human race. He was ferocious and wanted to kill his way into the heavenly court to take revenge. However, the Emperor of the Faith only threw a punch and killed the peerless demon lord directly. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Who is that Emperor of the Faith? He killed a peerless demon lord with a punch. Could he be a great emperor? I don't think so. There are no great emperors in the human race. That Emperor of the Faith might be an ancient peerless emperor who has mastered powerful killing techniques. That's why he could kill the peerless demon lord with a punch. No matter what, that Emperor of the Faith is extremely powerful. We can't provoke him. Tell our people not to be enemies with the heavenly court. Just go and occupy other areas. That's right. The demon race will definitely not let this go. You have to know that the undying demon emperor, original demon emperor, and blood prison demon emperor of the demon race have awakened. As long as the demon emperors attack, the heavenly court will collapse in an instant. Many experts of the foreign race were shocked and doubtful. They were secretly guessing the origin of the Emperor of the Faith, but no one knew the true identity of the Emperor of the Faith. In the end, they all chose to wait and see. With the Xianxia mountain range as the core, the heavenly court gradually spread in all directions. Its power expanded rapidly. Countless humans saw the heavenly court as the hope of the human race. They all fled to the heavenly court's territory, hoping to be protected by the heavenly court. What was shocking was that the War God Temple and Taishandao Palace of the 12 Immortal Sacred Grounds had announced that they would join the heavenly court at the same time. One had to know that the War God Temple and Taishandao Palace were immortal sacred grounds. They had powerful Extreme Dao Emperor weapons behind them. These Extreme Dao Emperor weapons all had weapon spirits. If they were fully awakened, they would be able to unleash power comparable to a great emperor. This was where their power lay. As long as a great emperor did not appear, it was almost impossible to destroy the 12 immortal sacred grounds. However, the War God Temple and Taishandao Palace's choice was very thought-provoking. However, with the addition of the 2 immortal sacred grounds, the heavenly court's power expanded rapidly. The heavenly court issued a decree, erecting a statue of the Emperor of the Faith in their territory. As long as they sincerely kowtowed and believed in the Emperor of the Faith, they would be protected by the heavenly court. For a time, the heavenly court was in the limelight in the entire Eldritch continent. Within the heavenly court, the eternal Emperor road has ended. I can feel that my real body has obtained the secret of transcendence. I'm afraid the Eldritch continent will be even more chaotic from now on. Faith Xianxia sat cross-legged in the boundless faith cloud sea. He was surrounded by a dazzling golden glow and a dense mist. He looked even more majestic and mysterious. Before him were 2 peerlessly beautiful women. Their appearances were exceptionally beautiful and refined. However, at this moment, worry was present in their eyes. They were Xianxia and Shui. My husband is now in seclusion in the Eternal Emperor Road. I don't know when he'll come out. Isn't our heavenly court's actions a little too big at this time? Xianxia asked worriedly. That's right. Now that the Eldritch continent is in chaos, there are extreme Dao Emperor auras among the powerful races awakening. I'm afraid the great emperors are about to awaken. If the great emperors attack, how will the heavenly court defend against them? Shui nodded. Faith Xianxia smiled faintly in the face of Xianxia and Shui's worries. If we don't take advantage of the fact that the great emperors of the various races have yet to fully awaken, how will the heavenly court be able to grow stronger? If this continues, the human race will be massacred by the myriad races. Those immortal sacred lands and hidden emperor clans are all minding their own business, ignoring the life and death of the human race. Even if they don't care, we can't just ignore them, right? Moreover, with the power of faith provided by the billions of humans, my strength will only grow stronger. When the time comes, even if I face a great emperor, I'll have the strength to fight, or even win. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. But I always feel that we're dancing on the tip of a knife. Not to mention the other races, I'm afraid the demon race won't let this matter go so easily. Xianxia smiled bitterly. The demon race is the mortal enemy of the human race. There will be a war between us and the demon race. Now, I really want to explore the demon race's background and see what kind of foundation they have. Even the Heavenly Emperor died in their hands. If I can know the details of the demon race, this lord will have more confidence after coming out of seclusion. Faith Lingxiao said slowly. His entire body exuded a divine radiance. His eyes were golden and resplendent, as if there were countless thoughts vibrating in them. He could calculate billions of times in an instant. He used the power of faith to capture the vitality of the immeasurable eons of calamity in this chaotic situation. Although the heavenly court was strong and caused a great commotion in the eyes of many, this was all part of Faith Lingxiao's meticulous plan. Xianxia and Shui Wei were worried, but they had faith in Faith Lingxiao. Seeing his confidence, they didn't say anything more. As for you too, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't leave the heavenly court during this time. I have a premonition that because I have obtained the secret of transcendence, those peerless geniuses and monstrous geniuses of various races will not give up. They are no match for me, so it is very likely that they will choose to capture the people I care about and force me to submit. Faith Lingxiao said slowly. We understand. Xianxia and Shui Wei's hearts trembled and they nodded. The two of them held extraordinary status in the heavenly court. After receiving Faith Lingxiao's warning, they were extremely vigilant. They protected Lingxiao's parents, friends, and even some people from the War God Hall and Taishangdao Palace. The Yorwild's continent was currently in a state of chaos. The immeasurable tribulation was imminent, and everyone could feel the pressure of the impending calamity. Xianxia and Shui Wei understood that Faith Lingxiao was the key to the heavenly court's success. They wouldn't allow themselves to become his weakness. The best way to make Lingxiao have no weaknesses and become invincible was to protect himself. Following that, the heavenly court continued to wage war everywhere, expanding its territory and waging war against the myriad races. They seized large swathes of territory and protected countless humans. As the heavenly court grew stronger and stronger, Xianxia and Shui Wei became more reclusive and secluded, hiding in the deepest parts of the heavenly court. In a vast expanse of land billions of li away from the human domain, the colossal longevity tower shone with resplendent light as it hovered in the sky, enveloping the entire immortal plane. Although the immortal plane had inevitably become a part of the Yorwild's continent, the longevity tower, a flawless chaos treasure, kept the immortal plane peaceful. Moreover, the longevity tower was constantly devouring the Yorwild's continent's deathless substances and fusing them with the immortal plane, making the immortal plane no weaker than the god world. In fact, it might even surpass it. Meanwhile, the ninth Prince Hong Tian had returned to the immortal plane. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with monstrous anger and killing intent. After leaving the dark plane, he'd heard about the Transcendence Scroll from the other trial takers. It turned out that the Transcendence Scroll prevented everyone from entering. Only those who'd embarked on the path of 10,000 Daos as one could enter the Transcendence Scroll. When he heard that, Hong Tian nearly fainted, his heart filled with regret. At the same time, his hatred for Faith Lingxiao grew. It was Lingxiao who stole the secret of transcendence that belonged to him. Hong Tian directly went to the deepest part of the immortal plane's forbidden area. Endless immortal light rose there, as if it was an incomparably mysterious world. There, a figure as dazzling as the sun sat cross-legged, exuding a vast and unparalleled emperor's aura. He was extremely powerful. Imperial Father, the secret of transcendence has fallen into Lingxiao's hands. Hong Tian bowed deeply towards the figure, then recounted what happened in the Eternal Emperor's Road. That figure was the Immortal Emperor. He was the current ruler of the Immortal Plane, known as the most talented Supreme Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Plane's history. As you said, it seems our guess is correct. The so-called secret of transcendence should be the unification of 10,000 Daos as one. What's recorded in the Transcendence Scroll should be the method to truly unite 10,000 Daos as one. The Immortal Emperor said slowly. His voice was incomparably calm, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to resonate. It contained a mysterious power of the Grand Tao. Moreover, Hong Tian could hear that his imperial father, who had been incomparably calm, had some ripples in his voice when he heard about the Transcendence Scroll. It was clear that even the Immortal Emperor wasn't as calm as he appeared to be when faced with the secret of transcendence. That's right. The secret of transcendence should be the unification of 10,000 Daos as one, but the true method should be in the Transcendence Scroll. It must have fallen into Lingxiao's hands now. It's mine, no one can take it away from me. I must make him hand it over. A cold light flashed in Hong Tian's eyes, containing an extremely dense killing intent. Unification of 10,000 Daos? Unfortunately, it's useless against a great emperor. What do you want to do? Ling Xiao is still in the Eternal Emperor Road. When he comes out, he might have the battle strength of a great emperor. The Celestial Emperor said slowly with a hint of emotion in his voice. Although he was a great emperor, he felt that his path forward was cut off at his current cultivation level. It was as if he had stepped onto the peak, but in fact, he was like a rootless duckweed. How could he not want to transcend? However, the path of transcendence was too difficult. Unification of 10,000 Daos was not something a great emperor could achieve. That's right. I have never underestimated him. In the Eternal Emperor Road, although he forcibly shattered the source of 10,000 Daos and merged them into one, it gave him an incomparably heaven-defying battle strength. Even Sakura was killed by him. Therefore, I have no doubt that if he really merged 10,000 Daos, he will have the battle strength of a great emperor. He might even be able to kill a great emperor. Hong Tian said with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with intense jealousy. But he hasn't come out of seclusion yet, so I still have a chance. Father, I want you to attack the human territory and capture all the people Ling Xiao cares about. When he comes out of seclusion, force him to submit. Hong Tian revealed his true purpose. He was indeed no match for Ling Xiao. However, he was determined to get the secret of transcendence in Ling Xiao's hands. If he wanted to force Ling Xiao to submit, he had to grab hold of Ling Xiao's weakness. Only the people Ling Xiao cared about were Ling Xiao's weakness. Capture all the people Ling Xiao cares about? Do you think that with his current cultivation level, he will be burdened by worldly emotions when he is about to reach the peak? The Celestial Emperor said indifferently. Imperial Father, Ling Xiao is different. I can feel that he's a loyal and righteous person. I heard that he has 2 wives, parents, and a daughter with the chaotic body. I believe that if we capture all of them, Ling Xiao will submit. Hong Tian said with a sneer. Daughter with the chaotic body? You mean his daughter has the chaotic body? The Celestial Emperor's body trembled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with incomparable sharpness. That's right, it is the chaotic body. Father, is there a problem? Hong Tian asked curiously. Ha ha ha, the heavens are truly merciful. Who would have thought that the innate chaotic body would be born in the immeasurable calamity? As long as I have the innate chaotic body, I will be able to combine all Daos into one and step onto the path of transcendence. The immortal emperor laughed heartily, his eyes filled with incomparably resplendent light. Rumble, the immortal emperor stood up amidst the boundless immortal light. His aura was unfathomable. Majestic emperor might erupted from him, as though it could destroy the world. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. Even though Hong Tian was powerful and had the combat strength of a great emperor, he still felt insignificant in front of an immortal emperor. Just how strong was Imperial Father, Hong Tian's heart was filled with doubt and shock at the same time. The innate chaotic body allowed a great emperor to embark on the path of unification. This was a shocking secret. Father, if the innate chaotic body really allows a great emperor to achieve the unification of Daos, the other great emperors won't let it go. Especially the demons. Although Ling Xiao's daughter's innate chaotic body is a secret and very few people know about it, the demons definitely know. Hong Tian said slowly with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. You're right. The demons have been invading the God realm for a long time and have countless spies. Now that they know about the innate chaotic body, the 3 old demons won't be able to sit still. Without further ado, we'll send our troops to invade the human territory. This time, we must capture all of Ling Xiao's relatives in one fell swoop. The immortal emperor said coldly. Yes. Hong Tian nodded respectfully. He sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the innate chaotic body, his father wouldn't have taken action so easily, right? After all, now that the immeasurable calamity had begun, the great emperors of various races were beginning to recover. It was very likely that a war between great emperors would break out soon. However, once a great emperor took action, the other great emperors would know about his true strength, and the future would be fraught with grim possibilities. The best way was to not make a move when the enemy didn't make a move. But now, the immortal emperor could no longer sit still because of the innate chaotic body. If Imperial Father can obtain the innate chaotic body, the unification of Daos, and embark on the path of transcendence, it's a good thing. I can't let the slumbering great ancestors know about this, or Imperial Father, and I won't be able to transcend. Hong Tian thought to himself. In the eternal immortal dynasty, a piece of news exploded among the immortals. His Majesty the Immortal Emperor had issued a decree to summon an army of immortals to invade the God realm and destroy the heavenly court. This news shook the entire immortal world. Ever since the worlds had merged into the Eldritch continent, the humans of the God realm had become highly sought after. Some of the immortals' experts had also gone to the God realm to occupy their paradises. But as the ruler of the immortal world, the eternal immortal dynasty had been watching quietly. Now, the eternal immortal dynasty was going to personally invade the human territory. Were they preparing to destroy the human race? At the same time, the Elder Council of the Demon Realm had issued an order for the 10 sects to form an alliance and invade the human territory. They were going to uproot the heavenly court, who had dared to offend the demon realm. As soon as these two pieces of news came out, the entire Eldritch continent began to shake. The Eldritch continent was now home to tens of thousands of races. Without the world barrier, the various races continued to wage war against each other. But on the whole, they were still fighting on a small scale. The actions of the immortals and demons seemed to be directed towards the extermination of the human race. In the Eldritch continent, the immortals and demons were publicly acknowledged as the strongest. The immortals were the first epoch lord and had lasted for 108 eras. Although they lived in seclusion in the immortal realm most of the time, their foundation was so deep that no one knew just how strong they were. After all, the number of great emperors born in the immortals over the past 108 eras was terrifying. Although most of the great emperors were unable to survive the Great Tribulation and would die in it, there were still many who survived. In the past 108 eras, the demons had reached the peak several times and become epoch lords. The previous epoch of the human race had been the demon epoch. During the demon epoch, the 10 great demon emperors had dominated the heavens. Their demonic might had been so vast that all races trembled in fear. They had all respectfully acknowledged the demons as their masters. At that time, the human race was in a miserable state and had become the food of the demons. It was only when the Sky Emperor had appeared and killed a few great demon emperors. He had led the human race to defeat the demons and started the human epoch, that the demons had restrained themselves. However, the blood feud between the demons and humans had been formed, especially after the 9 emperors of the human race had fallen and disappeared. The demons had continued to invade the divine realm. Now that the 10 sects of the demon realm had formed an alliance, no one doubted that the demons wanted to destroy the human race completely. The human race is going to be in trouble. The 10 sects of the demon realm are extremely powerful. I'm afraid they are even more powerful than the 12 immortal sanctuaries of the divine realm. That's right. Especially the heavenly court, they have been stirring up trouble recently. The immortals and demons have started to target them. I heard that the Blood Prison Demon Emperor, one of the 3 emperors of the demon realm, has awakened. This time, the Blood Prison Demon Emperor might appear too. What? The Blood Prison Demon Emperor who was severely injured by the Sky Emperor? If he kills his way into the human territory, I'm afraid no one in the human race would be able to defeat him. Can the human race survive this calamity? The elites of all the races in the universe were discussing fervently. Although they did not take advantage of the situation and follow the immortals and demons to invade the human territory, they were watching coldly from the sidelines. Everyone in the human race was worried as well. A few of the 12 immortal sacred grounds had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao. The remaining elites of the sacred grounds had been closing their doors all these years, as if they were unwilling to be tainted by karma. It was the same for the hidden ancient clans. They only protected a portion of the human race and turned a blind eye to the fate of the majority of the human race, allowing them to be abused by the other races. It was only until the appearance of the heavenly court that the situation of the billions of humans improved. Now, the heavenly court was targeted by both the immortals and demons. Damn it! Those bastards from the heavenly court, of all people, why did they have to offend the immortals and demons? I'm afraid the heavenly court is going to be uprooted. Whether the heavenly court dies or not has nothing to do with us. I'm just afraid the immortals and demons will vent their anger on us. What should we do then? I've said it before, we have to endure humiliation and not offend the immortals and demons. We have to measure the resources of the human race and win the favor of the other races. When the 10th emperor appears in the human race, all the dangers will naturally be resolved. Those people from the heavenly court deserve to die. What should we do? Why don't we send someone to contact the immortals and demons and ask them what we can do for them to let us go? That's right. We can help them secretly and uproot them, as long as they don't do anything to us. We have to endure humiliation for the future of the human race. In a secret place, the upper echelons of some immortal sacred grounds and hidden ancient clans gathered for a meeting. They were all worried that they would be implicated. They had even decided to sacrifice the entire heavenly court in exchange for the peace of the human race. The immortal race and the demon race were too strong. They even had great emperor realm experts. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. In the end, they even decided to send experts to secretly contact the immortals and demons. The immortals and demons were naturally happy to do so. The immortals and demons had a clear goal this time, which was to capture all of Ling Zhao's friends and family and target the heavenly court. The main reason was that Ling Zhao's friends and family were hidden in the heavenly court. Therefore, the immortals and demons were determined to destroy the heavenly court and capture all of Ling Zhao's friends and family to threaten Ling Xiao. The heavenly court was besieged by the immortals and demons, but they did not panic at all. Under the leadership of the emperor, they began to fight back. The immortals and demons were shocked when the battle started. They did not expect the heavenly court to be so powerful. They had an army of 1,000,000 saints under their command, and all of them had mastered killing formations. They were extremely powerful. The 36 emperors under the emperor of the heavenly court guarded the 36 ancient cities of the heavenly court. They led many elites and fought back tenaciously. In the entire heavenly court, all the human beings believed in the emperor and provided him with an endless stream of power of faith. In the void, the golden power of faith surged like a sea of clouds. Under the support of the power of faith, the heavenly court's army could erupt with battle strength several times, or even dozens of times. This discovery stunned both the immortals and demons. They all felt a sense of crisis. The heavenly court's strength was expanding too quickly. If this continued, wouldn't the heavenly court catch up with the immortals and demons? The immortals and demons finally stopped probing and launched a large-scale attack. The Lingxiao mountain range was the core of the heavenly court. The heavenly court was shrouded in the golden power of faith. Mist rose and auspicious air filled the air. It looked like a myriad of multicolored lights, holy and pure. The emperor of the faith sat cross-legged in the endless sea of clouds. His body was imposing, and his aura was boundless. Every powerhouse in the heavenly court felt a sense of fanatical worship when they saw him. This was the invincible emperor of their faith. After so many years of conquering the heavens, the emperor of their faith had never disappointed them. Even when the immortals and demons joined forces to attack this time, the army of the heavenly court had long become fanatics of the emperor. They didn't have the slightest fear. They wouldn't even frown if they had to die for their master. Emperor, as you expected, the immortals and demons are far stronger than us. I'm afraid the 36 ancient cities won't be able to hold on for long before they completely fall. Emperor Burning Heaven knelt in front of Ling Xiao and said seriously. No matter. Our foundation is here. This is the place where we fight the immortals and demons. How is the migration of the humans? Ling Xiao said faintly. Emperor, as per your orders, we have all moved to the heavenly prison realm. Emperor Burning Heaven replied. Very good. Order the guardians of the 36 ancient cities to retreat to the Lingxiao mountain range and lead the army of the immortals and demons here. Although they are powerful, the great emperors of the two races won't make a move until the critical moment. When they come here, I will give them a big surprise. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were bright and mysterious as if he could see through the endless void and see the location of the immortals and demons. Yes. Emperor Burning Heaven trembled all over and respectfully turned around to leave. Ling Zhao's words gave him endless confidence. As expected of the Emperor of Faith, he never let them down. Even when facing the army of the immortals and demons, he might even have to face the great emperors of the two races. But the Emperor of Faith was still so majestic and powerful. Could it be that the Emperor of Faith already has the strength of a great emperor? At the thought of this, Emperor Burning Heaven was so excited that his entire body trembled. His eyes were filled with fanatical worship, and he was filled with endless confidence for this battle. Heavenly Court. 36 emperors led the powerful army of the Heavenly Court, fighting and retreating. They had already returned to the Heavenly Court. Their strength was extremely strong. In the territory of the Heavenly Court, they were supported by the power of faith, which allowed them to unleash double their combat strength. At the beginning of the war, due to the contempt of the Immortal Clan and the Devil Clan, the Heavenly Court army had caused many casualties to the allied forces of the Immortal Clan and the Devil Clan. Later, the Immortal Clan and the Devil Clan were enraged and sent out a large number of experts to forcefully break the formation. Only then did they stabilize the situation. In particular, the governor of the Immortal Clan army was the 9th Prince Hong Tian. His strength was superb, and no one in the Heavenly Court army was his match. If not for the rescue of the Emperor of Faith several times, many of the Immortal Clan experts of the Heavenly Court would have died in Hong Tian's hands. The governor of the Devil Clan army was called Xianxia. Legend had it that he was the #1 general under the Blood Prison Devil Emperor. He was a peerless immortal emperor with monstrous strength. The greatest casualty of the Heavenly Court army was caused by Xianxia. Xianxia's ferocious might was monstrous. With his strong combat strength, he forcibly shattered an ancient city. Not only did he kill the guardian of the ancient city with a punch, but he also killed the army of 100,000 saints and devoured their flesh and blood. Even the Emperor of Faith didn't have time to lend a hand. Under the leadership of Hong Tian and Xianxia, the armies of the Immortal Clan and the Devil Clan were unstoppable. They directly killed their way to the Xianxia mountain range. The army of 1 million Immortal Clan and 1 million Devil Clan soldiers were all experts above the Saint Realm. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the Heavenly Court army. In fact, they had more experts. This time, the Immortal Clan and the Devil Clan each sent out hundreds of Immortal Clan experts. Every one of them was a powerful elite who had experienced countless life and death battles. They followed the two governors and arrived in front of the Heavenly Court. Above the Xianxia mountain range, the vast power of faith was steaming like a sea of clouds. It also manifested all kinds of mysterious phenomena. There were prehistoric beasts slaughtering each other, chaos-fiend gods being born, the birth and destruction of the heavens and myriad worlds, and the evolution of billions of living beings. It looked like a mysterious world. The Emperor of Faith was sitting cross-legged in the clouds. He was 10,000 feet tall and his body was shining with golden light. He looked like a primal chaos-fiend god, exuding boundless brilliance. The army of the Heavenly Court was currently on the Xianxia mountain range. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship, and there was no trace of fear. It was as if as long as the Emperor of their faith gave the order, they would fearlessly charge out and engage in a bloody battle with the army of immortals and demons. Hong Tian's eyes flickered. He could feel the Emperor's aura permeating around the Xianxia mountain range. Runes were rising. There was an extremely powerful Supreme Imperial Array. If they were to charge in like this, the Emperor Formation would activate and their million-strong army would be buried in the Emperor Formation. The source of the Emperor Array's power was the vast Faith Cloud Sea, or rather, the Faith Emperor. The Emperor of Faith was the most powerful person in the entire Heavenly Court. He was also the source of the Heavenly Court's power. As long as he killed the Emperor of Faith, the entire Heavenly Court would naturally collapse. You are the Emperor of Faith? Even now, are you still trying to be mysterious? Hong Tian stared at the Emperor of Faith and said indifferently. The Emperor of Faith in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Although the power of faith was vast, the Emperor of Faith seemed to be only an emperor. However, he couldn't see the Emperor's face clearly. Vaguely, the Emperor of Faith gave him a very familiar feeling, but also a very dangerous one. Hong Tian, I heard you were defeated by Xianxia on the Eternal Emperor path and fled in a panic. How dare you offend my Heavenly Court today? Do you want me to kill you in Xianxia's place? The Emperor of Faith's indifferent voice sounded, but it echoed like thunder in the ears of every immortal and demon powerhouse. It was incomparably clear. Hong Tian's face turned cold. This was the greatest humiliation of his life, and also the only defeat he'd suffered. The Emperor of Faith must have heard the news from the returning trial takers. You? Do you think you're a great emperor? Even if you are, you must die today. Surrender at once if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when I break through the Xianxia mountain range, the entire heavenly court will be slaughtered. Hong Tian said coldly, his eyes full of cold killing intent. What bullshit, Emperor of Faith? You're just a clown who cultivates the power of faith. Do you really think the power of faith can make you fearless? If you don't want to die, immediately hand over Xianxia's family, and I can spare your life. Xianxia sneered. In his palm was a blood-red giant axe, exuding a vast extreme emperor's aura. It was an incomparably powerful extreme emperor weapon, and its cold killing intent locked the Emperor of Faith in him. Sure enough, you're also here for Xianxia's family. Hong Tian's heart turned cold, and he glanced at Xianxia indifferently. It seemed that after dealing with the heavenly court, he would have to deal with these demons as well. He just didn't know which demon emperor was hiding in the demon army. Did you come all the way here just to say such nonsense? If you want to fight, then go ahead. But after you do, the consequences are not something you can bear. Don't think that you can be fearless with a great emperor hiding in the dark. In my heavenly court, even great emperors have to submit. Xiao said indifferently, his tone extremely calm. Arrogant. Audacious. Hong Tian and Xianxia's eyes flashed with a chilling light as they coldly roared. Great emperors can't be humiliated. Do you really think that I can't kill you? There's no need for great emperors to take action. Today, I'll kill you. Killing intent boiled in Xianxia's eyes as he took a step forward, and his entire body swelled up in the void. Rumble, endless demonic light rose, and he instantly grew to a size of 10,000 feet. Incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations radiated from his body, making him look like a chaos demon god, with his demonic might overflowing into the heavens. The blood-red axe in his hand instantly turned into a blood-red stream of light, and the aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme. As if the axe could split the heavens and earth, it chopped down towards Xiao. The void violently trembled. After the fusion of the myriad worlds, the space in the desolate continent had become exceedingly sturdy. Even Emperor Realm experts would find it extremely hard to shake the power of space. As Xianxia's axe descended, it had nearly split the space apart. From this, one could see how terrifying that axe was. Facing Xianxia's axe, Xiao's expression remained calm and indifferent. Gently patting out with his palm, the palm imprint appeared ethereal and mysterious, as if it encompassed the endless void. Bang! The heavens and earth shook as the gigantic axe light exploded apart. Xiao's palm landed on the blood-red axe, causing it to violently tremble. An unimaginable divine energy erupted from it, causing Xianxia's body to violently tremble as he was sent flying back. What? Xianxia's eyes abruptly narrowed. When Xiao's palm descended, it felt as if the heavens and earth had been overturned, causing him to feel as if he was invincible. With his absolute strength, coupled with the Apex Emperor weapon in his hand, he was confident that he could even put up a fight against an Emperor Realm expert. Could this Emperor of Xiao really be an Emperor Realm expert? The 9 emperors of the human race have already fallen. I really want to see what kind of thing you are, to actually dare to play tricks here. Killing intent surged within Xianxia's eyes as demonic aura blotted the skies from his body. Boundless source energy poured into the blood-red axe, causing it to radiate with boundless Apex Emperor might. Appearing as if it had completely awakened, it chopped down towards Xiao. The might of this axe was even more terrifying. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, it appeared as if hundreds and thousands of axes had chopped down, causing the skies to be filled with blood-red axe shades. Akin to a blood moon, they radiated with ghastly wails and howls, wanting to completely bury Xiao. Bang! Xiao's expression remained calm and tranquil as he continued to sit cross-legged above the endless sea of clouds. As his palm descended, a mysterious world seemed to be contained within it. The axe shades that blotted the skies were instantly shattered apart by this palm. As the gigantic palm descended, it collided with the blood-red axe, causing incomparably intense friction sounds to ring out as sparks shot out in all directions. Without losing any of its momentum, the gigantic palm continued to envelop Xianxia. boundless heavenly demon, heaven-cleaving art. A sliver of madness surfaced within Imo Xianxia's eyes as he violently spurted out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the giant blood-colored axe, causing the aura of the axe to explosively increase. Incomparably swift and fierce blood-colored light beams instantly pierced through Xianxia's palm imprint, shooting towards the vital points of Xianxia's body. The blood-red beams of light instantly pierced through the layers of sea of clouds, shooting towards Xianxia's body. Resplendent rays of light radiated from Xianxia's body, radiating with an immortal luster. In an instant, sparks shot out in all directions. When the blood-red beams of light landed on his body, they weren't even able to leave behind a single white mark. As his palm changed, layers upon layers of gigantic waves instantly smashed against the blood-red axe, before landing on Imo Xianxia's chest. Puff, Imo Xianxia's body violently shook, appearing as if he had been struck by lightning. Spurting out blood from his mouth, an incomparably horrified expression filled his eyes. Hong Tian, you're still not going to take action? Imo Xianxia furiously roared towards the ninth prince Hong Tian. Emperor Lord of Faith, is this your true strength? You dare to proclaim yourself as the Emperor Lord before becoming an emperor? You're truly courting death. Killing intent filled Hong Tian's eyes as he sneered, before instantly taking action. A long sword radiating with resplendent immortal light appeared in his palm. Sword chi swept across the void in all directions, containing boundless emperor's might. In an instant, it enveloped the entire soaring sky mountain range. Flying immortal art, descend. Stepping on the void, Hong Tian roared out. In an instant, the immortal sword radiated with brilliance. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into infinity. The entire sky was filled with resplendent sword chi as it descended towards Xiao. At the same time, an ancient immortal pagoda appeared in his palm, transforming into an unparalleled palm that smacked towards Xiao. Longevity seal, this was the supreme palm that Hong Tian had unleashed after fusing with the Longevity Pagoda's brand. This palm was capable of fighting against an emperor. Seeing Hong Tian take action, Imo Xianxia's eyes revealed an incomparably frenzied killing intent. Demonic chi surged around his body, causing his aura to increase by several folds. Holding the blood-red axe in his hand, he took large strides forward. Behind him, there seemed to be a terrifying primal chaos fiend god supporting him. The gigantic axe chopped down towards Xiao. With Hong Tian and Imo Xianxia joining hands, the incomparably terrifying attack swept across the entire world. The aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. Could Xiao of Faith withstand the joint attack of Hong Tian and Imo Xianxia? At this moment, there were many figures with powerful auras hidden in the void surrounding the heavenly court. They were all paying attention to the battle that was unfolding before them. Hong Tian and Imo Xianxia are both peerless emperors. Even emperors who had just attained their Tao might not be a match for them. With the two of them joining hands, they could even slaughter emperors. Can that so-called Emperor Lord of Faith withstand them? It's hard to say. That Emperor Lord of Faith is too mysterious. Even now, we don't know his true identity. I suspect that he might be one of the 9 emperors of the human race. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to possess such heaven-defying combat strength. What? One of the 9 emperors of the human race? Hiss. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that the human race wouldn't be annihilated so easily. Even if Hong Tian and Imo Xianxia were to join hands, it would be hard for them to obtain any benefits. That's right. Every single one of the 9 emperors of the human race is a peerless genius. In fact, they had even slaughtered other emperors before. Their strength is unprecedented. However, don't forget that this time, the Immortal Emperor and the Blood-Prisoned Devil Emperor might also take action. Those two aren't easy to deal with. If they were to join hands, even one of the 9 emperors of the human race would be suppressed, right? Unless the Heavenly Emperor revives, only then would he be able to resolve this situation. Within the void, numerous divine senses intertwined as they discussed the outcome of this battle. However, the majority of them still felt that the Heavenly Court might not be able to escape this calamity this time. Your strength is pretty good. Since you want to witness my true strength, I'll grant your wish. Xiao of Faith, who was above the boundless sea of faith, said indifferently in the face of Hong Tian and Imo Xianxia's joint attack. He stood up from the sea of faith. Rumble, in an instant, everyone felt as though there was a supreme emperor that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping through the myriad of worlds and 8 desolations. This was an invincible aura that could rule over all living beings. With a single glance, people would feel as though they would be unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves and kneel down before him. Suppress. Xianxia of faith gave an indifferent roar. In an instant, the sea of clouds that blotted the skies rose up as a resplendent golden light radiated out, transforming into a gigantic golden divine seal. It was akin to the authority of the heavenly emperor, ancient and mysterious. Boundless rays of light swept out, shattering all of the sword cheese that blotted the skies. The gigantic golden divine seal pressed down in a grandiose manner, colliding with Hong Tian's palm and the giant blood-colored axe at the same time. Crack, within the golden divine seal, there was an immortal energy contained within. Millions and millions of genes of divine energy erupted at the same time, as though it contained the unyielding will and conviction of all living beings. It was much more powerful and terrifying than any treasure. Even the longevity seal started to violently tremble, before exploding apart with a bang. Unable to endure it any longer, the giant blood-colored axe flew out from Imo Xingtian's hands. Struck by the golden divine seal, Hong Tian and Imo Xingtian felt as though all of the bones in their bodies had shattered apart in an instant. Spurting out mouthfuls of blood, the two were sent flying back. In a single move, Hong Tian and Imo Xingtian were seriously injured by Xianxia of faith. However, a tremor shook through the bodies of everyone present, as they suddenly discovered that the boundless sea of faith seemed to have been greatly depleted. In an instant, more than half of it had disappeared, turning incomparably thin. Even the figure of Xianxia of faith had turned incomparably clear. What? Hong Tian and Imo Xingtian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Their joint attack was not only imbued with the imprint of the longevity tower, it was also imbued with the apex emperor weapon, the crimson axe. Even if they were facing a great emperor, they would be able to fight on par with him or even kill him. However, the strength of faith Xianxia was far beyond their imagination. The golden divine seal condensed from the power of faith severely injured the two of them with just one blow. The sea of faith clouds in the sky seemed to have become much thinner. Faith Xianxia stepped on the void, his body glowing with golden light, revealing his true appearance. His entire body was emitting an immortal and mysterious aura. He didn't even look at Hong Tian and Imo Xingtian. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked at the endless void. Blood Prison Great Emperor, Celestial Emperor, since the two of you have already arrived, why are you still hiding in the dark? As great emperors, could it be that you want to learn from those cowardly scoundrels? Faith Xiao's voice was indifferent, but it was like thunder, exploding in the void. What? The Blood Prison Great Emperor and Celestial Emperor are really here? In the distance, the experts of the various clans who were watching the battle revealed looks of bewilderment in their eyes. After the fusion of the 10,000 worlds, the Eldritch continent was formed. Although the various races would often have the aura of great emperors awakening, the great emperors had almost never appeared in front of everyone. The battle between the 10,000 races was still limited to the experts below the great emperor realm. The great emperors didn't participate. Today, the two great emperors were going to come here and join forces to destroy the heavenly court. Everyone was incomparably shocked, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Those were supreme great emperors, who were like divine dragons above the 9 heavens. They were hard to find. Being able to see the arrival of great emperors with their own eyes was like witnessing a legend, witnessing history. No one was willing to miss it. I didn't expect that after the fall of the 9 emperors of the human race, someone like you would appear. However, cultivating the power of faith is just to control the pavilion. Do you really think you are qualified to challenge the great emperors? At this moment, an incomparably cold voice sounded in the void. Rumble, the sky was filled with blood-red light, as if a vast sea of blood was spreading, covering the sky and the earth, emitting an incomparably terrifying blood-red pressure. In the blood-red sea, a figure with a terrifying aura flew across the sky and appeared above the soaring sky mountain range in an instant. Blood Prison Demon Emperor? You were severely injured by the Heavenly Emperor back then. And you still dare to come here? Belief Xiao's eyes flashed brightly as he looked at the blood-red figure and said slowly. Heavenly Emperor? He's already dead. But I'm still alive. You're just an ant that cultivates the Tao of faith. How dare you call yourself a celestial court? You ignorant fool. The blood-prisoned demon emperor's voice was bone-chilling, cold to the extreme. He appeared in the air above the blood sea. He looked like a tall young man in blood-red robes. His face was extremely handsome, and there was a blood-red mark between his eyebrows, which added to his demonic aura. As he stood there, a vast and mysterious emperor's might spread out, as if it could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, terrifying to the extreme. Is it really the blood-prisoned demon emperor? In the distance, the spectators were shocked and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. The figure above the sea of blood made them feel like ants looking at a divine dragon above the 9 heavens. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The imperial emperors were better off. Although they were trembling, they could still stand there. However, the sages and even the deities had already knelt on the ground, their faces pale. This was a living legend. Every great emperor was a legend. The blood-prisoned demon emperor had once fought with the heavenly emperor. Although he was severely injured by the heavenly emperor, it was extremely terrifying that he could survive. For an era, the great emperors were almost always in a deep sleep. News of the great emperors was rarely heard. Now that they could see a living great emperor, everyone trembled and was inexplicably excited. Although the Tao of Faith can allow you to borrow powerful strength, how much strength do you have left to fight? A faint but ethereal voice sounded. In the distance, a dazzling rainbow bridge came across the sky, surrounded by endless immortal light. It seemed to cross hundreds of millions of miles of void in an instant and spread over the Xianxia mountain range. A figure shrouded in immortal light strode over. The Celestial Emperor? Someone exclaimed, revealing the identity of the person who had just arrived. The ruler of the eternal immortal dynasty, the most powerful immortal clan expert in this era, was called the Celestial Emperor. He was the supreme existence that ruled hundreds of millions of immortal clans. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Faith had guessed correctly. This time, there were 2 great emperors behind the Immortal Clan and Demon Clan alliance. Both the blood-prisoned Demon Emperor and the Celestial Emperor were famous figures in this era. Their strength was unfathomable. Had they come together to destroy the heavenly court? Celestial Emperor, are you also here to capture Xianxia's family? Xianxia of Faith looked at the figure shrouded in immortal light and asked indifferently. That's right. Hand over Xianxia's family. If you submit to me, I can spare your life. Although there have been many people who cultivated the Tao of Faith for countless eras, those who could reach your level are extremely rare. I cherish talents. The Celestial Emperor said indifferently. The immortal light around him gradually receded, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man in a long golden robe with a dignified and mysterious face. His eyes seemed to contain hundreds of millions of stars and mysterious scenes of reincarnation. He seemed to have ruled hundreds of millions of lives for a long time. He had a lofty aura about him, as if he were the ruler of all life, a sacred king. His aura was transcendent and unfathomable. The Celestial Emperor is honest indeed. But as a great emperor, you want to use Xianxia's family to threaten him into revealing the secret of transcendence. How disappointing. If you choose to fight Xianxia fair and square, I will think more highly of you. Xianxia of Faith faced the blood-prisoned Demon Emperor and the Celestial Emperor with a calm expression. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Although the blood-prisoned Demon Emperor and the Celestial Emperor didn't deliberately release their auras, the vast Great Emperor's aura covered the sky and covered the earth. Many of the heavenly court's experts paled and their hearts palpitated. Xianxia of Faith was surrounded by misty clouds and dazzling light, as if he wasn't affected in the slightest. You don't understand. Whether it's conspiracy or fair and square, only power is eternal in this world. If I can transcend, why should I care about what means I use? The Celestial Emperor smiled indifferently. His deep eyes fell on Faith Xianxia, as if he wanted to see through him. I don't want to repeat myself. Hand over Xianxia's family, or die. The blood-prisoned Demon Emperor's voice was indifferent, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. The 2 of you are right. If I can transcend, I don't care what means I use. But I'm afraid the 2 of you are destined to return empty-handed today. Xianxia of Faith said indifferently. Rumble, the sea of faith clouds around him, which had become extremely thin, began to rise violently again. It was like a divine dragon stirring up the sea, surging and surging violently. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. People of the heavenly court, stretch out your hands, lend me your strength, and help me suppress the powerful enemies. Xianxia of Faith's voice was indifferent, but it was like a hurricane, resounding through every corner of the heavenly court and shaking the heavenly prison realm. The powerhouses of the heavenly court, the believers of Xianxia, were all shocked. They looked up one by one, their eyes full of fanatical worship. It's the voice of the Emperor. The Emperor Lord needs our strength, stretch out our hands. The Emperor Lord, take my strength and kill all those damned immortals and demons. Hundreds of millions of creatures raised their hands at the same time, their eyes full of incomparable blazing light. Vast power of faith gushed out from their bodies, along with the power in their bodies, instantly rushed into the sky, gathered in the sea of faith clouds, and integrated into Xianxia's body. All of their strength was instantly sucked out, and they collapsed to the ground weakly. But their eyes were full of incomparable excitement. They were willing to lend their strength to the Emperor Lord. Rumble, the vast power of faith and boundless power converged into the vast sea of clouds like rivers returning to the sea, fusing with the power of faith into the sky. In the vast sea of clouds, a figure with an incomparably terrifying aura condensed. It was a golden dragon, hundreds of millions of miles long, as if it was cast in gold, exuding an immortal luster. It had 19 dragon claws and 2 horns on its head. Its aura was unfathomable, and it let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded through the world, causing the clouds to change and chaos to surge in the sky above the Eldritch continent. It was like the end of the world, exuding an incomparably oppressive aura. The golden dragon coiled around Xianxia of Faith, causing his aura to soar countless times in an instant. His eyes were sharp and bright, staring at the blood-prisoned demonic emperor and the immortal emperor with an incomparably powerful battle intent. This is, the ancestral dragon of fate? It seems that I have really underestimated you. I didn't expect your path of faith to be cultivated to such a level. The immortal emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he said slowly, don't worry about it. The ancestral dragon of fate meant that Xianxia of Faith was supported by the power of hundreds of millions of creatures. Even if he didn't have the realm and cultivation of a great emperor, he could rely on the ancestral dragon of fate to possess the power of a great emperor. Xianxia of Faith was enough for them to take him seriously. Even the blood-prisoned demonic emperor and the immortal emperor felt a strong threat from Xianxia of Faith. P.S. Something cropped up at home yesterday, so I couldn't update. Sorry, I'll make it up today. First, I'll send 2 chapters. Next, I'll send another chapter. Trying to be mysterious. So what if you're the ancestral dragon? You're just an ant if you don't enter the emperor realm. The blood-prisoned demon emperor sneered. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his body was covered with black demonic light. Extreme emperor aura spread out as if he wanted to suppress the ancestral dragon in front of him. The ancestral dragon is indeed nothing, but it's enough to suppress you. Faith Xianxia smiled indifferently, and then slammed his palm towards the blood-prisoned demon emperor. Roar, his palm print seemed to contain an infinite world. The ancestral dragon's vast and unparalleled power was integrated into the palm print, and an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted. This was the palm of fate, and also the palm of faith. It had integrated the faith of billions of living beings, and it wanted Faith Xianxia to go against the emperor realm. The blood-prisoned demon emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. In his eyes, Faith Xianxia was just an ant. Even if he had condensed the ancestral dragon, he was just a big ant. But now, the ant wanted to defy the heavens and take the initiative to kill him. You're courting death. The blood-prisoned demon emperor's killing intent was boiling, and endless demonic chi surged. The vast sea of blood seemed to be able to devour everything. He faced Faith Xianxia's palm print and blasted out a punch. Gotcha! Endless bloody light shattered, and streaks of blood-colored lightning bloomed. This palm contained extreme power, containing the origin of the great path of blood. It was as if a divine light that could penetrate the heavens and the earth was pressing down, wanting to crush all life. As soon as the blood-prisoned demon emperor made his move, the surrounding people's faces changed. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. This was the power of an unparalleled great emperor, that kind of domineering power that surpassed everything, That kind of extreme power of the great Tao could seize one's soul as soon as he made a move, making it impossible for people to resist. It was an all-around suppression from the physical body, primordial spirit, origin, and spirit. It could be said that facing a great emperor, one would be frightened by the great emperor's aura and lose 70 to 80% of one's combat strength in an instant. The invincibility of a great emperor wasn't a joke, faith Ling Xiao's heart, and there was no fear in his heart. In other words, he didn't know what fear was. He believed in Ling Xiao, and he believed in the Emperor Lord. He was the only true God that billions of living beings believed in, and he was also the greatest existence in the universe. If the great emperor had cultivated an invincible aura, then he had obtained the power of faith and also had the belief of invincibility. At this moment, when he attacked, his body was reinforced with the faith, determination, and killing intent of billions of living beings. This was a mentality that transcended the billions of living beings. No one could compare to faith Ling Xiao's current state of mind. Even great emperors couldn't cause any ripples in his heart. Therefore, even in the face of the strongest person in the universe, the legend in everyone's heart, he still brazenly attacked without fear. Rumble, in the endless void, the golden palm print, which was like an ancient golden world, collided with the crimson fist print. The void in all directions vibrated violently as streaks of black lightning bolts shot up into the sky. Even the extremely sturdy space started to crack. Belief Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by clouds and mist, the wind and clouds were changing, and an incomparably terrifying airwave swept towards the Ling Xiao mountain range. If it weren't for the flawless protection of the Emperor formation in the heavenly court, the airwave would have killed countless living beings. Around the blood-prisoned demon emperor, the sea of blood was also boiling, and the endless crimson light was shattered one after another. What? The blood-prisoned demon emperor's eyes were filled with incomparable shock and disbelief. Faith Ling Xiao's palm print didn't look strong, but when it collided, the blood-prisoned demon emperor felt as if billions of divine power were surging towards him, causing his arm to shake violently. That blood-red fist print was actually shattered with a loud bang. Rumble, at this moment, Faith Ling Xiao's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The ancestral dragon of destiny seemed to have merged with his arm, causing his palm to expand in an instant. It was like a golden canopy that blotted out the sky, and came crashing down on the blood-prisoned demon emperor's body. Bang! The blood-prisoned demon emperor's body shook violently, as if he was turned into a hedgehog by billions of rays of faith light. His entire body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. Although his great emperor body was sturdy and immortal, the rays of faith light didn't cause any harm to him and were shattered one after another. However, his arm seemed to have lost all feeling, and drops of blood fell silently, swallowed by the sea of blood. He was injured, although the blood-prisoned demon emperor was injured and no one noticed it, he was still repelled by Faith Ling Xiao's punch. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone was stunned. This mysterious Emperor Lord of Faith actually repelled the blood-prisoned demon emperor with one palm? Hiss! How terrifying, how can he be so strong? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Who was the blood-prisoned demon emperor? One of the three great emperors of the demon realm, he could be said to be a living legend. An era ago, he had fought with the heavenly emperor, and although he was severely injured, he survived. Today, no one doubted that after an era of recuperation, the blood-prisoned demon emperor's injuries were not only healed, but his cultivation must have improved. Such a peerless powerhouse was repelled by Faith Ling Xiao's palm. This Emperor Lord of Faith wasn't a great emperor yet, but he had such heaven-defying combat strength. Could it be that today, he was going to create a heaven-defying feat of slaying an emperor? Everyone's heart beat violently, and they felt that their blood was about to boil. Today, they seemed to be witnessing history. Relying on the power of faith of billions of living beings, you can repel this emperor, but how many times can you exhaust the ancestral dragon of destiny? Although the blood-prisoned demon emperor was shocked, his face was still cold, and the killing intent in his eyes was blazing. Although Faith Ling Xiao relied on the power of faith of the ancestral dragon of destiny and billions of living beings to repel him, it was still intolerable. A great emperor represented invincibility, and it meant that they could kill all living beings under the emperor realm, whether they were geniuses or ants. But now, not only was he repelled by Faith Ling Xiao's punch, but he was also injured. You're right. I can only attack 3 times, but 3 times is enough to kill you. Faith Xianxia said calmly. The sea of faith around him surged violently, and the aura of the ancestral dragon of destiny seemed to have weakened after this palm strike. However, his aura was getting sharper and sharper. Everyone looked at Faith Xianxia differently. For such a peerless figure to be able to fight with the blood prison demon emperor, even if he was defeated in the end, it was enough to be proud of. It could even spread throughout the entire Eldritch continent and become a legend in the hearts of countless people. Kill me 3 times? Very good. The blood prison demon emperor sneered, and the demonic light around him became more and more terrifying. A light flashed in his palm, and the blood-red giant axe in Xianxia's hand instantly fell into his palm. Blood prison axe, this was his apex emperor weapon. When the blood prison axe fell into the blood prison demon emperor's hand, it seemed to have awakened instantly and emitted a dazzling light. The blood prison demon emperor held the blood prison axe in his hand, and his aura became even more terrifying. The cold killing intent locked onto Faith Xianxia. He was enraged by Faith Xianxia, therefore, he did not hesitate to take out the blood prison axe, wanting to kill Faith Xianxia. Rumble, the blood prison axe emitted a dazzling light, and it rapidly expanded in the void like a huge immemorial divine mountain, slashing toward Faith Xianxia. Vast apex emperor aura erupted. The blood prison demon emperor, who held the blood prison axe, looked like an ancient chaos-fiend god, exuding an aura that made everyone tremble in fear. The imperial emperors were trembling all over. They had no doubt that if they were the ones facing the blood prison devil emperor at this moment, they would have died before the blood prison axe could even land on them. One could imagine how much pressure Faith Xianxia was facing now. Facing the threat of the blood prison demon emperor and the blood prison axe, Faith Xianxia's expression did not change. The power of faith around him still rose, and he blasted out a palm. Faith Xianxia's palm print was dazzling like a golden immortal divine mountain. In an instant, it collided with the blood-red giant axe. The blood-red giant axe's aura was incomparably terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The axe light directly tore the palm print, and then slashed toward Faith Xianxia's head. Gotcha! Faith Xianxia seemed to be unable to do anything to the blood prison axe, and he was cut in half by the blood prison axe. Boom! Faith Xianxia's huge body directly exploded in the void, turning into a dazzling golden light. No! This is not his real body. A sharp light flashed in the blood prison demon emperor's eyes, revealing a look of incomparable shock. Faith Xianxia's palm print was very strong, and it seemed to be able to contend with him. However, when the blood prison demon emperor cut it in half, he discovered that this body did not have any primordial spirit aura at all. It was just an avatar condensed from the power of faith. But how could this be? The blood prison demon emperor was a supreme emperor, and the blood prison axe was an apex emperor weapon. He had long locked onto Faith Xianxia, and it should be impossible for him to escape the blood prison demon emperor's detection. How did he leave behind an avatar and hide his real body? However, the blood prison demon emperor did not have time to think about it anymore. Rumble, behind him, the vast power of faith suddenly erupted, and in an instant, it condensed into an incomparably terrifying figure. Together with the ancestral dragon of fate, it came across the sky and crashed into the blood prison demon emperor's body. The ancestral dragon of fate was hundreds of millions of miles long. Although it was condensed from the power of faith, it contained the mystery of the ancestral dragon's secret skill, as well as the faith of hundreds of millions of living beings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the resurrection of the Archean ancestral dragon. In addition to Faith Xianxia, this attack condensed endless power of faith, and on the basis of dodging the blood prison demon emperor's peerless attack, it directly hit the blood prison demon emperor's body. Even though the blood prison demon emperor's great emperor body was extremely strong, under this attack, his entire body shook violently. Like a spider web, dense cracks appeared all over his body, blood filled the air, and the blood prison demon emperor was sent flying across the sky. However, this was just the beginning. Endless divine light of faith was like a tarsal bone, and it directly penetrated the blood prison demon emperor's body through the open wound. Boom! The endless divine light of faith was constantly grinding away the immortal substance in the blood prison demon emperor's body, and it directly burned fiercely. This was the fire of faith of hundreds of millions of living beings. The blood prison demon emperor could not destroy it at all, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a man of fire, burning fiercely. Impossible. How did you do it? How did you escape from this emperor's lock-on? The blood-prisoned demon emperor let out an incredulous roar, shaking the sky. The terrifying emperor's aura swept out, and it was incomparably terrifying. Those spectators who were slightly closer to the battle trembled violently, coughing up blood, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The blood-prisoned demon emperor unleashed the ultimate attack of the blood prison axe. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to block this attack. Not only did the Emperor of Faith block it, but he also severely injured the blood-prisoned demon emperor with one blow. The Emperor of Faith seems to have deceived the blood-prisoned demon emperor. One of his doppelgangers attracted the demon emperor of Faith, and the real body gave the blood-prisoned demon emperor a fatal blow. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. They could not figure out how Faith Xianxia escaped from the blood-prisoned demon emperor's lock-on. Looking at the blood-prisoned demon emperor, who was shrouded in the fire of faith and whose great emperor's body was shattered, they felt as if they were in a dream, and they could not believe it. Amazing. To be able to cultivate the path of faith to such a level, it's amazing. But I'm very curious, you have consumed more than half of your faith power. Although you have severely injured the blood-prisoned demon emperor, how are you going to face me next? The celestial emperor smiled faintly and walked towards Faith Xianxia. The celestial emperor's body was dazzling, and his aura was incomparably ethereal. Although he was not as domineering and fierce as the blood-prisoned demon emperor, he gave Faith Xianxia a more threatening feeling. He did not attack just now because he wanted to let the blood-prisoned demon emperor have a taste of Faith Xianxia's strength. Now that the blood-prisoned demon emperor was severely injured, he decided to attack as well. Faith Xianxia stepped on the void, and the faith cloud sea around him had thinned out a lot. Even the ancestral dragon of destiny had become dispirited. Clearly, although he had injured the blood-prisoned demon emperor, Faith Xianxia had also consumed a lot of faith power. The reason he had been able to evade the blood-prisoned demon emperor's targeting was because he was not a complete living being, but rather, a clone of Xianxia. He did not have a natal chart, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a fateless one. He was formed from the power of faith, which meant that any type of faith power could manifest Faith Xianxia. Since he did not have a true body, how could the blood-prisoned demon emperor possibly lock onto his true body? That was why the blood-prisoned demon emperor had been so careless that he had been seriously injured. You're right. I really did consume a lot of faith power. You really are a grand emperor. If you were a peerless emperor, I would have long since slapped you to death. That said, Celestial Emperor, I'm not the one who attacked you. Faith Xianxia smiled faintly, his eyes as calm as ever, without the slightest hint of panic. Someone else? The Celestial Emperor's eyes flashed sharply. The human race was in a weakened state. Who could possibly stand up to him? Rumble. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. It was as if a heavenly pillar had pierced through the heavens and the earth, vast and mysterious. In that dazzling sky pillar, a figure with terrifying chi soared across the sky. The shocking battle intent instantly locked onto the immortal emperor. Xianxia? The celestial emperor trembled, his eyes flashing with incomparable sharpness. End of chapter 3277. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.